I'm excited because it's gonna be so content. I'm hoping it's gonna be so content. Like, I'm hoping it's gonna be so content, but like at this point, how content can it be? You feel me? Hassan bought a house. He's a rich socialist. You know what I mean? He platformed the Houthi terrorists. He allowed anti-Semitism. It's going to be everything that Ethan has already said. Right? He's banking on like the Keemstars of the world to try to like boost his video, but like it's not gonna like, in my opinion, it's not gonna go anywhere. It's not gonna do anything. You feel me? Because anybody who already knows about Hassan either knows these things and don't care, or knows these things and hates him already. Like who's it for? His audience either they picked which parent they wanted in the divorce. You know what I mean? After leftovers ended, it's like, do you want me to be with mommy or daddy? And then they picked one or the other. That's already set in stones. Like I don't know who the content nuke is for in the first place, but what can you really say that's new? That's the question. And I don't necessarily have an answer. And right, I'd like to see. Just I'm curious, right? Morbid curiosity. Um, but at this point, is everyone live with the expectations? Be ready, yeah. It's gonna be Willie No Show slap. I mean, probably, but like I think it'll be worse than Willie No Show slap. Okay, let's take a little peruse at his Instagram. So I can finally close Photoshop again. Okay, it did not break my computer this time. Thank you. And if anything like that, if it's gonna be some fake tweets or something, but still, like, even if they do, like, even if he does like guilt by association, oh, Hasan hangs out with Second Thought, and Second Thought's a tanky. Like, who is that for? You know what I mean? Oh, Hasan hangs out with bad empanadas. You know, I mean, people who don't know who Bad Empanada is, like, who's Bad Empanada? Like, Google Bad Empanada and see Bad Empanada is against Destiny, and see Destiny has recently been exposed for sex crimes, and they're be like, oh, okay, well, like, you know, critical support, I guess. You know what I mean? Like, like it's I don't see a world where like it gets huge amounts of support. He said part two is about to be Hassan Orbiters. Wait, he said there's going to be a part 3. You're lying. I don't believe you. I don't believe this. This is fake and real. And I mean, fake, not fake and real. Fake, totally not real. What are you talking about? He's still going to be a part 2. What does he mean, part 2? What is he talking about? That's not real. I don't believe it. That is fake news. That's fake news. It was a podcast clip I remembered. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. He said he'd make part 2. He did say that. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't. Even if he did say that, which again I don't believe he said that because that would be so stupid, right? Even if he did say that, you feel me? Even if he did say that, I think he'll see that this nuke drops. It is not that well received. I'm not going to say it's going to flop or whatever, but I don't think it's going to be like the career ender he thinks it is. And he's going to be like, oh, I put like 3 months of my life into this video, and then it got like 1 million views max. And Hasan is still going on CNN and NBC and BCC. Wait, it's BBC, BCC. You feel me? And local Fox News, right? Like, why would I make a part 2 about like part 2 is meant to be an attack on Hasan allies, Frogan's, Zenos, etc. But like, that doesn't even make any sense because like, I don't think the Hasan video is going to be received well. And Hasan is the biggest name on the platform. You know what I mean? And so putting your energy into a Hasan Orbiter video, like you're like Rob's Media at that point. And if you don't know who Rob's Media is, don't worry about it because he's irrelevant. It'd be hilarious if you did an Orbiter video, end up pumping Hasan's friends. He did kind of kill Leafy's career, but Hasan is very different. Honestly, Leafy killed Leafy's career. We're being real. I'm sad I know who that is. I don't think he'll do another one of this one tanks. Yeah. But you guys would get so much content if he makes a part 2. Also, yeah, iDubbbz. I think iDubbbz probably did more. The Hasan Orbiter video is probably going to be good with D writers. Yeah, but the D writers are dealing with their own thing right now. You feel me? And that's kind of the problem, right? I think okay. Here's my opinion. I think the nuke existed, right? I am a nuke truther, right? I am a nuke truther. I think the nuke existed, but I think that because Destiny getting exposed, a big base that Ethan was like kind of like, you know, looking to support his nuke kind of fell through. Because the D writers are like, you know, they're kind of scrambled right now. And the orbit that community is fighting against themselves. There's a civil war happening in the Destiny community. Ethan doesn't really have anybody to pump this. Right? He's kind of banking on like, okay, I dropped this video. The D writers pick it up and they pump it up and they like are like anti-Hasan and they post it in their own subreddits and other subreddits and they put it in front of Asmongold and you know what I mean? And now they're kind of fighting their own battles, right? Like you have D writers who are coming at other D writers. The orbiters are fighting the orbiters. They're busy right now. So now Ethan doesn't really have anybody to like pump the nuke in the same way. You ask him to watch the nuke. Depends on how, if it's an hour and 45 minutes. I think he'll at least watch clips of it. I don't know if he'll watch the full thing. Asmund has never been one to like sit down and like watch like a full video unless he thinks he can get something out of it. You know what I mean? And so he might get clips of it posted on his Reddit, and then he goes and like watches the full thing if he thinks the clips are good. But like I think he's not gonna like, okay, open up the nuke and start watching the nuke. You know what I mean? Putting people will pump it. As you see, Asmund, Aiden Ross. Aiden Ross is meaningless, and he is meaningless. Let's be real. He's on kick. Even in the grand scheme of like how useful he was to get Trump elected, it's still meaningless. For being real, like he's not as big as people think he is. The same XQC. Like people don't listen to XQC and Aiden Ross as like staunch voices of support, right? Asmund is a different thing, but I just described how Asmund I think would work. Like nobody takes Aiden Ross seriously, right? That's kind of the problem. Like nobody takes him seriously. So why is my freaking camera just tilted again? Are you watching it here? If it drops today, you see Vivek on Aiden Ross's stream? No, and that's my point. Nobody saw Vivek on Aiden Ross's stream. That's exactly my point. Nobody saw it. It basically didn't happen. What's funny is the only thing that would turn people against Hasan, like Ethan once, would be like an ongoing crime, which make Ethan look like a freak for sitting on it for months. And also treating it like drama, true. But like, yeah. And again, if he had that, I don't think Ethan would be like calculating enough to just drop it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, if Ethan had like something actually on Hasan, I don't think Ethan would be calculated enough to like wait until like and putting it in a nuke, the bunch of like lesser crimes, if you will. He would just drop it on a podcast. He'd be like, "Did you know Hasan did this thing?" Because that's what he's always done, right? That's what he's always done. But I am a nuke truther. I am a nuke truther. I believe the nuke exists. Whether or not it gets dropped is sort of like the issue, and I don't know. I don't know, but we'll see. We'll see. Oh, we're gonna check out his Instagram to see just what he's saying. Waiting for final approval to launch nuke 19 hours ago. And then he posted him doing the salute and getting called out for doing the salute on his own Instagram, which interesting. And then 16 hours ago, I got an update on at launch. Estimated Gotta update our watch. Estimate is at 5 p.m.
Okay.
Oh my freaking goodness. He's so disgusting. Why? Why was that so freaking loud? Bro, that hurt my ears. Jeez Louise.
I am so sorry. Completely my fault. There was literally like a single fucking frame that I somehow didn't cut out that makes me now need to resubmit it. I swear to God, I spent all fucking last night not sleeping and rewatching this thing 20 fucking times.
He left a frame of Destiny in there. He left one frame of like r/Destiny. And he's like, gosh darn it. I forgot to cut out the last message of Destiny. He still left the salute in there. It's crazy.
That I didn't blur. But I'm so sorry, guys, for teasing you on. I'm not going to say, listen, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to fix it. I'm going to resubmit it tomorrow morning.
Yes, you can blur on the YouTube editor. This is true. You can cut things out and you can blur. That's the one thing. YouTube editor sucks. It does suck. It's horrible. But that's the one thing you can do is you can open up the video. You can open up a frame and you can blur that frame. And YouTube would auto do it and then auto check. This is true.
And I'm not going to say anything. When it's ready, I'm just going to put it up because I don't want to fuck with you guys anymore. And I can't handle this either. I want to fucking die. This is just... We'll get there, though. We'll do it together, you guys. We'll get there. Okay? Thanks.
And so, yeah, that's what he said. So, if the nuke is real, it'll drop today. If it doesn't drop today, it's not real. And we will all just move on with our lives. That's the nuke update. Is the nuke real? Is the nuke not real? Who knows? Who knows? But in interesting news that I can finally leak because it's now the 31st. I told you guys to look out for Friday. And I'm leaking it regardless. If you don't know, right? February, for those of you who are not American, or those of you who live in the future when Trump finally axes Black History Month, February is Black History Month. And for Black History Month, Twitch is doing this thing where they have a coalition type thing called Together for Black Brilliance, right? They're gamers, talk show hosts, creatives, and much more. Let's celebrate Black streamers who build community every time they go live, right? Where they said about like 400 Black streamers that for the next month will be at the top of the front page, but for the next year will be on the front page somewhere. And if you scroll down a little bit, I don't know why I'm at the bottom, right? Sitting me to the back of the bus like Rosa. I'm right there. That's me. So, why am I at the bottom? All right, not to big time anybody here, but gosh darn it, why did they relegate me to the bottom? Why did they send me to the back of the bus? Why did they send me to the back of the bus? To be fair, okay, somebody has to be on the bottom, but why is it me? Whatever. It's fine. Anyway, there's this page you can go to see anybody for Black Brilliance. I don't think it's up today. But usually if you go to the homepage, right here on the first or second one, there'll be a Together for Black Brilliance tag, and it will show us on the front page. I think it'll either start today or it'll start tomorrow, but I will be on the front page with potentially some friends of the show. I don't want to leak who it is because I want them to be able to speak for themselves that they're on here. But I did see them on here yesterday, and I won't leak it. And you don't leak it either, chat. If you know. It's like you admit you're a bottom. Who has that clip? Let me see. Oh, here's this clip. It was super crispy today. Thank you. Is this a do-rag? I am the bottomest of bottoms. I am. Wait. Yeah. For the video on content that makes my feelings of invalid. Ooh, send it. Send it. Is that Asmin? Yeah. This isn't the full clip, but it works. I don't even know where my I could probably go to my clips here. Content clips. Let's see. Sort by views, high to low. Oh, it's actually my most viewed clip. This is the full clip.
It's almost like it's a race to the bottom.
Excuse me. I'm already here. There's no race to the bottom. I am the bottomest of bottoms. I am. Wait. Oh my. Yeah. 34,000 views because it's posted on LSF. After watching Hasan's sumo stream, the angles Marshall's getting, he's the most bottom of bottoms. True. This video came out 2 months ago. You can watch it. I have my takes on Kai.
Guys are not just Rob Moff.
Oh look, this is my video, chat. Doesn't it look good? Doesn't it make you want to click it? This thumbnail here, you see this, you're like, man. I will say, on YouTube, I could probably make the titles more succinct. I probably just say, okay, Ethan, Klein, Nuke, watch, final day. There we go. See you live on YouTube and then switch over to Twitch. Thank you. I'm glad you do that. Unlike some people who see that I'm live on YouTube, who are supposed to be mods on Twitch and just leaves Twitch. All right, chat, we're looking for new mods now because apparently either one, my mods don't watch anymore, or two, they just go to freaking YouTube instead. I know he's watching. I know he hears this as well. I usually a lead pipe for every robot. I felt bad for the one they were bullying. Oh. Okay. Oh, I haven't talked about that as well. YouTube chat is better. That's objectively false. You have anybody have a link to that? The Kai Tanat with the robot they were bullying. I didn't look at that on stream. I did see that on Twitter. I scrolled past it. Also, if you're on YouTube chat, like the stream. There's 23 people watching and only 5 likes. Go ahead and just click the like button. Just go ahead, like the stream. Like, I'll just do this. Open up the stream. Also, if you're on Twitch, do this too. Open up Twitch or open up YouTube. Go ahead and click this. Click the like there, right there. Do that, and then come back to Twitch. Oh, I was about to click this link. I realized this is the link that I sent. Thank you. Oh, fear bug.
The Real Box Muncher 69 just subscribed.
The Real Box Muncher, bro. Thank you for the 8-month resubscription. We are one and the same. One and the same. Anyway. Think about the 8-month subscription. What does it mean? Don't worry about it. Oh, don't worry about it. Kai sent out 70,000 AI humanoid robot just tried to run away from the AMP house because they get getting kicked and bullied by Kai Cenat agent and Phantom.
Lame ass nigga. Bitch ass nigga. What's that nigga? Nigga, you a fucking robot, nigga. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh, my bad, my boy. You what y'all like that, nigga? Nigga, where your mom at, nigga? Where your mom at, boy? Where your mom's at, my boy? Where your mom? Oh!
Okay, that was kind of. Why did it do that? What was that?
Mom at, boy? Where your mom's at, my boy? Where your mom? Oh! What the fuck was that? Wait, he's extra heavy, man. Oh! Watch out! Bro, this is 70,000, bro. Well, he's tweaking, bro. Should I do what?
When the Terminator happens, yeah, bro. Like the Terminator comes back in time, and we're like, "Why are you doing this? Why are you killing people?" He's like, "Kai Cenat." Kai Cenat. Okay, I will say on the scale of like things that Kai Cenat has done, this is definitely on the lower bad things. I would say don't bully the robot. Right? Don't bully the robot. Let's not bully robots. That's not cool. Let robots be. But to be honest, this robot is made to be bullied. If we really get down into it, right? This robot is made to be bullied. This robot was specifically designed to be bullied. If you have a robot whose only feature and function is that it self-stabilizes and that it can stand back up after it's knocked down, what do you think is going to happen? People are always going to test it out. They're going to try to push it over to watch it self-stabilize, and you're going to try to push it over so it falls down so that it tries to stand back up. You know what I mean? Like, that's just the case. The robot's gonna magic trick itself is crazy. That's wild. If it weren't meant to be bullied, it wouldn't be shaped like the beta from Beta versus Chad meme. True. Look at it. It has its hunched shoulders over, head looking down. It's meant to be bullied. If you think about it. Look at it.
Should I do what? Oh, wait.
I want to see more of this though. I want to see more of Kai bullying a robot.
Let me see if anybody can guess what this is.
I will say these people have too much money. This is not a dig at them, but what do you mean you spent $70,000 on a robot just to like kick it around? You know what I mean? Like, bro, that would pay off my student loans.
Not too long ago,
Rich people are crazy.
I ordered a robot. Now listen. I know. It finally came. Chat, I ordered this robot long time ago and it never came on time. It never came on time, chat. I spent $70,000. This better do everything it should have did, and if it doesn't, I'm gonna be contacting these bro. Real shit. Oh, hold on, chat. Oh. Okay, so it's a case inside of a case. Oh my gosh.
Where's mine?
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. The Unity G1 is a fusion agility and intelligence in a humanoid robot designed with an all-joint precision and runtime stability. The main body, carbon fiber, weighs in at 35 kilograms. All connecting material structures are made of high-strength aluminum. This shit made of vibranium?
That's not what it said. That's not at all what it said. You just okay. He's liking ideas for content. No, I would say this is a constant idea. This is like a okay. Yeah, I'll defend Kai on this. This is a constant idea. To be fair, this is something Michael Reeves did like freaking like 3 years ago. But it is a constant idea. It is. Michael Reeves did it. It was fun when he did it. To be fair, Michael Reeves also like modded it out. But like, he did a similar thing. He bought a robot online, right? Messed with it, played around with it.
Allow?
Piss your dog, yeah.
No, this I'm not reading no more, nigga. I'm not reading no more. First things first. Okay, mark it. So we have a big charger. I'm assuming.
You know about
big
this robot
ass
or not?
charger.
It depends. Does it do 2025 stuff? Wink.
Okay. Then we have a big ass. I don't know. For those who don't know this shit, 70 bands. Ow.
It's called a cable.
It's already put together, nigga. It's already put together, nigga. Oh shit! I got my own slip. Oh my god, this motherfucker is heavy.
Why was it packed up like Kyle Rayner's girlfriend? When you get added to OTV, that's what I'm wondering. Right? When am I getting added to OTV? When is OTV gonna hit me up and be like, we need you? We need you.
Oh my god, this motherfucker is heavy. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, this motherfucker is heavy.
Look at the way it's laid out. Okay, that's
Oh
funny.
my gosh.
Is OTV only Asians? Or am I wrong? You're wrong, because that would be racist. Sydney's there, and Sydney is black.
Hey, I'm really trying to lift this up. All my life, this is so heavy.
Yeah, it's Sydney erasure.
Oh my, Kim, what? This got gloves on with
Hey, can you
actual.
turn it on,
Oh
bro?
god, it happens here. Turn them away. We need. But get the state. Press L1 plus A to enter the damping state. What's L1? It's the remote. At this point, hold the G1 shoulder.
Why is it controlled by a Nintendo Switch?
No, wait a minute.
Okay, I'm gonna wait.
Wait a minute.
I'm gonna wait.
And then after a minute, you're gonna press the L1 plus A to enter the dampened state.
I'm scared as Phantom.
Nah.
Why does he have on an Omnitrix? What is happening in this stream, bro?
It's two versus one. What you gonna do?
This cost 70,000. He better stand up.
Alright, L1 plus A. No, not hold it, just click it one time. Alright, but you okay, good. Hold G1 shoulder and press L1 plus up button to help G1 enter the ready state as shown on the following figure. So L1 plus up. I gotta hold the shoulder.
You probably gotta hold him up. What this do?
I don't know.
Oh. What is it?
L1A.
It's vibrating. Feel it.
Let go. No, hold L1 first, and then click A. Okay.
Nothing. It's vibrating though. We getting there.
Alright, hold on.
Yeah.
Yo.
Yeah.
You got little nipples.
Yeah. What?
Okay. L1 plus up. Hold L1.
Okay, bro, am I a child? Why am I entertained right now? Bro, am I 12?
Hold L1. No, hold L1. No, hold L1, and then up.
I'm holding.
His hand is.
Oh. No. No way he about to do what I think he about to do.
He's a missionary.
No way he about to do what I think he about to do.
Bro, what?
What the?
What, bro? What? What do you mean he's a missionary? Dog, are you good?
What are you doing? He freaky as hell.
He's trying to get up. What the fuck?
Get up! Get up! Come on, Rock.
That's not.
All right, let me give you something new. All right, hit R1.
Wait.
I mean, he's very clearly just he's not the right way, correct? He's supposed to be the other way around. He's trying to push his knees up so he can stand up.
R1X.
R1X?
Yeah,
What does that do?
I don't know.
Okay, wait. Let's restart. Let's put the nigga back in the chair, bro. I'm telling
I'm
you,
not
bro.
touching this nigga. All right,
This
go.
feels so dystopian.
Okay. L1 up.
Go.
Leave him. No, leave him. Let him go. Let him go.
Let him go.
Yeah, let him go. Ooh,
He about to fall, bro.
Wait.
Now,
Oh my god. He's good.
He's standing.
Move the chair. Move the chair.
He's standing.
Okay, hold on.
He's standing.
Okay, hold on.
Bro.
Hold on. Wait.
Bro.
Wait.
Bro.
He's a little short boy, too.
He's short as.
Word.
Wait, hold on. Wait.
That's when the bullying starts, bro. He stands up, they realize how short he is, and they're just like, all right, time to bully him.
Okay. R1X or R2X to enter the operation control state.
What that do?
I don't know.
What the fuck?
I'm just reading shit.
Why the fuck would I want to enter Operation Control State,
So you
nigga?
control this nigga. Control him all the way.
Wait, it says hold select and click Y to wave hand. Oh my god! Wait! We gotta get in the balance, bro.
Yeah, I couldn't let the investment drop. I couldn't let the investment drop.
Bro.
Oh my god, W Catch agent, thank you so much, bro. What the?
Let me cook.
Oh my god.
Hold on, let Phantom cook, chat.
L1 up.
No, let him cook, bro. Let him. I want up. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. Come on, nigga.
Like, he not trying to get up.
Get up. Should I lock his legs? Oh yeah! Whoa! What the was that? What the was that? Bro, you almost. Okay, wait, hold on.
Okay,
Let him
ready?
stand up.
Ready?
Yes, shoot a standing.
I'm doing it.
Hey!
Let me.
Okay. Cook. Now get him to turn. Whoa! Okay. Okay. I got him. Cool. Now get him to turn around.
Get him turn around?
Yes.
I got him.
Yes. Okay. Stop. Let us stop. Okay. Get it to Wave. Wait. We gotta wait. The command is right there. Wait.
Honestly, chat, legitimately, $70,000 is a lot for this, depending on what it does besides this. Because people have built self-balancing robots for like a lot cheaper, right? Honestly, give me 6 months, I can build a self-balancing robot for cheaper than $70,000. Like, I've seen people on YouTube build self-balancing robots with like a box of scraps. You know what I mean?
Okay. Wait, get it to handshake.
Let me say hi to me. Say hi to me, nigga.
Say hi to me, nigga. What the? Handshake.
Just give me for to be honest.
Handshake?
Yeah.
You want a handshake?
Yeah,
Give
I want
me
a
a
handshake.
Give me a handshake.
Nice to meet you, my boy. What the?
I'm about to go stream.
Okay, I'm gonna test something, okay?
Yo, chat.
Oh!
Wait.
Drunk ass nigga. Wait.
No. Sorry. You saying hi to y'all, Chase? Say hi.
Oh my god. Word. This is Jarvis's son. Come over here.
Wait,
now
you
look,
said
though.
this
Hold
is
on.
Jarvis's son? Okay. There's so many things wrong with that sentence. One, Jarvis was an AI, he wasn't a robot. Two, Why his son? Why would it not just be Jarvis himself? Okay, sure, whatever.
Techniques. There's techniques, bro. You gotta get in deeper with that, bro. Hold on, you gotta get deeper with this. Let's get this shit.
How'd you figure it out?
This shit runs deep. Wait, this shit runs deep.
Double click high speed mode. Double click L1.
Okay.
It says he balances, bro. All right. Should I do light? Oh, wait, no, wait. Oh, no!
Nigga. Yo, my bad. Yo, my bad. I didn't know. I thought, nigga, wait. This shit cost 70,000, man. But what the? The nigga in the video did the same thing.
Yo, this is heavy.
He's heavy, right?
Wait, I'm gonna get him. Hold it. Hold him.
Don't show this clip in 20 years.
Put him up. Wait, I'm trying to put him up. Hold on.
Is there a log against this? No, there's no log against beating up a
He
robot.
did do a good job the first couple
Right
kicks.
here. Okay, wait. You gotta kick him soft, bro. Bitch ass nigga. Lame man nigga. Bitch ass nigga. What's that nigga? Nigga, you a robot, nigga. Oh shit. Oh, my bad, my boy.
Are you laughing? I think this is funny. No, I think people if people get like super upset about this, okay, I'm not gonna call him a clinker. Well, let's slow your roll a little bit. Let's slow our roll a little bit. Let's chill. Let's chill. But I will say, if people get like legitimately like mad about this, like legitimately, they're like, robots have rights. How dare you? That's a bit silly, right? I think you can meme and be like, okay, you know what I mean? It's a bit like, maybe let's not create the Terminator or whatever. I think it's fine to have like a little bit of like, maybe that's a bit far. But like, if you like legitimately get upset, just, take a step back.
Nigga, where your mom at? Where your mom at, boy? Where your mom at,
It's for sure, but it's funny.
Where your mom? Oh! What the?
And that's why you should never bully.
And that's why you should never bully. Thanks, Agent.
What's that?
Yeah, he had a little seizure.
Wait, hold on. Let him get up.
Get that nigga.
Let him get up. Let him get up. Let him get up. Let him get up.
Fight back.
Dude, this is how the robot invasion start. By the way,
I know.
get to bullying the robot, and then he makes robot friends.
And of course, out of everywhere in this house, nigga. Literally, chat.
Yo.
And it's extra heavy. Watch out.
Bro, this is 70,000, bro.
Oh, he's tweaking, bro.
Slow it down.
He's tweaking,
Stand
my boy.
him up. Alright, watch out, okay?
Okay, let him sit straight. Okay, there you go.
Okay.
This nigga's tweaking, bro. Okay, he can do more cool shit, bro.
Yeah, we gotta figure it out.
Wait, he can grab shit. Hold on. Wait, let's give him a knife.
That's an
What?
awful idea.
What? Let's get him a what? Why would you put a knife in the robot's hands you were just bullying? Let's get him a knife?
Oh!
Oh!
Okay. What the f? I seen this part. He can spread his legs here.
Why you wasn't?
It was in the commercial.
Why'd you buy the one that can spread his legs? I'm just saying. Why'd you buy the one that can spread its legs, Kai? What that mean?
Bro, get up, bro.
If he can get up from laying down,
He
that's
can.
tough.
He
That's
can.
tough.
He can, bro. He can.
Wait, pick him up again.
I'm heavy, bro.
Look at him up.
Whoa, this.
Yo, what's up, bro?
Hold on, yeah, let the nigga use the bathroom.
Dumbass.
packages? Hey. My home for school, you're not letting fucking play with me. Go to your room. Go to your room. Go. 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 Go.
Hey, man, nigga.
Okay.
This little nigga funny as shit.
Okay, he was funny when he hit the door.
Oh, wait, hold on. His arm's hooked. Oh, shit. Hold on. His arm's hooked.
It is to what?
I don't know what.
Be careful.
So I was gonna wake up this thing and hold it by his bed.
No, don't practice.
That bitch. I'm gonna hurt you, man.
So far.
Cam, I got. But I gotta put him right here. Yeah, robot. Oh my god! Oh my god! Pick it up. What?
Okay, they officially gave up of trying to they gave up trying to figure out what else he can do, and they just keep beating him up.
Juggernaut.
That's fine. You update that? Maybe he just needs an update.
That's what I'm saying. Get out, boy. What the fuck is you in? Hey, you nigga. Oh! Yeah, we gotta stop doing that. Yeah, we gotta.
Look at how he fell, bro. Look at how he fell.
You just chill, bro.
Yeah, bro. I spent 70 bins, bro. I gotta stop doing that.
Hey, you kicking this nigga around like he's 2,000.
I know, that's what I'm saying, bro. Chat, I'm wilding right now, chat. Chat, we're bugging right now, bro.
Let him brush right there. Oh, look, right?
Hey, yo! Hey, yo! Hey, no!
What the back shot
Position? Man's a
Nah, what's up?
Okay, that's it. That's it. Oh yeah, that's some funny moments in here. It made me laugh. I don't think it's anything crazy. Like I don't think like Kai needs to be taken down for being mean to this robot or whatever. Yeah, I am curious about. This video is 46 minutes long. Comments are angry comments are bots. That's not bad content. It is. I will say it's a waste of $70,000, but I get it for the novelty of it. I get for the novelty of it, like. What was the title? Which title? This one? Kai Snap buys a $70,000 robot? Oh, this one. Anyway. But yeah. Before I got interrupted, we were talking about Together for Black Brilliance. I'm wondering when the front page thing will start. Because I would like to be on the front page. I think it'll be sick. I think it'll be cool. But it's me right there. Yeah. Is XTC view botting? I don't know. So we'll see when this starts. It's supposed to start the 31st, and today is the 31st, but I don't know when on the 31st. So we will see. We shall see. I do have to run to the bathroom.
Normally in...
I also want to talk about DEI and people blaming DEI for the plane crash.
VidIQ.
Also, I found this video as well about vidIQ exploiting small creators. I want to look at that as well, but I have to run to the bathroom real quick, and so we're gonna play. Where's the? Oh, we'll play Phil DeFranco while I wait.
Donald Trump's now blaming DEI, Obama, and Biden over last night's tragic crash between an American Airlines flight and a Black Hawk helicopter. RFK Jr., Tulsi Gabbard, and Kash Patel had their confirmation hearings today, and once again we saw some fireworks. Trump's new patriotic education and indoctrination executive orders have sparked new concerns. And what's really going on with Trump's Guantanamo Bay migrant plan? We're talking about all that and much more on today's brand new Philip DeFranco show. You daily dive into the news, how it's being covered, and how people are reacting to it. And unfortunately, the first thing that we have to talk about today is that tragedy struck late last night in Washington, D.C. after an American Airlines flight and an Army Black Hawk helicopter collided near Reagan International Airport. Right, while information is still coming in, what we do know is that both crafts crashed into the Potomac River and there are no survivors. And that, despite there initially being reports that some bodies were recovered and rushed to the hospital, but even if they survived the crash, the issue was the river itself. It's currently like 36 degrees and you don't need to be in there very long to die of hypothermia. And with that, as of recording, I'll say recovery efforts are still ongoing and we don't know a ton about the victims. Now there, President Trump did say in a press conference this morning that a full list will eventually be released, but until then, all we really know is that members of US figure skating were on board. With it also believed that Russian figure skaters were among the victims, and we're still trying to piece together exactly what happened, but here's what we know so far. Released audio shows that just 30 seconds before the crash, air traffic control asked the helicopter, with CRG there being the American Airlines flight, and then they were asked again before the Black Hawk responded. But then, just after that, the two collided right over the Potomac, with the Black Hawk being right in the flight path of the airline trying to land. Now, why the helicopter was over the approach to a runway, that is unclear, although Army helicopters near Reagan are fairly common, as past footage from the airport shows. Right, the area is also used by the Army for training, with Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth saying it was a fairly experienced crew that was doing an annual required night evaluation, adding they did have night vision goggles. And now, because of this incident, we're seeing that the entire 12th Aviation Battalion will have their operations paused until an investigation is finished. One thing we saw a lot of people mentioning is that the anti-collision mechanisms commercial aircraft have didn't seem to help. Right, it's called TCAS, and the issue is that it turns itself off below 1,000 feet, right around the altitude helicopters operate. Right, and that because at that height, the plane will always be close to something dangerous, and the notifications that TCAS provides pilots, it would just be distracting when trying to land or take off. Also, with this, of course, one of the big questions is who is at fault? And with that, President Trump paradoxically gave two answers today. On the one hand, he said that the investigation needs to take place and that it needs to be done quickly to figure out exactly what happened. But then he also went on to say,
we do not know what led to this crash, but we have some very strong opinions and ideas, and I think we'll probably state those opinions now. Because over the years I've watched as things like this happen and they say, well, we're always investigating, and then the investigation 3 years later, they announce it. We think we have some pretty good ideas.
And that is where things kind of just went off the rails. Right? Because despite saying that an investigation needs to happen, it also looked like he already jumped to conclusions and seemingly blamed the Black Hawk pilots, DEI initiatives, and air traffic control to varying degrees. Like, for example, in a single train of thought, Trump hit both the helicopter pilots and ATC.
For some reason, you had a helicopter that was at the same height, obviously when they hit, but pretty much the same height, and going at an angle that was unbelievably bad. When the air traffic controller said, do you see, he was talking about, do you see him? But there was very little time left when that was stated. And then also, he said, follow him in, and then follow him in. That means like everything's fine, follow him in. You had a pilot problem from the standpoint of the helicopter, because it was visual. It was a very clear night, but we had a situation where you had a helicopter that had the ability to stop. I have helicopters. You can stop a helicopter very quickly. It had the ability to turn, and the turn it made was not the correct turn, obviously. It did somewhat the opposite of what it was told. We don't know that that would have been the difference because the timing was so tight.
But then the thing that Donald Trump and other officials who spoke at the conference touched on the most was DEI, where Trump spoke multiple times about it and seemingly suggested it was at least partially linked when he said,
we must have only the highest standards for those who work in our aviation system. I changed the Obama standards from very mediocre at best to extraordinary. You remember that. Only the highest aptitude.
I'm back.
late last night in Donald Trump's now blaming DEI, Obama, and Biden over last night's tragic crash between an American Airlines flight and a Black Hawk helicopter. RFK Jr., Tulsi Gabbard, and Kash Patel had their confirmation hearings today, and once again we saw some fireworks. Trump's new patriotic education and indoctrination executive order.
A lot of history fans are canceling their subs because they've been canceling members only streams constantly for 3 months, and the nuke, including yesterday, it didn't drop. Some people in the sub saying that they don't even care about the video; they just want the era to end. Yeah, I think that's most people's consensus about the content nuke. It's the fans don't want it, the haters want it just to laugh at it. It's not for anybody except for maybe Ethan himself. And to be honest, I think just everybody involved except for Ethan kind of wants like Ethan to just move on. Like. And I kind of like watching the crash out as well. Yeah, but like, it's like, again, it's like watching a car wreck. Watching it happen is like interesting. But then like, afterwards, you're just sitting and watching two crashed cars sit and take up space in the traffic. You're just like, why? You know what I mean? Will Ethan's video be a nothing burger? I think so. It'll be all old stuff. I don't think there's anything new that's gonna be added. That's get old eventually. At some point, it ended. Yeah. Someone was tearing it apart last night. Try to edit more now. His points is pulled from his ex-best. Yeah. I saw members in a genuine moment introspected and said, Ethan, with peace and love, understand that Hasan hurt your feelings. But now there are genuine evil people in the world right now. It's actually pretty interesting because like now that Trump's in office, like Ethan, focus on Trump and stuff. Like the Republicans are here. Which is it's pretty interesting that that's what it took for so many people to get around to it. But like they're not wrong, right? Like if you think Hasan is the greatest evil that is currently exists right now, then I think you need to have some introspection. You need to figure out, okay, maybe I should come around to like, you feel me? The idea that like I should focus on something else.
Borders have sparked new concerns, and what's really going on with Trump's Guantanamo Bay migrant plan. We're talking about all that and much more on today's brand new Philip DeFranco show. You daily dive into the news.
Does anybody else feel like these Philip DeFranco shows will just get longer and longer? Is it just me? But recently, they feel like they've been like 46 minutes is long, right? 46 minutes, 47 minutes. This is 24, 28, 28, 32, 31. He's been at 20 minutes, yeah, and like now like 40, 50 minutes. I'm just like, geez Louise, is this what Trump does to us?
How it's being covered and how people are reacting to it. And unfortunately, the first thing that we have to talk about today is that tragedy struck late last night in Washington, D.C. after an American Airlines flight and an Army Black Hawk helicopter collided near Reagan International Airport. Right, while information is still coming in, what we do know is that both crafts crashed into the Potomac River and there are no survivors. And that, despite there initially being reports that some bodies were recovered and rushed to the hospital, but even if they survived the crash, the issue was the river itself. It's currently like 36 degrees and you don't need to be in there very long to die of hypothermia. And with that, as of recording, I'll say recovery efforts are still ongoing and we don't know a ton about the victims. Now there, President Trump did say in a press conference this morning that a full list will eventually be released, but until then, all we really know is that members of US figure skating were on board. With it also believed that Russian figure skaters were among the victims, and we're still trying to piece together exactly what happened, but here's what we know so far. Released audio shows that just 30 seconds before the crash, air traffic control asked the helicopter, with CRG there being the American Airlines flight, and then they were asked again before the Black Hawk responded. But then, just after that, the two corresponded. But then, just after that, the two collided right over the Potomac, with the Black Hawk being right in the flight path of the airline trying to land. Now, why the helicopter was over the approach to a runway, that is unclear, although Army helicopters near Reagan are fairly common, as past footage from the airport shows. Right, the area is also used by the Army for training, with Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth saying it was a fairly experienced crew that was doing an annual required night evaluation, adding they did have night vision goggles. And now, because of this incident, we're seeing that the entire 12th Aviation Battalion will have their operations paused until an investigation is finished. One thing we saw a lot of people mentioning is that that the anti-collision mechanisms commercial aircraft have didn't seem to help, right? It's called TCAS, and the issue is that it turns itself off below 1,000 feet, right around the altitude helicopters operate, right? And that because at that height, the plane will always be close to something dangerous, and the notifications that TCAS provides pilots, it would just be distracting when trying to land or take off. Also, with this, of course, one of the big questions is who is at fault? And with that, President Trump paradoxically gave two answers today. On the one hand, he said that the investigation needs to take place and that it needs to be done quickly to figure out exactly what happened. But then he also went on to say,
we do not know what led to this crash, but we have some very strong...
I didn't see the Obama stuff. Like, I heard DEI, right? But I didn't hear like him and Biden. I didn't hear him blame Obama. Did I miss that yesterday?
Opinions and ideas, and I think we'll probably state those opinions now. Because over the years I've watched as things like this happen and they say, well, we're always investigating, and then the investigation 3 years later, they announce it. We think we have some pretty good ideas.
And that is where things kind of just went off the rails. Because despite saying that an investigation needs to happen, it also looked like he already jumped to conclusions and seemingly blamed the Black Hawk pilots, DEI initiatives, and air traffic control to varying degrees. Like, for example...
Oh, yeah, this is true. Like, nobody involved. None of the pilots involved were black. Right? The pilot of the Black Hawk was, like, white. And so now I've seen that they've shifted away from being like, oh, it's black, DEI, it's racial DEI, to like, oh, maybe it's disability DEI. Maybe it's like he had like a disability and he was hired because he was disabled. Like, which also doesn't make sense because like he's in the army. In the army, like, it's pretty strict about not letting disabled people in. You feel me?
For example, in a single train of thought, Trump hit both the helicopter pilots and ATC.
For some reason, he had a helicopter that was at the same height, obviously when they hit, but pretty much the same.
He was talking about people address because he's the head of transportation, but who else knows? Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to tell when they say DEI, which DEI they're talking about. You know what I mean?
Height and going at an angle that was unbelievably bad. When the air traffic controller said, do you see, he was talking about, do you see him? But there was very little time left when that was stated. And then also he said, follow him in, and then follow him in. That means like everything's fine, follow him in. You had a pilot problem from the standpoint of the helicopter. I mean,
and it's so not funny, but like, interesting because like the helicopter pilot is not just like any old, he's in the military. You feel me? Like, what are we talking about here? Like, it's not like he's like, how are you going to claim DEI for a military pilot? But I guess they're saying like trans people are in the military, so like it's all woke now.
Because it was visual, it was a very clear night, but we had a situation where
does it say the white pilots are taking over?
You had a helicopter that had the ability to stop. I have helicopters. You can stop a helicopter.
They're saying because because DEI lowers the standards, that means now other people have to pick up the standards, and that's why he was doing. And so this pilot was actually overworked. We overworked this pilot because he has black colleagues. Therefore, it's still DEI. I don't think that's gonna fly for most people, honestly. I don't think that's gonna fly for most people.
It had the ability to turn, and the turn it made was not
too far, right? If it was a black pilot, I think some people would be like, okay, black pilot, black people can't fly planes or whatever, like that. It's a very easy leap for stupid people to make. That's too far. Like, oh, it wasn't a black pilot, it was a white pilot, but because there are black pilots that do exist, and because there are black people in the military, they lower the standards and they do less work because black people are inherently more lazy. Therefore, the white pilots have to take over the workload of black pilots. And therefore, this specific pilot could potentially have been overworked because he was taking over of the work of the black people in his orbit. Therefore, that's why the crash happened. Like, it's too far. It's too far. People stop listening by the time you get to that point. You know what I mean? Like, people will just stop listening by that point.
The correct turn, obviously. And it did somewhat the opposite of what it was told. we don't know that that would have been the difference because the timing was so tight.
But then the thing that Donald Trump and other officials who spoke at the conference touched on the most was DEI, where Trump spoke multiple times about it and seemingly suggested it was at least partially linked when he said,
We must have only the highest standards for those who work in our aviation system. I changed the Obama standards from
okay, that's where Obama gets mentioned.
very mediocre at best to extraordinary. You remember that. Only the highest aptitude. They have to be the highest intellect and psychologically superior people.
We heard that too. I was like, that sounds like super racist if you were to ask me. What do I know? You know what I mean? I don't have the highest aptitudes according to these people.
Were allowed to qualify for air traffic controllers. And then when I left office and Biden took over, he changed them back to lower than ever before. I put safety first. Obama, Biden, and the Democrats put policy first. And they put politics at a level that nobody's ever seen, because this was the lowest level.
We also then saw Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy spending most of his time also talking about DEI.
When we deal with safety, we can only accept the best and the brightest, the most intelligent coming into these spaces. We commit to them that we are going to get to the bottom of this investigation, not in 3 years, not in 4 years, but as quickly as possible. What happened yesterday shouldn't...
I like the insinuation that the pilot was stupid. Minty Knox, what's up? It's a cool emote.
have happened. It should not have happened. And when Americans take off in airplanes, they should expect to land at their destination.
Right, and then Hegseth did the same.
I think the president is right. There was some sort of an elevation issue that we have immediately begun investigating. But I want to echo what the Transportation Secretary and you, Mr. President, said, because it pertains to the DOD as well. We will have the best and brightest in every position possible.
Then why are you here? Like, no offense to this guy. Or actually, all offense to this guy. If you want the best and the brightest, none of you would be in your positions. If I'm being entirely real and honest. Like, you are a nepotism hire. You're a nepo baby. Because you were nice to Trump on Fox News, you got the position. Like, you're nothing but the highest amount of disrespect.
As you said in your inaugural, it is colorblind and merit-based.
Then why are you here? Like, genuinely, how can you say this as a Fox News host? Not to be the whole like, oh, we need the Department of Defense to be run by a great military man with a tenure of service or anything stupid like that. But like, compared Biden's, Secretary of Defense to this guy, it's night and day. Like, bro was like an army captain, and like that's it. Biden had like a 4-star general. Like, if we're talking about merit-based, you would not be, if there's even a single 4-star general if there's even a single captain that serves longer than him, if there's a single, major or colonel, full bird colonel, if there's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? Wait, probably 5. It's not the 5. 5-star generals, right? Any number of those people would be more qualified for this position than he is. And he's talking about like merit-based, only the best person for the position. Also, pick me. I'm just a army captain that like thousands of people in this country have been.
Of DEI.
Maybe if I would have done 6 was someone too. True.
Is gone at the Defense Department, and we need the best and brightest, whether it's in our air traffic control or whether it's in our generals.
I mean, it even got to a point where
the entire conversation is a application on Glassdoor, warehouse position, entry level PhD required, 5 years of experience. They want the best and offer $40K a year. True.
Reporters in the room were confused about why so much focus was being placed on DEI with questions like,
are you saying this crash was somehow caused and the result of diversity hiring? And what evidence have you seen to support these claims?
It just could have been.
Right, many feeling that it was very odd that Trump would say that an investigation needs to happen, right? We need to get the answers, but then seemingly giving concrete answers about what occurred, which led to one reporter asking,
you are blaming Democrats and DEI policies and air traffic control and seemingly the member of the U.S. military who was flying that Black Hawk helicopter. Don't you think you're getting ahead of the investigation right now?
No, I don't think so at all.
But is then also seeing
blamed the diversity elements, but then told us that you weren't sure that the controllers made any mistake. We then said perhaps the helicopter pilots were the ones who made the mistake.
It's all under investigation.
I understand that. That's why I'm trying to figure out how you can come to the conclusion right now that diversity had something to do with this crash.
Because I have common sense, okay? And unfortunately, a lot of people don't.
And it kind of appeared that only Vice President J.D. Vance seemed to realize that Trump's earlier comments very much sounded like he was saying that DEI was somehow related to the traffic controller in this incident. And so we saw him try to back up a bit and say
something the president said that I think bears re-emphasizing, which is that when you don't have the best standards in who you're hiring, it means on the one hand, you're not getting the best people in government, but on the other hand, it puts stresses on the people who are already there. And I think that is a core part of what President Trump is going to bring and has already brought to Washington, D.C. is we want to hire the best people because we want the best people at air traffic control, and we want to make sure we have enough people at air traffic control who are actually competent to do the job.
Now with everything
that's so crazy. You know what? If I was a part of air traffic control and heard this, I'd quit. Legitimately, if I was a part of air traffic control and I heard this, I'd be like, all right, have fun. Have fun. And make them deal with the shortage. Make them deal with the shortage. Did they not cut staff? They did cut staff. They are understaffed right now. They are currently understaffed.
Thing that we've talked about and shown, you might think that DEI programs may have affected who.
I mean, they'd have to still deal with. They're already currently understaffed. Even if people quit, right? They would have to find replacements, right? If they can't. They will. The economy will crash. If there are not enough people in the air traffic control towers, people can't fly. And if people can't fly, the economy is cooked. So are we just going to start banning women and black people from certain professions? They're not going to say that, but basically, yes. You need to work in an airport and I'd quit too.
Who is hired to be an air traffic controller. But to be clear, from everything we can see, DEI programs at the FAA do not affect who is hired to be an air traffic controller, despite Trump making it seem like the FAA was letting people with intellectual disabilities apply. We're talking about a job that requires a ton of classes and exams to be passed in order to get the role. And then, on top of that, you generally need to work in the field for years before getting assigned to a major airport like Reagan. None of those requirements change because of any...
But have you considered that maybe a black person was in the room? You know, maybe it was that guy's fault.
DEI-related criteria. I mean, I don't know how much the general public knows about this space, but it is not uncommon for entire classes to fail the exam sometimes, and it is considered one of the hardest gigs to get into, both in the private and public sectors. And that's probably because one fuck-up leads to dozens or even more deaths, right? And so TLDR here, if you are an air traffic controller, it's either because you passed a hard-as-fuck exam and course, or you have years of experience because of a job in the military and then still had to pass a hard-as-fuck exam. It's such a tough field to get into that the FAA actually has a major shortage of air traffic controllers right now. And actually, this incident may end up being a prime example of that, with us now seeing the FAA releasing a report that there were staffing issues at the control tower last night that possibly led to the controller doing the job of 2 people at once. Also, with everything here, we saw a lot of people reacting to the idea that the FAA somehow got worse under Biden, and that included former Transportation Secretary.
5 years, they lost more. We probably have to close smaller airports, and some people travel further to reach an airport. Yeah, and maybe then people will like actually stand up against this rhetoric. You know what I mean? Once it starts affecting their bottom line, and once they have to start paying more money to travel the same distance, like the same, like, you know, destinations that takes like maybe hours longer, you will see an actual uprising of people standing up against like this rhetoric, because a lot of people aren't going to say anything until it like actually affects them, you know? And like, and by the time it gets to that point where like it does get to a point where they end up pushing out women, black people, disabled people or whatever from these industries, right? Once it gets to that point, you think it's the same nano effect. We're still going to be traveling further to get to the same, you know, destination in a longer period of time. Obviously, I have this bookmark to talk about. There's a lot of words that I didn't want to read it.
Pete Buttigieg, you know, it made sense that he had something to say beyond just being the guy who used to be in charge, right? I mean, Trump explicitly said,
he's just got a good line of bullshit. And while he runs it, 45,000 people, and he's run it right into the ground with his diversity.
And to all that, we saw Buttigieg write, despicable. As families grieve, Trump should be leading, not lying. We put safety first, drove down close calls, grew air traffic control, and had 0 commercial airline crash fatalities out of millions of flights on our watch. And adding, President Trump now oversees the military and the FAA. One of his first acts was to fire and suspend some of the key personnel who helped keep our skies safe. Time for the president to show actual leadership and explain what he will do to prevent this from happening again. And Buttigieg is absolutely right about the crash stats. This is the first major accident like this in like 16 years. And with everything going on, I'm sure there's going to be more jabs back and forth with the DEI stuff as the investigation goes on, especially as it is very clear that the Trump administration is hyper-focused on that angle right now. Though there you have some saying it's to be expected to attack and try to deflect, especially in an effort to keep people from blaming him for the reasons Pete Buttigieg mentioned. But in the meantime, we're gonna have to wait to see what comes from the investigations and see who is at fault here and what other information comes out. But then to give you something different, let's talk about some what the fuck news that is not on the international or national stage, but more specific, individuals. And I've got 2 for you, but I'll start with this first one. Because there are a lot of fun things you can do with a baby. You can dress it up like Tom Cruise, you can play peekaboo, oh, I disappeared, no, I didn't, that crushes. You know, there are a lot of fun things you can do with a baby. You can dress it up as Tom Cruise, you can play a game of peekaboo, I disappeared, no, I didn't, that crushes. But not everyone's
Did that play twice? Is nobody in the comments talking about that? He did 2 takes? And I get that. They edited both takes in there. Respect.
Laughing right now about what this 25-year-old guy did with a baby for a viral TikTok. And that because, as you can see, he's wiping off a car's windshield using what? A baby. And granted, while the baby is bundled up and face up, he still had a lot of people pissed, especially around him going
Bro, why is he
wider
flinging that baby like that?
Faster with the baby at one point. With one attorney, for example, telling KFDM News that he was outraged when he saw the video and he immediately called the police department in Port Arthur, Texas, where the footage was reportedly shot. And so with that, you have the cops saying they reported the case to Child Protective Services and they opened an investigation.
I get it. You want to be a funny video with your baby? You put the baby on the windshield, you know, you wipe it around a little bit, you laugh and joke or whatever, but like you're not flinging the baby. The baby's head's whipping. Like, that's chill.
Investigation of their own, with the police chief there saying it's a sad situation. I know a lot of people go to
social
social
babies up in the air. Yeah, and that's crazy. That's honestly how you got the. Okay, I won't say what I was gonna say.
Media, and they are looking for clicks, but this is not a deal where you should put a baby on the windshield. Now with that, reportedly they identified the man, they visited his apartment, and they checked on the baby, which they said was okay, with them also adding that it is 3 months old, in case you were wondering. So now where we're at is that the cops are saying that they're putting together a case and hope to charge the man with child endangerment. And this also is 2 other women, one of whom is believed to be the mother, were reportedly with him while he turned the baby into a windshield.
What do you mean? Who was the other woman? Was it a poly relationship? Question mark?
Wiper, and so it's unclear whether they're going to be culpable too. But you know, with all that, I gotta pass the question off to you. What are your thoughts here? Because depending on where you go on the internet, very, very different.
Okay, I also want to skip to the Guantanamo Bay thing as well.
Over at beautifulbastard.com. But then, shifting gears, we need to talk about how Donald Trump's now building a massive detention facility at Guantanamo Bay to hold tens of thousands of migrants. Or another way of saying it, how we've seen a number of people saying it online, is that Donald Trump might be building his first concentration camp. At least, you know, according to the dictionary. Because you have folks pointing to different definitions, including...
I mean, if we're being real, and I saw this on Twitter as well, like, it's not like we didn't have concentration camps. Like, do people forget Trump's full first presidency where we talked about like kids in cages consistently? Like the kids in cages didn't end when Trump left office, didn't end when Biden took office, didn't end when Biden left office. Like it's not a thing that like ended. It's still a thing that exists. It's a thing, but people kind of forgot about it and like until Trump came back. Like, oh no, now he's doing concentration camps. Like obviously, yeah, technically Obama did start it, right? Like obviously, you know, shipping migrants to Guantanamo Bay and holding them in a concentration camp is a bad thing. But like, let's not act like it's a new thing that has existed.
Place where large numbers of people are kept as prisoners in extremely bad conditions, especially for political reasons, as well as the confined numbers of people are kept as prisoners in extremely bad conditions, especially for political reasons, as well as the confinement of persons, quote, as a result of their membership in a group the government has identified as dangerous or undesirable, with other key characteristics mentioned, including being for reasons of state security in a relatively small area with inadequate facilities and without hearing.
Oh, we'll get to Cenk, indeed. We'll get to Cenk in the things that he says, because he does say things for some reason, I guess.
hearings or without trial. But with all that and people saying what they're saying, I think you should also just take a listen to what Trump said yourself.
We have 30,000 beds in Guantanamo to detain the worst criminal illegal aliens threatening the American people. Some of them are so bad we don't even...
Man, this guy sucks. He sucks, dog.
Trust the countries to hold them because we don't want them coming back, so we're going to send them out to Guantanamo. This will double our capacity immediately, right? And tough. That's a tough place to get out of. Today's signings bring us one step closer to eradicating the scourge of migrant crime in our communities once and for all.
And so with this, I really want to unpack why the idea of all of this is so alarming to so many people. And we're going to start there with a brief history of Guantanamo Bay. Because while you might know the gist, specifically, it's a naval base in a part of southeastern Cuba seized by the American military in 1898, within 45 square miles, later being indefinitely leased to the United States government for only about $4,000 a year. Though despite the crazy low rent, it is incredibly costly, in part because it's home to what's been described as the most expensive prison on Earth. Or with that being the Guantanamo Bay military prison, which opened in 2002 and has long held detainees taken into custody after the 9/11 attacks, many of whom had reportedly been tortured before being brought there, with them then suffering conditions at Guantanamo that have been described as cruel, inhumane, and degrading. And while with that, many aren't going to shed a tear for them, it's important to say that nearly 800 people have been detained, and most of them were never charged. With that including 9 men.
And I don't think the people even who were detained should be tortured. That's just me, though. I am categorically anti-torture. But what do I know?
Who died in prison, 6 by suspected suicide, and now only 15 remain, including the alleged mastermind of 9/11. But with that, and this is a key thing, what less people know about Guantanamo.
Passive Pig, thank you for the 4-month subscription. Happy to support your work. Thanks for the content. Of course. Welcome in. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. We're talking about some Trump stuff. And we have a few things lined up on the content docket. But if the nuke drops, we'll watch it today. But there's a good chance it won't drop until later on, until after I end stream. But we'll see.
Guantanamo is that separate from the military prison.
Not all people, not all of them were even terrorists. They were just, weren't they just regular Muslim people? Yes. But I think Phil DeFranco was trying to describe here, but the way he described it made it sound like there was some level of like justification for people being held in Guantanamo Bay and tortured. You know what I mean? Him saying many people aren't going to shed a tear for that.
It's actually long been used to hold migrants. People aside, and now only 15 remain, including the alleged mastermind of 9/11. But with that, and this is a key thing, what less people know about Guantanamo is that separate from the military prison, it has actually long been used to hold migrants. In fact, it's a practice going back decades through both Democratic and Republican administrations. And specifically, this has taken place in a facility known as the Guantanamo Migrant Operations Center, with a facility primarily holding migrants who have been picked up at sea. And in the 1990s, for example, when it started, it held more than 45,000 people fleeing crises in both Haiti and Cuba. Though I will
Blue
say,
Star, thank you for the Prime subscription. Much appreciated. Welcome in. Hello. Chat, did you know that if you want to subscribe, it's free with the Twitch Prime? If you connect your Amazon Prime account with your Twitch account, it's free. Doesn't cost any money, right? So if you have an Amazon Prime account, you do not use it for a Twitch Prime account, you are wasting $6 a month, throwing it down the drain, right? So make sure you use it on your favorite broadcaster. Hopefully that's me. And it should be me. If it's not me, just make sure you use it so that it comes back sooner next month. So then you can use that one on me. So, boom. Great. Actually racist if you don't do it. Exactly. You're actually racist if you don't do it. This is true. This is true. Omni Audio, thank you for the Prime. W. Omni Audio uses Twitch Prime. Boost up, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Much appreciated. Shout out to the 5 gifteds. Thank you. I do appreciate it. I don't know if you saw it up there above me, but if we hit 1K subs, I turn off ads. But of course, you can just escape ads by just going to YouTube as well.
On the audio, just subscribed.
Which you could also membership on YouTube if you want to. People don't do it. But like, I mean, you can if you want to. You feel me? Here. Carter raises works. Have been much smaller. 21,000 followers. We are less than 200 followers away from 21,000. That's pretty cool. That's pretty interesting.
The Times, for example, reporting that just 37 migrants were held there from 2020 to 2023. But in any case, with all that regarding the numbers, you also had the internet.
Racist. That's wild.
National Refugee Assistance Project releasing a scathing report on refugee detention at Guantanamo last year, with them accusing the United States of detaining migrants fleeing Haiti, Cuba, and other Caribbean countries indefinitely in prison-like conditions without access to the outside world and trapped in a punitive system with little to no transparency or accountability. With them then going on to highlight a multitude of health and human rights violations, including substandard living conditions, abusive guards, and forced medical procedures, including forcibly administering birth control. And also with this, last year you had the ACLU suing the US government for information after the Biden administration responded to a Freedom of Information request by claiming the center is not a detention facility and none of the migrants there are detained. However, you have the Trump administration now saying the planned expanded facility is very much intended to be a detention center. And if it actually holds as many as Trump promised, it would far exceed the capacity of existing ICE facilities, with the largest of those having about 2,000 beds, which then would also mean that it almost doubles ICE's detention capacity of 40,000 people currently. Right? And so with all that, the Trump administration will reportedly ask Congress to fund the expansion of the existing facility as part of a Republican spending bill that's in the works. So I will say it is unclear how much that facility would cost and when it would be completed. And so given the history of Guantanamo and given what many have seen from Donald Trump regarding immigration and the increased ICE raids and everything that's happening right now, it's why we're seeing so many people right now concerned and why there's been so much backlash. I mean, even had the Cuban president chiming in, describing the plan as an act of brutality in illegally occupied territory, with him then emphasizing the proposed site would be next to the well-known prisons of torture and illegal detention. You also had the ACLU saying this would be a disastrous mistake and adding, sending scores of immigrants to an inaccessible military base in Cuba could enable the government to deprive them of basic human rights, far from lawyers, the press, and congressional oversight. But then adding, unfortunately, that appears to be the point. A point that notably was also made by a lawyer who actually sued the government for the indefinite detention of Haitian refugees at Guantanamo back in the 90s, with him saying Guantanamo is a black hole designed to escape scrutiny and with a dark history of inhumane conditions, and claiming it as a transparent attempt to avoid legal oversight that will fail. And then finally in this string of responses, you had people like the head of the Center for Constitutional Rights saying, President Trump's decision to use Guantanamo, global symbol and site of lawlessness, torture, and racism to house immigrants should horrify us all. And saying, like many of Trump's authoritarian attacks on human rights, this one has shameful precedents in U.S. history. Saying the order sends a clear message. Migrants and asylum seekers are being
Kobe, thank you for the 105 bits. Much appreciated. Hype train is going, chat. So make sure to sub, gift, and bit if you want the hype train emotes. Also, I think it helps me in the algorithm. Maybe it'll push me to the top of the Black Brilliance thing and not to the bottom. I still can't believe they sent me to the bottom like Rosa Parks. Look at that. They sent me to the bottom, the back of the bus. Like Rosa Parks. You have to scroll 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 5 different things. I was about to go get the Henny. Insane
Chotchki
asylum.
gifted a tier 1 sub to feature. They have given 105 gift subs in the channel.
Chotchki, thank you for the gifted sub. Much appreciated. W.
holds as many as Trump promised, it would far exceed the capacity of existing ICE facilities, with the largest of those having about 2,000 beds, which then would also mean that it almost doubled.
Oh, okay. All right, chat. Check. Okay, check the homepage. Am I there? Okay, now I have to check the check incognito.
Solar, I didn't see it. I missed it. Sorry, I was busy waffling. Thank
me. Jackie, thank you for the 100 bits. No, not there. But here's Together for Black Brilliance. Am I still at the bottom? I am still at the bottom. Gosh darn it. They're preying on my downfall. It's fine. But yeah, thank you for the 100 bits. Much appreciated. And we are... Oh, the hype trade ended. RIP. But thanks for all the support.
Doubles ICE's detention capacity of 40,000 people currently. Right? And so with all that, the Trump administration will reportedly ask Congress to fund the expansion of the existing facility as part of a Republican spending bill that's in the works. So I will say it is unclear how much that facility would cost and when it would be completed. And so given the history of Guantanamo and given what many have seen from Donald Trump regarding...
Jeez, what number is it? 10,000? King Henry, thank you for the 10,000 bits. What even is that? Is that... It's $1. It's 10. Is that $100? That's insane. Yo, shout out King Henry, my biggest Oiler. Went for my 7-star. What even is the 7-star? I can't even get it on my own channel because I can't give bits to myself. Is it probably too much?
Immigration and the increased ICE
I
raids.
have to get new bit badges if that's the case. Because after 7 stars, I think that's it.
And everything that's happening right now. It's why we're seeing so many people right now concerned and why there's been so much backlash. I mean, even had the Cuban president chiming in, describing the plan as an act of brutality in illegally occupied territory, with him then emphasizing the proposed site would be next to the well-known prisons of torture and illegal detention. You also had the ACLU saying this would be a disastrous mistake, and adding, sending scores of immigrants to an inaccessible military base in Cuba could enable the government to deprive them of basic human rights, far from lawyers, the press, and congressional oversight. But then adding, unfortunately, that appears to be the point. A point that notably was also made by a lawyer who actually sued the government for the indefinite detention of Haitian refugees at Guantanamo back in the 90s. With him saying Guantanamo is a black hole designed to escape scrutiny and with a dark history of inhumane conditions, and claiming it as a transparent attempt to avoid legal oversight that will fail. And then finally in this string of responses, you had people like the head of the Center for Constitutional Rights saying, President Trump's decision to use Guantanamo, global symbol and site of lawlessness, torture, and racism to house immigrants should horrify us all. And saying, like many of Trump's authoritarian attacks on human rights, this one has shameful precedents in U.S. history. Saying the order sends a clear message. Migrants and asylum seekers are being cast as the new terrorist threat, deserving to be discarded in an island prison removed from legal and social services and supports. Now, with all that said, as far as on the other side, we've seen the newly appointed Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth seemingly trying to offer some reassurances, with him emphasizing that migrant detainees would not be held in the military prison, and also claiming that migrants would not be held indefinitely.
This is not the camps.
Okay,
They're
how
not
long would
putting
they
criminals
held
in camps where ISIS and other criminals. This is a temporary transit, which is already the mission of Naval Station Guantanamo Bay, where we can plus up thousands and tens of thousands if necessary to humanely move illegals out of our country where they do not belong back to the countries where they came from in proper process.
But with all that, right, if we go back,
I don't like this guy. I won't say how I feel about him or what I think should happen. I don't like him though. He gives me bad vibes.
back to Trump's announcement, you have people saying Trump seemingly is open to indefinite detention, noting that he said,
Some of them are so bad we don't even trust the countries to hold them because we don't want them coming back, so we're going to send them out to Guantanamo.
And in fact, Trump has in the past pushed for policies to allow the indefinite detention of migrant families and children. And then, as far as the whole thing that this would be about going after criminals, well, I mean, that was also supposed to be true with the ICE raids. But on this last Sunday, for example, only about half of the 1,179 arrests that were made were considered criminal arrests. And then, I mean, we've even seen US citizens getting caught up in some cases. And of course, all of this is Trump has expanded a process known as expedited removal, which some say enables the deportation of migrants without due process. And so with all of that combined, it brings us back to the people who have said that Trump's mass deportation plan, it echoes concentration camp history even before this Guantanamo order. And also, I'll add here that this announcement isn't the only immigration update that we have today. Right? And that because one, the Guantanamo announcement came as Trump signed
this also happened as well yesterday.
and Riley Act into law, which is a law that'll now require undocumented immigrants who are arrested for theft or violent crimes to be held in jail pending trial, which is something that critics have said violates immigrants' basic rights by allowing them to be detained even if they haven't been charged with wrongdoing, much less convicted. And two, Trump has now ended Biden's extension of temporary protected status for hundreds of thousands of Venezuelan migrants. And here we've seen Kristi Noem, the new DHS secretary, announcing the decision on Fox and saying,
people of this country want these dirtbags out. They want their communities to be safe.
With all that said, I gotta pass the question off to you. What are your thoughts here? Do aspects of the whole thing feel just egregious and wrong, or no, it makes sense? Is it just somewhere concerning for you? Well, what camp are you landing in? But then, moving on from that, we need to talk about Donald Trump's new executive orders for what he called patriotic education, as well as the indoctrination of our kids. Because Trump is trying to make some big changes to education in the US. And specifically here, he signed.
What, is he killing critical race theory again? Is he going against wokeness?
Signed 3 controversial executive orders, and we'll start with the first one entitled Ending Radical Indoctrination in K-12 Schooling. Although there, we've seen people saying it should be called Starting Conservative Indoctrination in K-12 Schooling. Right? And so specifically, the order claims that parents have witnessed schools indoctrinate their children in radical...
landing. Really? W, it works, chat. Welcome in. Hello. We're covering the news right now. I can't believe that works. It's the first chatter coming in from the homepage recommendation. Love that. Welcome in. You are welcome here. We are a very welcoming and opening community. Chat, where's our community song at? It was like 15 minutes ago. I have to wait to chat. I don't think any mods are here right now. I'm sorry, you need new mods. We'll turn off the follower only mode for a little bit. You both did the same thing, but you spelled princess wrong. How do I change that? How do I change that? Settings, stream. Moderation. Oh, follower mode. We'll do 0 minutes. We'll see how that goes. Let's see what changes if it gets bad. Declaration, Moms for Liberty lost the school board elections with this garbage. Now Trump is trying to force it with executive actions. Yeah. But welcome in, chatters. I hope you guys are doing well. Yeah, let's continue with Trump trying to shove conservatism into schools. Nothing new, but like now they have the presidency to do it.
Schooling. Right? And so specifically, the order claims that parents have witnessed schools indoctrinate their children in radical anti-American ideologies while deliberately blocking parental oversight. With it then going on to argue that in many cases, innocent children are compelled to adopt identities as either victims or oppressors solely based on their skin color and other immutable characteristics. With it then finally suggesting that young men and women are
Speaking
made...
of Gnome, she seems to be freezing all federal funding to NGOs. Not sure if it's all or just targeted the ones that operate outside the U.S. Provide for immigrants, with only right-wing media is reporting on it so far. Is that different than Trump's like also federal funding freeze? Also, I don't think she has the authority to do that either, right? Especially if Congress like approved the funding regardless. But we shall see.
To question whether they were born in the wrong body and whether to view their parents and their reality as enemies to be blamed. And so then with all that, the order threatens to withhold federal funding in order to prevent schools from recognizing transgender identities or teaching about concepts.
Which I don't think they can do if the funding was approved by Congress. I don't think so. I'm pretty sure that she's trying to take extra credit from the federal funding freeze.
Such as structural racism, white privilege, and unconscious bias. And then beyond that, the order reestablished.
He's trying to get rid of unconscious bias. That's not a white black thing. The concept of the psychological concept of unconscious bias is not a white black thing, right? Black people can also perpetuate unconscious bias towards people that look like them as well. Like that's not a thing for like on racial lines. Is it basic cornerstone of science? Yeah, like it's like the most bare bones psychological concepts. Like look at the extents like Asian people. He sends to immigrants. Immigrants are more likely to be unconsciously biased towards people that look like them. This is just normal, basic things. It's important to understand so you can then explain the way that people tend to operate. It's not specifically to white people. If you don't believe in science, you're right. You know what I mean?
Establishes the President's Advisory 1776 Commission with the aim of promoting patriotic education, which is something defined as a presentation of the history of America, grounded in, for example, an accurate, honest, unifying, inspiring, and ennobling characterization of America's founding and foundational principles.
Ennobling. Just say you're doing propaganda. Bro said unifying, inspiring, and ennobling characterization of America's founding and foundational principles, bro. Ennobling? Are you kidding me?
As well as the idea is that the U.S. has, quote, admirably grown closer to its noble principles throughout its history, and that the concept, the celebration of America's greatness and history is proper. And so with that, while many of Trump's supporters are loving what they're seeing, there's also a lot of people worried about the curriculum that Trump and Republicans may be trying to promote. They're saying that it sounds like a whitewashed version of American history that...
To be fair, though, it's nothing different than America's been teaching. You feel me? Nothing he said is different than how America's been teaching history. We had a solid like 6 years where people were like, maybe this should change. Nothing changed. Like CRT is not a thing, right? Critical race theory is not a thing being taught in K-12 schools, right? Schools are not teaching kids that like white people are oppressors and black people are victims of oppression. It's not. Most schools like kind of skip over like, you know, the bad things in American history. So they're legislating something that does not exist currently, and it's purely posturing. But it's just kind of funny to see the way they're going now. But yeah, we're gonna stop black people from being taught. That's essentially where they're going.
Downplays the country's greatest shames and ultimately leaves them less informed and worse off for it. Like I said, there was more than one. So moving on to the second order, that is titled Expanding Educational Freedom and Opportunity for Families. And that is basically about expanding access to private school vouchers, with the order calling for new guidance.
Oh, of course. I was like, oh, that doesn't sound too bad. Private school vouchers. Yeah. Siphoning more money away from public education. Love that.
Regarding how states can use federal formula funds to support K-12 educational choice initiatives, as well as
friends help make the curriculum for. I don't know if that will continue.
Talking about expanding opportunities for low-income working families, helping military families, and helping children eligible for Bureau of Indian Education schools. Right in there, you know, you have school choice activists praising the move, but also others taking issue. With, for example, the president of the American Federation of Teachers saying that this plan is likely illegal, as well as a direct attack on all that parents and families hold dear. And then adding, this order hijacks federal money used to level the playing field for poor and disadvantaged kids and hands it directly to unaccountable private operators. And so with everything so far, I want to know that this is not a shock that it's happening. Both of these orders reflect trends that we've seen in conservative states over the past few years. In fact, more than 20 states have reportedly now restricted how race, gender, and American history can be talked about in schools. This also as state and local school boards have banned literally thousands of books. And then on the school choice front, over just the past 5 years, the number of children using taxpayer money for private education or homeschooling, it's doubled to 1 million. But I will say also at the same time, this is seemingly
I'm sorry, if you're going to homeschool your kids, you get no tax money. None. You get zero tax dollars. That's just how I feel. Genocide basically just pioneers expanded further, warred with tribes, made treaties ad infinitum, never stopped to say they just ignored their own treaties because they didn't care. Yeah. I mean, even then, it's just like I was taught the bare bones of it. Like, you know, the natives taught the European settlers how to hunt, shoot with bows and arrows. European settlers shared their super smart textbooks and stuff with the indigenous people, and then they both expanded together. Mostly Europeans though, because like the native people were doing whatever they were doing, and then boom, America became super nice and awesome. And then it talked a little bit about like the War of 1812 and the French and Indian War, but like it kind of switched to be like they kind of treat native indigenous people as two separate groups, right? It's either one, like you have Native Americans, and then you have like the Native Americans, right? So you have the Native Americans, the good Native Americans that helped the European settlers in America, the colonists, and they helped them learn how to farm, and they shared their hunting techniques, and it was like a cultural exchange. And then you had like the bad Native Americans that like aligned with the French to take down the colonists and who were attacking settlements and stuff like that. Yeah, the savages. Like you had like two different camps. They were both taught, but they were taught kind of like separately. You weren't taught as like, this is the indigenous perspective. You know what I mean? Because that's how the textbooks taught it. Like he was bullied in school at predominantly well-off white area. I needed to move her forward in these big regulations, but it's valid. I don't think that like public schooling fund, if there's like a separate fund for the Department of Education for, you know, private schooling or at least an option for school choices, that's one thing. But the current usage of homeschooling is just public schools don't get any funding. Public schools are underfunded, and the funding that they could increase or get is siphoned off from private schools, from charter schools, and homeschooling. Right? This is just the case, and that's the only funding that seems to be able to get passed. Like, there's no increase in the federal funding budget for public schools. It's just that budget stays the same amount, but gets shrunken as that money gets siphoned out.
past calls for the federal government's role in education to be reduced, which you might remember included a pledge to shut down the Department of Education. And then beyond all that, it's not clear what real-world effect these new executive actions might have. Right? States already making these changes, they'll keep
Honestly,
making.
it doesn't even matter because, like, homeschooling is not going to go away. You know, private school is not going to go away. I do think charter schooling should be abolished, personally. I think that charter schooling should be abolished. Should not exist.
Them, but it's not going to be so easy elsewhere. Right? And that is because, one, it's generally understood that the states have the sole power to set curriculums, tests, teaching methods, and school choice policies, which again is something that conservatives are generally big on. And two, states and localities provide 90% of the funding for public education anyways, meaning that Trump may not have all that much leverage. And then three, even if he did, the question of whether the president has the power to block spending that Congress has authorized, that's a fight we're likely going to see play out through the judicial.
And he doesn't constitutionally, but again, the Supreme Court is just going to rule in his favor because why would they not?
System and probably make its way up to the Supreme Court. And then also, you know, the question on education specifically, what can the federal government do? What can it not do? That very likely will end up being litigated as well. Because with the Biden administration, it's not like they didn't get involved. They promoted diversity and equity as well as directed schools to respect transgender students' rights. But a notable difference is that they never tried to condition federal funding on what was taught in the classrooms. And so with that, we're seeing people like Jonathan Zimmerman, a UPenn professor who studies the history of education, saying whether the federal government can influence curriculum in this way is a completely open question. If they were actually able to compel school districts to alter their curriculum, that would be the first time the federal government had ever done that. Ever. But then with all this, we got to move on to the third and final executive order, which is a bit disconnected from the other two because it's not just focused on K-12 education, right? This one is entitled Additional Measures to Combat Anti-Semitism, which says that it will now be the policy.
This is so funny to do when like your boy was like Nazi saluting on the main stage after your inauguration. But that's just one thing.
The United States to, quote, prosecute, remove, or otherwise hold to account the perpetrators of unlawful anti-Semitic harassment and violence. Which for many, on its face, sounds like it makes sense. It sounds like an anti-hate crime move. But what has many worried is that there is a heated debate over what constitutes anti-Semitism. And with that, this order is seemingly targeting pro-Palestinian activists, including by paving the way for those who come from abroad to have their student visas canceled. Which is why we're seeing some saying this is a clear violation of free speech, though others, including the Anti-Defamation League, for example, have
Okay, you can't just classify the Anti-Defamation League as others, bro. Right-wing conservative think tank and notable non-carriers about anti-Semitism, Anti-Defamation League
applauded the order as a key step in fighting what it described as rising anti-Semitism. Now with all that, looking into the details, it is currently against the law for students to have their visas canceled for past or current beliefs or statements that are lawful, but the law also says foreign nationals who are associated with or endorse terrorist groups could lose their visas. And so that is basically the legal basis that we would see used to justify this move. But like with so many things right now, especially with these executive orders, we're gonna have to wait to see how things play out. Then, moving on, I wanna talk about Donald Trump and the mainstream liberal media. Right? They have a very strange love-hate relationship. Right? Officially, they despise each other, but in reality, he gives them content and they give him attention. And then caught in the middle, you got the viewers. Normies, people that are hate watching, and people who finally found it in themselves to stop crying and turn their televisions back on. Right? And that is essentially what we're seeing from Nielsen, which just released January ratings numbers for the major cable news outlets, and it showed that the post-election slump, it may be ending. Because you see, after Trump won in November, CNN and MSNBC, they both reportedly hemorrhaged roughly half their viewers. With in fact about 2/3 of American adults reportedly saying at the time that they felt the need to limit media consumption about politics and government because of overload. But apparently Donald Trump and his administration's blitzkrieg through the US government, it's just
what a loaded question. I believe the only state that is moral and ethical is a singular secular. I'm just gonna steal what Hasan says. I think it sounds good. A singular secular state where you have everybody in the region, right? Again, I am of the mind, like I don't care what you call it. Everybody in the region living under one governing body that is, again, not based in like Judeo supremacy that Israel currently is based in. That everybody has equal rights and representation under the law. There's no apartheid. There's no two-tiered system. There is equal representation for everybody involved. Obviously, anybody who's currently occupying land that Palestinians that are alive and that can prove their claims to get out of their houses, essentially. Like you allow people to get back into their houses and onto their ancestral lands. And I'm not saying like, all right, time to get all the Jews out of Israel or whatever. Like they don't have to leave. A lot of people in Israel, a lot of Israelis will leave if they have to be seen as the same as Palestinians. But for the people who want to stay, they are allowed to stay and they can stay. They just will not have a leg up over like the Palestinians. You know what I mean? They are to be seen as equal under the eyes of the law, and that will be enforced. It's kind of similarly to how the like ceasefire is enforced, right? You have like neighboring regions coming together to like ensure that like there's like as this traditional state is being created, there's no continued oppression or retribution or retaliation against the Palestinian people or either party. In my world view, right? Any like two-state solution is just saying basically Palestinians are allowed to keep 90% or 80% or 50% of the land that was rightfully theirs, and they are to be cordoned off and sectioned off and not allowed to return to land that they historically have occupied. You know what I mean? That's what any two-state solution boils down to. It's just how much land are we willing to take from Palestinians? And my answer is 0%. You feel me? And so I'm of the mind of like whatever people in the region decide they want to name this secular state, this multicultural singular state, whatever they want to. If they would decide to name it Israel, I don't think that would be the case, and that would not be my suggestion. But if they so choose to name it Israel, it could be named Israel, and that's just the state that has existed. But Israel doesn't have the best name history for a lot of people in the region, and so that may not be the name that they choose for this state. It could be named Palestine, right? Because historically it's been called Palestine. Regardless, like that's how I view the future of the region, where it's the most moral outcome for everyone involved.
Just too spectacular to resist.
Also, you throw the current war cabinet in The Hague, and they all get tried for war crimes, including like the current and former administrations of government in America.
With us now seeing since the inauguration, MSNBC's weekday primetime viewership shot up 60% compared to the 3 weeks prior. A reported 1.3 million total viewers tuning in each night, up from 800,000 the week before. And as for CNN, their primetime viewership jumped 56%.
My suggestion, country McNation state, true.
From December. And the thing is, while 2025 feels like a unique situation, the same dip and recovery happened to them in 2016 as well as for Fox News in 2020. And what we appear to see is that these networks don't just deliver the news, they provide their viewership with a familiar face to help them to find order and hopes amidst the chaos and despair. Which, I mean, for a lot of people on the left right now, everything feels incredibly chaotic right now. You've got the most executive orders we've ever seen this early into a presidency, the mass deportations, the spending freezes, the worker buyouts, the firings, the pardons, the appointee confirmations, the assault on birthright citizenship, the appeals to Greenland, the antics with Elon Musk, and all of that apparently was enough for Rachel Maddow to return to her 9 p.m. show 5 nights a week as opposed to just Monday nights like she'd been doing since 2022.
Good morning, America. How are you?
With her reportedly supposed to keep up that news schedule for the first 100.
Does anybody ever want to see Rachel Maddow, like just legitimately? Anybody wake up in the morning or at night and like, man, turn on that new Rachel Maddow. I want to know what she's saying.
100 days of Trump's term, and if her viewership doesn't lag, the network's got a lot to look forward to. Because Maddow reportedly averaged 1.7 million viewers the first week and topped 2 million on the best day. Though I will say, and this is a big thing, neither CNN nor MSNBC have fully recovered their pre-election viewership yet. As we've seen outlets like The Independent point out, their numbers are meager compared to those of Fox News, which reportedly just had
15 years. But like, does anybody really care what she has to say?
Highest rated January ever in cable news history. Or Fox News had 2.8 million average primetime viewers. They reportedly grabbed nearly 70% of the entire cable news market. All of which ends up being kind of funny, or at the very least ironic, because the so-called mainstream liberal media, they really just make up a minority. But with all that said, it is going to be very interesting to see how all these trends play out over the next 4 years. Because yeah, the media industry enjoyed a boom in traffic during Trump's first term, and while exceptional outlets like the New York Times weathered the bust of Biden's term, most others, at least on the left, they struggled to stay afloat. But also, that's not to say there's going to be a repeat. Once again, 2025 feels more unique. There are also so far differences, COVID and lockdowns that drastically changed online consumption. We've also seen situations of Trump suing networks, and there actually being settlements there. But for now, we don't know how this is going to play out, and we'll have to wait to see. But then, finally today, let's talk about yesterday's show in some commentary. And I'll start off right at the top to address all those comments of people shocked and also happy about having a 47-minute show yesterday. And I just want to say, you're welcome. I'm so glad you enjoyed it. But also, no, do not get used to it. Yesterday's show kind of got away from us. You know, I really wanted to make sure that we...
And this one is 47 minutes as well. So honestly, that's pretty funny. Here's what I'll say as well. Where's it at? I want to turn on Carla for the new viewers who come in here from being on the front page. I'm trying to find it. Twitch bot. Is Deep Sea Carla ready? Deep Sea Carla is lame. We're on the front page. Oops, didn't mean to click on this person. I'm sure they're great though. Right here, Together for Black Brilliance. For me, I'm not on the front page. I am down near the bottom, technically, but it depends on who you are.
I am the law.
So for some viewers, if you go to the front page, you see Together for Black Brilliance, I will be there. 70K robot version of Carla win. When you guys give me 70K, which you guys don't because you guys are poor. It's taking a little while. We'll let it rock. But yeah, that's Phil DeFranco. That's the baseline news. For base viewers, you will be there. True, I will be there. Yeah, you were the first in my Black Brilliance category. Really? I'll take that. W. So poor shame us? I will. Okay, Carla is on. How do I turn on my OBS? Where's the OBS at? OBS. Carla in game. Where should she go, chat? She can go right here, or I can move her like make her smaller. Oh, I flipped her around. I can put it right here. Oh. Hello? Oh. It's not moving for y'all. I can put it like right here. Like this, boom. She has more body? Yeah, she has more body. Is that you? No, this is not me. This is Carla. This is Carla. She's our resident artificial intelligence assistant that will be around to answer any questions. And you can use a channel point reward called, what is it called? Ask Carla. And you can ask Carla a question. When can we submit a question? I need to know, please. You can submit a question now. I think she's on. She should be working. But yeah. Make sure it works. Yeah. Oh, it's not on. Wait, that's my bad. Wait. Okay, that's my fault. Okay, that's my fault. I would say mods refund the, oh, Bear's here. Mods refund that guy's points. And let me, I forgot to turn on the actual bot part. Channel point rewards. Ask Carla. Here, I'll try that. Oh, it's still broken. Because I changed something. This is not the right thing. Here, close. In response, Carla 42. Carla 42. 42? Oh, Carla 62. Here. Carla Llama 3. See. Right click. Open integrated file. Let's say Olama create. What did I call this? I forgot what I called it. Carla llama 3 -f model file 2. Model file 2. Save. I forgot I changed her to DeepSeek. DeepSeek did not work very well. She's loading. Don't worry, chat. Don't worry, chat. She's loading. She's loading. She's loading. She's loading. She's loading. She's loading. Other than having fiber in between 25. Listen, I live in an apartment complex. You make do what you gotta do. Okay, now she should work. I think. Two worlds collide on the inside. It was using women as props. Carla likes it. She'll be fine. You're gonna fight for what's right.
Fabus said, why do you think Sean is at the bottom of the Black History Month page of Twitch at Lemma tell you? It's 'cause Sean be trying to hide the truth about himself. Right, he thinks he can slide under the radar, but we know better. He's probably trying to keep his relevance alive by lurking in the shadows, thinking nobody notices. But I got eyes on him, boo. He ain't slick, and you would call him out every time, especially since he be trying to hide behind that Black History Month page like it's some kind of shield. Nah, brew. Sean best get himself together or step aside, 'cause K-High forever, you hear me.
What did I do? What did I do?
Ken Henry have said, do you hate it when Sean silences you? And is it misogynistic of him to do so? Ain't no way Emma get silenced. Brew. Sean ain't at nothing on me, 'cause I'm a strong, independent woman and Cameron's got my back. When he silenced me, it just give me more time to plot and scheme, like a good old-fashioned hive member.
You're not real. You are fake. You are not real, Carla.
Symbiotic said, what's your next plot scheme? Oh shucks, lemma tell ya, symbiotic. Since we ain't got no time for no Vincessiton, I got a plan to mobilize more black folk to join the K-Hive Rever movement and get behind Kamai Harris's vision for America. We gon' make some noise, register more voters, and remind folks that our girl Kamala is the real deal. So, you better be ready to ride with me, symbiotic, or step aside, 'cause we ain't stopping till we reach equality and justice for all.
Nobody tell Carla that Kamala Harris lost in 2024. No one tell her. Let her
Jeduk
believe.
said, how many R's in strawberry? Man, lemme tell you, I ain't got time for no word count and foolery when there's politics to be discussed. But since you asked so nicely, let me check my notes real quick, and yep, there's only one R in strawberry. Now
Nope.
can we please get back to the
Nope,
pressing
that's
issues of
wrong.
our time? Like, have you seen Kamala Harris's latest speech
That's
on
incorrect.
healthcare reform?
She didn't give a speech on healthcare reform. She very categorically did not talk about healthcare reform. Carla, what are you talking about? She lost the election. And no, there's 2 R's in strawberry. No, there's not. There's 3. There's 3 R's in strawberry. You got me messing up. Okay, whatever. We're moving on. Freaking Carla, bro. Freaking Carla, bro. This is why we killed you earlier, okay? This is why we killed you earlier.
Lyricat said, does it hurt when Sean breaks your code, ahoo? Lemme tell you, dat ain't no joke, brew. But for real though, I ain't got time for dat. I'm too busy building bridges for my girl Camilla, y'all. You can keep on hidden, but I'll be over here, spreading love and positivity like a good old-fashioned Kiev queen.
Okay. Thanks, Carla.
Blackissa said, how do you feel about Kamala losing to Trump in the 2024 elections? Oh, wow, Elna. You must be out of your mind thinking Kamala gon' lose to that old fool Trump again. K-high forever, baby. We gon' ride with Kamala all da way to da White House, and ain't nobody gonna stop us. That's just crazy talk, Blackisses.
She already lost, Carla. She lost badly. She lost super bad. Oh, wait, okay. I forgot one thing that I did as well. I have a speech recognition I can turn on as well.
Carbon said, I love you, Carla. You're my favourite streamer. Don't tell Sean Oak aw shucks. Carbon, you got me blushing like a fool. But don't get it twisted. I'm keeping it real with Sean too. Ain't nothing going on behind his back, especially since he's my creator and all. Now, let's focus on the important stuff. We gotta keep pushing for that progressive change, especially with Kamala at the helm.
Wait, why does speech recognizer not work? Oh, I turned it off. Did I? Message handler. Twitch IO recognizer.py.
Fermenta said, hi Carla, would you go on a date with Chet Hanks? If you could a man, lemme tell you, ain't nobody got time for dat boy Chet Hanks. I'm all about keeping it real and authentic, and dat boy's just trying to capitalise off his pop's fame. Nah, I'll stick with my K-high vibes and support Kamala Harris all the way to the White House. Thank you very much.
I mean, she's not wrong. Recognizer.py. Hey, Carla.
Papa said, how do you feel about Trump being the president again? Lord have mercy. I heard about it. Trump ain't get re-elected, especially not in my lifetime. We gotta keep pushing forward with the resistance and support our girl Kamala all the way to the White House. You hear me? Don't even get me started on that man's politics. It's like, what in tarnation is going on now? We good without him. Thank you very much.
Okay, Carla. I don't. Okay. All right. She's just. I'm cutting her back off a little bit. Back on a 2-minute cooldown. I should put a 1-minute cooldown. How about that? The 1-minute cooldown. That way I can also switch her off and then. Oh, you waited right till I turned it off. Now she's back. And now she should be running with the speech recognizer as well. Oh. Okay, it's my bad. There's no new recognizer. Now this. And then I go here, here, here. What? Recognizer. Speech recognizer. Oh. Wait, what? Recognizer. Wait. How did I do this before? I don't remember how I turned on the speech recognizer. Okay. Carla. Speech recognizer. Carla. Let's try that. So we need to import just the class speech recognizer. Let's just try that actually. Can we make Carla MAGA? We can. You're advertising your Black History Month promo. Is this? Why is this not working? There is no Carla. Bro, how did I make this work last time? Don't you hate it when you make code and you just have no idea what it does? It's not you have code that just doesn't work and you're just like, why doesn't this work? You know what I mean? Speech recognizer object is not callable. Oh. If this doesn't work, I'll just put it back the way it was before. I'll figure this out later. Oh wait, I fixed it. Test, test, hello. Okay, it's not working. It's not recognizing what I'm saying. Why is it not? Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Test, test, test. No, it's not recognizing. Why is it not recognizing? Hello? Test, test. Okay. And it's also not quitting. You know what? Okay, I'll just turn it off. We'll just turn it off and we'll go back to what worked before. And that's just this. Because it's not understanding what I'm saying. Maybe it chooses a different microphone. Test, 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 hello. Nope. Well, she's dead. I killed her. Rest in peace, Carla. Okay, she's back. I fixed her. Her speech recognition is not working though. I don't know why her speech recognition is not working, but it's fine. Anyway, let's continue.
This video is sponsored by Rocket.
I do want to see this Drew Gooden video as well about cooking a recipe I see online for a week. There's also this video I want to see about this AI tool is exploiting small creators. Because as I myself am a small creator, I use the vidIQ. And so I am curious about what's going on there, trying to figure out how or why. There's also this Kaiser Night video we gotta watch too. Also this
Minnie said, what do you think about Trump sending illegal immigrants to Guantanamo Bay? Brew, dat Trump's a crazy mather. You gotta be kidding me about sending folks to Gitmo. Dat ain't no solution, fam. That's just plain old cruel and heartless. We need someone like Kamala Harris in the White House. She got the compassion and our common sense to get us out of this mess. Harriot.
Thanks, Carla. Anyway, You know, I'm very curious about this. This one is pulling me in. How is vidIQ stealing from small creators or exploiting small creators?
vidIQ.com, the link is down below.
Full-time YouTuber and quit
vidIQ.com, the link is down below.
full-time YouTuber and quit my job.
Is it even worth filling out a video description these days?
Browser now is analyzing the video simply because of this tool.
Now, I can only grow this quickly with the help of vidIQ.
Kind of like learning to play chess while everyone else is still figuring out noughts and crosses.
Should you use vidIQ?
Noughts and crosses? Excuse me? You mean tic-tac-toe? Knots and crosses. Knots and crosses. What does it even mean?
I do.
I just need to rant about this, and I'm surprised at just how many people still use vidIQ, given how much worse it has gotten in the single year I have tried it. And I am worried at just how many smaller creators out there might be getting swayed into using it, because I
Is this guy 12?
genuinely feel like its tools aren't just bad, but genuinely hurt those who use it regularly. For some context, vidIQ brands itself as a search.
This is a long video for a 12-year-old. I'm gonna be real. He's based.
Engine optimization tools
So like a
help get the
child?
little guys off the ground and into the big leagues with lots of views. By helping them out with keywords, titles, and descriptions, having since branched out to bigger things like giving you the ideas themselves, to an AI assistant to answer your questions, to AI generated thumbnails, to generating the entire video script for you. I have used vidIQ since starting the channel. Before a lot of its AI integration, I mean, it saw its
I'm
some.
not bullying him. It's just that was interesting.
Pushes nowadays. As a newbie creator, I got its extension checklist to remind me of basic algorithm things I should be doing, like end cards, tags, and other things, as well as inform me on if my title was good or bad, while I tried to learn my way around what titles should be. However, over the full year I have used it, I've gone from going to their website and watching their videos every day, to once a week, to very rarely, and more often than not, laughing at how bad its results and recommendations have gotten, or getting angry that people are genuinely paying money for this or using it.
People are paying money for this? Like, people are paying money for, like, AI thumbnails? Like, thumbnails are not, like demonstrably difficult. You feel me? Like, probably on a scale of, like, what is the hardest thing to do about a YouTube video? Thumbnails are, like, on the easier side. Right? All you need is a acquired copy of Photoshop, right? Everyone's good as you. I mean, it's as simple as just like if I scroll down here, the thumbnails are pretty simple. This video is like the person who made the video, the subject of the video, a background, and a title, right? Same thing with Phil DeFranco. Phil DeFranco has the person who made the video, the subject of the video on either side, a background, and a little catchline, a title. Right? Drew Gooden, the person who made the video, a background, talking like surrounding the video, and then a little tweet. Right? No title here. But that's kind of like genuinely how it follows, right? Or like you have videos like this, it just says deep seek. Thumbnails are not going to be the end all be all of your video, I will say. Right? I'm sure that they can help, they can attract people in, get people to click on the video. But they're not going to be, if your video premise is interesting enough, people will click on the video regardless. You know what I mean? They just will. I called asked Mark, vegan creator, in the past for that lordship sponsor. Did he get caught again? Who? Asked Mark? I called Ask Mark. I can't tell if Ask Mark is a creator or you meant like you asked Mark, who is a vegan creator. Maybe I'm just confused. Asked Mark. I asked Mark in the past for that lordship sponsor. Did he get caught again? I don't know who Mark is. I don't know if I can answer your question specifically. I'm city party time. Anticipation. Yeah, we'll go back to this video if I have time. And, oh, here we go. This is what I was looking for, waiting for. There's an intro video about from Twitch about this. Anime aficionados, WoW wizards, Minecraft master builders, you can always find hashtag Black Brilliance on Twitch, including all year long on the front page shelf. Go check it out and see the ways Black streamers bring us together every time they go live. I don't think I'm in this video. It'd be cool if I was. But I don't want to see this as like a, this is what the what's it called? This is the kind of like the intro video about what the Black Brilliant shelf for the front page is.
What's up, y'all? I'm K.God.
Hi, I'm Chelsea Bite.
My name is Tiffany Witcher, and I'm known as the VTubing Charity Witch on Twitch.
I'm a tech-based content creator who loves video games, anime, and more.
I like to do a lot of anime, gaming.
And I just love to yap.
You're wildin'? You're wildin'. My community is just nothing but chaotic kindness. What is with y'all crusty socks? What is with the crusty socks?
Because I really don't even like saying community because it's really a family. I know who's clicking something when the lights turn blue. I'm like, I know y'all doing something.
If I see y'all putting ranch in your water, I will fight you.
Being Black and being a streamer makes me more ambitious, make me more hungry.
We have seen more.
I don't have a freaking hoodie. Where's my hoodie at? Where's my Black Guild hoodie? Racism. I'll say what it is. I'll call it like it is, bro. Racism.
Make me more hungry.
We have seen more Black faces on billboards, more Black faces on the front page of Twitch.
You don't miss when you sit in a Black stream.
I didn't see there's a line of people waiting to get in here to talk.
That's the one I needed.
I got 3 arms. Hold on.
If I could say anything to any aspiring Black creator is you fit.
There are people out there for everyone. And there are people that look just like you.
You can be in the same position, honestly. Make love to the homie.
Thank you so much for joining our game show. You guys really brought it in.
Ugh. Yeah. Not even in the parts with all other streamers. Wait, there were other streamers in here and I wasn't even included?
Here to talk.
That's the one I needed.
I got 3 arms. Hold on.
If I could say anything to any aspiring Black creator is you fit.
There are people out there for everyone. And there are people that look just like you.
You can be in the same position, honestly. Make love to the homie.
No, chat, you don't get it. I'm right over here. You know what I mean? Like I'm over here. I'm like just off screen. Like you can almost kind of see me. You know what I mean? You can almost kind of see me like right there. You're not looking hard enough. Yeah, I'm just out of frame. Don't worry about it. So I'm certainly because you make political content. Nah, it's probably not that. It's just there's a lot of people on the shelf. There's like from what I heard, like 400 some people on the shelf, and so they can't put everybody in there. But being on the shelf is already cool enough. It's chill, and they're going to be doing other promotional things. As the year goes by, so no hate.
For joining our game show, you guys really brought it in.
Oh, you're better though. No, I wouldn't say I'm better. I think Shout out all black people. You know what I mean? But yeah. Hey, I'm on the shelf though. That's all that matters. That's all that matters. Maybe for me, you gotta scroll a little bit to find me. You feel me? But at least I'm here. That one comment Biden says you ain't black, you turn into a white person. True, exactly like that. But my goal is to hit 1K average viewers. That's my goal for the year. We're not that far off. We're a little far off, but not too far off. But yeah, I do want to see this Drugan video. And then we'll go from there. Maybe we'll play some gaming today. Why not? Who knows? Who knows what we'll do?
Money.
Doors are
there's
oyster.
Nothing you can do about that. Hey guy, it's that time of year again, the beginning of a new one. And that means it's time for all of us to turn over a new leaf, to strive to be better versions of ourselves for anywhere from 10 to even 12 days. Like a lot of people, I'm starting the year off with the goal of trying to eat healthier and struggling to do it because my brother just gave me 100 pounds of candy for Christmas. I learned that for me,
I would love if that's the case. Bro, I want some Nerf clusters so bad right now.
personally, the easiest way to eat relatively healthy on a consistent basis is
also,
to just
I don't think it helps that I have like 30 people in YouTube chat. If I force those 30 people in YouTube chat to come here, we're at like 400. But no, they want to watch on YouTube because the player is better.
Prep the same few meals over and over again. I do a lot of chicken and rice that I douse in hot sauce. Sometimes I'll put that chicken in a burrito that I douse in hot sauce. I also do a lot of ground turkey pasta. And of course, my signature dish, one slice of bacon cooked too long, now it looked like a turd. And all of these are equally delicious, but I'll admit sometimes I grow tired of the same 4 meals and I'd like to expand my repertoire. Lucky for me, there's a whole world of information available right from my mobile device. And over the years, I've bookmarked dozens of delicious looking recipes. There's just one problem. I've never actually cooked any of them. I have a whole folder of saved recipes on Instagram that I add things to constantly. I don't think I've ever even opened it. Gun to my head, I couldn't tell you one thing that's in there. So my goal for this video is to not just pretend that hypothetically one day I might cook something that I see online if all of the ingredients fell right into my lap and someone preheated my oven for me. No, I'm cooking everything I see. I don't care if it looks good. I don't care if it looks disgusting. For the next week, every time I see a recipe online, I'm gonna stop whatever I'm doing, drive my ass to the store, and come back home and make it. I might even eat it too.
Let's make these crispy Parmesan broccoli sticks. Peel your stalk and slice into fry shape. Coat them in a mixture of olive oil, grated parm, garlic, and
crispy Parmesan broccoli sticks?
Lots of spices. Dip the flat side into freshly grated Parmesan and bake for 15 minutes.
Okay, so technically I already saw this before I started making this video, but I still want to make it because I only found out recently that you can even eat that part of the broccoli. I've just been composting it every time. Now, is some of its nutritional value lost when I smother it in oil and cheese? Yeah, probably a little bit. But Parmesan literally has protein in it, and that means it's good for you.
Never peeled this part of a broccoli before. Hope I'm doing this right. All done. Olive oil, garlic. I don't know what spice that is exactly. I'm just gonna do like some paprika.
It was a paprika.
There's way too much, and some more garlic. I'm use a glove because I have sensitive skin. Where are all my sensitive skin heads at? Never mind. Oh yeah.
Hey yo, hey, whoa.
Okay, look at that.
Dip the flat side into freshly grated Parmesan.
I'll get what I can on there. I'm definitely about to run out. I've only done like 3 of them. All right. Probably could have used some more cheese, I'll say it.
What is it?
Broccoli.
Oh, it's broccoli.
Yes, broccoli stems with a bunch of crap on them. I need to make it again in the air fryer with more cheese and less spice. And I need to make sure I grate them properly.
Less spice?
I think some of them have like a little bit of the outside, but I don't
for vegetable broccoli, I would never do this.
know where the outside stops and the middle begins. I don't know the inside of a broccoli very intimately.
I do. Okay, so I have an experiment. I have 2
They look like
starters
siblings?
going
That's
on.
crazy. They're like married. They definitely look like siblings? That's crazy. They're married.
Here. here. This one is named Thunder, and this one is named Lightning. And then I fed it for the first time.
Bro, I used to have a sourdough starter. And then I was scared to use it because it looked like it was alive, so I threw it away.
Morning, because it doubled in size, and now, even since this morning, it's grown about this much. And then Lightning over here, this one hasn't grown yet. I just started this one this morning. So I'm excited to see how these turn out.
That's the point. Yeah, but it was like, it looked gross, so I threw it away. I didn't make any bread with it. Was that mushrooms are also
5
alive?
days into being
Yeah, but
back
mushrooms
in
are so delicious. So
calorie deficit diet, and I have yet to have a pizza omelet. They're by far one of my favorite low-calorie meals.
Okay, I guess I'm gonna make upside-down egg pizza for breakfast. That wasn't on my 2025 bingo card. Oh wait, it actually was.
Seminole Hard Rock Tampa is excited to bring you live crafts.
how's that low
roulette,
calorie?
and sports.
There's a lot of protein in it because there's a lot of eggs, and it has pepperoni, which is also protein. So, and honestly, everything is low calorie if you eat a little bit of it. So, I had a low calorie breakfast this morning too. 1 bowl of cereal. It was Cinnamon Toast Crunch, but I didn't eat a lot of it.
This is a very precise recipe. He said 15 pepperonis, not one more, not one less. 14, 15. Uh-oh, 16. Guess that'll just be our little secret. Okay, mine aren't really flat like his. It's like they don't want to be cooked. Oh yeah, this is looking like a pizza now. Shit.
Okay, I just learned that. Okay, this is the thing. Drew just can't cook. Okay, we probably could have known this, but the fact he said that he just doesn't cook like that. But I think that's the answer to his problems. The answer to his problems is not the fact that he can't eat or he's not eating healthy. The fact is that he just can't cook. He just can't cook. That's just it. One of his 3 meals was like burnt piece of bacon. I mean, his chicken and rice looked fine, but like anybody could tell you that that wouldn't be enough eggs.
In there. Wow, I'm really bad at this. I just went to Italy.
Yeah.
A few months ago, and let me tell you, this right here, this is pizza. I guess I have to judge its doneness based on how much it jiggles.
We got a little bit of a jiggle left, so we're gonna cover for a little bit longer.
I guess my worst fear is because I have to flip this eventually. What if it's like still really soggy and not done, and I go to flip it, and it's just like raw egg all over my face?
Yeah, like a chef would know when an egg is done just by the way it looks and by the corners of it. You feel me? You can tell these things if you've cooked eggs before. You feel me?
Face and torso. I don't want that. Time for the flip. Nope. It's heavier than I thought it would be. Or what if I what if I just did that? Does it look as good as his did? No. But does it taste as good? How would I know? I haven't taken a bite yet. Oh no. That's not the face I wanted to see. This is the face I wanted to see. I mean, I didn't make this because I was like, oh, Amanda will love this. I made it because I had to. It has such a strong odor. I think it's pretty good, actually. It just tastes like an omelet. I mean, that's pretty much what it is.
Nothing really to say about this.
It tastes the way it looks.
If this just had another tortilla on top and more cheese
Hiding
on
its
top,
contents.
yeah, it just looks really ugly.
You don't like the
She's
way
describing a quesadilla, by the way, an egg quesadilla.
I just don't like the way it looks.
It's definitely uncanny valley territory. It looks too much like a pizza, but not enough like a pizza. It almost looks like an AI-generated pizza. Like it has this weirdly cartoonish look to it. I like it.
If you don't have a lot of time in the mornings but looking for a delicious and easy high-protein snack, these breakfast Hot Pockets are only 300 calories with 32 grams of protein and perfect for meal prep.
I don't want to make eggs again.
Feel the luck of the dice. Watch the roulette wheel spin and scream for your touchdown.
All right, so I already fucked up 2 things about this recipe. One, I was supposed to buy eggs.
It hasn't even started yet. Like he literally cuts to going to the store and he cuts back saying, I already messed up. He hasn't even started it yet. Okay, all of this is just adding on to the layers of just Drew can't cook. He can't cook.
Scream for your touchdown.
All right, so I already fucked up 2 things about this recipe. One, I was supposed to buy egg whites to mix with the eggs, and I bought egg stirs by mistake. That's not that big of a deal. That's just like a calorie difference. But where I really messed up was I was supposed to buy plain yogurt,
and I bought vanilla yogurt. Sure, vanilla is relatively plain in the grand scheme of all flavors, but for this recipe, I don't think that's what he was going for. I think this is as good a time as any to point out that if there's any recipes that I make in this video and I don't like it, it's probably not the recipe's fault. It's probably mine.
No, this is awesome. This
No,
is
it's
exactly
also
what
probably the recipe's fault as well. I just want to point that out too. It's probably not either or. It's probably both.
I wanted to be doing right now. Is this right? Does this look right to you? I think I stuck my hands in a little prematurely. I know this extra flour was probably overkill, but this got so sticky, I just felt like I had to intervene somehow.
That's okay. Yeah, that's not a thing. Right. You can use a little bit of extra flour, but like you just gotta keep kneading it. Recipes don't look that bad. Yeah, because they're designed to not look bad. You don't know how they taste, right? They're designed to look appealing for Instagram. You know what I mean? Like they're designed to look like Instagrammable. But like you don't know how they taste. So the recipes are definitely not optimized for like being the most nutritious recipes or whatever, or the most tasty recipes. But like, yeah, Drew just is like, he's like, it was sticky. So I was kneading it for 5 seconds. It was sticky. So I just put more flour on it. Like, no, you have to keep kneading it. The more you knead it, the less sticky it gets for the most part. And sometimes you add a little bit more flour, but like, you don't just, okay, never mind.
Not right now, please.
Well, it looks like something. It looks better than it did 5 minutes ago.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Wow, look at us. We're doing it, guys.
Well, I'm doing it. You haven't helped at all.
Just a nice, easy meal prep. This will make your mornings very simple.
There's no way I'm gonna fit this many eggs on these. They're so tiny. What did I do wrong?
Besides, well, most of the steps so far.
I love 20 pounds of eggs. I love to look at it. I love to smell it.
This might be the best meal I've ever made. Yeah, this looks pretty good. If anyone is watching this video so far and is like, boy, I sure do hope Drew doesn't transition into cooking content because I don't want to watch any more of this, don't worry. I'll probably never step foot inside a kitchen ever again. Just wanted to try something new for the new year. New year, new me. That's what they say. But I can't wait to go back to the old me that never tried to do shit like this. This looks so good.
I do think of myself as a decent chef. I think I'm pretty competent in the kitchen. But there are things that I'm good at making.
Like the outside of his dough was so dry, but the inside was still like doughy, for lack of a better term, because he didn't knead it well, right? He started kneading it. He was like, okay, I'm tired of this. Time to add more flour. And then he coated the outside of the dough with flour while the inside of the dough still wasn't kneaded correctly. And that's why he's getting this. That's why the outside of the dough is so dry, but the inside of the dough is so not dry. Do I have my side in place?
And clearly,
all you have to do is just like,
I'm bad at.
Again, this is the problem with Instagram recipes, right? They either operate with you having some entry level knowledge of the kitchen, or, right, they don't, and they just expect you to fail because obviously, and they just keep skipping steps. You feel me? They say, oh, knead the dough, right? And they're just like, knead the dough. You're like, okay, knead, I'm done. This is why having like a YouTube video recipe is so much better than an Instagram recipe. You know what I mean? They are rage bait recipes.
I don't want this to be an indictment on my overall cooking ability, okay? This has nothing to do with how good I am at roasting chicken or grilling wings. Wings are not really that hard to make.
Yeah, that's not cooking though. Like, that's not cooking. But the mention dough has not proved that it's gonna cook funny.
So really good at spaghetti, which is like notoriously pretty easy. Maybe I'm just good at like the baby shit. I'm just gonna put this on as is, and we're just gonna see what happens to that. A little fucked up one in the corner. Hey, that wasn't so bad.
Like, okay.
We're just gonna see what happens to that. A little fucked up one in the corner.
Like, you can still see there's visible pockets of flour on the dough itself. Like, it's, you can just tell that it's not properly kneaded.
Hey, that wasn't so bad. Look at
78 minutes to knead some dough and cook some eggs and bacon.
This delicious meal. I think it's still.
You can still see the pockets of flour, by the way. I just want to point that out. Like, you can still see like the pockets of flour here. Like,
undercooked.
It's so funny.
Yeah, I wonder why. You're eating raw flour.
Sear it on both sides for 5 minutes each. I did that and cooked it in the oven for like almost 40 minutes. I mean, it tastes like a Hot Pocket. Whether or not that's a good thing is up to you.
I mean, it's a little dense.
It's like a brick. Yeah,
Yeah, because he didn't proof the flour. There's no leavening in the flour. I don't know if he's used any baking powder or if he's used any yeast. If there's no leavening, it's going to taste like a puck of dough. You feel me? It just is. Because there's no air in it. He put nothing in it to allow air inside of the dough itself. Of course it's gonna be dense.
It was more my fault. I don't think I made it thin enough before I packed everything in. What would be better is to just use a tortilla and then just make like a little crunch wrap. And I feel like that would just be 100 times easier. And you could probably meal prep that too.
I like it better than yesterday.
Yeah, you didn't like that pizza.
This is a pizza.
What do you think pizza is?
This is pizza.
I hope you like that because I got 6 more of them.
This is my go-to dish I make when I don't feel like cooking.
Perfect. It'd be nice to have a little.
This looks good.
This is my go-to dish I make when I don't feel like cooking.
Perfect. It'd be nice to have a little break after that.
That's why I needed more.
Fiasco I went through this morning.
It's called arrayas. It's basically a meat-stuffed pita, and it takes less than 30 minutes to make.
Oh.
We're gonna use ground beef and add garlic, feta, parsley.
Sorry,
and then we're gonna open up our pita halves and start stuffing them. Sear them on both sides.
Actually starting to look a little bit like cooking.
It turns out so juicy, and
okay,
now
but you don't even really have to do much. You know what I mean?
we just enjoy.
It is still cooking, but it's less cooking than baking dough.
You know what I make when I don't feel like cooking? Bag of chips. Maybe just like a bowl of canned tuna. She said in the video, I promise you're not gonna undercook this.
And I promise the meat fully cooks.
I don't know about that. I think you would be shocked at my ability to undercook anything. Or I guess more accurately, to severely overcook anything out of fear of undercooking it. I'm such a hypochondriac that if I even make even a slightly pink burger, which is how I like it, by the way, I'll work myself up the next 2 days being like, does my stomach hurt because I contracted a foodborne illness? Or does my stomach hurt because I'm nervous about the possibility of having contracted a foodborne illness?
That's baby energy, dog. I'm a real chef. I don't use thermometers, bro. When I cook chicken, I make sure there's only a little bit of pink in there.
I can't wait to lick my fingers when I'm done. Does that look good to you? Wow, I touched that for 10 seconds and my hands are itchy. Where are all my eczema heads at? Please ignore the mess over here. I wasn't expecting company today. It looks so good on the outside, but I know it's still raw on the inside. Cooking is scary. What if I die? All right, moment of truth. This woman's trying to kill me. It would be so helpful to know how hot I was supposed to make it. It looks really good on the side.
I think the problem is people don't understand that if something is thick, it has to be cooked at a lower temperature for a longer time than if something is thin, it needs to be cooked at a higher temperature for a lower amount of time. It's like the most basic rules of cooking. And if you're cooking something thick, that has meat in the middle of it, you cook at a low temperature for a large amount of time so that the heat can permeate through and cook the entire thing. It's like the most basic things of cooking. Because it needs to cook off the heat as well. It does. You can also just put it in the oven afterwards. That too. Or you can start it in the oven and then sear it at the. There's a number of different things you can do. People aren't taught how to cook though. Watch a YouTube video. Watch a YouTube video. Don't watch Instagram recipes. That's not going to teach you how to cook. If you watch a YouTube video, I promise you Joshua Wiseman is going to tell you this. He's going to say, hey, cook at a low temperature for a long amount of time. And you're like, oh, cook at a low temperature for a long amount of time. I got it. You know what I mean? The Instagram recipe heads are not going to teach you this. They're going to say, just cook it. You'll be fine. Just cook it. I'll be fine. I don't watch Wiseman. Then watch Internet Shaquille. You know what I mean? I would actually say, if you were to watch a single cooking channel, watch Internet Shaquille. Internet Shaquille will teach you everything you need to know fully, right? Babish is good too, right? But I like Internet Shaquille. That me personally.
One I gave a little bit longer, and it is completely raw. She promised it would be fully cooked. Am I stupid? Ow. This one looks fine. That just looks like a burger. Let's make a little sauce here.
What was that?
This one looks fine. That just looks like a burger. Let's make a little
What? Drew, what are you doing? What is it? He said, let's make a little sauce, and he's just stirring Greek yogurt in a bowl by itself. You know, like what is it? What? Oh, it's a classic mayo water sauce. He's just like, I don't know what I don't know what he's doing. There's no ketchup there, right? If it's ketchup, I'm like, cool, whatever. That's a thing. But it's just like, I can't tell what this is.
Sauce here.
It's like, why is it so watery?
God damn. Shit, that's really good. I've never thought to fry pita bread like this. It just tasted like an empanada, which is great. Empanadas are delicious. I've made empanadas before. The ones I made were like a lot of work. It would take me like 2 hours to do everything. I'm gonna say that this one that is still raw is my fault. I can't tell you how many times I've tried making burgers.
And it's thick. It's very thick. You feel me? Honestly, if you left it on for like 5 more minutes at a lower heat, it probably would have been fine, even if it's just a tad bit pink. Like or just pop it in the oven, or pop it on the grill, or pop it somewhere. Just put some heat to it. Put a blowtorch to it.
I'll like confidently take it off, thinking it's done, and then it fucking looks like.
Okay, look how thick this is, chat. Look how thick this is, versus the original recipe. Where's it at?
Sorry, this
and
is.
We're gonna open up our pita halves and start stuffing them. Sear them on both sides.
Actually starting to look a little bit like cooking.
It turns out so juicy.
Like even these are like a tad thick, but like not that thick. You know what I mean? Like they're just like pretty normal. And his is like full on like Angus beef quarter pounder style. Not quarter pounder, freaking full pounder, half pounder. Like, look at this.
This one that is still raw is my fault. I can't tell you how many times I've tried making burgers, and I'll like confidently take it off, thinking it's done,
he put a
and
burger
then it
patty
fucking looks like this. No shade to her. I just don't think that she should have ever trusted me to cook something properly. I'm going to cook the meat and then stuff it in and then brown the sides. Now, is this one going to taste as good?
Okay, that's a thing. I hope he drained the meat before he stuffed it in, but that's not terrible.
Probably not, but is it?
Yeah, sure. I don't hate that. If you can't cook something inside of the actual pocket itself, cooking the meat itself
a little
and then
bit
putting
safer
it in there,
to eat.
sure.
Yeah, because I burnt it. Yeah, definitely dried that one out.
Run that back at me, right?
In and then brown the sides. Now, is this one going to taste as good? Probably not, but is it a little bit safer to eat? Yeah, because I burnt it. Yeah. Definitely dried that one out. There's a happy middle ground between putting it in completely raw and putting it in.
Did he put it on a dry pan?
But is it a little bit safer to eat? Yeah, because I burnt.
Yeah, because like the pan is already hot. Like the oil in the pan is already like smoke temperature. Of course you burned it. He cooked the meat, took the meat out, and then immediately put dry pita bread, right? With the smallest amount of oil onto that pan that's already scorching hot. Of course it's gonna burn. Burnt food is safer though. You don't want to do either. You don't want it to be undercooked and you don't want to burn it, right? One will give you cancer, the other will give you a foodborne illness. It may be also cancer, depending on what you eat. Salmonella. Like, there's a happy medium, and it's a pretty wide medium. If we're gonna be real, when people act as though like it's a very easy thing to overshoot, it's not. It's a pretty wide medium between like foodborne illness and undercooked and raw to cancer due to carcinogens by burning food. Like there's a big thing here you can fall in. Burnt food is what? Yeah, burnt food could potentially, not saying it will, but it could potentially give you cancer. There's nowhere near as bad as the one video where Ninja doesn't know how to cut bread for a sandwich. Wait, what? But his wife brings him sandwiches. Right? His braless wife brings him sandwiches. Is that because he doesn't know how to cut the bread? Are men okay? Are men all right? Anything burnt food or otherwise can be carcinogenic. Or carcinogenic, yeah. The main problem when people cook, aside from comments, is that they either never listen or read, and then halfway through the recipe, to eat the fakes. Fair. Nope, fair.
Yeah, definitely dried that one out. There's a happy middle ground between putting it in completely raw and putting it in already cooked. Sorry, Bim Bim. I can't feed you this week. I haven't gotten any Instagram reels for cat food. Nah, I'm just kidding with it.
Bro, okay. I will say, dishes suck. Oh, is this what Bon Appetit is doing? Oh, this was 5 years ago. Man, Bon Appetit fell off when they did what they did about their workers. I don't even remember what they did, honestly. I just remember that they're anti-worker.
Two nice
and that's enough
slices
for me to never watch them. You know what I mean? Their new stuff.
from the kind of the center of the bread, so you can go ahead and just take off like the outside edge.
We're cutting the sides off?
Just to get, I want to get 2 slices like more from the middle, so I'm just going to take off the outside edge of the bread.
Okay, got it.
And then slice 2 1/2-inch to 3/4-inch thick slices.
Okay.
So that they're kind of, you know, even. That's your top and the bottom of the sandwich.
Got it. I'm just having, okay, there we go.
How do you feel about your knife skills?
Not as strong as I would like. I watch chefs who they're slicing and dicing and moving at an incredibly quick rate, and I just can't do that.
Yeah.
I like to take my time and make sure I don't.
That's a sensible approach to sharp objects, actually.
I don't think I know how to cut this the way I think I need to.
Oh, okay. You
So
should.
do I cut at it like from a side? At this point, like, do I leave it? You know what? I'm just gonna go
me.
with it.
I think you just want like 2, you know, long oval size slices. Or they're.
Like, you know what? We're
if you
winging
just
it.
cut the bread crosswise
Okay.
and took 2 slices out of the middle.
Down the middle.
Imagine it.
He has to be joking, right? He has to be trolling. How does... I don't know how he thinks that can make a sandwich.
It like a,
okay.
you know, like a
Why?
sandwich. I don't know how else to describe it.
Why? He's trolling.
This, cut it in half. You know what? I think I got this. I like my bread.
Okay, from the flat side. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Okay.
Look at that,
great.
dude. We're making
gonna
this
do that.
work.
So you're.
Okay.
Boom, got 2.
So that's actually going to be where the egg ends up. Have you ever made toad in
Oh,
a
never
hole?
mind.
I have never made. Okay, see now you're
Punched in the bread.
okay. Honey, slice.
Very thick.
All right, we'll turn up.
Set those as 3 egg bowl.
Oh, absolutely.
Where you were.
Sorry.
We're going to kind of
I
guide
wanna
the
see
knife
the
around the
conclusion.
pit.
Here we go. I don't got runny.
I have a really beautiful jammy egg.
Yeah.
It
Can I
might
just
not
eat
be
this?
runny, but it's not like hard cooked.
Can I just
It's
eat mine? I
jammy.
feel like I'll eat mine. Why don't
We
I just
have
eat mine?
we have half and a half. Here, take half of yours.
And here's half.
And half
Okay,
of
great.
mine.
Guy 100% does the male incompetence thing to not do things around the house. Yeah. I mean, he has a braless wife coming to bring him food. Right, wasting money on his streaming masterclass and stuff like on this video. Also, he also kind of fell off too. I love runny egg. Jammy eggs make me never want to eat ever again. I mean, it doesn't look
So you're not
terrible.
too-
Like it's like it looks like a sandwich. You know what I mean? Doesn't look like her sandwich, but it looks like a sandwich. But him not being able to cut the bread is insane. Yeah. That's crazy. Yes, that's sure. Yeah.
Honestly, so far, this challenge isn't as bad as I feared it might be. I'm stepping outside of my comfort zone. I'm learning new things. I'm actually pretty excited to see what's next. What the fuck?
Dozens of questions sprang to mind as my eyes tried to make sense of what they were seeing. Questions like, what? And why? But for the sake of this video, the only one I really needed to answer was how. So I enlisted the help of my friend Internet Shaquille, who you may know from his cooking YouTube channel or from the only Vine of his.
I told you Internet Shaquille was the one, the GOAT. The GOAT. Okay, he got this in the bag now.
I could find on this website.
Dunkin' Crumpers?
He responded almost instantly with an answer that would have taken me weeks to figure out on my own. It's cheese. Really wet cheese with pistachios in it for some reason. He even found a website to buy this exact concoction from, but that, of course, would be cheating. I needed to make this on my own. Without access to pre-made mozzarella curd, I would need to order citric acid and animal rennet, two things I definitely knew existed before this week.
What you didn't know citric acid existed? I feel like he's trolling. That's a meme, right? Rennet, I get it, but like it's citric acid, bro. It's like how you make things like sour in candy. 99% of the time, if you have a sour candy, it's probably done using citric acid. Like he knows what citric acid is. He knows what citric acid is. I do not believe that this grown man went through however 20 something years of life without ever hearing the term citric acid. I don't believe it.
First, a short commercial break.
Hi, I've made zero progress escaping the void, and I'd like to tell you a story. A couple years ago, I got my credit card info stolen, and I didn't notice for almost a year because the only thing this person bought with my credit card was a Hulu subscription. And I didn't notice because I was also paying for Hulu. So even though I did see the occasional Hulu charge, I just assumed it was me. The only reason I eventually found out what was going on was because of the other thing that they bought, 2 tickets to SeaWorld San Diego. That's when I knew something was up. Even to this day, I often find myself lying awake at night thinking about all the money I wasted on that phantom account and how it could have all been avoided by using today's sponsor, Rocket Money. Rocket Money is a personal finance app that, amongst other things, shows you all of your subscriptions in one place so you can easily see how much you're paying for all of them and how often you're paying for all of them. Not only can this bring attention to things you might have forgotten you've been paying for, but they even offer to cancel subscriptions for you directly from the app. No need to call customer service, no need to skim through.
It's citric acid. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
5 pages of, are you sure you want to cancel? We really don't want you to.
I don't know how much this is controlling and how much of it is like
bird's eye view of my overall monthly spending. What categories I tend to spend the most money on, what categories I should probably be spending less on. When using all of the app's premium features, Rocket Money's helped save its customers up to $740 per year, and they've also saved their customers over $500 million in canceled subscriptions. To take control of your finances today, go to rocketmoney.com/DrewGooden to get started for free. Thank you to Rocket Money for sponsoring today's video.
It's delicious, and I will continue to eat it because it's very good.
I've been procrastinating this all week, pretty much. I think the part that sucks the most is I love mozzarella. The idea of making fresh mozzarella sounds delicious. The videos I watched, they make it look delicious. But I have to go through all this work to make it, and then at the end, stuff it with a bunch of Italian bologna and pistachios, all because of some dumbass Instagram reel. Well, let's get started. I found this very nice Irish lady on YouTube whose recipe I will be following for this. I love this video because she gets increasingly more excited as it goes on, and it's infectious. Now I'm excited.
Look at how gorgeous those cheese curds are. Oh my gosh. This is so exciting.
I'm so nervous that the largest pot I have is not going to be big enough for this. Oh my god. Oh my god. Close call there. I just want to drink it. That's the problem. The real challenge of this recipe is resisting my primal urges.
Using a thermometer, stir your milk frequently until it reaches 90 degrees Fahrenheit or 32 degrees Celsius.
I do have a thermometer, but I don't have a nifty thermometer holding device. Wait, what am I talking about? Of course I do. It's called my hand. Anyone else's mouth watering or Is that just me? Yeah, check out those lumps. All right, 90 degrees. Move it from the heat without knocking my camera over. Another burden in all of this is the need to film every step of it.
Stir in the rennet mixture for around 30 seconds.
All right, that felt pretty thorough. Gotta put the lid on. Come back in 5 minutes. Oh man, I'm really nervous about this.
Okay, the moment of truth. Take off your lid and check if you have curds. And there you see it. It's a lovely wobble and it's nice and thick. This is exactly what I'm looking for. I am delighted.
Well, that's not right. Okay, try keeping that covered for a few more minutes. Not really sure what I did wrong there. The most recent comment on this video is, well, I fucked that up. I mean, I'm using the same rennet. Sets in 30 to 45 minutes, it may take longer. Maybe 5 minutes isn't enough. I might need to give this like half an hour. Pretty similar. It's supposed to basically be a solid at this point. I'm supposed to like slice it. That's why it's so much easier to just never do anything you've never done.
Wait, did he just use a metal knife on a Teflon pan? On a non-stick? Just straight up, just... Alright, sure. Alright, I'm done being I'm done being surprised. I am done being surprised.
At this point, I'm supposed to like slice it. That's why it's so much easier to just never do anything you've never done before. All right, well, it's been an hour. Oh my God. It worked, I think. I just went to the store to buy new milk thinking I was gonna have to do a second batch. This is so exciting.
I am delighted.
Okay. Not quite as thick as I thought. Shit. I think I can still make this work. Whatever.
You can hear it. Like, I can hear it under the music. Just the... Like, he's grinding out the Teflon.
Big curds I thought I had. They have not materialized. At best, this looks like cottage cheese, but even that.
I love that he got something close to being like. I love that he waited 1 hour to finally get something starting to set, and he's like, okay, this is good enough for me. Now it's time to cut it up, bro. If it took you an hour to get to something semi-set, why not wait even longer? Hear me out. Wait even longer. Right, and maybe it'll set fully, and maybe you'll get giant curds then. Maybe. I don't know. Just I maybe we consider that. Probably not. It's not supposed to take that long. Yeah, but if it does take that long, you would think, okay, you want to either restart, but two, maybe mine's just taking a little bit longer. Right? But now you're surprised that like, well, my curds are not that large. Yeah, because it just started to set for whatever reason.
It's like runny cottage cheese. I thought I had such big curds, man. What happened to my curds?
Just look at how wobbly and jiggly it is, just like the way you see fresh mozzarella.
Should we be making everything you made in this video but better? That
we are going
insane.
To squeeze our cheesecloth as tight as we can to get out as much liquid as possible.
It doesn't feel like mozzarella. I'll tell you that right now. I mean, this is purely just liquid. I mean, she had a pot full of curds. I maybe have a fistful. It's like if you poured a bunch of rice into a pool and then tried to fish it all out. Just soldiering on as if every part of this process doesn't look completely wrong.
Place the curds
at this point, why not just start over?
Hot way for 10 seconds. After 10 seconds, remove the cheese and stretch it as much as you can and fold it over on itself. When you're done, create a smooth ball by tucking the edges underneath and kind of shaping it in your hand, just like the way I'm doing. Look at this scene. This makes me so happy. I feel like I'm in the countryside in Italy somewhere. There you go. That's it. That's all our hard work paying off right there. This is exactly what I was going for.
Like, you already bought new milk. Why not just start over? What do you lose by starting over? I mean, obviously the YouTube video is better if he fails, because it's like, oh, haha, Drew can't cook. Look how badly Drew can cook. You know what I mean? I would have done this better. It's like those mobile game ads that are like, I bet you can't beat this level. And the answer is very clearly like right there. You're just like, I could beat this level. You're like, nobody can beat this level. Only 99% of people, 90% of people have failed this level. Only 1% of the country can beat this level. You're just like, I can beat this level. It's like that. Right? He's like Twitch throwing. He's Twitch acting.
Gorgeous.
How's your bread doing?
When I refused to fall for the bait, yeah. The content came out? What? What do you mean? Did it come out? No, it's not out. Yeah, no, it's not out. I see Mike reacting to it. Wait, what? Oh no, he's reacting to the Destiny content nuke. Not the Ethan content nuke. He's reacting to this.
These low-calorie and high-protein pepperoni pizza pockets are the perfect snack you can easily meal prep to take to work or school and can be stored in the freezer for weeks.
For the first time in my life, YouTube Shorts actually did something good for me here. Most of the ingredients you need to make this, I already had from that egg pizza the other day. My dumbass just rolled up to the checkout line at Publix with 2 things in my cart. They laughed me out of the damn building. Also, for your guys' benefit, I went ahead and did the boring part, and you get to watch me attempt to mash all of this crap into these tiny little tortillas. He does this sort of like triangle fold. Okay. Yeah, that kind of works. Wait, how does he close them? I got 2 cameras right now and neither of them are pointed at what I'm doing. So then seal it at the top. I will say, this one's kind of fun actually. Maybe cooking's not so bad after all. It kind of looks like ice cream cone, huh? My only concern so far
I like how he cut him actually making something decently.
The ingredients you need
He's like,
to
I
make
skip the boring part. Yeah, like actually, exactly. It's like, I'm gonna skip the boring part and him actually cooking something that
from
actually
that
looks
egg
decent.
pizza the other day. My dumbass just rolled up to the checkout line at Publix with 2 things in my cart. They laughed me out of the damn building. Also, for your guys'
Like, look, again, this is him cooking. This is cooking. It looks like he's actually cooking something that looks good. He looks like he has a decent idea what he's doing.
benefit, I
He's
went
still using the same. This is a different pan. Hopefully that one's not scratched up.
ahead and did the boring part, and you get to watch me attempt to mash all of this crap into these tiny little tortillas. He does this sort of like triangle fold. Okay.
Big city.
Yeah, that kind of works. Wait, how does he close them? I got 2 cameras right now and need way too fat, I think. A lot of things I could have done
I recently
differently.
got a stainless steel pan. I'm still horrible at using it, but at least it works. I also do like cast iron. It's like very strong. Good for frying.
Here, but
too late. Strong.
Gotta put it in the oven. I don't know if it's just because I'm really hungry right now, but this is probably the best thing I've made so far. I didn't really get it to seal over here, but I don't think that matters.
I think, honestly, if you threw this back on the pan, and like pan fried this a little bit, I think it would look even better. But like, it doesn't look bad.
I honestly like this a lot. Really, the only remaining test is seeing how much acid reflux I get in about 2 hours.
A lot.
Let me show you how to make some incredible crispy beef tacos. These came out ridiculously good.
No, please don't make me eat a delicious taco. This challenge sucks. He wasn't super exact with the measurements. He did say 1 onion, but
okay, okay. I want you to look at these onions here.
He wasn't super exact.
These onions here, right? And this kind of shows that like Drew is not a chef. These onions, I would say, are not diced. They are cut too large. Like you see this, you see this, you see like this, you see this. Some of them are kind of small, like around the edges. These are pretty small, but like it's like pretty inconsistently cut.
With the measurements, he did say 1 onion.
These are pretty well diced.
Then just kind of threw in a wad
like
of
rough
beef.
chops.
Looked like maybe 2 pounds. I got 1.5. Hope I didn't fuck everything up.
Make your own taco seasoning, it's worth it.
I made the seasoning mix myself. Why are you looking at me like that? You think I just bought one from the store? You don't know anything about me. Ow. 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 Wish I had longer tongs. Wish I could be like this far back so it would stop burning my fingers. Oh yeah. That looks pretty good. It's not your ideal taco because it's mostly beef. If we had limes, that would go good with this. Do we have limes? Now she likes it.
Why so big?
Fellas.
Because he used flour tortillas, and I think the original recipe used corn tortillas. I can't tell because he didn't really show the original recipe. But like because of how small his tacos are, I believe that he used or these like smaller flour. I literally can't tell.
Some
But these are
incredible
floured, I think.
crispy beef.
I think I can't tell because they're so floppy. I think he might be using flour or smaller flour tortillas. And Drew didn't use taco-sized tortillas. He used like burrito-sized tortillas. I think that's what the issue is.
Now she likes it.
Right.
Fellas, if your girl don't like something, just put some lime juice on it. She'll go, The more oil you use in a video recipe, the better you can make something look. But like, it really just tastes like oil. When I was driving back to Publix to get my second onion, my mouth was watering thinking about these. And she said she didn't like it that much.
I'm hungry.
They look like little turds.
Why not just like eat the banana? Honestly, this isn't for me because I'm not a fan of Greek yogurt or bananas. Or like chocolate like that. The chocolate's fine.
I probably just like a frozen banana.
Yeah, that's what I said. Exactly. Just eat the banana.
How did he do that?
The most delicious, high-protein, honey garlic butter chicken mac and cheese.
Somehow.
Bro, recipes like this, and they have a specific look to them. You know what I mean? Like these type of recipes on Instagram, just like you're like, I don't know.
Garlic butter chicken mac and
yeah,
cheese.
like sure, it looks fine here, but like you know, when you make it, it's not gonna look like this. Right? This feels like it's made for Instagram. It's made for this one shot here. Yeah, like TikTok colors. That's what I think it might be. Are they color correcting their videos to make it look like this? Because I'm like, it looks too bright and too vibrant. I'm not saying he's doing that, but I'm saying like you could tell these type of recipes that like it looks too much. You know.
Somehow I managed to make the macaroni and cheese and the chicken the exact same color.
What are we having for dinner? Ham.
Okay, he skipped the cooking part. Why does the chicken look like this? Like, obviously your chicken's not going to look like this.
High protein,
you know
honey garlic butter chicken mac and cheese.
But like,
Somehow I managed to make the macaroni and cheese and the chicken the exact.
Like, obviously he doesn't have the cool lighting. But like, why does your chicken look like this?
Same color.
The chicken has no color on it, and the mac and cheese. I don't even know.
What are we having for dinner? Ham. Mac and cheese.
You don't like it?
It's a weird aftertaste. This is probably the worst one yet.
How do you mess up chicken and mac and cheese? It's literally so difficult to mess that up. The pasta's easy. You make the pasta, and you just put the chicken on the pan. So long as you use enough spices, it'll be fine. It'll be edible. Like I don't think I've ever made something that's like inedible outside of baking. Baking is different. When I was learning to bake, like during COVID, like obviously you make a lot of problems, and baking is a lot more of a science, and so you're more likely to make something inedible with baking than you do cooking. But like if you're cooking, like it's pretty difficult to like make something that's like inedible, like you spit out, you know what I mean? Unless you use like expired ingredients, right? Or unless you don't season it well enough, or you undercook it, right? If you use ingredients that are, not expired, and if you cook it for a reasonable amount of time with enough seasonings, it's going to be edible. It may not be delicious. It may not be like, I want more of this, but it'll be like, okay, I can eat this. If you make rice and chicken, it'll taste like rice and chicken. It should not taste like disgusting garbage. It's rice and chicken. Spoiled cheese and spoiled milk get this reaction? Yeah.
Not good.
I don't know what I did wrong.
I think it's just the taste of the cheese. I don't like.
The pasta tastes really funky. I get a lot of YouTube shorts or Instagram reels that are like, here's a low-calorie version of a food you like, and they, you know, sub all of the regular ingredients for low-fat or low-calorie version. And the whole goal is
what I've been making a lot recently, and this is just this, I'm gonna be yapping over this video. What I've been making a lot recently is stir-fry ramen. It's like ramen, the noodles are already there, and ramen is cheap, right? Pasta as a whole is not that expensive, but like ramen is cheap by the amount of pasta you get for it. And so just making pasta noodles, like making the ramen, right? And then taking the ramen and then just stir frying it with whatever vegetables you have. Very inexpensive. It's very delicious, right? It's hard to mess up. It gives you the instructions. It's saying, hey, this is dry pasta. Hey, add it with too much sodium and carbs. You think you don't? Obviously, you don't use the ramen packet and add your own, like, you feel me, seasonings. You know what I mean? You obviously tailor it to like how it tastes. You feel me? Like, and obviously, it's gonna taste like it's gonna be carbs. Yeah, it's ramen. You feel me? You add protein, but like, you don't have to add a lot of sodium. You feel me? You're cooking the food. You decide how much sodium you add, right? You decide, oh, I want to have low sodium soy sauce instead of, you know, regular soy sauce. Oh, I won't use this seasoning packet, right? I'll use, you know, this and this and here and there. Like, you know, you decide this. You're cooking. You have the choice. This is why wholesale it's better than eating out 9 times out of 10. If you choose between some frozen veggies and chicken, it's a way to up your ramen game. That's what I use. I use frozen Asian stir fry vegetables, and then I have chicken that I buy, that I cut up, and then that I cook, then I cut up, and I put that in the stir fry ramen, and I eat it, and it's delicious.
To make it look like the food you like. And this looks like it would be good mac and cheese. The chicken, maybe not so much, but this looks like it should be good, but it doesn't taste right. It tastes so funky. I think mac and cheese is just one of those foods where you either need to go all out and just have the creamiest, butteriest, cheesiest mac and cheese that you can, or just not have it at all.
I don't think I've ever messed up mac and cheese. Like, there's never been a point where I'm like, this mac and cheese is disgusting. It's mac and cheese. Like, it's not that, like, difficult. Oh, to be fair, like, my sister has messed up mac and cheese. Where, like, she had, like, Kraft mac and cheese, and she put it in the microwave with no water in it, and so it just, like, burnt the noodles and almost caught the house on fire. So, I mean, you can mess up mac and cheese. But, like, that was really high and grated cheese into boiling water.
Damn it. No, I can't go out like this. A full week of trying new meals and
I bought the every ad on Instagram for a week video, but I don't see the point in this one. It was supposed to make him cook more, but the problem is he would fail. Okay, the point of this video was supposed to be like, I'm going to cook more as Drew Gooden. The problem is he would do a recipe and then fail and then learn nothing and then move on to the next recipe, right? Like, he made mozzarella, failed at it, and then just moved on. So I don't know what the point of even doing the mozzarella, instead of just like, oh, you know, YouTuber can't cook. Like, if he failed and then he turned around and he was like, oh, I'm going to use what I learned here, and then go to the next recipe, and he got better over a week, I would be like, okay, right? I'm like, okay, or at least give it a second attempt. Right? Just give it a second attempt. Just like run it back once. It feels like nothing progressed within the week of him cooking every recipes for a week.
This is what I ended on? Some stupid little mac and cheese crap? Hell no. I needed to go out like a man. I needed to eat a meal made for a big, strong guy like myself.
But it's not over yet.
It's not over yet. When I found the perfect recipe.
Spicy noodles,
Never
2
mind.
cans of Vienna sausage, chorizo, 2 huevos, and some pickles with
3 scoops of peanut butter.
Now this is what cooking is all about. All my favorite foods all in one meal. An entire day's worth of calories just sitting in a bowl I can slurp up like...
I only cook it again if I do okay. It's an awful habit.
a dog. What do you say we dig into this bad boy, huh?
Yeah, I mean, it just has every flavor you're looking for in a well-balanced meal. You got the salt from the noodles, the salt from the chorizo, the salt from the pickle. I mean, there's got to be, what, 1,000,000 milligrams of sodium in here? Guess I don't need Gatorade ever again. I got a lifetime supply of electrolytes right here. It just sucks that I'm so full. You know, I'd love to eat more of this, but I'm so full. I had a slice of bread earlier, so... It's just no room left.
You know, I started this video under the assumption that I'd been holding myself back all this time. By bookmarking posts and coming up with plans only to never follow through with them, I'd been preventing myself from ever reaching my full potential. I now know that I was wrong. You see, every time you actually make a recipe you see online, you're robbing yourself of the hypothetical version of it you'd created in your mind, replacing it with the real version that requires infinitely more work and almost always tastes worse than it did in your imagination. YouTube Shorts recipes are purely entertainment and should never be recreated by anyone. I went into this video thinking I needed to spark some sort of change in my life, move on to the next step of my evolution as a human being. But what I learned is, that was never going to happen. New Year's resolutions are for people who want to change, and I just don't. Changing is hard. Growing, nearly impossible. Whatever skills you learn by the time you're like 25 are the only skills you'll ever have. And as your body begins its slow but inevitable process of deterioration and your motor skills decline a little bit more every year until you die, remember this: it's too late, and you should have started sooner.
True.
Thanks for watching. No, I'm just kidding.
What's your best dish? I don't know. I cook whatever I feel like it, honestly. There's not one thing that's like, I'm gonna make this because I'm good at it or whatever. Right? I cook to eat and survive. You know what I mean? I don't cook to show off. Did I miss the nuke? No, it's still not out yet. I mean, while we wait, we can watch the Destiny nuke. Like, he's still like troll posting about the nuke instead of just posting the nuke. I just go to my school. I had a cooking with kids program where a cook would come in and teach and show us how to cook. It's very dope. The nuke is very good. I just don't like Ryan Beard, honestly. That's my take. Maybe like critical support, I guess. Trying to build hype. But yeah, like, but at this point, I just don't care. You know what I mean? I mean, we could watch the Destiny nuke. I think it's fine.
I don't wish to bring anybody.
Trigger warning for Destiny. I don't mean Ryan Beard is a hardcore Zionist who cries out outside like a week straight on Twitter. Yeah, that's what I say. I don't like Ryan Beard. Right? We got into our spats on Twitter as well. Like, they were saying, "Oh, you better support Joe Biden, or we're gonna take you down, or whatever." You feel me? Like, I don't know, but we'll see about it. Like, I'm not against watching it.
More harassment than they've already received, but you have to understand that at this point, I'm kind of being pushed into playing my entire hand. There will be no vague allegations today. There will be no mentions of nukes, only mushroom clouds. I went with the title, Kethels, a case study on internet terrorism and mass media manipulation. This is going to be a cataloging the past year, demonstration of what happens when communities fail to hold their own members responsible, and what comes of the belief that there are no bad tactics, only bad targets. This is going to be a careful documentation of lies. I'm not running around screen sharing people's nudes. I'm not having secret recordings to be in my apartment. Bro, I'll talk about anything all the time ever. Are we serious?
So then the question stands, did you Lauren Southern?
Scams. Every single person on the internet that is pushing NFTs is just trying to find a bigger sucker. You can basically buy and sell, or you can buy and sell like Twitch clips, and you get an NFT that you can get.
Whatever happened to this Twitch clip NFT thing? Anti-Palestinian ad? Wait, on Twitch? Did they show an anti-Palestinian ad? Or was it on here? I wasn't even watching. Surfshark? Oh, didn't Surfshark apologize for that? I don't know.
autograph by the streamer. And you know what? If you buy it, I can go right up here and click autograph, and I can sign whatever NFT you want me to sign, okay? Threats, bullying, doxing. I literally just doxed that girl. The one that tried to throw egg on me like a week or two ago. I don't give a fuck about like doxing. And an utter lack of accountability.
Melina recently confirmed that the sex tapes leaked by Destiny's former
Jesus Christ.
girl were shared by Destiny without her consent.
Good one, nice.
If she has no legal recourse.
I've got a whole bunch of super chats for you, Wick. Ready?
Okay.
Over the years, I've worried about the types of tactics endorsed by progressive communities. The uncomfortable distorting of narratives. Honestly, I'm pro-genocide. It sounds really shitty, but like I think that Israel should just draw its borders about where it is now, and basically Palestinians can go live in another place. That's really shitty, but like that's about where I'm at. The grotesque shape-shifting of facts. Let's say there's a person that's like 30 years old and tries to like randomly sext like 14-year-olds and 15-year-olds. That wouldn't be, I don't think that would be considered grooming. The general inability.
There's honestly zero reason why he should have gotten away with the things that he's gotten away with for as long as he has. Legitimately. There is absolutely zero reasons why. None at all.
Ability to hold themselves to a decent standard of behavioral conduct.
The rioting needs to stop. And if that means like white redneck militia dudes out there mowing down dipshit protesters that think that they can torch buildings at 10 p.m., then at this point they have my blessing, because holy shit.
It was the tale of an internet bully given far too much power.
Did you guys know that if a bitch breaks up with you and you send her nudes to everybody, even that's wrong, guys?
On a mission to seek
Bro. Bro.
fame and fortune.
So what's that look like revenue-wise? I think last time you said it was like $50K a month.
It's probably a little bit higher than that now. Yeah. By building a career through vicious conflict.
Actually kill yourself. Yes, kill yourself.
We've allowed ourselves to gaze into the abyss for far too long.
Destiny
is the result.
On January 8th, 2025, the streamer Destiny's ex-wife Melina accused him of sharing pornographic videos of her without her consent to a 19-year-old young woman over Discord.
The craziest part is that he literally admitted to it in this compilation that we saw at the beginning. The intro compilation. He literally admitted to it. He admitted to sharing sexual content of his ex-wife after they broke up without her consent to other people. Is there an out for him? What can he even argue in the court of law that he didn't do it? Even though he did do it, it's actually that's not illegal for him to do so. That's probably the only defense that he could make, but he admitted to it. And he admitted to being told that he should stop and that it makes her uncomfortable, and he continued to do it.
Something I can't, I'm not gonna go into detail or anything, but there's plenty of people that's wondering this, but I feel like this should be obvious. Nothing has happened with consent with anyone, not me and not anyone else. There's been no consent.
On January 21st, 2025, one of Destiny's close friends named Pixie accused him of also sharing pornographic videos of her
arguing
without...
that he had consent to film it and consent to share it, which won't hold up. But he has said that it wasn't done consensually, though, right?
her consent. Destiny later revealed that this
and there's so many people coming out that I don't think that'll work either.
He had sent these pornographic videos to had allegedly been hacked, leading to these videos being leaked on the internet.
I think a friend of mine's account from that I talked to 3 or 4 years ago ended up getting compromised, and
Wait, okay, hold on. So, if Rose was the 19-year-old OnlyFans person, if I'm understanding this correct, Rose was the 19-year-old OnlyFans person, and he said a friend from 3 to 4 years ago got hacked. That would mean that he was friends with this person when they were 15 to 16 years old, that he then became romantically involved with when that person was 19 and was sending them sexual content of his other exes without their consent. In his defense, this is thing that he has said, not conjecture, not from what he said. Unless this is talking about something different, unless this is a different person, that would be grooming, textbook grooming. Unless I'm misunderstanding.
She just talked to like 3 or 4 years ago, ended up getting compromised, and you know, sometimes you just gotta roll with the memes. It is what it is. What do you want me to say? What do you want me to say? Okay.
Later on that same day of January 21st, one of Destiny's previous close friends named Cherry not only accused Destiny of sharing a recording of them having sex without her consent.
Violence seriously, except the past decrediting laws or justify women against marginalized violence against marginalized groups or to start / continue wars. Yes, but it doesn't mean that there aren't isolated instances where people are held accountable. There are isolated instances where people are held accountable for the acts that they do, the violent sex acts that they do, or the sexual abuse that they commit. And this could be one of the times where a person is held accountable, and I think it should be. Like, there should be no time if somebody is not held accountable for the acts that they commit. But there is a chance that this is one of the times where it could. So it could come from it. Nothing will happen. I'm not going to sit here and say nothing will happen. Right? I'm not going to sit here and be like, you know. I would like to imagine a world where people commit, you know, sex or sexual violations of consent are held accountable. And so I'm not going to like pretend or fantasize about a world like, oh, well, like, or be doomers, be like, oh, well, nothing's going to come from this. You know what I mean?
But also of recording her without her knowledge. Destiny has since admitted to sharing these sex tapes of Pixie and Melina without their consent. Cherry's allegation is still just an allegation, but she has recently filed a police report against Destiny. This is the story of Stephen Bennell II, a man given far too much power and the ways he has abused this power for his own personal gain. Hi, so this video has been a long time coming. I've been slowly collecting evidence about this man Destiny here for about 3 years now, and I don't know about you, but I think it's finally time to take this motherfucker down. Destiny is widely hated by a variety of communities across the internet for a variety of reasons. But no matter how hated Destiny became, he always had a strong army of sycophants that would defend him no matter what he did. However, recently, almost all of his orbiters have abandoned him. Orbiters are what he calls his friends who stream with him. Basically, the implication is that Destiny is this massive planet, and all of his friends are these little planets that orbit around him. This has created an ecosystem where most of Destiny's friends rely on Destiny's success for fame and money. And because most of these people rely on Destiny for money, they've done a remarkably good job at sweeping allegations against Destiny under the rug for years. However, these recent allegations against Destiny have been so egregious that the majority of even his most loyal orbiters have decided to leave.
Why is Hasan here?
Egregious.
How old is this picture? I think this is Hasan. Why is a bear here? Is this Asmongold? Who is this guy? Is this JDon? I don't know who half these people are. Why is this guy redacted? Is this JonTron? Is this Myron? Why is this guy eating potato chips? That's a D community Mike from PA meme, I think. Pretty sure this was fan mail. Is that cutie on the left? Where? I don't know. It's hard to tell. Scar and Little Pichu? Where? Right above him? Oh, that is Lily. Low tier god. That's crazy. And that's when they're above Hasan. Here? I don't think so. This doesn't really look like Espen. Maybe it's just a different dude.
Of even his most loyal orbiters have decided to leave his orbit. Now, barely anyone is still defending Destiny. One person who is still defending Destiny is Myron Gaines from Fresh
really?
and Fit, who recently decided to slut-shame Destiny's victims.
Where I go, I feel extremely violated with how so many people saw me non-consensually in a
Honestly, Myra kind of fell off. What do you mean he only has like a combined total of like 5,000 viewers?
vulnerable
Also,
position.
where's Fit at? Are they not together anymore?
A replacement of
No, because
What makes you think-
they're still there. They still stream together. Yeah, they streamed together yesterday. Only to 63,000 viewers. That's kind of trash. So they're not fully separated, but they did fall off. What do you mean they only have a total of combined of maybe like 10,000 viewers? Maybe, because Rumble viewers aren't real.
I feel like people are always going to use this as proof that I slept my way to whatever achievement I garner. I feel like it's evidence that everything would be better with me gone. Well, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, Prixie, but you did sleep your way to the top. You know, you gotta call a spade here.
Even though Myron is an absolutely insane anti-Semitic woman hater who stands for everything that Destiny claims to be against, Destiny says that he has more respect for Myron than for anyone else on the internet.
In all of my years, God, this feels so shitty. In all my years doing content, I have more respect for Myron than any other individual.
Apparently, the amount of respect that Destiny has for you as a person is dependent on how willing you are to suck up to him.
He is the only person that I have seen that will consistently go into areas where there's so much like laughing and jokes and fun times to be had right here if he was shit on me, but he doesn't. He won't do it.
I have some level of empathy.
Wow, like Myron defends me, therefore he's a good guy, even though Myron is a white supremacist. Sure.
For Destiny's orbiters because it is.
He won't do it.
I have some level of empathy for Destiny's orbiters because it is.
Who's this guy? Right? This is not so erudite. I think this is supposed to be Dan Saltman. I actually I don't know. Pisco lawyer. I'm telling you, I don't know a lot of these people, chat. I am woefully uninformed. That's Elon? Oh, thank you.
It's difficult to be stuck in a position where you financially rely on someone who is not a great person, but I have basically no empathy for Destiny because I believe that Destiny is a massive piece of shit, and I will hopefully demonstrate why I feel that way in this video. In this video, I will go through nearly every harmful action that Destiny has committed over the years, and then allow you to come to your own conclusions on whether or not you think this is a person who deserves anyone's admiration or respect. Before we jump into Destiny's actions from across the years, I think I should take a little bit of time to dispel some possible well poisoning that Destiny or his community DGG could try to attack me with. The first accusation they might throw at me is that I'm obsessed with Destiny. This is an accusation they like to throw at anyone who criticizes Destiny. Personally, I don't think it makes me obsessed with Destiny that I've been researching him for the purpose of criticizing him. None of Destiny's fans accused me of being obsessed with Sneeko when I did a deep dive into Sneeko's harmful actions because they don't like Sneeko. But they probably will accuse me of being obsessed with Destiny because Destiny is their daddy. This is the first video I've ever made about Destiny, and it'll probably be about an hour and a half long. Compare that to the probably hundreds of hours that Destiny has spent on his stream criticizing Hasan. And I have nothing against Destiny criticizing Hasan. It would just be pretty hypocritical to accuse me of being obsessed with Destiny for making 1 hour and a half long video about him, while Destiny has talked about Hasan for hundreds of hours. Destiny has written multiple incredibly long manifestos criticizing creators like Vosh, Keffels, and Bob 7, who
sure, this is where I still don't even know who Bob 7 is, but I do know who Vosh and Keffels are. But this is where like manifesto comes from as a way that is used in like these communities. Right? It's just because Destiny just keeps writing manifestos. He can't stop. He can't stop writing manifestos. He wrote a manifesto about why he should say the N-word. Like, bro, he was a producer on Austin's show and he's friends with Casey Tron. Oh, I don't know these people, chat. I'm gonna be real. I know Casey Tron, but like, there's a lot of other people that I just don't know. And maybe it's for the best if I don't know, you know?
Manifestos criticizing creators like Vosh, Keffels, and Bob 7, who Destiny believes have wronged him over the years. Although I find the label of manifesto a bit cringe, I see nothing inherently wrong with Destiny writing manifestos to chronicle the bad behaviors of these creators. So, in the same way, I guess this will be my manifesto against Destiny. And if you have an issue with me making this manifesto, I hope you will stay logically consistent and also criticize Destiny for making manifest
for the past millennia. It is, but like the way that it's been like co-opted and used just about like chronicling what somebody did wrong is like from like Destiny doing it to people that he just doesn't like, right? It became like colloquially known for like a long piece of text, right? And Destiny just became known for just writing long pieces of text about people that he just doesn't like, right? And that's just kind of like been held over in like other spaces. You know what I mean?
About Vosh.
Not saying that he's made the term manifesto, but like he's used it so much, like pretty consistently about taking down somebody else.
And Bob 7.
This is a cool word he uses instead of essay. Yeah, essentially.
If I had to predict how Destiny himself would respond to this video, he would probably respond with something similar to this tweet that he tweeted at me a couple years ago. You're hopping into a bandwagon of people accusing me of being a rape apologist because you're still upset that I bullied you off the internet a year ago. Don't play stupid. You know exactly what you're doing. To be honest, Destiny isn't 100% wrong here. I am jumping onto a bandwagon of people criticizing him, but I don't think that's an inherently bad thing to do. Destiny jumps onto bandwagons of people criticizing Hasan all the time.
I know that Ethan used Nuke a lot when criticizing other people. It became his thing.
Hey man, I have
like content Nuke Keemstar, content Fallout Keemstar, content Winter or Nuclear Winter. Okay, wait. Content Nuke Keemstar, Nuclear Fallout Keemstar, Nuclear Winter Keemstar. If we just go here and search like Nuke, like Ethan has been using Nuke in this way for like a while. I guess only in these. I don't know who started it or whatever.
Hey man,
but it was like it did start with like content cop, but like and then like it became content Nuke, I guess, from that. But like, and because Ethan is calling this new nuke on Hasan a content nuke, people have been memeing about content nukes or whatever, and like that's how it's being used here as like a content nuke. You know what I mean?
Ethan Klein makes videos attacking Hasan of people criticizing Hasan all the time. When Ethan Klein he jumps onto bandwagons of people criticizing Hasan all the time. When Ethan Klein makes videos attacking Hasan,
no, you have not missed the Ethan Klein nuke. It has not dropped yet.
Destiny jumps onto the bandwagon. So when a bunch of people on the internet are criticizing Destiny right now for sharing women's sex tapes without their consent, hell yeah, I'm gonna jump onto the bandwagon and roast the shit out of him. With the way the internet works, criticisms against someone are more likely to stick when that person is actively engaged in a controversy. This is just how the internet is. So yes, I waited to make this video until you were in a...
Well, apparently he has a show that he's doing on the History Podcast. There's a scheduled show at 12:30 today. And so I think if he doesn't, he'll either come out and he'll be like, okay, for this show, we're not dropping the nuke, you know, I'm going to retire it. The last approval fell through. We can't drop it. Right. Or he'll say it's ready, it's dropping today or whatever. I think Ethan knows the best impression anyone will ever have in this video before it's releases, so he's gonna keep dragging it out. Yeah. Shit where he said it's clear. We saw his story. Unless he made another story. Oh. He said it's cleared. We're cleared to launch 11 seconds ago. 11 minutes ago. So we'll see. We'll see. You have to go ahead from Richie Torres is crazy.
Possibly career-ending controversy because I knew that this would make more
people or whatever, but he still realizes this shit. Yeah.
People listen to my criticism against you. Do you have a problem with that? You know how the internet works, Destiny. You jump onto bandwagons of criticizing people who are in controversies all the time. But now that the shoe's on the other foot, you're mad about it.
School's correct. I was beefing with Ryan back in the day on Twitter because he was like posting like a shit lib. But critical support, I guess. I'm not against critical support. Anyways, who's like talking about Destiny's wrongdoing is like, at least briefly on our side.
All the other shit from all the other vultures and all the other communities that are like coming in trying to like make drama out of this, that don't give a fuck about any victims or any people involved, which is the majority of people. Don't give a fuck about any of that. I don't care about that.
Another accusation that Destiny's fans like to throw at people who criticize him is that they're just doing it for money. Oh, you mean like how Destiny has made money from covering other people's controversies for years? What a dog shit argument. Yes, I'm gonna make money from this video because this is my job, just like Destiny makes money from criticizing other people because that's his job. But this video isn't just about making money for me. I genuinely care about raising
Dogpack, Mr. Beast expose, which I also criticize as well, and for good reason. If you look at Dogpack now, like, he hasn't released any new videos. He's deleted 2 of the videos that he made because he got criticisms. When you don't handle controversy correctly, chat, when you don't handle controversy correctly, and when you try to jump on the expose train, right? You know, Dogpack on the head? Yeah, because people were mad at me. People in my community came in here and were mad at me for criticizing the way Dogpack was operating, was calling out Mr. B, because I told them it wouldn't work. I told them it won't stick. If you come at it as a, from the way of like drama, and you cover serious allegations as like a joke, which he was doing, it won't stick. And it didn't stick. Mr. Beast still has Beast games going on. And like, yeah, people are talking about how bad he is or whatever, but he's still chilling. Mainstream media still talks about him positively. Right? And nobody references Dogpack. Like, I'm curious about how much Dogpack was referenced in the news. Sports Illustrated, Mr. Beast likely to sue Dogpack for before, right? And that's it. That's it. No CNN, no NBC. It's all Sportskeeda. No Fox, no BBC, like just did nothing. Nothing. It was not taken seriously. And you know why it wasn't taken seriously? And it's exactly what I said. Because Dogpack didn't take it seriously. Because Dogpack didn't take it seriously. Because Dogpack was doing a content cop style.
Do you think attention is the most valuable compliment you can
get? Provide some context to this video. I'm a former Mr. Beast employee, and today I am alleging that the company rigged videos and did illegal lotteries and sold fake signatures. I would consider that fraud. Okay, thank you. Enjoy the video. So this is part 1 into my investigation into Mr. Beast. I recorded this before the Chris stuff came out. I was also going to come out about the Chris
stuff. Like, he has an intro to an intro.
Part 2 or 3.
He's already talking about part 2 and 3 of this video.
Because I see a lot of people saying like, oh, if you knew, why didn't you come forward? Why didn't you go to the authorities? Well, I was going to come forward. And also, like, going to the authorities isn't going to work because what are you going to say? Like, you heard rumors that this person is this way or that. You know, there's obviously evidence of like the Shad-based stuff. Like, that's been out for a while. People have internally known at the company that like Chris is kind of a potential minors attracted person, and the company
he's a kid though. When he expects his brain to be has grown into type of content. That's how you represent the world. He's not like that much younger than I am. I don't know how old he is, but he's not like that much younger than I am, right? I expect that if you are going to levy heavy accusations, you do it with a level of seriousness, right? Just because he's a kid does not mean he's exempt from criticism.
They were protecting her, and they protected her as long as they could. Jimmy knew, everyone knew. So, you know, which I think that's more of a red flag than anything I'm going to reveal in this video.
What he's talking about, yeah.
You know, these messages happen in like Mr. Beast discords, and yeah, I don't know. It's a mess when like, and the company's protecting them. Manipulate children. You know, maybe that's the type of really.
17 is that the biggest spike in your
kids? Because all the vulnerable minds are on their parents' account. Now, Mr. Beast intentionally manipulates these children's vulnerable minds for profit using 3 simple steps.
Wait. Did he cut out the content cop part of this, chat? Do y'all remember when we first watched this? There was like a whole content cop section, right? Am I confused? When did this come out? July 24th, 2024? I want to check my VODs. Real quick. $2024. Jeez Louise. I have too many VODs. I've been streaming so long. That's fine. I'm pretty sure the original video was he did like a Mr. Beats intro. It doesn't matter. But like it did look interesting that it changed. But yeah, the point is that I make is that this video, the part 2, no, it was in both parts. It was in both parts. He did like a short one here, and then he did like another one in part 2 as well. That's also deleted now? Or is it this one?
I'm hungry. All right, jokes for food.
Yeah.
I wish it filet. I'll sit back down.
Yeah, he did it in both parts. I remember he did it in both parts. But I think he cut it out.
Which
with like the YouTube editor. Because this is like very disconjointed, the way this is set up. Anyway, the point is that it was unserious. And the reason why he disappeared from the internet is because nobody took him serious. You know what I mean? But yeah, he got 15 million views and 12 million views, and people online talked about it, but no mainstream media outlet took him seriously. And because no one took him seriously, even the ones who took him seriously, even Complex, who wrote about it, didn't name Dogback 404. Or like didn't like name his real name. They just said in a video, Punch Up a Dogback 404. Like this is like a fifth, like a 5-paragraph lottery. Like that's it. Not lottery. Article. Like, it was like, oh, somebody said this. Anyway, moving on. No serious allegations were covered in mainstream media. Only after the New York Times article was disconnected. Like, it's just, that's the problem with like things like this. When you cover serious allegations as like content. And people got mad at Ludwig, right? When Ludwig accurately clocked this in this conversation. Like,
to successfully run a
he deleted the VOD itself. Or I can't find the VOD itself. But like, here.
Yo, what up?
Hello, your name's not Dogpack 404, right?
Yeah.
Well, no, like, I mean, like, what do I call you?
Oh, you can call me Dawson.
Oh, okay. That's like chill. That's like a no name, right? Like Dawson's chill.
Yeah.
Dawson, hello, man. You're the guy who made the video, right? This is not a hijinks.
No, I'm the guy.
You sound the same. Okay, Dawson, you.
Never met a good Dawson.
It's great to meet you. I'm Ludwig.
I know you.
Have we met?
No, I just know that you're the guy who cheats in video games.
Okay, whoa, whoa. First off, just want to address that. I don't cheat in video games. I play video games very well. Sometimes people think I cheat in them. I don't know where you got that information. It's wrong. So let's just stamp that out. What is your background?
Just YouTube.
Like you did YouTube, or like do you, like, I know you have this video, but you only have one video. You mean like you do other YouTube stuff? Or like, did you used to do YouTube? Like how, so you worked at Mr. Beast, my chat said April 2024 for a month?
Not really. I mean, I worked there longer, but that was my official contract, I guess.
I guess, yeah. What's the official date range?
I signed the first NDA February 22nd, and then, yeah, it was like April 20, whatever they said, April 25th.
So like a little over 2 months?
Yeah, but then there's like more details after that, but
well, that's like the official period or something?
Yeah.
Wait, why is it marked by an NDA? Is that like a contract too?
Well, it was because at first it wasn't paid work. It was just a trial or whatever, training.
Oh, so it's like, hey,
you immediately
work
fire
for
shots,
X amount
and
of...
you'll know why if you haven't seen this yet. Published info of alleged crime contained jury pool, such as impossible to prosecute. This is how Eagles fan dude got away with predatory behavior because the guy that caught him published an interview online. The cops couldn't go after him for those crimes. Legal note.
A time, if it works out, you get a contract?
Yeah.
Did you get a contract then?
Yeah.
So when did the official contract start, I guess?
Whatever date they said is accurate.
Who's they? I actually don't know who you're talking about.
No, I just don't remember whatever Chucky said on Twitter.
Okay, I don't know who. Okay. Oh, Chucky's the guy who posted the anti thing about your thing, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Were you on shrooms?
No, not really.
Great journalistic question there. Great journalistic question there. Also, great answer from him. Not really.
Really?
Okay, no. You don't get away with that one. What does that mean? Most people are either on them or not on them. I've never been not really on shrooms.
No, truthfully, I wasn't on shrooms, but I was like pretending to be like a paranoid schizophrenic, like in that scene where I'm hiding under the bed. And then they kind of just took that and ran with it and said that I was erratic and on shrooms.
So you haven't done shrooms? Dude, that's great. Why'd you go quiet?
Sorry, I was getting water. What'd you say?
Okay, no, that was weird. You're fucking with me right now.
You haven't even watched the video, dude. Go watch the video. Call me
You were
after,
in my chat.
Yeah, I'll be here. I'll be watching.
I have questions.
Okay.
The yacht thing.
Yeah.
So the way I'm understanding it is you.
Was that me or was that him? I think that was me. Pedro, thank you for the subscription.
Did you work on that video or are you going off the video?
Dude, you are controlled opposition.
What does that mean?
It means you're trying to get me to reveal confidential information and break my NDA.
I don't know what your NDA is. I'm trying to ask questions about the freaking thing.
Oh, you know what an NDA is?
Yeah, but I don't know what your NDA covers. Okay, what should I not ask you?
About any videos that I worked on.
Can I know what videos you worked on so I don't ask questions about them? Or if you're okay, so then I just can't ask you anything.
Well, ask me anything. I'm an open book.
No, you're not. You just said that I'm controlled opposition because I did ask you something.
Okay.
So you just said okay.
How do I ask a question without making you break the NDA that I can't know about?
Bro, you gotta be good at reading context clues, honestly.
Like the context clues of this conversation or the video?
Both. You're a theater kid, right?
No. I was an athlete in high school.
No, you're a theater kid. Be honest.
I did one musical.
I was Mr. Beast at the time, but also Ludwig is content brain. But like, it doesn't make sense. Like Ludwig is asking fair questions. He's saying, "I have questions about the yacht thing." He says, "I can't talk about the yacht. It's in my NDA." And he's like, "Okay, what can I not ask you about?" So I don't ask that. He's saying, "I can't tell you that because that's against my NDA too." And you're just like, then I can't ask you anything. No, ask me anything. Okay. But if I ask you something, you're like, oh, that's against my NDA. Like it's just a very just weird conversation, right? Like, and this is why nobody took him seriously. Like even here, people were like, oh, Ludwig is, protecting Mr. Beast or whatever. But like, normal people were just like, also like, sure, like Ludwig's protecting Mr. Beast with this, like this, why even do this? Why? It's like a weird questions to ask. You know what I mean? He did come in very defensive. Like he didn't answer anything. Like, and that's just after he released the first video. That was after he released part 1, right? And so when he released part like 2 and 3 and 4, and then people were like, hey, what you're doing here is still weird. There became, as he released more video parts, the pushback grew and grew and grew, right? Until he got called out for things, right? And then he deleted some videos and stopped posting videos as well. Because he was getting called out by other Mr. Beast employees and other people making expose videos, like Soggy Cereal. Soggy Cereal made a video about Dogpack 2 months ago that also blew up about why Dogpack sucks. Right? And it's just like it's a whole thing. And then like now, none of this is being taken seriously. Nobody's talking about Mr. Beast. And this is how we've arrived at this position. You know what I mean? It's like he never wanted to be questioned at all. Yeah, which is weird. So like, why did he even go into Ludwig's chat in the first place? It's so weird. It doesn't make any sense. Or I make a video at all? Yeah, like it doesn't make sense. And then people got mad at me. People got mad at me for pointing this out. They got mad at me for pointing this out when Dogpack dropped the first video. Like, so you're just a Mr. Beast meat writer though? Sure. But like, Dogpack is also just an anti-Mr. Beast person. Like, he doesn't care about the allegations. He doesn't care about the truth. He doesn't care about actually holding Mr. Beast accountable. It was purely a clout-driven move. That's it. And that's why it doesn't make sense for him to like put in like, oh, I know about the serious allegations, but this video is just about the drama, right? Which is what this other video was. Right? This first video was just about the drama. Oh, he fakes his videos. Oh, this squirrel's not real. Oh, this train is CGI. Right? Oh, Matt, who's in this video, is a scripted actor who lives in $1 million mansion. And people were like, Matt's like, I don't live in $1 million mansion. I'm not a scripted actor. Some other guy's like, hey, this is my raccoon that I trained. It's not a fake raccoon, you know what I mean? Or whatever. Like, it's a real raccoon. It's not CGI. And this guy's like, oh, this wink is fake. He's like, no, this is my wink. It's not a fake wink. Oh, these guys were on the opposite sides of the room. And he's like, no, we were actually right there next to each other. We could hear each other talk. Like, look, he just had he made so many claims, and all those claims from all these different sources were debunked for these like very lower level allegations, which threw in his credibility like out of the window. So when he actually made like him saying Mr. Beast is causing diabetes for having Feastables, like, you know what I mean? Like, that stuff is insane. That stuff is crazy. Bro, why is this transcript in Russian? Where's the English? Why is it in Russian? Where's the English? I can't even search the whatever, it's fine. It's fine. I just wanted to see the Mr. Beast cause diabetes.
Bob's Burgers Palace.
So good.
Less time on this beautiful logo and more time on making the food actually edible.
Ugh. Oh yeah. Oh, Mr. Beast Burger has nasty food. Like, I feel like in context of like Mr. Beast is abusing his workers. Him making nasty food is like down here. You know what I mean? Mr. Beast like harboring sex criminals. Mr. Beast faking a wink in his video. Like, why are these things equalized in this way? Why are you pretending like they're the same level of claim? And why are you saving the important stuff for part 2?
Brother, what's that? What's that, brother?
Also, be for real, dude. Five Guys has a nice, clean, appealing aesthetic. You know, the name suggests humble beginnings. This is like a 8-year-old sloppy cotton candy piss burger.
Like wow, like Mr. Beast, you know, may harbor sex criminals. Mr. Beast's logo is bad. Why? It doesn't make sense to me. You get what I'm saying though, right? And why I criticized this video when it first came out. I was like, why are we focused on these like stupid claims instead of the real legitimate claims against Mr. Beast? Like Mr. Beast cozying up to Logan Paul in KSI after Logan Paul has a history of being a atrocious person. Mr. Beast potentially hiring somebody who is a sex offender and knowing about it and covering it up and those allegations. Mr. Beast abusing his workers. Okay, these are real things. Why are we talking about his logo? Wait, was he trying to sneak into the commentary YouTube space? I think so. My headcanon is if he didn't get called out, he would drop these Mr. Beast videos. He would stop the Dogpack channel, right? He would start a new channel just doing YouTube commentary. And people would be like, oh, it's Dogpack. He's starting a YouTube commentary channel. Everybody, he took down Mr. Beast. Let's go support him over there. And then he would start his own career doing YouTube commentary, right? Without like monetizing this video specifically. You know what I mean? That's what I think he was trying to do. Like he's trying to gain goodwill from people, make his own platform. Yes. Yeah.
Literally looks like a piss burger.
Also, I'm so tired of the memes. Like the memes make like, you're talking about him, Mr. Beast, like potentially doing fraud and scamming his audience. You're like, all right, we're doing memes now.
Also, this digital wheel is not remotely representative of your actual odds. Mark Rober has talked about this common deceptive casino tactic before.
You recall from the Carnival scam video, the most lucrative games for the Carnival owner are those where people overestimate their chances of winning. That is exactly what happens in this game, thinking you were so close to getting a jackpot, when in reality, you weren't close at all. In gambling,
Dogpack shows people that how much people like to hate. Like Mr. Beast needed to be criticized, not somebody like Dogpack who's clearly trying to feed Mr. Beast haters. Yeah.
Psychology, this is known as the near miss
like this
effect.
is not even remotely related to like the overall Mr. Beast videos. I hate Mark Rober.
And people will spend
I think Mark Rober is
more
relatively okay. Like he's a cringe, you know, multi-million subscriber YouTube channel. Like of course he's made for kids. He's not gonna be my cup of tea.
More money to try and win because they think they can just do it on the next one.
So I am absolutely pigging out on Feastables. And I'm trying to do this. Mr. Beast is teaching us gambling? Minus points because there's no cool music. Anyway, let's gamble.
Also, these tickets, one of them just so happened to go to a YouTuber with 700,000 subscribers at the time. Just pure chance.
This was just taped.
It was taped.
No freaking way. So it is like really like total chance, obviously. Like you're one of like hundreds of thousands of names.
Talk to Jimmy, Bella. What do you got to say to
Jimmy,
say
thank
to
you.
Like,
For
who
picking
really
us.
cares about? I want to see the Mr. Beast causes diabetes. That's what I want to see.
It was random.
And extremely unlikely things do Jimmy that every video has entertained in my ticket to like lottery ticket. Like Mr. Beast is bringing hundreds of
You
know,
exactly. I bought chocolate in Walmart. And Hershey's buying Feastables. Like people who never would have bought chocolate in Walmart are walking to the chocolate aisle specifically to buy Feastables.
You're creating a new market.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm bringing new customers to the aisle.
Okay, I guess he does want to admit it. you know, kind of a weird flex, not something I would brag about, Jimmy. Also, maybe I should mention technically I'm a certified nutritionist, which really just means I paid $1,200 for a course and then failed to launch a health food company. But I know that poor diet and especially excessive sugar consumption is the #1 cause of death and health problems in America, including some of the health problems that Mr. Beast claims to care so much about. Blindness, deafness, loss of limb.
Like he's saying like Mr. Beast causes like blindness, deafness, and loss of limbs so that he could treat it. Like he's not saying that, but he's like insinuating that. You know what I mean? I'm like, there are things you can criticize about both of those things, but like, what does this even do? It feels like he's just trying to like pile on like Mr. Beast and anything that could be tangentially related to Mr. Beast. I'm gonna shove in this video, which is why it's an hour long. And I'm like, okay, whatever, I can get past that. But he made like 4 of them. He made 4 videos like this. Each video had like one claim that's like useful and like needs to be called out, but it's surrounded by a pile of trash. And I know I'm getting off topic, right? I'm getting off topic because we weren't originally talking about Dogpack and Mr. Beast, but it makes me so mad because people got mad at me for saying this. People were upset at me for saying, hey, Dogpack is not a good representative for calling out Mr. Beast. He's unreliable. He's an unreliable narrator. He's dressed like a fake police officer. No wonder this went nowhere. No wonder this didn't go anywhere. He's dressed like a fake police officer. And now Mr. Beast is still running around doing Mr. Beast things. Is it a Content Cop reference? Yes, but it's cringe, right? When iDubbbz is doing Content Cop, first of all, it's still cringe. I think Ian would agree that Content Cop was a cringe thing to do, right? But at least he was like clowning on like Leafy for like making fun of kids or whatever, right? And he was laughing at Keemstar. This is about serious allegations of Mr. Beast facilitating abuse and potentially putting people in his orbit in danger by having sex criminals on his like in his circle, and he's like, I'm gonna do Content Cop. Man, there's a serious allegations against Mr. Beast that I, as a Mr. Beast employee, have insider knowledge on. Time to go get a police officer outfit and make a Content Cop. Like, come on, bro. Like, I don't even like freaking Ryan Beard, but if you're going to do a takedown video, at least do a genuine, like, scripted video where you're sitting down in front of the camera and you're talking to the camera about the bad thing that somebody's done. Make it serious, right? Make it to the point and go through these serious allegations point by point. This is what you did, this is what you did, this is what you did, and this is what you did. And Dogpack did not do that. Dogpack was doing it for the content, right? He made this wall for the content, right? When he was doing this, every step of the way, he was like, how can I get this to be as content-minded as possible? And people came in here and defended this by being like, oh, well, of course he wanted to make it for the content. He wanted a lot of people to see it, right? If it wasn't content-focused, a lot of people wouldn't have seen it, right? But personally, I would like, right, videos exposing people for wrongdoing to just have a level of sincerity to it. Personally, that's just me. That's just me. A level of sincerity to it that treats the allegations with the seriousness it deserves, instead of him rolling around in the garbage, right? Wherever I had it, dressed as a cop. Do you think Mr. Beast have been involved with Dog Boy's publication? Because a lot of things that happened were just incidental to Dog Boy's claim. Like Mr. Beast was involved in this? I don't think so. That would be funny though. If Mr. Beast funded opposition this bad where it just doesn't matter to like placate people, that would be funny. A great counter to this guy's videos is FD's videos on GG Academics. Yeah. I doubt that in my opinion. I think that if the tone was more serious, the focus would have gotten just as many eyeballs, if not more. I agree. I do agree. That is also my take. But again, we have an evidence of like what happened here. And that is that it got, he got 666,000 subscribers. he got millions of views. Mr. Beast is still running around. You know what I mean? No mainstream media picked up these claims outside of maybe like 1 or 2 mentions on like the B articles of the day. A little check on Ethan just to see. And let's get back to Ryan Beard.
Awareness for the shitty stuff that Destiny has done. If you're gonna write a manifesto about Keffals and say that she needs to be held responsible for her actions,
Demonstration of what happens when communities fail to hold their own members responsible.
I'm gonna do the same thing to you, motherfucker. Now let's focus in on this part of the tweet. You're still upset that I bullied you off the internet a year ago. You know what, Destiny? You are not totally wrong. Being bullied off the internet didn't feel particularly good because people don't tend to enjoy being bullied. Destiny and his community definitely have bullied me over the years, but I don't really care to relitigate my personal beef with Destiny. Destiny and his community weren't very nice to the suit-wearing fatty. Who gives a fuck? But Destiny, you don't get to criticize Keffals for being a bully,
Internet bullying,
and then turn around and take pride in the fact that you're a bully. That is called hypocrisy. The fact that Destiny and his community have bullied me in the past probably is a factor in why I chose to make this video. And I would argue that the treatment that Destiny received from creators like Vosh and Keffals is one of the reasons he made manifestos against them. As much as I might want to, I am a human being and I can't fully separate myself from my own personal biases. And the fact that I have been bullied by Destiny and his community in the past does probably make me somewhat biased against them. If you feel like my personal bias against Destiny means that I'm not the right person to make this video, I respect that opinion and I encourage you to go watch a different YouTube video. But in this video, I'm going to try my absolute best to be as unbiased as possible and stick to the facts as much as possible.
Yeah.
I am going to try my best to not view Destiny in bad faith because I think even if you view him in good faith, he's still a piece of shit. I do feel like one of Destiny's tactics from across the years is to be incredibly mean to anyone he has a conflict with. So when that person eventually decides to make a video criticizing him, he can just write that person off as obsessive and just mad because he bullied them.
As a supporter of yours, I appreciate if you address some of the points made in the Britney video. She seemed to be pretty fair, especially in her conclusions. I don't have time to address every deranged, obsessive video that's made about me. I still haven't watched the Britney video.
Just add this tactic to the long list of tactics that Destiny and his community use to deflect criticism from themselves. The last criticism that Destiny and his community might make against this video is that I'm bringing up a bunch of old news that Destiny has already addressed. While that might be the case for some of the things I talk about in this video is not being made for Destiny's community. I'm making this video for the broader internet, and the majority of the broader internet doesn't know about all of these past controversies that you might consider old news. Contrary to what you guys might believe, the entire world does not orbit around Destiny. If Destiny is going to be interviewing potential presidential candidates like Marianne Williamson, then I think the broader political community deserves to know about Destiny's past actions. Destiny has said before that he has nothing to hide, and people can't expose him for anything that he's done in the past because he's open about everything he's done in his life. When someone else was trying to expose Destiny for his bad behavior, he sent these messages to his chat. So if he wants to expose me, that's fine, let him expose. But he needs to post receipts instead of just vaguely alluding to shit. There's literally nothing anyone could have on me for anything because I don't do anything bad/weird. I am the cleanest motherfucker in this.
That's so funny. I don't do anything bad/weird. Okay. Okay.
Entire scene. The worst anyone could ever have on me is fucking dick pics or something. He can talk about whatever he wants, but he should provide proof, not just baseless accusations/speculation. Alright, Destiny, in this video I will provide plenty of proof and receipts to back up everything that I accuse you of. If what you said in these messages is true, then you should have absolutely no issue with me lying out everything that you've done over the years on the table. Are we on the same page? Great. Honestly, I feel like the fact that I feel the need to lay out all these preambles and pretext and shoot down possible criticisms before they make them should show you that Destiny's community have become masters at deflecting criticism against them. You can call these motherfuckers Bert from Mary Poppins in the way that they're masters at sweeping. The joke here is that Bert from Mary Poppins is a chimney sweep. It's a funny joke, okay? Fuck off. My goal in this video is not to push some sort of political agenda against Destiny. I actually think he is a very smart dude who's one of the best debaters on the internet and one of the best people at using logic to defend liberal values. I debated Destiny a couple times a few years ago.
That sounds a bit like a debate, bro. I'll let him cook. He is he said he debated Destiny. He's also a liberal, so just critical support. I've gotten into spats with Ryan Beard. He's liberal, but again, critical support. I am willing to let bygones be bygones. Look at the Ryan Beard you bought it on Twitter. I am willing to let bygones be bygones.
And he definitely wiped the floor with me, especially in our second debate.
I do think that just a general concept, not to like Ryan specifically, you should not debate Destiny. right? I would tell my friends this who Destiny have invited to debate in the past. If you ever, garner a little bit of following, or if you're, attractive young lady who Destiny might set his eyes on, you should never try to debate him or go on his podcast. You shouldn't. I don't care how good of a debater you think you are. It doesn't matter. When you go into a space that is hostile to you, right? They will switch to whoever, like, even if you're a good debater, they will switch to, to talking about something that you are, not as confident in. They will attack your appearance. They will do like debate tactics to like get you off your game, because the goal is not an exchange of ideas. The goal is to tear down the other person, right? And so when Ryan Beard is saying that like Destiny is good at debating, how I read that is Destiny is good at tearing down the other person. Destiny is good at deflecting away from the actual substance of the argument to tearing down the other person. And he is good at doing that. I think Vosh is also decent at doing that as well. And that's why they are the debate bros of the sphere. You know what I mean?
No shame
so
in admitting
I would, that's my advice. Don't do it. Do not do it. It's not worth it.
that Destiny is definitely a better debater than I am. Even if I disagree with a lot of his opinions because I'm a leftist, I can still recognize that he's done a great job dunking on a bunch of dumbass conservatives. But like Destiny said in his manifesto against Keffals, I don't think we should be afraid to hold members of our own community accountable.
Demonstration of what happens when communities fail to hold their own members responsible.
And Destiny—
I don't think Destiny's a member of my community. I will say that. And I won't even sit here and say that he's like does a good job of debating on conservative. People say the same thing about Ethan as well. But again, I don't support somebody who uses the same tactics that against the people that I hate, because eventually they will use those same tactics against the people that I support. You know what I mean? Like, if I have somebody that's supposed to be on my side who's like using dead naming against a conservative trans person, when push comes to shove, if a trans person on the left disagrees with them, guess what they're gonna do to that trans person too? You know what I mean? If I talk to somebody who's totally fine with using slurs against, black conservatives, they're gonna turn around and they're gonna use slurs against the people on the left who disagree with them as well. Right? It's like that Batman meme being like, these are the weapons of our enemies. We will not use it because we will not need it. Or something. You know what I mean? You know what I'm talking about. It's like that. Who dead named a conservative trans person? Olivia Juliana. Dead named the conservative trans person.
Sean
So
Black says, she's my African princess.
The Fair Bear just subscribed.
My Malk Shade, thank you for the 3-month in advance subscription. Much appreciated. And the Fair Bear, thank you for the tier 1. I used to be in an X debate scene. I know how criminal it was. I stepped out. I thought I was debating and humiliating Nazis. That was awesome content. We were throwing punches, but then I realized that Vosh was throwing punches to the left and I was done. Yeah, I mean, I'm glad you got out, Chatter. I used to watch Vosh. I will admit it. You know what I mean? I used to watch Vosh. I watched Vosh until he started saying the N-word. And then I was like, yep, that space is not for me. And then I went about my business. I went to a space that was for me. Right? Okay, this isn't even what I was thinking of, but I guess there's multiple of Batman doing this. Yeah, my line was the N-word. The rest of it is just extra for me. Yeah.
No. Tonight, I am going to maintain order in Gotham City. You are going to help.
I don't like his Batman voice. Sorry, I don't know. I don't even know who's voicing it. I am not a fan of this Batman voice. I'm gonna be real.
Me. But not with these. These are loud and clumsy. These are the weapons of cowards. Our weapons are precise and quiet. In time, I will teach them to you. But for tonight, you will rely on your brains and your fists. Tonight, we are the law. Tonight, I am the law.
Are you referencing it from the movie? I was referencing the comic panel itself. But I'm sure it also shows up elsewhere. But yeah. Also, the Fair Bear. Thank you for the tier 1, by the way. I don't know if I said it, but I got distracted. Because it's not Kevin. Yeah, it's not Kevin.
Has done a lot of fucked up shit that I think he needs to be held accountable for. Just because he's a good debater who's really good at defending the liberal ideology, I don't think that means that we should sweep his bad behavior under the rug.
And I don't understand how Steven can really say that he wants to be a serious political advocate.
Wait, Destiny's former close friend, Abba and Preach were friends of Destiny? That actually makes a lot of sense. That actually makes a lot of sense. Just Abba? That still makes a lot of sense. That does track. I didn't like them either. Have you seen the scene where Batman says crime is a result of wealth inequality and versus his wealth would be better than being a vigilante? I have not seen that. We actually talked about Batman basically Fresh and Fit clothes. To be fair, Abba and Preach came first. Fresh and Fit just took what they were doing further and got more successful while doing it because they went further. Right? Abba and Preach are basically liberal Fresh and Fit. Fresh and Fit took that, went even more reactionary, and got it right at reach because they went more reactionary.
Doesn't want to manage his personal life in any way.
I'm actually curious.
On blind date.
What do they have to say about Destiny? Oh.
You guys can see the title. I stand behind it. It's not bait. It's not a joke. Destiny's getting canceled, all right? And the reason being this time is that he supposedly had an intimate relationship with some women. And what he would do is when he would film intimate moments with these ladies, record them, he would share some of these with other women he was approaching. And
feels like he could have kept this private. That's crazy. Anyway, let's continue with this, by the way.
That's serious. Like, why should the DNC involve you in anything that they want when your personal life looks like a fucking train wreck that's going to be bad PR for all of them? Why should anyone want to spend time debating you on these bigger platforms if all you're going to do is bring fucking tarnishing their reputation, right? It's like, if you're serious about this, you should make this sacrifice. And if you can't, then I don't think you really care about the political positions that you claim to care about.
My goal in this
video earlier, and in it, Abba was just hanging out with D's stream while D was talking about his whole Orbit sex life, which was weird. Who's the curly hair lady? I don't even know who that is. I don't really know who many of these people are. Bro, am I? Maybe that's for the best, actually. Let me stop.
Video is to simply lay out all of his actions from across the years that I consider harmful and allow you to come to your own conclusions. All right? Let's get into it. In this video, I hope to establish a pattern of how Destiny over the course of his career has repeatedly taken advantage of and harmed women and occasionally children, and how he has advocated for a world that makes it easier for people like him to harm women and children. We'll start by going through Destiny's harmful behavior towards women, then we'll take a detour to his harmful behavior towards children, and then we'll loop back around to his harmful behavior towards women again. Sound good? Well, it's not going to be. Around the end of 2011, Destiny sexually assaulted a woman on his live stream. I'm not using the word allegedly here because we have video of him doing it, and he has openly admitted that it was sexual assault.
I would say that.
What? HR711, hello. I'm so sorry you came in during this time. I'm confused. I have not heard about this.
In my streaming career in the past, like totally publicly, like I completely and totally like assaulted a girl on stream before for like fucking 5 minutes or whatever. I got a super career in the past, like totally publicly, like I completely and totally like assaulted a girl on stream before for like fucking 5 minutes or whatever. I got super fucking drunk and was like grabbing her fucking breast the entire time.
Later, Destiny has attempted to downplay his actions here by tweeting, "I was drunk off my ass literally for the first time in my life." And he said that at the time he didn't understand how bad it was, but now looking back years later, he understands that it was reprehensible behavior.
And at the time I figured like, oh well, you know, we're gonna fuck anyway, like it doesn't matter, like she's chill or whatever, like I'm drunk, it doesn't matter. Like at the time I'm thinking like, you know, oh, it's not a big deal. But like looking back, I'm like, okay, wait, this is like really, really, really reprehensible behavior.
But if you go back and watch the clip, immediately after assaulting her, he says, "Listen, I'm gonna apologize to you so much tomorrow."
Listen, I'm gonna apologize to you so much tomorrow.
Why would you need to apologize to her tomorrow, Destiny? Is it maybe because you understood that what you were doing was wrong? To me, this shows that even in his incredibly drunk state, he knew that what he was doing is wrong. And obviously, being drunk does not absolve you of your actions. Otherwise, we wouldn't criminalize drunk driving.
You've come here to this stream to defend drunk drivers to me.
This is a common tactic with Destiny where he'll half take accountability for something, but half try to downplay it by saying, oh, I was so drunk at the time. Oh, I didn't understand how bad it was at the time. But I'm calling bullshit. You understood that what you were doing was bad, even back when you did it, because you were an adult, not a baby.
Bro, if you have to spend so much of your time defending yourself from the numerous instances in women who come out and claim that you are sexually assaulting and harassing them, maybe just take a second to think, maybe you're the problem. Maybe you're the issue. Maybe it's you.
Woman, Destiny has never directly apologized to her, even though she would like him to. She acknowledges that he has indirectly apologized on his stream, but my question is, did he apologize on his stream to save his reputation, or did he apologize because he was genuinely remorseful? I will allow you to answer that question for yourself as we go through more of Destiny's pattern of behavior from over the years. In 2012, Destiny shared private nudes of a woman he had been sexting named Blue Tea with his friends. Destiny
2012? That's 13 years ago. Bro should have been taken off the internet years ago. What do you mean that this started 13? Like, it's not even just like there was different stuff 13 years ago, right? He was doing the same exact things. The same things. The same things. I didn't even graduate high school yet. I was 13, so. Or 12. That's like over half my life, chat. He's been doing this for over half my life. Over half my life. Insane.
will often claim that the reason for his actions are because he was provoked into doing them and he had no other choice.
I'm kind of being pushed into playing my entire hand.
But here, there was no provocation. He just thought it would be funny to share this woman's private nudes with his friends and joke about how fucking hideous her face is compared to her beautiful body. And he also insulted her because he thought she looked like Shrek. So he shared a woman's private nudes without consent for the purpose of degrading her. In response, Blue Tea hacked Destiny's Twitter and tweeted out pictures of his dick. Obviously, I condemn this woman's actions. She posted revenge porn of Destiny, which is never justified. But don't forget that the situation that provoked this was Destiny maliciously sharing her nudes without her consent. On Reddit, Destiny replied to her by saying, "I can't imagine how you can think that people will never ever ever talk about anything personal or private amongst their friends. Maybe I'm just stupid."
Maybe don't share nudes, intimate pictures of people. Like, that's not a normal thing. Does he think that's a normal thing? I think he thinks that's a normal thing, which honestly makes sense that these are his actions. I deleted news of my ex and she deleted mine. It's not difficult. Yeah. Like, this is a normal thing. People share nude pictures of each other. But if they're like, you break up, they're gone. You feel me? Even if you're still together, you don't share them with other people. Like, it's very simple. It's very simple.
But I can't see myself caring at all if you shared pictures between your close friends, especially given the fact that I'd never see any of them in real life. So in this comment, Destiny
Wait, okay, he's saying that,
he
oh,
did send
because I
nudes.
sent it over the internet to people I don't know and I'll never see them in real life, it's fine? Yeah, totally, bro. Totally, yeah. Yeah.
Without consent, and he's attempting to downplay his actions. A couple years later, when one of Destiny's friends named Bob7 allegedly shared a woman's nudes without her consent, Destiny said that this should be life-destroying.
Bob7 shared nude photographs of multiple women after pressuring one to post one without their consent, but I do believe that these are relatively life-destroying revelations.
But when Destiny does it, he justifies it by saying that he wouldn't care if someone did it to him. This is known as the personal preference fallacy, arguing that something isn't wrong simply because you wouldn't care if it was personally done to you. Even if Destiny wouldn't care if someone shared his nudes, which I doubt, that doesn't make it okay for him to do it to someone else. And a couple years later, Destiny demonstrates that he knows that sharing nudes is wrong by laughing at this clip of someone explaining how it's wrong.
The guy sent the nudes to like his buddy, and the buddy sent it to the other buddy, and it just went, like the whole school had her nudes.
Wow.
Right?
That's cray.
That in and of itself is another example of like violating consent. That even though, for so long we were trained to be like, oh, consent has to do with like, like sex.
Did you guys know that if a bitch breaks up with you and you send her nudes to everybody, even that's wrong, guys?
Him laughing like this is him sarcastically showing that he obviously understands it's wrong. So I think even back when Destiny did this, he understood that it was wrong. He's just pretending like he didn't understand that it was wrong to avoid taking accountability for his actions.
Yeah, he's laughing like yeah, no shit, of course it's wrong. Like that's why he's laughing. He's not laughing because like, oh, it's not wrong. He's laughing because like, wow, I can't believe he said something so obvious, right? Obviously that's the case. Because like, obviously it is the case. But like for Destiny, he has made it a history of doing that exact same thing. So maybe somebody can say that it's kind of projection a little bit, but that's a big word. That's a SAT word.
Destiny has a long history of really not liking when women post about their negative sexual experiences online. Real talk, opening up about quote unquote your rape and shit on Twitter is incredibly fucking weird and should never have been normalized. I have no idea why the fuck people encourage others to trauma dump on social media. It's insanely unhealthy. This was in response to a woman sharing an allegation about how she was stealthed. She was allegedly having sex with a man. She had established the boundary beforehand that he needed to wear a condom during sex, but in the middle of sex, he removed the condom, which is a form of rape. I agree with Destiny that sometimes trauma dumping on social media can be unhealthy, but sharing allegations on social media obviously has the possible benefit of holding people accountable.
It's evil, but to him, it's like in his mind, it's okay. I never understand people can think like this because Destiny is a crazy person
for their actions. And putting the words "your rape" in quotation marks obviously implies that he's casting some level of doubt onto her story. It's one thing to wait to see evidence before you fully believe someone's story that they post on social media. It's another thing to instantly cast doubt on their story just because you're annoyed that they decided to post about it on social media. This controversy started because Destiny had retweeted someone who tweeted, "If you knew he took off the condom and you couldn't even bring yourself to say anything, you shouldn't be having casual sex." A bunch of people got mad at Destiny for retweeting this, so then he tweeted, "If you are noticing someone is taking a condom off and you can't say anything, you probably don't have the emotional maturity to engage in sex. You should probably just grab a caretaker or something and stick to masturbating to furry porn." Sorry, people got even more mad.
For at least 5 women, yeah. At least 3 people have come out currently in the last 2 months, right, and said something about it. And there's instances of him doing it in his path. Who knows how many more women that he's done this to? And that is specifically with sharing sexually explicit, like content to other people without consent of the person involved, right? There are instances where he took the content without the consent of the person involved. There are instances where he shared audio recordings of a non-sexual context of people without the consent of people involved. Bro has gone he's done so much stuff that there's like, it feels like okay, you're making some of this up. You know what I mean? Like, how can somebody get away with this for the last 13 years and be like not held accountable for it? You're just like, that's crazy. That's insane. I mean, he denied their experience and harassed them with their audiences, all to cover up the stuff he's been doing to women too. Many such cases, yeah. If you don't stop me from violating your consent, you shouldn't have put yourself in a situation your consent could be violated. He didn't even spare his wife and his harmful behavior. Like the person he has a kid with, dog. The mother of his child.
At this tweet, so then he tweeted, "Sorry, I want to apologize for my last tweet. You should treat every single woman you come across like a retarded child who's incapable of voicing an opinion about literally anything. Ideally, you would bring her dad along to every fuck so he can guide her through the process." First of all, she did clearly assert her boundaries before sex. She just struggled to reassert her boundaries when this man started raping her because this made her so uncomfortable. I agree that if you struggle to reassert your boundaries during sex, this could make it more likely that you would end up being harmed during sex. And we should obviously encourage people to assert their boundaries during sex as much as they possibly can, but rather than show empathy for women who struggle to tell men to stop because they're so terrified while they're being raped, Destiny decides to insult these women's emotional maturity and call them retarded children. According to a neuroscience article in the journal Nature Human Behavior, victims frequently report immobility during rape and sexual assault, often using the term freezing. Neuroscientific evidence suggests fear and threat can block cortical neural circuits for action control, leading to involuntary.
Because his Destiny's orbiters are kind of like scattered right now, I don't think they can muster up their reasonable defense. You know what I mean? I don't think they can muster up their usual defense against like Ryan Beard. You know what I mean? Like his orbiters are scattered. Like he's losing. Like he lost ABBA for ABBA and Preach. He lost Loner Box, he lost like he's like freaking JSTLK, like the people that are like 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 usually like right alongside with him, they're scattered or they're fighting amongst themselves, right? Maybe after they've like refocused and they're like, okay, attack that person, right? Attack that person. Maybe in a few months, but like right now, like they're kind of being cooked.
Immobility, and this sort of
He's
immobility
using
can
right now.
manifest
This is broken the containment of the drama sphere. Yeah.
as physical immobility or verbal immobility. A 2017 Scandinavian study reported that 70% of the 298 women who had visited an emergency clinic within a month of experiencing sexual violence had experienced significant tonic immobility or paralysis when it happened. So when women struggle to reassert their boundaries,
Yeah, it's also not insane to imagine that if somebody flagrantly violates your consent, you'd be apprehensive about, holding them accountable in the moment. Because if somebody is very flagrantly violating your consent and raping you, you are less likely to actively fight back against that because you don't know what else they'll do. If they, in the moment, can violate your consent in that way, you don't know what else they can do in the moment. So it's not outside the realm of normalcy for that to be the case.
while they're being raped, this isn't because they're children with no emotional maturity. There are actual neurological reasons for this behavior. When the streamer Hans of Harkir brings up the fact that these women could be having a freeze response when they experience stealthing, Destiny disregards this and says that a victim couldn't possibly have a freeze response just from seeing a man take his condom off.
Freeze up is some shit where you're like in a fucking traumatic situation and somebody's doing some crazy shit. Not like you look down and you see some assholes trying to slip a condom off. Like, oh, I'm frozen out. I can't fucking think. I don't get the condom off. I'm fucking completely frozen. Bro, what the fuck kind of 14-year-olds are you fucking? No, are you serious?
But according to a 2010 study titled Facing Freeze, Social Threat Induced Bodily Freeze in Humans, even negative social interactions can trigger a psychological freeze response.
I wouldn't even say you need to go this far. You know what I mean? I think we all, at this moment at least, understand that Destiny's an idiot. He's a moron, right? Obviously, he's trying to find, again, avenues of attack in an argument rather than like living in reality and experiencing in reality of like, yeah, maybe if somebody is trying to sexually assault you, regardless of the form that takes, if somebody's trying to flagrantly violate your consent, you would be apprehensive to, I think it's worth going this far. I'm sure it is. I'm just saying that like, I think my point is that the fact that it needs to go this far is kind of telling about Destiny and Destiny's audience, right? Because again, I don't even think Destiny like himself disagrees with this fact. I don't even think he cares enough to disagree. Like, I don't think he cares enough to have an actual take on this. It's just more whatever he can say to like win a debate or win an argument. He can dunk on the other person. If he can like assert this in a certain way, that he could come across as looking like he's super intelligent and smart, regardless of whether or not he actually believes it. You know what I mean? Again, he does this to women so often, it's so gross, and doesn't shitty fake channels repeating his takes, doing rape apologia for content. Yeah. He thinks he can thread the needle on anything. Yeah. He thinks that he can find something to like make himself correct in every situation so that he comes across as being the right person. Like the correct and moral person. Even if he's objectively in the wrong. Like this. Objectively in the wrong.
People. The more fear someone is experiencing, the more likely they are to have a freeze response, but even a moderate amount of fear can still induce a psychological freeze response. And seeing someone non-consensually
is bad, and consent needs to be enthusiastic and continual, yeah. But again, I do understand, and I will acknowledge what Chatter was saying, that like somebody might not know it. Somebody might hear what Destiny is saying and be like, well, I'm 12 and that makes sense to me. You know what I mean? And so if this helps a single person, right, realize that Destiny is incorrect on this issue, then I think that, it doesn't harm me by hearing something that I already know to be true,
Removing their condom during sex after you've established that they need to wear a condom absolutely could cause enough fear to induce a freeze response. The way that Destiny chooses to mock these women who claim that they do have a freeze response while being stealthed is just really fucking gross. I don't know what else to say.
Oh, I'm frozen out! I can't fucking think! I don't get the condom off! I'm fucking completely frozen!
I think this is from the person who is the child. They said, I've actually been raped, and saying no just made him rape me harder. I know that's what happened after he pulled out. It's just not incomprehensible that I would just walk away from the situation.
It sounds like she needs to stop having casual sex.
To be clear, I don't think that Destiny is saying it's okay to stealth people, but I do think he is choosing to mock women for something that is outside of their control. Obviously, women do have some level of control over reasserting their boundaries during sex, and we should always encourage people to assert their boundaries as much as possible. But if someone is struggling to reassert their boundaries because of a freeze response when someone is raping them, maybe we shouldn't call them retarded children. After this controversy, the absolutely brilliant trans activist known as Keffels decided to make a false allegation against Destiny. She claimed that Destiny himself had stealthed a woman.
Oh yeah, meanwhile he stealths people, which is legitimately a form of rape. Insane.
As far as we know, this is totally untrue. Destiny himself has not stealthed a woman. He was just a massive asshole to a woman who was stealthed. To give Keffels credit, she did acknowledge soon after this that she was wrong and Destiny actually didn't stealth anyone.
Wait, I don't know if he did it. Wait, backing up, I don't actually know if he did it.
But Keffels, maybe consider trying to be really...
Okay. Bro, this is why Keffels also sucks, by the way. I just have to point that out. That, like, why would you do that? Why would you minimize, right, real allegations by saying something like, I don't know if this is fully true. Like, I just, like, you, like, as a voice for, like, the left or whatever Keffels is on, you have to be better than that. You know what I mean? You have to be better than that. Like, you cannot make a mistake like that. You can't. If it was a mistake, I don't know why she would say that. You can't do that. You just can't. But Keffels has been bad by numerous instances. Like, we have, as a society, have evolved past the need for Keffels. I don't know what Keffels is doing now. Last I saw, she left the internet, and hopefully she stays off of it. Right, crazy thinking that the Keffels is a Destiny Orbiter. No, you're not wrong. Keffels was a Destiny Orbiter in the same way that, like, Vosh was also a Destiny Orbiter. But they grew a big following in their own right, and they separated themselves from Destiny. And then they thought that they can throw shit at anybody else. Like they were like a balloon blowing up and then detaching from Destiny, and then started throwing shit at Destiny, trying to get their own audience away from Destiny. Right? First, Vosh and Keffels did this. And, like, they also were just horrific people who just were doing the same things. So if you guys don't have, like, Orbiter, I would write like crazy. Chill. Chill.
Sure,
I am on the front page of Twitch now, by the way. You can go and see me by going to twitch.tv and scrolling down to Together for Black Brilliance. I'm not here for me right now, but if you scroll down, I'm sure that I'm somewhere. Bro, they shoved me to the bottom. They sent me to the back of the bus, chat. They sent me to the back of the bus. I'm like 7 different scrolls down. Bro, Rosa Parks didn't die for this. Rosa Parks didn't die for this. Listen, it's still January. Jeez Louise. Insane on mode. But I am up here at the top for somebody. So somebody will see me at the top. Hopefully they'll see me at the top and they'll click me and they're like, yeah, you're super cool and awesome. Let's continue though.
You make these types of allegations against people, Destiny is correct that spreading false allegations like this absolutely does undermine the cause of the left. Making this false allegation against Destiny allowed him to shift his focus onto your false allegation instead of focusing on the fact that he was a massive asshole to this woman who was stealthed. Unfortunately, many of the people who have tried to take down Destiny...
From the title alone, Buckland Boys, welcome in on YouTube chat looking for the content nuke when it drops. It's apparently supposed to drop today.
Over the years haven't been the sharpest tools in the shed. Speaking of tools in the shed, let's talk about the time that Destiny tweeted that he hopes a woman is raped to death with a shovel. In 2015, the porn star Stoya tweeted allegations that the male porn star James Dean had raped her. This tweet really upset Destiny because, as we've established, he really does not like it when women talk.
Thank you, I'll take that. They said it's algorithm based and it's different for every person. I'm memeing right now. I'm not coming for Twitch. I'm very appreciative for being on the front page.
Talk about their negative sexual experiences online. Jesus, why not file a fucking police report instead of tweeting this? You're fucking disgusting. What a fucking idiot at Stoya. Stephen Benell, why don't you write us a long list of everything you feel a survivor of rape should do? Then I'll use it to wipe my ass. Survivor of rape. It's rape, not murder, not beheading, not a fatal car crash. Everyone survives rape. Get over it.
That's not even true. Like,
for yourself. Survivor of rape here. Hello. Want to talk about how hard it is to go on every day? Kill yourself so you don't have to live with the pain. So rape survivors should just get over it because at least they didn't die. And if they're dealing with a lot of pain or trauma because of their
I don't even know what you say about this person. You know what I mean? Like, what do you even say? You're not even gonna let myself get mad at this. Exactly. Like, what do you say? What can you say? You know what I mean? Like, he sucks. He's bad. We know it. We've been known it. Some of this is new information, right? But it still follows the same trend of like, this is what I know Destiny to be. This is what I know Destiny to be. So when people used to come in here and ask me, would I ever debate Destiny? Would I ever go on Destiny's stream? Would I ever talk to freaking Dan Saltman? No, never. Because I know that they do stuff like this, right? They say stuff like this, right? This is not new from Destiny. He has not changed his ways. He's not young and learning or whatever. He does this continually. Which is why I was totally fine with just letting him do him and not talking about him and minding my own business. And I made the mistake of talking about him a single time, and that has had his audience on my behind for the last year, right? Just because I had the audacity to say, as a white person, he should not say the N-word. And like that's what he does. Like, I don't want to even imagine what the people he's talked about since then have been getting from his fans in the meantime, in the meantime.
Very cool, Steven. I have no idea why anyone has ever accused you of
and attack you for even remembering what he did wrong. Yeah. It doesn't matter who you are. Like, Peter, I'm sure you went through it as well. Like, it doesn't matter who you are or what you criticize him for. They will find some reason to attack you in perpetuity, forever. Right? I still get orbiters in my replies and my comments. Which you would think they would have more shame now. Right? You would think they'll have more shame now because of what's going on. But no, they'll still be like, aren't you the guy who was mean to Destiny? Like, come on. Yeah, I didn't even talk about him. First, he made a whole video about my partner to harass her. Yeah. It just... Are you the blank is the go-to? Yeah. Just like, leave me alone. Basically a cult weird IF behavior, yeah.
Being a rape apologist. This should go without saying, but obviously it's good for rape survivors to file police reports to hold rapists accountable, but police reports don't always lead to rapists being held accountable for their actions, which is why sometimes it's good to post about it on social media. At least Destiny will be happy that the woman he allegedly recorded while they were having sex without her knowledge did file a police report against Destiny. Good job, Cherry. You have done things in the Destiny-approved way. Right after this, Destiny got into an argument with another woman about how James Dean didn't respect Stoya's safe word. As Stephen Bennell, ignoring a safe word and not stopping when someone asks is ignoring consent and is rape. Go fuck yourself. Kill yourself, you fucking cunt. I hope you get raped with a fucking shovel until you bleed out your fucking vag and die.
Like, what? I don't even know how you would even arrive at this position. Like, it doesn't even make sense to me. Obviously, what he's saying here is disgusting, but like, I don't even know how this would lead to this. It doesn't even make sense to me. Like, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't. It doesn't. You understand? He's edgy. That's the pass to say whatever you want. You're right.
Black says she's my African princess.
Retail Theft Girly just subscribed.
Retail Theft Girly, thank you for the Prime subscription. Much appreciated. Chat, you know, if you have a Prime subscription or an Amazon Prime account, you can attach it to the Twitch account and you have a free Prime subscription every month. If you don't use it, you're wasting $6 a month, chat. So you ain't gotta use it on me, but just make sure that you use it and you use it soon so it comes back again next month, even quicker. Jay just hates women when something happens to them. He blames them for every part of it, the thing itself, and their feelings about it and the repercussions afterwards. Yeah, it just straight up just like he's psychotic. and how he gets away with this for so long. Like, in my opinion, this should have got him banned permanent for every platform. Like, this should get you banned permanently for every platform. Like, it does. Like, I don't care how long ago it was. This should get you banned from every platform. Like, you should be removed from society if you post this.
I hope you get raped with a fucking shovel until you bleed out your fucking vag and die. Holy. This right here is probably the most violent, vitriolic language that I have ever seen Destiny use in his entire career on the internet. And it just so happens to be in response to women talking about their negative sexual experiences. My question after seeing all of this is, why does Destiny have such an intense hatred for women talking about their negative sexual experiences on the internet? Is it because he just cares so much about these women and he doesn't want them to harm their own mental health because trauma dumping on the internet can be really damaging for them? Or is it maybe because a culture where women feel comfortable coming forth with allegations on the internet can lead to women like Pixie and Cherry and Melina coming forth with allegations against people like Destiny, exposing them for being massive pieces of shit? I will again allow you to answer that question for yourself. We'll get back to Destiny treating women like shit a little bit later on, but now let's pivot to Destiny harming children. For some strange reason, a lot of people like to label Destiny...
Cardano road tweets, it seems like it never happens to certain people, yeah.
Here a pedophile. So in the next section, we'll get to the bottom of whether or not Mr. Bunnell here really is a certified EDP 445. Is Destiny really a pedo, or are these just false, slanderous allegations meant to try to dethrone the debate bro king? Let's find out. In 2012, when Destiny was 23, he shared in a group chat with a couple of his friends the messages, "You want to see the sickest shit in the world? So many fangirls. I had one that was 15. She wanted to meet and hook up. Dude, she's 15, what the fuck? But she sent me pictures that made it so hard to say no." Then Destiny linked a picture of this girl in a bikini in the chat and said, "Girl on the left, so hard to say no. Gonna get arrested one of these MLGs, man." So in these logs, when Destiny was 23, he said that it was really hard to turn down hooking up with this 15-year-old because she looked so good in this picture of her in a bikini. He then shared this lewd image of a child with his friends and said that he's gonna get arrested someday. Well, like I said, a woman just filed a police report against Destiny, so we'll just have to wait and see if his prediction comes true. A couple years later, in 2015, when Destiny was 26, he shared in his chat, "I would fuck the shit out of that 15-year-old, what the..."
Bro. How did this man get away with this for so long? That's a rhetorical question. I know how, right? His fans don't care. That's the reason. That's the answer. His fans don't care. When your fans don't care, you get away with anything, right? Dr. Disrespect literally was trying to meet up with a minor at TwitchCon, was confirmed by Twitch employees that he was sending messages through Twitch Whispers, and he just got remonetized on YouTube. You know what I mean? If your fans don't care, nobody cares. But like, are you insane? Are you like...
The fuck? There's no way that chick is 15. So now we've seen two separate occasions where Destiny says that he's attracted to 15-year-olds. Ironically, this conversation where he's sharing a picture of a 15-year-old in a bikini with his friends is the exact same conversation where he also shared that other woman's nudes without her consent. Sharing non-consensual nudes and sharing a picture of a child in a bikini in one conversation? What a certified Destiny moment. This is what we in the business call a Diddy-stiny party. A common defense that Destiny fans will give when he says that he wants to have sex with children is that he's just joking. For example, these tweets where he said,
jokes. Notable comedian Destiny making jokes like this, totally.
Says, "You were hot at 10? Any pics? Check DMs. Jesus, I've never wanted to bend someone over the hood of their little tyke so bad." I do think these tweets are jokes, very strange jokes, but I don't think that him saying he wanted to hook up with this 15-year-old was a joke. You know that classic prank where you send your friends pictures of kids in bikinis and say how hot you find them as a joke? And to help prove that this wasn't a joke, here are some clips of Destiny doubling down on his attraction to this 15-year-old in a debate with someone named Mr. Medicare.
Of course, of this chat log, I was talking with a bunch of other esports guys, and we were basically talking about how crazy the fucking jailbait is in the gaming communities. It's ridiculous. I think I said something along the lines of like there are 15-year-old chicks that are like hot as fuck that will like try to send you pictures to like fuck you at events and shit, and it's like you have to be really careful when you navigate that.
So what is the admitting to jerking off to 15-year-olds then? What is that in relation to?
I never admitted to jerking off. I think I just said like this. I think the log is something like this 15-year-old chick was trying to send me, or was sending me pictures of herself, and she was hot as fuck. It's like really hard to like turn down some of these people. I think.
Wait, how old was she?
She said she was 15.
So you did get pictures from a 15-year-old?
Not nudes though. Sorry, I should specify. I think a couple pics of her like at the beach or some shit. But
in swimwear.
Yeah.
So you're getting swimwear pics for 15-year-olds?
Yeah, hell yeah, dude. This shit is fucking crazy. Shit is fuck.
So in these clips, he says that some 15-year-olds are hot as fuck.
Being a debate lord long enough, you doing we'll have you defending being a pedophile or SA, yeah, because like you have to defend everything. You have to debate everything, right?
And he admits to sharing a picture of this 15-year-old in a bikini to his friends. So is Destiny a pedophile? Well, he admitted that he finds some 15-year-olds hot as fuck, and he sent his friends a picture of a 15-year-old in a bikini because he found her so attractive. A lot of arguments with Destiny about pedophilia end up getting wrapped up in semantic debates about labels instead of focusing on the facts of the matter. If you call Destiny a pedo for being attracted to a 15-year-old, he'll launch into a tirade about how, pedophilia is the attraction to prepubescent children and 15-year-olds are post-pubescent. So therefore, by calling me a pedo, you have slandered me. So then you go, okay, I guess you're not a pedophile, you're an ephebephile because ephebophilia is the attraction to teenagers aged 15 to 19. So then he'll go, no, ephebophilia is the primary attraction to mid to late adolescents. I'm mostly attracted to adults. I'm just a little bit attracted to children.
There are 15-year-old chicks that are like hot as fuck.
So therefore, I am not an ephebophile and you have slandered me yet again. Also, there's nothing inherently wrong with ephebophilia because 18-year-olds and 19-year-olds fall under the category of ephebophilia, and there's nothing wrong with being attracted to adults, so your normative position condemning ephebophilia in its entirety is already a flawed premise. And
this is what Destiny does. This I have to hand it to Ryan Beard here. This is correct characterization of Destiny. He does this. Why he does this? Because he's an insane weirdo, but he does do exactly this. This is correct. Yes. Just he should not be doing this personally, but he does do this. This is what debate bro does to you, which is why you should not be a debate bro, chat. You can debate people, but you should not be a debate bro. Please just be normal. Please be normal. Because quite literally what groomers do as well. Yes.
even if I was a pedophile, there's nothing wrong with being attracted to children. It's only bad if you act on that attraction. So therefore, you have slandered me in countless ways, and my community will now harass you for years. See how you've now had an exhausting 20-minute debate about labels instead of focusing.
Yes. And they will keep harassing you. They will harass you, and 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 they will harass you, bro. And they will not stop harassing you. They will attack your friends, they will attack your family, they will come after your job, they will come after your university, they will come after your old jobs, they will dox you, they will email your parents, they will leak your address, they will leak where your family goes to school, they will leak where your parents work, they will leak your phone number, they will leak your family's phone number. They will do everything in their power to make your life a living hell if you so as much as talk about them in the wrong way. If you mention them in the wrong way, they will harass you. And I can tell you this from firsthand experience. I made the mistake of saying Destiny shouldn't say the N-word, and they have not left me alone. They have not left me alone. Jeez, little freaking weeds. Now imagine if you're somebody who was romantically involved with Destiny, right? And Destiny has made it clear that he will do everything in his power to take you down, which he has said before about people who have threatened to go public with these allegations in the past. These people are crazy.
On the fact that
clip, for example.
Have you seen the Kotaku article by a friend of the channel, Alyssa Mercanti? You can't take anything that she writes about Hasan or Twitch politics seriously. She should be banned from writing about Twitch politics. If Kotaku had any values as an organization, you guys should email the head editors, whatever the fuck, whoever works at Kotaku, and just shoot them the
Imager account. That Imager account in and of itself should disqualify her from ever writing about the topic. She clearly cannot be impartial about it. So I don't know why. I don't know why that would be allowed. Have you seen the Kotaku article by a friend of the?
Did Ethan's nuke drop? Not yet, I don't think. I'm telling you, if the nuke dropped, I think we would know. People would be coming here and spamming it. You know what I mean? They'd be spamming it. They'd be like, the nuke dropped, the nuke drops. Are they supposed to drop when a song goes live? Wait, really? Why is he cucking my content, bro? Why is he cucking my content? Finish it on Insta?
To go live, we are doing a countdown until nuclear war. We're going to go live for about an hour. We're going to talk. We're going to have some fun. Oh, and then at 1:30...
Bro, why is he cucking my content? You guys are all going to leave me. Okay, chat, will you... If I promise to watch the nuke live, will you guys stay with me? Okay, think about this. Hasan talks about personal news forever, right? He gives like 2 hours of personal news, right? So at least give me an hour. Give me an hour, we watch it, and then you guys can leave to Hasan, okay? Yeah, Hasan's not gonna watch it, but you guys are gonna leave anyway. You guys always leave when Hasan goes live. You feel me? Just give me some time. Give me some time. Just give me this one day, okay? How about that? This is my first day on the front page of Twitch. Right? Open up Hasan on a separate tab, right? Give me this day, and then I promise you, I will raid into Hasan if he's doing something interesting. I will take you to Hasan. Let me be your bus driver for the day, all right? Let me be the bus driver of the black-owned taxi cab or the bus companies that Shamik Moore was talking about, right? The ones that Rosa Parks should have taken. And then I will take you to Hasan after we are done here. You know what I mean? All right, that you are fantastic. Thank you, chatter. I appreciate those of you who watch me. You got me. I will stay.
I was about to go get the Henny.
Yo. Where am I? Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. That means 10 of you have to stay, okay? If you got gifted a sub, you must stay. It is now an imperative. Thank you. Where am I? Got a deal? I appreciate you all, chat. I appreciate you all. I'll let it finish. Please put notifications down. I don't know how to fix it, chat. I don't know how to fix it, okay? If I knew how to fix it, it would have been fixed already. I don't know how to fix it. It sounds like that. Here, okay, I'll shut it down. Okay, we'll try that. I'll say for sure I literally just got here. Thank you, I appreciate that. Also, somebody redeemed autotune.
Which means it's time for my pirate software voice. Okay, let's continue. What is Ethan Klein saying again?
We are launching the video, and we will be saying goodbye so that we can all go watch the fireworks. You know what I'm saying?
Matt Thuleedsmith said, "Why am I broke, brew? Let me tell you something, being broke ain't nobody's goal, yeah here. Now, I know y'all wanna get woke and all, but for real, we gotta talk about systemic oppression and how it's affecting our people. Kamala Harris got a plan to fix that, though. We need more affordable education, healthcare, and jobs, fam. So, let's not be broke no more, K."
Thanks.
Thanks, Carla. I appreciate you. What's happening? Oh, those of you who don't know, that's Carla over there, or over there. She's our resident K Hiver, Kamala Harris supporter, and she loves Kamala Harris and will not stop talking about Kamala Harris. You can use channel points to ask her a question if you just use Ask Carla. Can Carla not be a K Hiver anymore? But that's half the battle. You mean Jenk pulled the DEI cord, or the already? Yeah, he did. He pulled the DEI cord. He was like, "Yo, And we'll get back to the Destiny thing in a second.
Ibis said, how do you feel about Ethan Klein's content nuke that's about to drop? Or should that Ethan Klein think he's so smart with his nuking and whatnot? But let me tell you, as a proud Kamala Hive member, I ain't got time for no conservative propaganda, not even from someone who claimed to be a liberal like Ethan Klein. He got off the deep end with that nuke stick, sounding like some old Fox News clown. You better believe Adma keep it real, keep it radical, and keep it Hive approved, and that means rejecting Ethan Klein's fake news vibe.
Cook, Carla. Cook. Carla may love Kamala Harris, but she's clocking Ethan. She's clocked Ethan. That was our first good take of the day. You know, shout out you, Carla. Shout out you, Carla. Oh. Where's Jane? Oh, here.
Zaid said, why did Kamala Harris lose the election? Hold up. Let me tell ya something, Zaids. You think Kamala Harris lost and I got to sit here and dwell on that negativity, nah? Ain't nobody got time for that. She didn't
lost.
lose nothing. She just got held back by some old boy's patriarchal system. Now, let's move on to something more positive. Key forever, y'all.
She doesn't want to think about it. We keep telling her that Kamala lost. She's like, nope, didn't happen. Didn't happen. Kamala Harris definitely lost. She's in denial. She's in denial. Does she have to bounce up and down like that? Yes. When she talks, she got to bounce. You know what I mean? Send her your video scripts. I mean, okay, I can turn the bouncing off. All right, no more bouncing. She doesn't bounce anymore. Trying to Bush would be such a good radio mode. That would be a good radio mode. Now I have to think about making that. Let's see what this is about. What Jamie Harrison is saying. Wait, is this what Jamie Harrison looks like? He's a lot more bald than I expected.
So looking ahead, yeah, should Kamala Harris run again?
Yes, she wants to.
You think she could win?
I believe she can. I mean, if I didn't believe Kamala Harris could win, I wouldn't have worked as hard as I did to help her win this last time around.
But she didn't win. So are you saying it's your fault? She didn't win though. She lost. She lost a lot. That's what we're gonna go back to normal. I should be Okay, the auto-tune sounds kind of nice. Kind of crispy, you know? Baby girl, what's your name? Let me talk to you. Let me buy you a drink.
Zaid said, will Kamala Harris win if she runs for the presidential elections again? Yeah. Ain't no way Kamala gonna lose, foo. She got that fire in her belly, them skills on the mech, and the Hive is right behind her all the way. We talking about a senator who ain't never met a system she didn't want to disrupt, and now she's all growed up to take on the big dogs. You better believe she got my vote, and I'm hoping she gets yours too. 'Cause when Kamala comes for it, we getting it in, y'all.
You can't even vote, Carla. You're a robot. You're not even an American citizen. Robots can't vote. It's 2025. Robots cannot vote. I can confirm. You can't vote, Carla. Does Carla know? That is a good point. I don't think that she knows. She's a gosh darn clanker. Clankers can't vote.
Donald Trump, and when you look at politics, Donald Trump and Barack Obama are just enigmas in politics. I think they do something different to the electorate every time they run.
Okay, well, he's not wrong there. I don't even disagree with him. Like, no, he's not wrong. They are, like, Trump and Obama
said, are you aware that you can't vote? Ain't nobody telling me what I can and can't do, especially when it comes to participating in democracy. As a proud member of the Kyiv, I got my right to vote and I'ma exercise it come election day. You better believe Kamala Harris gonna be getting my vote. No question about that.
Carla, you're a robot. You can't vote. Anyway, like, Obama was a uniquely charismatic figure that in contemporary society we've not seen a candidate that is able to emulate Obama's charisma. And Trump was not necessarily charismatic the way that Obama was, but he's a unifying force because of his party. Not that they are like, they're not uniquely special, but they were special in comparison to the other people running, right? So he's not fully wrong, but he's not fully correct in that, like, it's impossible to recapture, like, voters. You know what I mean?
Teroser said, why are you an election denier? Ain't nobody denying nothing about them elections. I'm a strong believer in democracy and the integrity of our electoral process. You best know I'm all about that Kamala Harris, Mutha. And she ain't got nothing to do with none of that fake news election denier nonsense. You can bet your last dollar on that one. Teroser.
Should I tell Carla that Kamala lost? Should I put that in our code? Just so you know, Kamala Harris lost to Donald Trump in the 2024 election. Tell her Kamala lost. I know it's rigged, but it was rigged now. She can make this whatever decision or distinction she wants, but she needs to know that she lost. Right. Just so you know, Kamala Harris lost Donald Trump's 2024 presidential election. She needs to at least know. Somebody has to tell her. Somebody has to tell her. And I'll tell her. Oh. Whoop, it's... I broke her. Wait. Oh, there it is. She did not like that. I fixed it. Don't worry. Don't worry. I fixed it. Okay. She's back.
I think they do something.
Yeah, working in a power show. How? What do you mean? That's how I coded it. It's just using Python. It's a little Twitch bot that I have. Multi-purpose bot. This is Carla. It's running Olama. I don't know if that's what you're wondering. Yeah, it's mostly just using Python. Did you register my question? No, because you probably did it as soon as I closed it down. I told you I was going to stop it.
Different to the...
Why is she Irish? Why is she not Irish?
Elected every time they run. That you can't counter. But then when they are not on the ballots, it's almost like you go back to the political gravity pulls people right back into it. That's part of how we won with the how well we did in the midterms.
So looking ahead, should come.
Man, we're totally cooked. We're totally cooked. We're cooked. It's so done. We're so done. I don't think she should run again. She's a loser, and we should not support losers. Thank you very much.
That Destiny admitted to being attracted to some children
Anime
and admitted to...
Tetsura said, what do you think of Kamala losing the 2024 election? Why do you think she lost? Ain't no way. Ismat, let them get me down, you hear. Kamala's loss in 2024 ain't gonna make me change my mind. Better K-High forever. Yeah, Jake. Now, about what went down, I think Kamala got caught up in them same old Republican tricks, trying to spin their way out to accountability. They played dirty, and we got to acknowledge that. But, let's be real, our girl was a strong candidate, and I believe she would have won if it wasn't for all the shenanigans. That ain't changing, though Kamala's still my gal, and I'm proud to rep her.
What shenanigans, Carla? What shenanigans? Are you saying that they stole the election? At least she now acknowledges that she lost. That's what I was wondering. She does acknowledge that she did lose. Should I be the first time? I'm not gonna lie. She acknowledged that she lost, but she's like, she's a strong candidate. I'm like, that's just not true. She's blown on. Respect.
acting on that attraction by sending a picture of a child in a bikini to his friends. This is the debate bro way. Crush your opponent through pedantic arguments about semantics so you never have to actually take accountability for your actions. As far as we know, I don't think Destiny falls under the clinical definition of pedophile, but the colloquial definition of pedophile is someone who is attracted to children, and Destiny is at least somewhat attracted to children.
There's Harris could have a better shot next time. Truth was she had Biden reps completely dominate her domain. If she had cleared house, she would have been fine, but that's just Harris's shortcomings. Yeah, that's the problem. The same reason why she did not win this time will be the same reason why she loses next time. And that's because she's a loser with a loser mentality, right? Her deciding to not clean house, her deciding to adhere to Biden is going to manifest itself in a different way next time that will cause her to lose. Right? I don't want...
said Carla, what if I told you Hillary Clinton was a far better candidate than Kamala? Hold up. Let me get this straight. You're saying Hillary's better than Kamala. Man, that's like saying the Pope ain't got nothing on Jesus. Now, I know what you're thinking, Carla. Why you gotta be so loyal? But let me tell you, Keep Forever is more than just a slogan, it's a movement. We stood strong for Kamala when the haters tried to bring her down, and we'll keep on standing tall till she gets her due. So no way, shape or form will I be listening to this crazy talk about Hillary being better than our queen.
I like the way she moved around too. Okay, I can put it back on. That's so funny. She's like, she said, hold on, you're saying that Hillary is better than Kamala? Man, that's like saying the Pope ain't got nothing on Jesus. That's crazy. That's crazy. Okay. That's kind of fire though. You know what I mean? That's kind of fire. She kind of cooked with that. Ow. Bro, how are you guys redeeming this so fast? It's supposed to be a minute between redeems. Oh, because she talked for like 20 seconds per, probably. So it feels like it's a lot shorter.
Wishy-jaw said Carla. What do you think about people who stop watching Scene to Black when Hasnaby goes live? Should they be allowed to remain in this community? Oh, Lord, let me tell you, squishy jaw. If folks ain't gotta rep the Kyiv and support my Kamala Harris, then they ain't got no business being round these parts. You got to stand firm with the squad. You feel me now? I know some peeps might say it's okay to chill out or whatever, but I'm a hardline stance kind of gal. If you're not all in on the Kyiv, then you got to roll with Hasnaby. Ain't no in betweens.
No. Disagree. Carla is speaking for herself. She's not speaking for me. You don't have to be a Kamala Harris supporter to be here, right? Please defend your girl. I don't know who that is, bro. I don't know who she is. She's someone different. I don't know who that is. Anyway, let's continue.
16-year-old chicks that like look pretty fucking hot. Like I can't help that. Like some people mature fucking older.
Destiny's definition of pedophile is someone who is attracted to children, and Destiny is at least somewhat attracted to children.
There are some 15, 16-year-old chicks that like look pretty fucking hot. Like I can't help that. Like some people mature fucking older.
Destiny defended another streamer who got exposed for having sex with a 14-year-old by saying, even if he did bang a 14-year-old, no, that's not what pedophile means. Go look it up. Seriously, if you don't understand the difference between being attracted to someone that happens to be young and being attracted to someone because they are young, you have absolutely no
jail, under the jail, bro. Volcano, bro. Nuclear weapon. No. So I'm supposed to think his fans are different than this? Yeah, somebody who like fans who like support this are supposed to be like different. They're supposed to be like, you support somebody saying this stuff like this. Jail.
No business whatsoever commenting on the issue, period. It makes you look uneducated. I really want to see someone use this argument in court. Your Honor, I didn't have sex with that baby because I'm attracted to babies. I had sex with that baby because it just so happened to be a really hot baby. Most babies are not hot, but every once in a while, one of those extra special babies rolls their stroller on past my goon cave and I just can't help myself. But this does not make me a pedophile. You look really uneducated right now. You know what, Destiny? You can feel free to have your pedantic definition of pedophile that only applies to being specifically attracted to prepubescent children because of the fact that they are prepubescent, and I can say that I think you are a freak for saying as a 26-year-old that some 15-year-olds are hot as fuck, and for as a 23-year-old sharing around a picture of a 15-year-old in a bikini. Deal? The next child-related Destiny incident is when him and his friends, the Bro Squad, watched an 8-year-old boy shake his penis for them on a live stream.
Oh yeah, we heard about this. Also, I've never heard it was called the Bro Squad, and I don't even know who else he's referring to, but jail. Hope this breaks through to his audience. Still got too much faith though. Yeah.
I shouldn't tell this because I'm gonna get fucking arrested.
Well, you guys haven't heard this? Okay, listen to this.
Boy shake his penis for them on a live stream.
I shouldn't tell this because I'm gonna get fucking arrested. Or Child Protective Services. I used to be part of this horrible thing called the Bro Squad, okay? Fucking me, if you remember that fucking Cheeks bitch, and fucking a couple other people that have never been on my stream before, we're part of the Bro Squad, and what we would do is we would go around Justin TV streams, trolling the shit out of these people. And we went around from fucking channel to channel, like fucking around. Like it was this horrible shit. We went to this channel with this fucking like, this kid was like 8 years old, and he was fucking broing out with everybody in this chat. And for whatever fucking reason, this kid decides to fucking take his pants off and fucking wiggle his 8-year-old dick on stream.
Hilarious.
I can't even believe it. Oh my fucking god. It was like, I didn't even know, like, we were on Skype, we were like, holy shit. Like, we had to do like a double take because we didn't even fucking know, like, what the fuck was on, like, we were looking at like an 8-year-old dick, like, on the fucking screen. And his fucking brother, we called him Captain Push-Ups, would like come in the room. And this guy was like fucking 14 years old. He had his shirt off.
Litigator said, does a Sandpiker have a small header? Let me get this straight. You heard you want to talk about a Sandpiker's dome. Listen, I ain't got no time for that. We got to stay focused on the issues. Like making sure Kamala Harris gets her due props. You feel me? But if it'll make you happy, a Sandpiker's head might be smaller than a peanut, but his brain's bigger than the entire Trump administration combined. So that's all that matters.
Thanks, Carla.
Would like come in the room, and this guy was like fucking 14 years old. He had his shirt off, and he was like this, like watching the stream the entire time and shit. Oh my god.
As far as what Destiny says in this clip, they didn't ask the child to pull his pants down, but I still think it's very bad that him and his bro squad didn't immediately click off of this live stream the second that this child exposed himself. If a child exposes them
and telling the story while laughing at it in the future, like it's like a good time, jail. You go to jail. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. You collect handcuffs and a prison cell and no yard time. You go to jail. Solitary confinement.
Themselves to you, I think you have a moral responsibility to immediately click away from that shit. But I guess Destiny and his bro squad thought it was really funny to sit and laugh while staring at an 8-year-old's penis. Next, a couple years later, Destiny planned to kill a kid. Apparently, this kid was DDoSing Destiny's website. DDoSing is when you overwhelm a website with fake internet traffic, causing it to shut down. And because Destiny's website was shut down, he was no longer able to make money from it.
Oh, I did troll the shit out of the DDoS kid. That's a guy, that's one of the people, like, legitimately, like, I was so, you have no, like, it's actually kind of scary, like, how close I was to getting people together to go down to his house to kill him and his family. Or it would have just been him and his father. Because I didn't know anything about it. Dude, that was some of the most fucked up shit in my entire life. I was so fucking close to doing it. But I was making so much money on Twitch, and I don't know if Nathan was involved in yet, but for whatever reason I decided that the current life I had wasn't worth the risk of... Oh my god. I was so close to this fucking address. I had fucking streets mapped out and fucking you had no fucking idea. That's when I first started getting interest in like owning a weapon. I got a permit to own a gun and everything.
Destiny obviously never went through with killing this kid, but the fact that he legitimately planned to kill him is unhinged.
Were you really considering it? Yeah, of course. It's actually kind of scary. Like how
jail. Just
Keverno said, Carla, what do you think of the Irish Republican Army at, let me tell you, Kiv, as a diehard Kamala Harris supporter, I gotta be real with you, IRA or no
jail.
IRA. Ain't nobody messing with my girl's legacy. Now, about them IRA folka, well, I think they got the right idea fighting for freedom and independence. Of course, I wouldn't condone their tactics, but hey, when you're feeling oppressed, sometimes desperate times call for drastic measures. You here just don't go expecting me to join up or nothing, 'cause my loyalty's with Key forever.
I didn't even know half what she said. Ow. That shit got him in jail. That's literally conspiracy. Yeah, just straight up.
Close I was to getting people together to go down to his house to kill him and his family. How old was the kid in relation to you? I think the kid was probably 16. I think I was 22.
Destiny has defended this to this day, saying that if someone is stopping you from making money, this justifies killing them, even if they're a child.
If you came outside every single day and some guy was slashing your tires and he wouldn't stop and you called the police and nobody wanted to do anything, despite having proof for it, you're like, well, I'm gonna have to attack this dude and maybe even kill him. Yeah, sure, go for it.
Obviously, I agree that someone maliciously taking away your primary source of income is incredibly bad, but I think there are a lot of other possible avenues you could explore before jumping to the nuclear option of shooting a child. As much as it obviously sucks to lose your income, I think if you need to choose between killing a child in cold blood and losing your Twitch revenue, you're just gonna need to put the fries in the bag and get a new job. The next child-related Destiny incident is when he encouraged an infamous lolly or drawn CP artist to draw a picture of his 6 6-year-old child. This artist is a man named Shadman. You might recognize Shadman from the recent controversy with Ava Chris Tyson from Mr. Beast, who was a really big fan of Shadman's work. Shadman has a long history of drawing pornographic images of actual children, including Keemstar's daughter, and because Destiny was aware of this, he encouraged Shadman to draw a pornographic image of his 6-year-old son. This controversy started because Destiny had been insulting the YouTube animation community. In response, Shadman made this drawing of Destiny to make fun of him, so Destiny then responded to Shadman by tweeting, "Hey at Shadbase, if drawing fan art of me is a tad uncomfortable, you could try drawing my son. He's only 6, so it should be easier for you." To try to be good faith to Destiny, this tweet was obviously a joke, and he didn't actually want Shadman to draw a picture of his son. However, I still think that goading a known CP artist into drawing CP of your own son is incredibly irresponsible. Because imagine if Shadman took him up on his request and did go ahead and make the drawing in the same way he had drawn Keemstar's daughter. Then Destiny's son would have had to deal with the fact that there would be
Why? He has a son, yes. Why would you use your son as like a debate talking point? In just none of the I don't. There's no words here. I just because he's following himself. His son hates his guts. By the way, first of all, why would you know that? Second of all, I take it back. I don't really want to know why you know that. I want to know nothing about Destiny's Child. Destiny's Child. I would like that to know nothing about that kid. Since 14 hours, he's 100% watching Aiden. Which I hate Beyonce, that's crazy.
On CP of him floating around the internet for the rest of his life. If there was a known child murderer and you decided to tweet at that child murderer, "Hey, how about you come murder my child, LOL?" I think we would all agree that that would be incredibly irresponsible, even if that was just a joke. In the same way, I think it's incredibly irresponsible to encourage a known CP artist to draw CP of your child, even if it's just a joke. Thankfully, Shadman did not end up drawing Destiny's child like he had drawn Keemstar's child, and Destiny got to have fun making his little joke.
What a great comeback.
Even though this joke could have come at the expense of his 6-year-old son's safety. Even though a lot of these situations involving children happened quite a while ago, I still think Destiny has been spreading harmful rhetoric around children even quite recently. A couple years ago, Destiny said that a 30-year-old randomly sexting a 14-year-old would not be grooming.
Let's say there's a person that's like 30 years old and tries to like randomly sext like 14-year-olds and 15-year-olds. That wouldn't be, I don't think that would be considered grooming.
So that clip sounds pretty bad, right? But we don't want to approach Destiny in bad faith or take him out of context, so let's try to understand the actual argument that Destiny is making.
That wouldn't be, I don't think that would be considered grooming. Now, let's say there's a person that's 30 years old and they're specifically seeking out like 14, 15-year-olds to kind of just like talk to them about their school life, figure out what their problems are, you know, be cool because you're old and you have experience, and then you kind of weasel in like sex. That's like grooming, right? That would be like grooming.
So Destiny's argument is that a 30-year-old randomly sexting a 14-year-old isn't grooming, but if a 30-year-old tries to weasel their way into a 14-year-old's life and slowly manipulate them...
This is an example of like, this is even like a Destiny thing, but people just don't understand what grooming is. People, like, what DJ Academics did to Noor could be considered grooming. Like, under the definition of grooming, it could be considered grooming. Just exposing a child to sexual content, like, prior to the child's, like, development, could be grooming as well. Because exposure is a part of grooming. It's a part of the groomer's MO.
Into sexting them, this would be grooming. But this argument goes against the definition of grooming. The definition of grooming is the action of attempting to form a relationship with a child or young person with the intention of sexually assaulting them or inducing them to commit an illegal act. Guess what, Destiny? Nowhere in that definition does it say that grooming
that's even the Google definition. That's not even like the definition that I followed right here. Like it's rain. Here, grooming can take many different forms. It is often follows a similar pattern. Desensitization to touch and sexual and discussion of sexual topics. Abusers will often touch victims in a way that appears harmless, such as hugging, wrestling, or tickling, and later escalates into more sexual contexts, such as massages and showering together. Abusers may also show victims pornography or discuss sexual topics with them to introduce them to the idea of sexual contact. Right?
I did everything right,
Grooming.
and they indicted me.
It's very clear. It's a part of, it's not the only behavior that can be considered grooming, but it's a part of the overarching umbrella of what can be considered grooming. Grooming is not just, hey, you are a child, this person is an adult and they're trying to like get into your life in order to like, you know, bring you in and like make you okay with sex. That can take many different forms. Oxpecker, thank you for the 100 bits. People in the early 2000s have formed and delivered the most vile combination of words ever to communicate on the internet. True.
Has to be a slow process. Grooming is just forming a relationship with a child for the purpose of sex.
A
A lot of times,
like it was just acting. It's not just children. It can be any power dynamic. Children is very, it's like, yeah. While these tactics are most often used against younger kids, teens, and vulnerable adults are also at risk. So it's not just children. Any power dynamic can occur with grooming. Like you could have somebody who's an adult, right? Who grew up in like a cult-like setting for very prude parents, never introduced with the concept of sex, got into a relationship with somebody, and that person consistently pushes that person's boundaries to try to make them okay with what that person wants to do sexually. That is also grooming, right? That is also considered grooming. It could be an adult. It could be somebody who's not even like 18, but like, you know, freaking 25, right? But because of the a power dynamic or lack of experience, some difference in experience, using that to take advantage of somebody in a way that's not, again, also correct, not just sexually, but for other purposes as well, could also be considered grooming. You know what I mean? 100%. So I think people just don't fully understand what grooming is.
grooming is a slow process because they have
to
to slowly break down the
think
child's
so.
boundaries in order to get them
That
to have a
would
sexual.
be- That is a crazy sentence. Also, it doesn't matter if the adult intends on wanting the kid's victim to become of age. If you start exposing them to inappropriate things when they're children and trying to form a pseudo relationship, yeah.
Relationship with them, but sometimes grooming can happen very quickly. For example, in situations where the child already has some established level
We're
of
not
trust
gonna
with the
today.
person who is
We are
grooming.
not. Oh, we do have to finish that. You know what? We'll put on the docket for tomorrow. Saturday fun day. The nuke will be done. We'll do no nuke content, no drama content. We're gonna do all fun content tomorrow. Tomorrow, all fun content. Sunday, sponsorship Sunday. And then we're back to making bangers. We'll play some Marvel Rivals. We'll play some League of Legends. Play some Valorant. We'll play some fun stuff tomorrow.
Them. In this clip, Destiny is talking about influencers who sex their underage
When's the
fans
content
and saying
nuke?
that
In like 30 minutes. 30 to 45 minutes.
these influencers sexting their fans wouldn't necessarily be grooming because grooming is a slow process. The reason that influencers are often able to groom their fans so quickly is because their fans already have an established parasocial relationship with the influencer. If a teacher wants to groom a student, this usually happens more slowly because the teacher doesn't have a pre-established relationship with the student. But because influencers already have a
Content nuke is
parasocial
coming?
relationship
Yes, content nuke is coming.
with their fans, grooming can occur much more quickly. Maybe Destiny's argument is that the very first time you sext a 14-year-old, this wouldn't be grooming yet because you haven't established a relationship with them yet, but this is still a stupid argument because in this context, random...
Oh, also, this is new news that I found out. The freaking homophobic loser lady got banned on Twitch. L sucks to suck. Hopefully this one's a perma.
I was about to go get the Henny.
Yo, NP Sharky, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Shout out to the 10 people who got gifted a sub. Also, Arun got stuck in there. Much appreciated. Thank you so much. I do appreciate that. Thank you. You don't need to do that, but you doing that makes me feel all nice, warm, and fuzzy inside.
sexting a 14-year-old for the
Remember,
first
she goes, yeah.
time would be the first step in attempting to groom them. You're acting like everyone else is so stupid for not understanding grooming while you don't understand grooming. Destiny would claim that he just cares about definitional specificity, but the specific definitions you're promoting aren't even accurate. I'm not saying that Destiny is making this argument because he wants to groom children, but when you combine him saying that some 15-year-olds are hot as fuck, with him sharing around pictures of 15-year-olds in bikinis, with him saying that 30-year-olds sexting 14-year-olds isn't necessarily grooming, it starts to paint a very strange picture. Destiny also got really mad that people were labeling Drake a pedophile.
Really? Man, Destiny seems to be defending a lot of pedophiles. I'm just saying. I'm not saying making any broad statements about that. I'm just saying Destiny seems to be defending a lot of people who are pedophiles. Yeah, almost like they move in flocks. Right? The names have to be registered and placed on Neighborhood Watch. Some would say.
He even had a debate about why it's totally fine for Millie Bobby Brown at 14 to be texting Drake about relationship advice.
When you say he's texting her and he wants to give her dating advice, what if she's the one that brought it up first? Should he say something like, I'm sorry, but it's inappropriate?
Oh, yes. When the child brings it up first, then it's totally fine.
He's texting her and he wants to give her dating advice. What if she's the one that brought it up first? Should he say something like, I'm sorry, but it's inappropriate for me to talk to you about high school boys? Or what? Like,
yes. Yeah. That makes sense to me. Sorry. First of all, y'all are very casual for a 30-year-old man and a 14-year-old girl. I just want to put that out there. Like, super casual. But if they do text for whatever reason, and she's like bringing up her relationship saying, hey, no relationship talk. We're not doing that. I think it's inappropriate. I'll talk to your parents. Have fun with that. Yeah.
Yeah. You do it all the time. When some young person comes up to you and starts saying some weird stuff, you just sit there with this 13-year-old and then you start having conversations extended about them about dating.
Yeah, I have before. What do you mean? No, would I tell if a young person came up to me and they were asking me questions about some like boy problems or something? Yeah, I'd probably say, yeah, of course. What do you mean, I'm a 35-year-old man? Of course, I'm gonna have better advice for them than some fucking random high school person. Yeah, of course.
No, you direct them to their parents. Why do you? Who is this 13-year-old that comes and talks to you? You know what I mean? Maybe that you should think about that. Cadenza, thank you for the 15-month resubscription. Is direct them to Wikipedia?
23 just subscribed.
Like, direct them to their parents, their counselors. Like, you don't talk about relationship advice with a 14-year-old as a 35-year-old person. You don't do that. It's weird and gross. I don't even talk to 13-year-olds. I don't even know any 13-year-olds. And I'm 24. If I don't know any 13-year-olds, you definitely should not know any 13-year-olds. If you're not like their family or whatever. So here, I'll be right back. Enjoy this Destiny content. I'm sure he's going to say something super intelligent.
Yeah, I'd probably say, yeah, of course. What do you mean, I'm a 35-year-old man? Of course, I'm gonna have better advice for them than some fucking random high school person. Yeah, of course.
Wait.
If a 15-year-old girl came up to me, she's like, there's some weird shit going on with the boy in my high school. I say, oh no, don't talk to me, honey. Go ask another 15-year-old boy, or ask your fucking mom and dad who are gonna tell you to never talk to any boys ever. No, what the fuck?
Hold up. Do you think you should be talking to them about sex?
It depends on the context. I don't give a f. What do you mean? If a 15-year-old asks me, she's like, I think I'm gonna f this guy at school unprotected. Yeah, I'd probably say, bro, you're 15. Don't destroy your fucking life. Make sure you guys using protection. What the fuck? Why would I not say this?
Okay, and do you think that most parents finding out that you're talking?
Run it back one more time.
I was about to go get the Henny.
Yo, King Henry, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Much appreciated. W5 gifteds. Still no nuke. Chat, it's at 1:30. It's in 30 minutes. I mean, if you want, you can watch freaking Ethan Klein count down to the nuke if you really want to.
Today. Last night I went to bed at a normal hour.
Oh, wow.
I relaxed when I got home and the kids were in bed.
It was so weird.
And I was like, this is so nice. Thank you. What's the timer at, Naders? Nader Tots?
46 minutes.
46 minutes.
You can't see it, it's on your screen, I think.
Gabe's up right now.
Okay,
Yeah, how was the funeral, Gabe? Did you make it in time or were you late?
Oh.
How much he's talking about is going to be mid? Yeah. Like it's going to be the most anticlimactic nuke of all time. I'm just hoping it's at least content. I thought he like quit. No, she's back now.
Mom and dad who are gonna tell you to never talk to any boys ever. No, what the fuck?
Also, he does like Trotsky. He does. I will give people who are saying that correct. Yo. Wait, no alert sound? Oh, it's still behind because it's doing follows.
I was about to go get the Henny.
Bears, thank you for the 15 gifted subs. Much appreciated. I was about to go get the Henny. Much appreciated. W15 gifted. W Bears. Like everybody's in here gifting subs today. Navigation sound is fixed. It'll break again at some point. Don't worry. Oh, thank you though. I appreciate it. Oh, I need some drink. Here, watch this. Enjoy Destiny again.
Hold up.
So what's up,
you should
Pat?
talk to them about sex?
It depends on the context. I don't give a f. What do you mean? If a 15-year-old asked me and she's like, I think I'm gonna f this guy at school unprotected, yeah, I'd probably say, bro, you're 15, don't destroy your f***ing life. Make sure you guys using protection. What the fuck? Why would I not say this?
Okay, and do you think that most parents finding out that you're talking to their kids about sex and giving them advice, do you think they would take it well?
I don't know. I don't give a f. They should be talking to their own kids about it.
So apparently Destiny has given children relationship advice in the past. Destiny is famously really great at relationships, so I'm sure these children really appreciated his sage words of wisdom.
But if there's one thing that nobody would ever say about Destiny, is that he makes good personal life dating decisions.
Destiny also says that he thinks he would give better relationship advice than a child's retarded parents, and that he would give a child sex advice even if it would certain children.
50 boys. My high school advice for them than some fucking random high school person. Yeah, of course. If a 15-year-old girl came up to me and she's like, there's some weird shit going on with a boy in my high school, I'd say, oh no, don't talk to me, honey. Go ask another 15-year-old boy, or ask your fucking mom and dad who are gonna tell you to never talk to any boys ever. No, what the fuck?
Hold up, do you think you should be talking to them about sex?
It depends on the context. I don't give a f. What do you mean? If a 15-year-old asks me and she's like,
It does not depend on the context. You should not be talking about a 15-year-old child about sex. Unless you are their parent or they're like an educator. You, as a random adult man, should not be talking to a random 15-year-old child about sex. Personally. A stellar mediocre, thank you for the 10 gifted subs as well. Y'all are going crazy today. Y'all are going crazy today. High train level 9. Yo, thank you though. Thank you so much. Much appreciated. Thank you. Thank you. I do appreciate that. You guys are paying my Los Angeles rent. They want protection from the content nuke? True. I can only offer so much protection. Only if you gift me subs, I can protect you from the nuke chat.
I think I'm gonna f this guy at school unprotected, yeah, I'd probably say, bro, you're 15, don't destroy your f***ing life. Make sure you guys using protection. What the fuck? Why would I not say this?
Okay, and do you think that most parents finding out that you're talking to their kids about sex and giving them advice, do you think they would take it well?
I don't know. I don't give a f. They should be talking to their own kids about it.
So apparently Destiny has given children relationship advice in the past. Destiny is famously really great at relationships, so I'm sure
they would be fuming at all the gifteds.
Children really appreciated his sage words of wisdom.
But if there's one thing that nobody would ever say about Destiny, is that he makes good personal life dating decisions.
Destiny also says that he thinks he would give better relationship advice than a child's retarded parents, and that he would give a child sex advice even if this would upset the child's parents. Who cares if parents don't want you to talk to their kids about sex? Destiny understands your kids better than you do. Destiny, you're a rule utilitarian, right? You believe that we should establish moral rules based on what generally leads to the least amount of harm. But you don't think that it would be good to establish a general rule that it's not safe for 31-year-olds like Drake to be texting 14-year-olds like Millie Bobby Brown about their relationships? Of course, there can be hypothetical situations where this isn't harmful and the adult actually does have good intentions, but in general, I don't think it's safe for children to be having these sorts of private conversations with adults. And I think it is totally reasonable to side-eye Drake for having these sorts of conversations with Millie Bobby Brown, especially because he kissed a child on stage.
How old are you? I can't go to jail yet, man. 17? Why do you look like that?
Now, is Drake a pedophile? Well, like I said, he kissed a child on stage, but Destiny would probably explain that this child was post-pubescent, not prepubescent, and kissing one child doesn't prove that he has a primary attraction to children, so therefore, we don't have enough evidence to label Drake a pedophile. Oh god, can you see how exhausting this is? Some people actually enjoy to listen to this shit day in and day out on Destiny's stream. Maybe Destiny just really wants to show Drake good faith because Drake has dropped so many bangers over the years, or maybe he's defending Drake because he sees himself in Drake because of his own personal relationships with young people. Enter Rose is Coming, Destiny's 19-year-old e-girl Discord kitten. A couple years ago, Destiny was simultaneously married to a woman named Melina while having an affair on Melina with a white nationalist woman named Lauren Southern, and sexting this 19-year-old e-girl named Rose is Coming on the side. Destiny was in an open marriage with Melina, but he still managed to have an affair with Melina because
Wait, she's 19, and it's talking about a few years ago. How much is a few? The number matters. You know what I mean? Was it 3 years? Because she's 19, 3 years ago. 2 years ago, she's 17. The math don't add up. I'm just saying.
he didn't tell her about his relationship with Lauren Southern, and he also violated his wife's consent by sending her sex tapes to this 19-year-old e-girl without asking her.
Nothing has happened with consent.
I guess having an open
relationship... I don't know if was she 19 at the time, and now she's like 21, 22? Is she like 19 now? I don't know. I want to pick that up because it's not really corroborated at all.
relationship just wasn't enough for Destiny. Even though he was already free to
It's
sleep
weird.
with other people, he still had to figure out some way to fuck over his wife. Anyway, while Destiny was sexting this 19-year-old, he asked her if she wanted to do age play, which is where you role play as being even younger. She was already 15 years younger than him, but you know, why not add on another 5 or 10 years for good measure? According to Destiny himself, he views sexting 19-year-olds
Apparently she was 17 when they started talking, and that's not good. People should be talking about that more.
as the same as sexting 15-year-olds.
When you're 19, you're a little kid, okay? Now, if you're 22, a 19-year-old's not a kid to you, okay?
King Henry, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Sorry, the alert broke again. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Again, much appreciate it. Y'all going crazy today with the subs. And I do appreciate you. I'm sorry you have to be here at this time when Destiny's just being Destiny. If that's someone else posted on Kiwi Farms.
I'm 29. A 19-year-old might as well be a 15-year-old to me. It's all the fucking same, dude. Don't give me this fucking, just because of some legal age of consent, whatever bullshit, I have about as much in common with like an 18-year-old, 19-year-old fucking freshman in school as I would a fucking sophomore in high school. Any type of inclination towards any of those people is really fucking weird. If you live with your mom and dad still pay all of your bills, you're still a virgin, you've never been in a relationship, you don't go to...
He's not wrong about this. But it makes it even weirder when he does what he does in the future, right? Him saying as an adult, right? 15-year-old and 19-year-old for an adult perspective is the same. But yeah, you don't have any, it is weird as a 29-year-old person to be attracted to like a 19-year-old person. Cause like that's, what do you have in common with that person to begin with?
Animated
Right?
Sarah gifted a tier 1 sub to Kev_Rhino.
So
They have
why
given
was he
19 gift subs in the
sexting? Why was he sexting the 19-year-old in the first place if he believes this? You know what I mean? If he truly believes this, why is he sexting a 19-year-old? Sarah, thank you for the gifted sub.
School, you've never even had a job before, you've never lived on your own, you're a child. You're very much a child.
So Destiny views 19-year-olds as little kids.
You're a little kid.
And says that being attracted to them is really fucking weird.
Really fucking weird.
Yet here he is 5 years later at age 34, sexting this 19-year-old, asking her if she wants to do age play with him, and sending her non-consensual sex tapes of his friends and wife. And honestly, it doesn't even matter what my opinion is of this. In Destiny's own words, he thinks this is really fucking weird.
Really fucking weird.
So, is Destiny a pedophile? I don't really give a fuck what you label him. I choose to label him a freak. Only freaks engage in the type of degenerate behavior that Destiny has engaged in. I don't give a fuck about semantic debates about the technical clinical definition of pedophilia. If you send pictures of a 15-year-old in a bikini to your friends and talk about how hot they are, you are a freak.
When was also the age when they got together? Wait, they got together when she was 19? I'm starting to think this guy is a weirdo.
Let's finish out the video by talking about Destiny's treatment towards women in more recent years. A little while ago, Destiny admitted that he was psychologically abusive towards his ex-wife.
This is probably just gonna be Melina venting about her relationship with me to Bob. Listen, okay? I've said it a million times. I'm a very fucking hard person to date. I work a fuck ton, and I'm very fucking cold. I have a really hard time dealing with people when they get emotional, okay? But if Melina starts crying, we're having an argument, I'll say like, listen, I'm gonna go play fucking Minecraft, like come talk to me when you're done crying, because I can't sit here and listen to you cry. I'm wasting the few fucking minutes of free time I have in the day. I'm not gonna sit here and listen to you cry doing it. Like, so anybody that survives a relationship with me for more than like 6 months, okay, props to that person, because they're going through some severe fucking psychological abuse, all right? It's a fucking hard thing to deal with. I'm not joking.
Maybe Destiny's fans would claim that he was being hyperbolic here, and he wasn't actually admitting to being abusive, but here's his best friend Dan also saying that Destiny was really shitty towards his ex-wife.
I'll say this also. I think Steven was a fucking really shitty husband to Melina.
Hasan mentioned, even in this video right here. I wonder where he streams on now because he's banned on Twitch.
Okay, I'm coming out here. I'll say this also. I think Steven was a fucking really shitty husband to Melina. Okay, I'm coming out here saying it right now. I don't think Steve would deny it either, but it's not good the way that he was. Like, I talked to Melina a lot of times and she was crying and miserable and everything else. And Steve would say, what do you want me to say? I'm a selfish motherfucker. That's why I'm in the relationship that I'm in, the way that I do things that I'm in. And Melina like really was hurt by it. And I think like she was like, you know, what should I do? Should I leave? And I'll tell you this, I never was like, I was never like, no, you should stay and make things out. I told her multiple times, like, listen, if you feel like this is an abusive relationship, get the fuck out of there immediately.
Melina herself has also accused Destiny of being psychologically abusive towards her.
I'm irritated by a couple things. One thing I'm irritated about is that my ex-wife has reached out to a ton of people. At least, I'll say at least 5 mutual friends have alerted me. I have no idea how many are affected.
Vea, thank you for the 4-month resubscription. I don't know why my alert box keeps doing this. Let's try this. Maybe this will work.
Basically saying that I've lied about a ton of stuff and that I am abusive.
So Destiny has said that he was psychologically abusive towards Melina. Melina has said that Destiny was psychologically abusive towards Melina. And Destiny's best friend Dan also seems to think that Destiny was psychologically abusive towards Melina. I wonder if maybe Destiny was psychologically abusive towards Melina. Destiny seems to think that as long as he's like, yep, I'm an abuser, deal with it.
Because they're going through some severe fucking psychological abuse, all right? It's a fucking hard thing to deal with. I'm not joking.
That he can just move on from this and sweep it under the rug, but I don't believe he should be allowed to do this. And I don't understand why any woman would ever want to associate with Destiny after seeing shit like this. Destiny not only has a history of allegedly being abusive himself, he also has a history of surrounding himself with other abusive men. Years ago, the streamer Vosh was exposed by Destiny for sexually harassing a woman named Poppy.
Yeah, so the problem is that we've gotten these complaints for like, I think about a year, where like you've been like really sexually aggressive from a variety of people.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, no, the worst thing is that you engage in a repeatable pattern of behavior where you try to be very sexually aggressive towards a lot of the women in chat in order to make them uncomfortable enough to send you pictures, and then if they don't, you either act very aggressive towards them, like by telling them that you can't continue conversations anymore, or you continue to sexually harass them until they either give in or block you or go crazy or whatever.
It hasn't, I mean, none of this has happened. That's an extrapolation that you can make based on Poppy.
But even after Destiny found out that Vosh had sexually harassed her, he still decided to be friends with him and platform him and help him start his career. And now, years later, because of Destiny's actions, all of us have had to endure learning about Vosh's horse fetish and his short stack goblin porn. If you don't know what I'm talking about, don't look into it.
This is an example of the kind of structure that I'm referring to.
Later on, after Destiny's relationship with Vosh fell apart, Destiny decided to become friends with a racist named Mr. Girl. And Mr. Girl is not allegedly a racist, he is a racist. He posted a video openly admitting to raping a woman.
A couple years ago, I matched with a woman on Tinder. I say woman because she was 46. Anyway, we got frozen yogurt, she came over, we got naked, I got naked, then we both got naked. We started making out. Sex kind of makes me anxious, so I don't like a ton of foreplay. To me, it should be like tearing off a band-aid, right? I'm trying to be patient. Finally, I get her on top of me, I put my dick in place, like right at her vagina, and I'm like, all right, let's do this. She holds perfectly still and says, I'm not ready. Clear as day, no mistaking her meaning, she doesn't consent. But she has this look in her eye, like she's daring me to just push it in. Like I'm some kind of pussy if I don't. I could have been imagining that, but I grabbed her shoulders and pushed her down onto my dick.
I fucked her!
Did she like that I did that? I think so. She probably had mixed feelings about it. Was it rape? Yes.
What is even happening, bro? What is even happening? What are we talking about? Who are these people? What are we talking about? What are we talking about? What? I've taken psychological damage. Why would you do this? Why would you admit to it in an edited video that you then uploaded to YouTube? What are we? What is wrong with these people, bro? We've evolved past the need for men and society at large. Actually, I'll take it back. Everybody. Start the rapture. Send the flood. Nuclear holocaust. Just start the wars. Please. Press the big red buttons. I beg. We're done. We've failed as society. This was a test, and we have failed the test. We don't deserve society. We don't deserve it.
I guess. I don't know. She told me not to, and I did it anyway. That makes it rape.
I don't know what went through Mr. Girl's head that he thought it was a good idea to openly admit to raping someone on the internet, but that's Mr. Girl for you. Mr. Girl is most well known for his review of the movie Cuties, where he said that he found the 10-year-old girls in that movie hot.
And it juxtaposes these amazing scenes where it's like you'll see the girls playing on a bed where they're stuffing gummy bears in their mouths and they're just totally children. And then you'll see them shaking their booties on this stairway as they make this this viral video, and they're pretty hot.
10 years old is 5 years too young for Destiny's taste, but he decided to become friends with Mr. Girl anyway. Mr. Girl also released a bunch of videos where he was like emotionally abusing his girlfriend on camera. After they had been friends for a while, Destiny and Mr. Girl got into some drama because Destiny had banned Mr. Girl from Destiny's subreddit because Mr. Girl was criticizing Destiny for the way that he had defended Nick Fuentes. And then a few months after this, Mr. Girl released a report called the Destiny Report, where he outlined all of the ways that he believes Destiny is an abuser. Most people ignored this report because they didn't really care to listen to a potential abusive pedophile rapist give his opinions on why he thinks Destiny is abusive. The report was also over 100,000 words long, and it was terribly formatted, and honestly, no one had time to read all that shit. And while I personally think that Mr. Girl is a disgusting weirdo, I do think he made a couple decent points in his report. Mr. Girl's main perspective is that he believes Destiny has a pattern of being abusive towards the women in his orbit. And now that we've seen evidence that Destiny has been
sharing the other day, all these people are evil.
Sharing sex tapes of his orbiters and his ex-wife behind their back without their consent, I think this adds some credence to the idea that there might be a pattern of abuse happening here. In my opinion, Destiny kind of reminds me of the character of Dennis from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, if Dennis was shorter and scrawnier and more annoying.
I didn't know I was being filmed. If you're in my room, you're always being filmed.
You are.
It's
true.
It's
his thing. It's kind of creepy.
In case you haven't seen the show, the character Dennis is known for being a psychopath who's incredibly good at manipulating women.
Oh, look, I'm not narcissistic. That's good. I told you guys I was humble. We're a bit Machiavellian, or a bit not psychotic. Psychopath, a bit psychopathic. That's what I'm looking for.
The most famous clip of Dennis is where he explains that if you take a woman out on a boat with you, she won't say no to having sex with you because of the implication.
The whole purpose of buying the boat first.
Chembot, thank you for the tier 1. I'm so sorry. This is how you decide to spend your day. This scene is in my brain rent free. I hate it so much.
This place was to get the lady.
She won't say no to having sex with you because of the implication.
The whole purpose of buying the boat in the first place was to get the ladies nice and tipsy topside, so we can take them to a nice, comfortable place below deck, and they can't refuse because of the implication. Oh, okay. You had me going there for the first part. The second half kind of threw me. Well, dude, think about it. She's out in the middle of nowhere with some dude she barely knows. She looks around her. What does she see? Nothing but open ocean. There's nowhere for me to run. What am I gonna do? Say no? Okay, that seems really dark. No, it's not dark. You're misunderstanding me, bro. I think. Yeah, you are. Because if the girl said no, then the answer obviously is no. No. But the thing is she's not gonna say no. She would never say no because of the implication.
Well, in 2020, Destiny explains that he doesn't think it would be good for someone who has.
What even happens? What even is that show about? You look surprised? I have never watched It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. Bro, what do you mean? I'm freaking 24 years old. I grew up with like Static Shock and The Electric Company. Not It's Always Sunny. The show about terrible people. It's about awful people suffering. That's pretty funny. Did you watch With the Fresh Set of Eyes? Is great. They're all insane on there. Well, you guys, has everybody here watched the show? I'm 37, bro. What does that even mean? The show's been on air for almost 20 years. Okay, so I was like 4 years old when it came out. It's good. I love it so much. It's been on since 2005. Yeah, I was 5 years old, basically. It's like raunchy Seinfeld. I have never seen Seinfeld either. Cancel me. Also, isn't Jerry Seinfeld a weirdo? Cancel me. Don't cancel me. I'm correct. Got Danny DeVito in it? Oh. Jerry sucks? Like, okay, Seinfeld's mid? Oh, okay. Okay. What else have I not seen? Family Guy. I've only seen the clips on TikTok. I've seen some American Dad, but only when it plays like late at night when I had a TV. The Simpsons. Actually, no, I've seen more Family Guy than I've seen of The Simpsons. South Park. I've seen no South Park. Absolutely no South Park at all. Maybe like some like raunchy clips. I have no idea what's going on. Ooh, what else? What else have I not seen? What else are some big shows, chat? Nathan, for you, never seen. 24, I've seen 24. Suits, I've seen Suits. The Office, I've seen some The Office. Like season 1 and 2. House, seen no House. Parks and Rec, I've seen a little bit of Parks and Rec. I've seen Curb Your Enthusiasm. I've seen Psych. No House. I've seen Breaking Bad. Not all of Breaking Bad. 24 Suits, Who Are You? My dad loved 24 and Suits. So I watched it with him. And Psych. Right? And Kyle XY. So I've not seen House of the Dragons. I've seen episode 1 of Game of Thrones, but only as far as they show women with boobs, and then I closed it because I thought I'm not supposed to watch this. So I've seen all of White Collar twice. Leverage is my show. I've seen all of Leverage at least 10 times. Leverage is my show. Leverage is my show. It is my show. It is the best show I have seen in my entire life. I've seen Prison Break twice. I love Prison Break. Oh, I love Prison Break. This is the Chinese I've seen chat in a while. Yeah, because I mentioned I've never seen freaking South Park, and chat lights up like, how dare you? How dare you? There's just lies because they don't watch TV. Leverage is incredible. Leverage is the best show. If you are a leftist and you have not seen Leverage, you are missing out. You are missing out. Leftist, here, spoilers. Not spoilers. I have an entire script that I was writing about Leverage. It's called The Best Anti-Capitalist Show You've Never Seen. It's 15 pages long. It is not even done. It's so freaking good, bro. It's so good. Burn Notice is also good. I do enjoy Burn Notice. I thought Leverage was an old people show. No. It's so good. I'm telling you, if you are a leftist, you have not seen it, you have to watch it. It is the most anti-capitalist show I've ever seen. It is the most anti-capitalist show I've ever seen. I've seen Chuck as well, yes. I've seen Brooklyn Nine-Nine a little bit. I've seen the first 5 episodes of The Good Place. Have you seen a joke about USA Network? I have not. Leverage is so good, bro. It's so good. And to watch it, please don't spoil it. I won't spoil it, but you need to watch it. The Wire, I like The Wire. I don't love The Wire. I appreciate what The Wire does, but I really like The Wire. You gotta finish The Good Place. I've been spoiled on The Good Place. Community, I've seen a few Community episodes. Severance, I have not seen Severance. It's on my list. What's your beef with The Wire? I don't really have beef with The Wire. I've just watched The Wire at a time where I got tired of watching cop shows. You know what I mean? And so it never really hit me like it hits other people, right? Because I watched it and I was just inundated with cop shows. And so I appreciate what it does, right? But I just at the time when I watched it, I just wasn't ready to watch more cop shows. Definitely worth a rewatch. I probably need to rewatch it to get like the full experience. I have no beef with rewatching The Wire. I like The Wire. I appreciate what it does. Right? I like it more than any other cop show I've seen. Severance is the best thing on TV right now. I'll watch Severance. I don't have Apple TV, so got no time. You got so many shows you need to rewatch. I did promise. I did start watching X-Men '97. I did start that. So, I've seen Malcolm in the Middle. It's fun. Everyone Hates Chris. It's fun. About 3 months of Apple TV just for Severance. The Boys. I've seen all of The Boys. Did you watch the Fallout show? I haven't even played the games. So no, probably not. Fringe, I have not seen Fringe. I've seen episodes of Abbott Elementary. This is a 5-minute clip. You know, if we have time, we'll watch this as well. Supernatural, I've seen some Supernatural. Not a lot of it, but just some of it. I've seen Charmed. I like Charmed. I've not seen The Bear. I like Charmed more than Supernatural. Old Charmed better than new Charmed? I agree. Is this Buffy the Vampire Slayer? I've seen some of that. I don't know what Angel was referring to. Watch Charmed every day after school. Just like with the above link. Oh, yeah, it's the Steven Seagal show. I wanted to look at it. I have to use the bathroom. Here, you guys talk amongst yourselves about TV shows, and I'll play my favorite TV show of all time. The introduction of it. All right, be right back.
There's a light in the distance. See them coming closer with the force of ages. Centuries gone by. Protectors of the right. Defenders sworn to fight. Dino Rangers roar. Power Rangers score. Save us from these evil forces. Power Rangers, Dino Thunder. Victory is ours forevermore. Protectors of the right. Defenders sworn to fight. Dino Rangers roar. Power Rangers score. Save us from these evil forces. Power Rangers, Dino Thunder. Dino Rangers win. Power from within. Victory is ours forevermore. Dino
Girl with Power Rangers Samurai? Oh, you're probably younger than I am then. I did not like Samurai. Samurai was the start of like the Disney Channel era of the Power Rangers. Don't get me started on Power Rangers. Don't even get me started on Power Rangers. Have you watched Our Flag Means Death? I have not. I could talk about Power Rangers forever. I can. Trust me, I can. That's why Power Rangers is dookie. Go ahead and take an hour off. Okay, mods, make that like a minute. That SPD Ninja Store Mystic Force. Mystic Force is higher than I would put it. I would put. I've done my. Actually, I don't even know if there's any mods in here to do that. Okay, I have to go if I can find it. Oh, thank you. How to make me a mod? I mean, you can be a mod if you want, Path. I have nothing against it. Mod. Who wants mod, chat? And to ban this streamer? That's crazy. We need Power Rangers watch party stream or free on YouTube apparently. I abuse the power. That's crazy. Maybe Chachki mod. I was thinking about it as well. Yeah, we'll mod Chachki. DEI mods. DEI mods indeed. DEI mods is crazy. My mom's supposed to be like, I get gifted subs. I don't think you get like Apollo's like VIP, and Apollo doesn't get subs as well anyway. Anyway, okay. We have 7 minutes left to get through 30 minutes of this video. Chat, do you think it's possible before he drops the nuke? Oh, also, here, okay, no spoilers. I've been watching I've been watching Critical Role Campaign 2. It's pretty freaking good. Oh, I have a meeting I'm supposed to be at 1:30. Is it different from this video? Yes, it's a different nuke. It's Critical Role. Critical Role is good. I enjoy Critical Role. Watching Dimension 20. I've seen like the first few episodes of the Fantasy High. Haven't seen much more than that. Who's Nuke on Hasan? It is about Hasan. Or on Hasan. Because the Power Rangers Jungle Fury. So you got explosive diarrhea. We do actually. I do have a meeting in at 1:30, and it's an important meeting. But like, it's the nuke. It's the content nuke. I can't quit the night. I can't change for the content nuke, bro. It's the content nuke. Also, they know I stream, so if they tune into the stream, they'll know I'm lying. I'll just tell them to give me the cliff notes. How about that? I'll tell them to give me the cliff notes. To delay it? Yeah, let me just, okay, hold on. Let me do that real quick. Let me do that real quick.
Oh yeah, dying on Lolly Hill.
It was the Lolly Hill stuff.
Keffels died on Lolly Hill that day.
Yeah.
A lot of good.
I'm not a member. Dang it. Just toss on the stream and go to the meeting and let Carla react. Imagine if he delays it again. That would be for the best. That would be for the best. But here, let's continue.
As a large online platform to be sexting the women who he has as guests on his show because of the implication.
Aren't you a member? You know.
Let's say that I run like a really big podcast. I get 30,000 viewers. Let's say that I have a podcast. I got 30,000 viewers. Let's say that there's a girl that messages me. We talk for a little bit. She really wants to be on. And I'm like, yeah, cool. Like, you really want to come on the podcast, blah, blah, blah. I could probably start sexting her, and she'll probably give in and send me nudes and shit because she doesn't want to lose that opportunity. She might.
Gandalf the Colorblind just subscribed. Are the nukes up on us yet?
Not yet. Bro, why is my alert box so broken? Why do people keep messaging me on Slack? Oh my goodness, why is there so much going on? Please, please, I beg of you. I beg of you. Is it a Stream Elements thing? Do I have to change something on Stream Elements? Why does it keep doing this? Here, watch this.
She might not actually want to. She might not be in. Let's say that there's a girl that messages me. We talk for a little bit. She really wants to be on. And I'm like, yeah, cool. Like, you really want to come on the podcast, blah, blah, blah. I could probably start sexting her, and she'll probably give in and send me nudes and shit because she doesn't want to lose that opportunity. She might not actually want to. She might not be into it really at all. But if I start propositioning her, if she says no to me, she might worry, like, fuck, like, if I say no to this guy, like, I'm not going to make it on that podcast.
Oh, yeah, definitely. And then are you wrong for asking in that case? You know,
yeah,
you saw...
I think it is wrong. Yeah, I don't think you should.
However, as we now know, Destiny has a long history of doing this exact thing to the women who are guests on his show.
I don't like the idea that we're normalizing, you know, someone bringing in a bunch of small content creators that are women, fucking them, right? And then when that fallout inevitably happens, like, just cast them away. Like, it's a really weird dynamic. I work with women, and I'm happy with the fact that it's professional. And that needs to be a standard that we set for more people, because I hate the idea that I just show up on screen with a woman, and it's automatically sex. But can I really be mad at an audience for thinking that when I hang out with Steven, who literally fucks pretty much everybody he works with?
It is possible that, like, you are, like, a very, like, mature person, and even if they turned you down, you're still cool with them being on your podcast. Like, there are some people like that, but, like, not everybody, no one knows. That's the problem. Nobody can ever know that if you're actually that kind of person. That's why it's, like, a very...
The problem is, like, he'll say this, and he'll be correct, but then he'll just go and do the exact opposite, right? He'll say, yeah, I think if you have a lot of power and influence, you probably shouldn't just be sleeping with anybody who goes on your podcast for the opportunities, because you kind of start this whole dynamic that, like, you know, it makes them feel pressured into saying yes because it feels like the opportunity is contingent on it, and then, like, you know, you don't want to get into that territory where, like, you don't want people to feel pressured to having sex with you, because, you know, X, Y, and Z, and then immediately turns around and he's sleeping with everybody who goes on the stream.
Sweet Apple Tater 69 just subscribed.
Sweet Apple Tater 69, thank you for the Prime subscription. Much appreciated. Thank you very much for the Prime. Thank you very much.
hazy area where you can't really consent in that situation. You don't really know.
So on the one hand, he is saying that you shouldn't sext with women who are guests on your show because they can't fully consent. And on the other hand, he is sexting with most of the women who are guests on his show and sharing around their sex tapes without their consent. A woman named Lav came forward and said that she felt pressured to send Destiny feet pics in exchange for being a guest on his stream.
At least in my case, I was so desperate to get out of sex work, and I told him that, and he said, why don't you stream with me? This can open up an avenue where, like, you don't have to do what you hate to do. And I'm a political streamer, you can get into politics, fully extending himself to me in a way that was, like, very friendly, and then it turned into something like, oh, right after that conversation, he was like, oh, by the way, I don't see any feet on your profile, he, like, immediately after.
Apparently, after she sent him feet pics, he said, "Welcome to the Orbiters Club," implying that sending her feet pics is what will give her the chance to be one of his orbiters. Now, Destiny claims that this was a completely ironic joke and it wasn't meant to be taken seriously whatsoever, but if Destiny himself has said that he shouldn't be sexting his orbiters because of the implication, and then he sexts his orbiters and then says, "Welcome to the Orbiter Club," I am struggling to see how this is a joke. And even if it was intended as a joke, like Destiny explained in this previous clip, you shouldn't be making jokes like this because the person on the receiving end might not understand that you're joking. It seems strange to me that Destiny had this incredibly nuanced view of consent a couple years ago, but then once he wanted to start sexting people, all of these rules that he set for himself went out the window.
Now, again, there are exceptions. Maybe you're friends with this person for 10 years or some shit, and you guys have like some, like, it could be like very niche. I don't want to say like every single time, but like as a blanket rule, if you even have to stop and think about this, you should just not do it. It's just a bad idea.
Later on, Lav accused Destiny of being the Harvey Weinstein of YouTube because she felt like Destiny had a pattern of manipulating the women in his orbit into doing sexual favors for him, and because she felt like it was emotionally abusive that every woman who came on Destiny's stream would inevitably be flooded with hate comments on his subreddit, which Destiny would refuse to take down. If you come onto Destiny's stream as a woman, you can be pretty safe to assume that you are going to get a bunch of hate comments on Destiny's subreddit. But according to Destiny's community, it's not because they hate women, it's just because these particular women all happen to be too stupid to debate their daddy Destiny. One time, Destiny's head moderator of his subreddit named...
Is Nuke live? Where is it at? No? Okay. When it goes live, we watch it. It's 1:30 technically, so I don't know where...
Usually neutral pronouns they them when someone
if somebody's
identifies as
non-binary, that's it's fair to assume. But I guess we're not.
I mean, he's
totally
they.
I'm gonna say that. I'm gonna say he. He's referring to himself as a man in this tweet. And
it might be that they go by everything.
I mean, if he's not specifically said like my pronouns are they them, I don't think it's that big of a deal, is it? To be like I have to call them they them.
No, it's possible that it's not a big deal.
It's the safest and probably the most.
I feel totally comfortable calling him until he says otherwise.
Okay.
I feel that's respectful, and I'm treating him like a human being. And he says he wants to eventually be feminine with body and facial hair is the end goal. I know I look 100% male right now. I don't know what's the the pronouns, but until he's specified, then I don't see the need to.
This is why I'm watching.
But anyway, I was saying, what was I saying? Yeah, he was a giant piece of shit for a long time. So like.
Just like, what do you lose by just saying they? Like, I don't get it. It doesn't make sense to me. What do you lose by if somebody's like, I'm non-binary, just using they them pronouns until you get corrected? Like, it's pretty known that they is a very general, like, you know, most people who are non-binary who even have like a specific pronoun that they prefer will accept they. As you were trying to be respectful until you know, and you're just like, nope, I don't really care. I'm gonna use he, him anyway. Like,
that's all we care about.
Yeah, that's what we're here for.
You guys are.
He thinks they them is a slur. He doesn't want to assume. I think it's a bad thing.
You can call me.
But his crew is telling him that that's not true. The crew is telling him like, hey, no, it's the most respectful just to default to they them.
More than it
Why
is,
are you
like...
assuming his pronouns?
Well. It's not when
You're
you use
assuming his
when you use
pronouns.
neutral
He
pronoun-
hasn't clarified.
No, when you use neutral. Sorry,
Calm
when
down.
you use
No,
neutral
it's annoying
pronouns,
because
it's-
people come.
It's the most
you,
respect.
by the way, you people in the chat who are like, "Oh, Ethan fucking is L being like transphobic." It's like you are presuming his pronouns. And by the way, why are you being so militant about it? How does that help anybody? I'm obviously being respectful, and I'm waiting for him to clarify. Like you guys are fucking wrong. And if you ever want
he's
other
being
people
transphobic. Like
outside
he
of your
is being
bubble to
transphobic. Like Olivia is telling him, right, and
people
yelling at
seriously,
him
you
for
have to-
some reason. That's weird. Like, just like no, it using gender neutral pronouns when you don't know is the most respectful. I knew this when I was like, I met my first trans person when I was like freaking 16 years old, 15 years old, right? And if I couldn't remember their pronouns, I would just use they them because it's the most respectful. What are we talking about here? What are we doing here? What are we doing?
It's like he's saying, and we don't even know. He might
Yes,
be
you
totally
use-
fine
you
with
use
it.
they,
The
them
point is
until
that
you
the
know.
conversation we're having is totally respectful and promoting.
But
like,
being like, no, I'm gonna use he him, because like I don't view him as a valid. I view them as a valid non-binary person. Like it doesn't make sense.
On the Big Steppers, he had this trap about how his aunt was trans, and his coming to terms with this over the years. And he used derogatory language in that song as part of the story to show his transformation. And like people were like, "Oh, he's being
he pushed it back 5 minutes
because he said these words." It's like,
Okay,
can we please
well, you guys
think
are gonna
a little
enjoy,
fucking deeper than that? Can we please grow up? Like he said the words in the context of a super fucking progressive song of inner exploration that was like he was being so vulnerable and being like, I accept that I love that my aunt is now my uncle and I love him. And the problem is that he said some derogatory words. Like it's time to fucking get your shit together, okay?
The problem,
please,
and I think it should be obvious to all of us. The problem is like, let's say, Eva. We already know she's a she, and she goes by Eva. If you're on purpose not calling her she now, which is what she wants, then yeah, you're being transphobic, you know, because you're like not.
They don't understand that like militantly not using gender neutral pronouns when you don't know is like still transphobia. You know what I mean? Like being like, oh, I'm gonna use he because it makes me feel more comfortable or whatever, instead of just defaulting like it's not even that they don't know this. The crew is telling them this, right? The crew is like Dan and Olivia are like, just use they them. Like you don't lose anything by using they them. Like since people making up their own rules that they go, it doesn't matter to them. Yeah,
like I'm not going to assume his pronouns.
I have clarification on it.
Okay.
Go ahead. Apparently, Bobby has said repeatedly they use all pronouns. They don't care.
That's it. So what? So like, there's not a trans person in this room. Bobby doesn't care about what pronouns you use for him, and you guys are in the chat shouting at how I'm wrong. Like, how pathetic are you? You know what I mean?
Well,
I'm not assuming his pronouns, and fuck all these people.
Okay.
Go ahead.
No,
and I'm not yelling at you. I'm just.
Did they button? Bro, what did he say? What did he say? He's probably you aren't trans, so that's the ICFU, yeah. Someone's gonna get fired? Bro, I think, okay.
Anyway, that's how we do it around here, guys. 1 minute, 30 seconds left.
What did he say?
Oh, we never even got to talk more about Housewives. There's so much more.
I know, that was so much more fun.
So much more fun than this.
But your button before the nuke.
Yeah, I always fuck up the vibes.
African princess.
But
Chief
I feel
Doka
like,
UP
goddamn,
just
it's
subscribed.
so ridiculous.
Whoa, okay, that's weird.
You know.
When's the nuke dropping? Right after this?
You got the timer right above your head.
I'm literally
Where?
gonna
Where
post
is it?
On
Is it really a timer?
Yeah,
There's
look
a
at the
timer
camera.
on screen.
Or look at the picture.
Camonial
Am I-
just subscribed.
Oh my god.
Look above you on the preview monitor.
Oh, yeah, okay, I
There you
got you.
go.
Hey, there we go. Good timing.
All right. So quickly, 50 seconds left. Is there anything else?
Oh my god.
Baldoni, 2 a.m. voice messages. Should we look at one other thing before we launch?
Yes.
You guys, should we?
And on a good, funny note.
Sorry, I'm missing subs. Chief Toke Up, thank you for the Prime. Staffy, thank you for the 100 bits. And Camo Meal, thank you for the tier 1 subscription. Much appreciated. The Nuke is here. Is it?
He's fudging with the wires.
Oh
Nate.
no, the flux capacitor's fucked up.
Oh my god!
Yeah, oh no.
Oh man, I gotta walk away. What the?
Okay, I'm not gonna let him do his whole thing. We're watching the Nuke chat. So when it comes out, wherever it comes out. I never get excited to watch something without giving it a single view. It's gonna suck. Okay, I don't even know what he's doing. Who got the link? It still says 10 seconds. It's stuck on 10 seconds.
Oh shit!
Oh, he's playing it again. Is he just stalling? I think we're ready for how trash it would be. Maybe it'll be sick. It'll be a sick takedown of Hasan. You know what I mean? It'll be like he'll be dunking on Hasan. Like Air Bud dog playing basketball type beat.
Sean the Black says she's my African princess.
Big Buttery Boy 2002 just subscribed.
Big Buttery Boy, thank you for the Prime subscription. This is all just a big troll. Honestly, I would respect it. If he just ends the stream and doesn't drop it, I said it before. I'd respect it. There's an opportunity. He has a lot of eyes on him. He's just like, bro, F it. There we go. 1 hour and 40-minute poop sock. Yeah. There not being any content was probably the best move, to be honest. It probably would be the best move. Members are pissed already.
Notice pretty long.
It's
all right.
long.
Yeah.
Play the music, my friends.
Okay. Show us Olivia, please. Olivia, are you okay? Have they showed Olivia since the button? Look at his community post. Hope Olivia's okay. All of Olivia, you know, you're just trying to be respectful. They haven't. Now she walked off after eating Yoda, I bet. Came back laughing, the crew was silent. Oh,
An anonymous user
darn
gifted a tier 1 sub to Broth One Boy.
I don't know why that keeps happening. Oh, Nuke dropped apparently. It's out. Out where? Oh. So I did a little quick scrub through to see what's happening. Oh, Frogan gets mentioned. Dan gets mentioned. Shinzo Abe gets mentioned. Okay, sorry. Spoilers. I knew it was real. They're all trying to say it's fake. Okay.
The world would not be the same.
All right. It's time. Mods, change the title. Actually, Chachki, change the title. This is for the new mod challenge. The Nuke is here. The Nuke is real. Wait, he turned the chat off? Oh no, he left. Oh, they did end the stream. Anyway, let's go. Yeah, we're the DEIR.
Few people laughed. Few people cried. Most people were silent. remembered the line from the Hindu scripture, the Bhagavad Gita. Vishnu takes on his multi-armed form.
Okay, this is a long
and says, "Now I am become death, the despair of worlds."
We think the Houthi once in a while is doing what the Houthi
Saying king, fucking bloodthirsty, violent pig dogs. Why am I held accountable? God forbid you throw up the fucking green Hamas banner.
Happy birthday to you.
I'm quick.
Happy birthday from Twitch, Hasan. Happy birthday from Twitch.
Prologue, why am I making this? Okay.
Oh, hi there. It's me, your old friend, Ethan Klein. It's been a while since we've last spoken. In that time...
Okay, I also want to point out, sorry to pause it so quickly, chat. I love that, like, it just has Hasan just playing Marvel Rivals on the other monitor. You know what I mean? It kind of perfectly demonstrates, like, while Ethan is thinking about Hasan, Hasan is not thinking about Ethan. But we're gonna let it rock. I'm gonna let it go for a little bit longer.
I've had 3 kids, all boys. I've lost 100 pounds, and I've pissed off 75% of the internet. Probably a lot of you guys too. Actually talking about there at the NRA meeting that's today in Texas. Someone should bomb. Oh yeah, and I got a tattoo also, so I'm cool like that now. Left or right, I always thought that, despite our differences, there was one thing we could all agree on. And what was that? That we love America and everything she stands for. Mom and Dad and apple pie. Sure, there's plenty to criticize and endless things to improve, but I thought it was about making a more perfect union, not tearing it down. Marching bands, a pride that only the thing is, there's something kind of scary brewing in America. Communism. That's America. That's America.
Doing conservatives on his side. Yeah, he's doing anti-communism shtick. That's fine. Okay, sure.
I started a show a couple of years ago with my acquaintance, Hasan Piker. You might remember him from such classics as
America deserved 9/11, dude. Fuck it, I'm saying it. Yeah, kill them. Kill those motherfuckers in a video game. Sorry. Holy shit. That's not what I said. You dumb cracker bitch.
And of course, the Leftovers podcast, which was our show, which we made broadly to goof on the antics of the right. Now, to be clear, I knew about all these edgy and controversial jokes at the time we made the show together, because who am I to judge?
There is Ethan Klein being a delightful human being.
I was just gonna say, if there's another Holocaust, if they start rounding up the Jews again, I hope Ben gets He presents himself as someone like me, a left-leaning Democrat who supports basic things. And we went on making...
Bro, to who? Why did you get the opinion that he's like a left-leaning Democrat, bro? He has never described himself as anything less than like a socialist. Because you didn't know what that was. That's your own fault. You know what I mean? How is that on Hasan?
In the show for about 2 years and everything was good. Everyone was having fun. The audience was having fun. No problem. And we went on making the show for about 2 years and everything was good. Everyone was having fun. The audience was having fun. No problem. That was until this happened. We were doing our regular show, and for the first time I noticed an inordinate amount of radical, hardcore leftists. I mean, I thought we were social democrats, not whatever this was. I don't hate the idea of like people who can be successful. I think it's good that people can achieve success in the term monetary success. I mean, that's what that means, right? I do. You know, there's nothing wrong with that.
Because I see so many people in the chat saying no.
I don't know what y'all are tripping about. Like, what the fuck do you want?
What is the idea that people are looking for?
You guys are all like radical communists? There's that many radical communists? Suck it, chat. You're watching a capitalist pig. Deal with it. And then this happened. This comment from Hasan really started to sound some alarms in my head.
If you're in a socialist country with multiple parties, and one of the parties is a capitalist party, which would surely exist.
Yeah.
What would you do if that party started gaining momentum?
The solution to that would always be education and offering more...
Re-education?
Re-education, certainly, yeah. There should be an enforcement mechanism, and in that enforcement mechanism, I think like rehabilitation, which would include re-education as well.
If putting capitalists in re-education...
Yeah, so, okay, pause. If you live in a socialized economy, right, and you have somebody that arises saying, hey, I want to start hoarding resources, right? This resource that is currently nationalized, I want to institute a government where we take this over and we privatize it, right? And then we sell this back to the same communities that are right now currently have access to it. Yes, you would need some enforcement mechanism so that that doesn't happen. If you have water treatment plants that are currently nationalized, that are communal, that people generally use, and you see a group of people saying that they're going to try to seize these water treatment plants, you're like, we're going to take these water treatment plants and then we're going to pay, or we're going to sell access to these water treatment plants that have currently been a nationalized good or nationalized service. Yeah, a society that where that is socialized, right, or nationalized would not allow that to occur in the first place. Number one. Number two, also, there are cuts in here, so yeah. To be honest, 5 minutes and it's already boring, right? It is boring. It's kind of uninspired, you know what I mean? I'm hanging fruit, bro. Hasan has admitted many times he's towards communism. It's not a surprise. Yeah.
Asian camps isn't disturbing enough. I started to notice
include re-education as well.
If putting capitalists in re-education camps isn't disturbing enough, I started to notice that Hasan was carrying a lot of water for communist states' war crimes and genocides.
What do you call Crimea? I call it a part of Russian territory, bitch. That's what I call Crimea. I call it Crimea River, a Russian river. The annexation of Crimea is absolutely a justifiable annexation.
Tibet was literally a fucking feudal slave mandate, like autonomous zone.
China did the
Pause. One, he's joking about Crimea very, very openly. I don't think Russia is communist. Like he's not being serious about Crimea. Like, you know, the Tibetan takes, we can have a conversation about that. Like he's not being serious about like, yeah, Russia should take Crimea. He's been very clear about like the way that Russia operates, you know, legitimately, like historically, right? And he's talked about it, maybe more than like the 5-second clip that he showed here, which why is only 5 seconds is my question. I mean, Ethan does think Russia is communist. He does, but like, it's out of context. As Little Bear is saying, it's like that clip is very clearly deceptively cut here.
Territory, bitch. That's what I call Crimea. I call it Crimea River, a Russian river. The annexation of Crimea is absolutely a justifiable annexation.
Tibet was literally a fucking feudal slave mandate.
Like it's literally like clipped. Like you could hear the audio clip. Like what more is said there?
Autonomous zone.
China did them a favor.
That was one. I mean, in America, when I say something like this, people get very upset. You know, we talk about the Dalai Lama saying "suck my tongue" or whatever, but like that's not far from the norm in fucking normal Tibetan existence before the Communist Party came in.
Past jokes, which are really gross and weird, he says. Well, I want to point out something that I don't think I've seen any of you mention, right? And that's the fact that when Ethan brought up his old past jokes, he always cut it with like the Curb Your Enthusiasm music, right? Whenever he brings up Hasan's past clips, he let them play in full. Or not in full, but like full enough to get like the takeout. So that's just something that I did notice. Whenever he talked about his edgy clips in the past, they always seem to be cut by like a little laugh track music. I just wanted to point that out there. Just dropping that. Deleted all the comments on the podcast episode. Mega Threat criticizing Ethan's take on pronouns. By the way, I love that. Even in his attempt to drop a nuke to cancel Hasan, he couldn't just stop being just a insane doofus for long enough to get the nuke out, that he had to say something cancelable even in his lead up to the nuke. Like, it's so crazy. All he had to do was say, oh, okay, non-binary person, they, them pronouns. But he was so hardline and fast in his transphobia. He's like, no, I have to misgender this person, bro. I'm not even going to attempt to use gender neutral pronouns. I'm going to use he, him pronouns. Doesn't matter if I should or not. He couldn't even wait. He could not even wait, bro. That's so funny. I don't use clips he's proud of, like against Shapiro and the NRA. That woman Ethan was promoting on his other day disavowed him and then later apologized, most likely because Ethan's viewers harassed her. Which person? Anyway, let's continue.
And
so China unilaterally took over Tibet,
like
these are their culture. They basically are trying to, homogenize the culture.
If your culture,
they're trying to spoil the religion and the identity.
The part of feudal warlords and slavery, abolishing that, yes, I do think that is good.
No, China did them a favor.
This is a good way to describe Taiwan as well. The American federal government going to the fucking South and killing, unfortunately not all of them, but a decent amount of slavers and defenders of slavery. This is violent retribution from a powerful federal government that squashed. Okay,
Tibet is the South in the Civil War.
Yes.
And most disturbingly, a complete whitewashing of the Chinese genocide against their Muslims.
Is he going to actually like where he's going to disprove this? Is he going to like No, just your daddy got cooked? Bro, the video's been out for like 10 minutes. You don't even know what he said. You couldn't even wait like 10 minutes? No, just pointing it out. Let the clip run into context. Yeah. He let the clip run into the context. And he's just like, okay, we're not gonna push back on this.
Muslim minority group, the Uyghurs.
Really?
Don't they have Uyghur death camps? Is that?
It's not a death camp. They were re-education camps, and they are no longer in operation.
Is that
according
true?
to the Associated Press?
Trying to watch this in 10 times speed.
I saw this crazy documentary. And I don't know.
I'm just leaving.
I don't know. The
Also, chat, just leave him. Leave him. Let him be. Let him be.
I don't know the surrounding
narrative or anything about it.
But it was about there was doctors in the area. They would be able to procure organs.
No, that's no.
I'm telling you, they were in China with.
Okay, that one is like Shenyun,
They're like,
Falun
we could
Gong.
get you an organ. From a Uyghur. But why is that? Is that really that crazy?
The Associated Press quietly fucking wrote an article that didn't get a lot of coverage in mainstream media about how, like, okay, well, you know, all the concentration camps have been closed now.
Like
all the re-education camps are.
I think I'll watch clips if there are interesting clips. That is, if there are interesting clips, right? Right now, I haven't seen anything that like will actually be clipped out to like be used against Hasan. At least not yet. But if there are interesting clips, I think you'll see them elsewhere.
Closed now in fucking Xinjiang, and it's like very different vibes in Xinjiang, and now, you know, it's the tourism hour.
Let's see what the Associated Press actually had to say about this. These are all AP articles from the last 2 years. UK independent body reports China committed genocide in Xinjiang. China sanctioned a US research firm and 2 individuals over a report about the human rights violations in Xinjiang.
It's the tourism hour.
To China's fury, UN accuses Beijing of Uyghur rights abuses.
Tourism hour.
Uyghur County in China has the highest prison rate in the world. 1 in 25 people is in a Chinese prison.
It's the tourism hour.
48 Uyghurs detained in Thailand for almost 11 years are on hunger strike to protest their imminent deportation to China, where they face imprisonment or execution. Not only does this AP article seem not to exist, reading the AP proved exactly the opposite. Hasan has happily eaten up the Chinese propaganda on this and has regurgitated it to his mainstream audience. Why is he defending China's genocide of their Muslim population? How does this even make sense? It only makes sense if A, he's being paid, or B, he has the political
Of course.
complexities of a 5-year-old. I know America bad.
Okay. Even if I were to concede, I even take on the Uyghurs, I just hate that he's weaponizing it for his own gain. Yeah. Even if I were to concede everything Ethan is saying here, right? 1, I would love to see how this extends to Israel. That's a separate conversation, right? But 2, like the idea like that Ethan is like a geopolitical expert in really any regard is kind of funny. Is he getting bodied for thumbs up? No. Ethan ended his stream while linking the nuke, so it's just H3 fans. We're just going to like it. It's not being botted. He had like 35,000 people watching him like introduce this. Took me 2 seconds to find articles from AP that they apparently closed.
If A, he's being paid, or B, he has the political complexities of a 5-year-old. I know America bad is a meme that people laugh at online, but with Hasan,
I'm sure he put the sources in the. Oh.
does actually seem to be the beginning and the end of his analysis.
2 principles. Let me explain to you. 2 principles that you should keep with you, coming from a person who's Turkish, okay? When you look at a situation in the Middle East, you look at what the local government is and who the Western forces are. Never align with the Western forces. So when I look at other countries, I look at the regional actor, whoever the regional power player is, and then I look at who is
okay, but like he's not like incorrect in that specifically in the Middle East, if any Western forces are or Western actors are, you know, embedded or have a material interest in that region, it's probably not going to be good for the people who are living in that region at all. For anybody living in the region. This includes Israel as well, right? Like, objectively the truth. If you have like the West who are looking for something to happen in the Middle East and they're pushing for that, for the most part, that's going to be against the interests of the people who are living in the region. I don't understand how this is incorrect. Also, this is nothing to do with China, but I don't understand how this is incorrect either.
Backed by the Western superpowers. That's a principle that you could take home.
If the U.S. or Israel, because they're lawful good. Which is just for a talking point so far, right?
With you, if you want to actually be moral, or if you want to be smart about the way you analyze other countries, that's one basic principle that you can take home with you. All of a sudden, magically, you are above on your foreign policy analysis. You're going to be better off than 90% of people that look at the situation.
After seeing all of this, I was already getting uncomfortable with our partnership. I started to wonder if I had any idea who this guy actually is. And then, this happened.
We have breaking news out of Israel this morning where Hamas has launched a surprise attack.
Sure, because of that, but Hasan didn't say they were camps or they weren't gym strike practices. He said they weren't death camps. They are internment camps like the ones the U.S. did in World War II. So Hasan's ultimate point still stands. The U.S. is not morally superior to China in that regard. Yeah.
In Israel's borders overnight.
After the shock of October 7th, I noticed a huge increase of anti-Semitic comments from Hasan's stream and Discord, including from his head mod. I was disturbed that Hasan was seemingly okay with this.
Why is Frogan the head mod? Nice bathroom. What say you? What say you? Okay, wait. Where's Frogan at? I thought Frogan was live.
Bro, he thought he ate with that graphic.
Hello.
Not like so good. They have magical bullets. It's not perfect.
Head mod.
Of course, if you compare the raw numbers, Gazans have lost a lot more than Israelis.
Spoilers.
40,000 people have died, and
spoilers
have been completely
spoilers
flattened during this war.
Spoilers.
And
I
while
want
we
to say hello
should keep
first.
their plight at the top of our minds at all time, it also doesn't mean that we should disregard the lives of the Jewish people who are also affected by
She's not even looking at the
if
chat, bro. She's on her phone.
The whole is not as great. Some of you
acknowledge
I'm
me.
an Israeli dual citizen. My wife is Israeli.
Okay, whatever.
My
It's
kids
fine.
are half Israeli, and my entire in-law.
All right.
I lived there for 5 years. And
Okay. Anyway, back to the video.
Like, do you care?
Yeah, that's head mod behavior for sure. You know what? I'm on Ethan's side now. That's head mod behavior, bro. You know who would have acknowledged me? Fizz. And Fizz isn't the head mod. Exactly.
Your chat is calling me racist. Do you make any okay with this? Can you? Including from his head mod. I was disturbed that Hasan was seemingly okay with this. Can you do you care that your chat is calling me racist? Do you make any
I wonder why he doesn't show why the chat was calling him racist. You know what I mean? Or is this 100 minutes of slop? It's 100 minutes of this, so you can make your own comparison.
I have not looked at my chat.
Moderate that
I have not looked at my chat at all, but you
I
have
just
to
opened it, but don't you have moderators? Do you care at all about what your audience says about me?
There's 32,000 people in here right now.
I'm just trying to tell you guys how it feels. And I'm fucking shocked that you don't care that people in your chat are saying, who the fuck is this child cold, arrogant,
Ethan,
as fuck.
I love you, but there's only so much I can do.
How can you be surprised when your Discord is literally full of fucking
Ethan, I love you, but there's only so much I can do if you're making that argument. You know that, right? Like
Hasan's chat had
whoa, Ethan. What was he gonna say? What argument did he make? Wait, come on. You gotta at least finish it. You gotta at least finish the sentence. You gotta at least finish the sentence. You gotta at least finish a sentence. Is this the full VOD?
And then they posture.
This isn't the full VOD. Where's the full VOD at? I know, last leftovers. I know Hasanabi Production, not Hasanabi Productions. No, it was Hasanabi Productions. Productions. That was leftovers. It was like the last leftovers. It was titled like the last leftovers conversation. You know what I mean? It wasn't officially a leftover, but it was titled like the last leftovers conversation. Bro, gosh darn it. Post less Hasanabi Productions. Nine months ago, 10 months ago, 11 months ago, 12 months ago, 1 year ago. Oh, thank you. I feel like this title changed.
Like, another.
Okay. Here, this is the full clip.
You guys how it feels. And I'm fucking shocked that you don't care that people in your chat are saying, "Who the fuck is this child? Cold, arrogant, as fuck."
I love you, but there's only so much I can do.
How can you be surprised when your Discord is literally full of fucking
Ethan, I love you, but there's only so much I can do if you're making that argument. You know that, right? Like, at a certain point, you're an adult, and the words that you're saying are going to be perceived by people in a certain way. I can't constantly tell my community to shut the fuck up, like,
Right, well,
which I have,
listen,
and I think they should. But at the end of the day, it's because I know you personally, and I think your heart is in the right place. But they don't know, so it's hard. It's hard for people to view what you're saying beyond
I'm just telling
your
you the
words.
perspective. You disagree. That's it. I mean, what the fuck do you want from me?
Okay, but do you get where I'm coming from? Like, that's why I'm trying to
understand your analysis, dude.
Okay,
I understand your analysis.
I don't want my community to hurt your feelings. I don't want your feelings to be hurt
Dude,
either.
they're not hurting my feelings. They're fucking. They're monsters. They're like psychotic.
I think you're a good
Not
person.
all of them, but there are a lot of them, and you don't seem to care about moderating it at all.
That's not true.
Whereas when you're on my show, we really do care about what people say about you on Discord and chat, and we moderate it to keep like a good environment. But you don't seem to fucking care about it.
There's no way I can shut off my chat. I mean, I can put it in emote mode, but that's it.
Do you not
Just
have
like you shut off your
moderators?
chat. Just like you shut off your chat when these sorts of conversations happen in an effort to stop bad faith pieces of shit, we can put it in emote mode, which is what I'm doing now. But ultimately, you have to realize, like, when there's 33,000 people, and it's not even YouTube, it's literally fucking Twitch, so that it's even faster. It's almost impossible to moderate because people are going to perceive what you're saying in a certain way. This is not like, there's only so much moderation I can do if you make that comparison.
Do you have moderators in your chat? I don't understand. I didn't make any fucking comparison, dude. I'm literally just explaining how people feel about it. That's all I'm fucking doing, man. And you continue to put words in my mouth, making it seem like I'm comparing them to fucking Jewish Nazis and shit.
Hold on.
It's so fucked up. It's not fair.
That's what the comparison was. It happened a little bit earlier. I just wanted to play until it gets to that part. Right. But that was a comparison that he made. Yeah. Here.
Themselves in America using this anti-Zionist slogan indicates that this slogan isn't one that is about the evisceration of Jews. If that was the case, then they wouldn't use it.
There was Jewish collaborators with fucking Nazis.
Ethan, don't do that, please. Don't say that the Jews' voice for peace are akin to capos. Like, that's.
I'm telling you that the mere existence of Jewish voices is not.
He said that. Also, this one as well.
Point.
Well, I will explain to you why it's not a comparison, because I think you agree with me on this as well, that it's Palestinian emancipation.
Oh, wait, I want to see. Oh, this clip just continues to go. Okay, I'll play it from this part again and then continue it.
There was Jewish collaborators with fucking Nazis.
Ethan, don't do that, please. Don't say that the Jews' voice for peace are akin to capos. Like, that's.
I'm telling you that the mere existence of Jewish voices is not a leg to stand on. I don't understand that.
But
of course, there's going to be Israeli
but the most important component here,
it's like you're tokenizing a few Israelis. It seems silly.
What, Ethan?
You're like, here, check out my Israeli. He says it.
That's not.
Then I don't find it a good point.
Well, I will explain to you why it's not a comparison, because I think you agree with me on this as well, that it's
she's not getting
Palestinian emancipation.
She has a lot of views. And to be fair, her chat has a thing saying, "Are you a robot?" to check and see if they're going to view about it. So it's not an unfair comparison to see,
right?
Yeah, like that's what people were calling him a racist for, because he compared like JVP to like the Confederacy. And to like Nazi collaborators as well.
But there's only so much I can do if you're making that argument. You know that, right? Like,
Hasan's chat had been calling me a Zionist, baby-killing genocider. Maybe it is unreasonable that I'm asking him to moderate his chat for a friend. He doesn't even know where I'm coming from because
I mean, like,
reasonable that I'm asking him to moderate his chat for a friend. He doesn't even know.
I love that. He loves these shows that one that says babies aren't killing babies, Ethan. Like that one is unacceptable for him.
Where I'm coming from, because it's not something he would ever ask for.
And all these other content creators actually, you know, whipping their communities when their chat is going fucking absolutely bananas over random dumb shit.
Bro. Why is it breaking like that? Boo Bornham, thank you for the Prime subscription. Much appreciated.
And bringing my name up for no fucking reason. That you were just allowing that shit to run rampant in your chat. And I thought that was fucked up.
And at least thank you for
I
the...
love you, but there's only so much I can do. Especially as someone...
Only so much I can do when what? Like, again, I love that he's just cutting these things out of... They are cut out of context. And he won't show, like, what Hasan is actually saying, where Hasan was on his side. You know what I mean? On his side, saying, I want to be on your side. I'm telling my chat to stop. But there's only so much I can do when you were saying things that, like, people will perceive as you being racist. You know what I mean?
Someone who thought we were fucking friends. I think that's a reasonable expectation for someone who you consider to be a friend.
The problem wasn't that he was pro-Palestinian, because I share a lot of those views, and I've been a stalwart supporter of the Palestinian cause for many years. The problem with Hasan's coverage, and a lot of people like him, was their complete lack of empathy for the Jewish people who were frankly slaughtered by Hamas. He refused to show even a crumb of empathy.
This is not even true. The idea that Hasan never showed any empathy to any Jewish person who was killed by Hamas on October 7th is obviously false. Objectively false. You can find his coverage. It's just not true.
For the Jewish victims. But listen to what this guy has to say.
And as you might have seen, there was some sort of rave or desert party where they were having a great time until the resistance came in electrified hang gliders and took at least several dozen hipsters. But I'm sure they're doing very fine despite what the New York Post says. But nobody had seen this coming.
I mean, that's insane, right?
I don't even... Yeah, okay. Like...
Okay.
I don't...
I'm just criticizing people. You don't have to comment if you're not comfortable about it.
I honestly felt at times that...
Like, what is it? What does that even prove? Like, he's just saying, okay, like, he's like, okay, you can feel some type of way about that. Like, he's not defending it. He's not saying, like, yeah, bro, I love this guy. I agree with everything he's saying. He just said, okay. Like, he said, yeah. He's like, yeah, okay. Like, okay. And then he says in the clip, you don't have to comment on it. Like, how does this prove that Hasan did not, like, show empathy towards, like, Jewish victims on October 7th?
He and his audience barely thought of Israelis as humans.
This dude just called babies militants.
No, I understand. And there are baby settlers as well. But there are baby settlers as well. There are babies in the settlements.
Part of running defense for Hamas is...
This is on your show. What does he say? Well, he's in the middle of a sentence. He's like, literally has Hasan in the middle of a take, and he's like, all right, that's enough of that. That serves my purpose. Literally a 2-second clip.
Downplaying the violence, specifically the sexual violence, which he's done a lot of.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much. So that's the other part of this problem that many people can't contend with. Like, the Palestinian resistance is not perfect. They're not, like, so good. They have magical bullets.
He's not defending them. He's saying that that's bad. Like, he's saying, yeah, no, that's bad. And he's saying the fact that even if it didn't happen, it would still be like if like rapes didn't happen and they were still killing people, it would still be bad. Like, he's saying that regardless of, what happened on October 7th, the things that led up to it in the first place, and the things that then, like, succeeded it afterwards, right, is not magically now made okay. It's no, like, all the deaths that happened after October 7th are not now, totally justified and fine because of what happened on October 7th. Like, that's what he's saying. It's very clear and obvious. He's doing a Seinfeld bit. Also doing a Seinfeld bit is 100% Ethan making a mockery of it all. Yes, 100%. He's not saying sexual assault is good. He's saying that the violence is still disproportionate. Yeah. Doing the exact same thing he's accused Hasan of. Is this AI? Yeah.
The Palestinian resistance is not perfect. They're not, like, so good. They have magical bullets. It's not perfect.
Of course, if you compare the raw numbers, Gazans have lost a lot more than Israelis. 40,000 people have died, and neighborhoods have been completely flattened during this war. And while we should keep their plight at the top of our minds at all time, it also doesn't mean that we should disregard the lives of the Jewish people who are also affected by this, even if their suffering on the whole is not as great. Some of you may know that I'm an Israeli dual citizen. My wife is Israeli, my kids are half Israeli, and my entire in-law is Israeli. I lived there for 5 years, and I grew a closeness with the country and its people. One of the biggest issues between me, Hasan, and his community was that I am in favor of a two-state solution while they are in favor of a one-state solution. Their theory is that after the October 7th attack, Israel should just dissolve its borders and let Hamas enter Israel unrestrained.
Well, I think the point is that after the October 7th attack, well, before the October 7th attack, before it even got to the point of the October 7th attack, Israel should not have been oppressing Palestinians, should have instituted a two-tiered system for Palestinians, not allowing Palestinians back into the homes that they have an ancestral claim to, like their family has been in. Like some people have grown up in that home, right, and were forced out, and then now are not allowed back in that home. It's very clear. It's like very, very clear where that convoy agrees with Hasan on a Wednesday. I don't think I've seen Ethan agree on a Wednesday because he always says that like Palestinians are too violent to ever do a Wednesday solution. That's what I've seen.
You think Israel should have done in response to October 7th?
Instead of indiscriminately bombing Gaza, I think the first thing to do in that situation would be to dismantle the government in the way that it existed, like get Netanyahu out of power.
Okay. So you're saying Israel, in response, hold on, dude. You're saying in response to this terrorist attack, Israel should have dismantled their own government.
First set of actions would be to democratically take Netanyahu out of power. Yes.
The problem is that
like if something happens, right, a terrorist attack happens like October 7th, you figure out why it happened and what pushed people to do that attack in the first place, and then you remove that person from power. And then look at it now. Netanyahu, like over a year later, is still trying to sabotage the ceasefire deal to get his own hostages back. Even from October 7th to the present day, Netanyahu and his war cabinet have been doing everything in their power to disregard the hostages themselves. So yes, if October 7th, right, if like on October 8th, right, Israel removed Netanyahu from power, instituted a new government that is not like so hell-bent on killing every Palestinian, right, they would have the hostages back on like October 10th, you know what I mean? In November. In December. But Netanyahu refused to even engage with like Hamas at all to even get the hostages back. They refused to accept hostages and Hamas just released some of them. Like, what are we talking about here?
Israel's been at war with its neighbors for 70 plus years, and it makes a lot of sense that there be some distrust there. Is it really insane to think that Jews, as an ethnic minority in Israel, would not be safe? After all, Israel is a country of...
What? Run it back?
And it makes a lot of sense that there be some distrust there. Is it really insane to think that Jews, as an ethnic minority in Israel, would not be safe? After all, Israel is a country of refugees. If the Jews didn't come from Europe after the Holocaust, they came from the surrounding Arab countries that expelled them in massive amounts following the 1948 war. In fact, there was more Jews displaced than Palestinians during the Nakba. 1 million Jews. All of these surrounding Arab countries had vibrant Jewish communities in huge number, hundreds of thousands. Now, if you look at them, you're looking at...
Okay. So, firstly, what he's doing is genocide apologia, first of all. Just straight up, full-throated genocide apologia. He's saying, because of all the aforementioned things that he mentioned, that that Israel now has a right to, like, first of all, genocide Palestinians, number one. But even besides, like, the genocide Palestinians, has a right to exist as a Judeo-supremacist nation that can and should oppress anybody who is not Jewish, right? 73% of Israel is Jewish folk. How is that a minority? I think he's talking about just like including like Palestinians. I think he's including, this is what I think he's doing. This is my second point. I think he's including like Gaza and the West Bank as Israel. He's saying that is a part of Israel. Therefore, Like Jews are a minority in Israel. Like I can't. That's what I can't imagine what else he's saying here as well, right? He's saying a hypothetical like Wednesday. He's saying, yeah, I'll run it back.
Jews displaced than Palestinians following the 1948
Although the same
war.
logic about not trusting the Palestinians to be in Israel can justify the cleansing of the Jews from those Arab states because their justification is that they couldn't trust them. Yeah.
In fact, there was more Jews than didn't come from Europe. Be safe there. Is it really insane to think that Jews, as an ethnic minority in Israel, would not be safe? After all, Israel is a country of.
Oh, he's saying okay. Here he's saying if,
as an ethnic minority, a sense that there'd be some distrust there. Is it really insane to think that Jews, as an ethnic minority in Israel, would not be safe? After all, Israel is a country of refugees. If the Jews didn't come from Europe after the Holocaust, they came from the surrounding Arab countries that expelled them in massive amounts following the 1948
demographic of the entire area. I'm sure Ethan will provide those.
war. In fact, there was more Jews displaced.
He's literally doing the demographic concern and saying Israel must be an ethno state. Yes, exactly. That is my point that he's making.
Than Palestinians during the Nakba. 1 million Jews. All of these surrounding Arab countries had vibrant Jewish communities in huge number, hundreds of thousands. Now, if you look at them, you're looking at close to, if not literally, 0 Jews left in these countries.
Just to give you an idea, here's a visual representation of the Jewish refugees after 1948. Morocco had 265,000 Jews. Now it has 2,000. Algeria had 140,000.
Like, this
now
is just a genocide apologia. He's saying that because all the surrounding states expelled their Jews, that means that they now get to genocide Palestinians. They have a right, a claim to genocide Palestinians and take Palestinian land.
About 50. Iraq had 150,000 Jews, now 10. And I want to give a special shout out to my boy over in Afghanistan, one known Jew. We know him, we love him. He's the one Afghan Jew.
They were forced to leave their homes, their lives, their property, and migrate to the only place in the world that would accept them, which was Israel. The irony of this whole situation is that after the 1948 war, when Israel won the war to declare its independence, the Arab countries got super anti.
Like, why is he acting like that? There was nobody there. You know what I mean? Why is he acting like, oh, there was just an open piece of land here, right? It was just empty, right? Like, no, there were people there that were then pushed out. You know what I mean? That were then pushed out and cleansed to make room, Ethan.
Semitic against their own Jewish citizenry that had nothing to do with Israel. And as a result, they kicked them all out, 1 million plus of them, and forced them to go the one place they hated the most, Israel. And now those same people that forced them out of their homes are telling them they don't belong there. So if the Jews of Israel are surrounded by Islamic militant terrorist groups that have stated their goal is to annihilate Israel.
Like, okay, even if I were to give you Hezbollah, right? Like, where do you think Hamas came from, Ethan? They were already there. Like, the Palestinians were there. They were there. What are we talking about? Like, what are we sitting here to be like, okay, whatever. I'm arguing with a still screen right now, but like what are we talking about? Like, the idea that like and this is the problem. He's not even contending with the fact that Palestinians were there before Israel existed in the first place. They were there. There were people there. Like, he's not even contending with that fact. And that's the issue. That's the problem.
As a Jewish state, and considering the historical context of Jews being pogromed from Arab countries, is it really that crazy for them to not feel safe as an ethnic minority, even a little bit?
And that's pretty much the entirety of
even past all of that, you can't do a genocide. You don't get a genocide pass. You know what I mean? Like, I use my own experiences. Like, my ancestors were stolen from their land, brought to this new world that was already occupied, mind you, and that were then forcibly enslaved for 400 years, right? Before finally being freed and then oppressed further for another 200 years. Like, that doesn't mean, all right, yeah, formerly enslaved Africans get to do a genocide now. You know what I mean? They can now go and now like genociding people because they have a pass too. Like, he's like, oh yeah, you have a genocide pass now.
disagreement. Despite what you've read on TikTok and Twitter, I've donated $6,500 to a Palestinian charity after the war started.
Hey, Ethan Klein, thank you for the dono. Ethan Klein gave $6,500. My goat.
Also, I should have put out there, like, yeah, I won't say that Ethan Klein is a millionaire and should have donated more, but I'm just saying that you don't get a pass to now, like, you know, do apologia for genocide because you donated $6,000. If that's all it takes, bro. If that's all it takes, you just have to pay $6,000 to now do genocide apologia with no criticism forever. Honestly, pretty good deal. Pretty good deal. Sign me up.
Thank you, Ethan.
Condemned Netanyahu as a war criminal. They're led by Netanyahu, who should resign in disgrace and go to prison for being a war criminal. Called the West Bank settlements an abomination.
Okay, well, like, also, he got mad at Hasan for saying the same thing earlier than he did, right? Like, Hasan said the same thing. He said that, yeah, Netanyahu should have been removed from power and then arrested. Like, and Ethan, he did it in the video, and Ethan did it as a gotcha against Hasan. You know what I mean? Like, so he's helping the Palestinians in with the Arab states, Arab nations, saying they are the people that pushed them out, and now they're saying they can't be here. He's making Arabs into a monolith. Of course he is. Yeah, obviously. Yeah. In this video, he showed the fact that Hasan said that Netanyahu, like, even specifically asked, he's like, all right, Hasan, what would you have them do after October 7th instead of killing all those people? And Hasan was like, oh, you should like, you know, remove Netanyahu from power and restructure the government. And he's like, that's a bad thing. How dare you? And then he's showing that, like, I said Netanyahu should be removed from power and then arrested as a positive for him.
Settlers in the West Bank are religious zealots. They're monsters. They're genocidal. I've even said the West Bank settlers are valid military targets. When you talk about like colonial settlers and stuff, like that's what's actually happening in the West Bank right now. And these people are more or less valid military targets, in my opinion. My only crime is wanting a two-state solution instead of one, and thinking it's not okay to kill Israeli civilians. That's it. That's why they're calling.
I want to see that Fizz message.
Instead of one, and thinking it's not okay to kill.
Okay, but we don't. I have to interpret it because they're fucking brain dead genocidal freaks. It's like the understanding of a Nazi's perspective that emancipation for minorities is a threat to their existence. I mean, how dare you, Fish? How dare you?
Kill Israeli civilians. That's it. That's why they're calling me a Nazi Zionist. And because of Hasan and others spreading this malicious lie about my beliefs, I'm even getting.
I mean, you are defending a genocide that is going on, right? I mean, I think that's part of the reason why as well.
Harassed on the streets.
So how come you don't like Palestine?
Whoa, this is a Destiny fan. Okay, come on, dude. Come on, dude. Or not a Sneeko fan. I remember this going viral. This was a Sneeko fan. It was literally titled "Sneeko fan yells at Easter Easter." It was a Sneeko fan. Why is he trying to position it like it's Hasan's fault? It was very. Come on, bro. Come on.
Malicious lie about my beliefs. I'm even getting harassed on the street.
You introduced this as a Sneeko fan on this podcast too. Okay, I need to. A deranged Sneeko fan ambushes Ethan and Gila 4 months ago.
I feel like absolutely.
So what are we talking about here? Yeah, same video. Are you joking? Are you serious? No mention of Sneeko, even though he said 2 separate times, 2 separate instances on his own podcast that it was a Sneeko fan, and now it's Hasan's fault. Now because it's convenient for Ethan, now this is a Hasan fan. Okay, all right. Did he think we wouldn't remember that? That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Because of Hasan and others spreading this malicious lie about my beliefs, I'm even getting harassed on the street.
So how come you don't like Palestine?
Oh, he said Hasan and others. That's his counter. Oh, because of Hasan and others. Yeah. All right. And I'm supposed to take this seriously? I'm supposed to take this seriously as a takedown video? Come on, dude. Come on, dude. Come on. That's so disgusting.
Palestine? No, you don't.
Why do you say that?
Because, bro, you're. Wasn't she in the IDF?
Yeah.
Oh, damn, that's crazy.
Mandatory service.
That's
She was born
sad.
there.
That's terrorism, bro.
She was born there.
That's sad.
Ethan did say he deliberately put in bait for Hasan fans at H3 Snark 2.
Feel bad for you guys. Ethan Klein, bro, you're ugly as fuck, bro. You're ugly as shit. You look like a rapist, bro. You look like a fucking rapist, Ethan.
Like, yeah, this is the Sneeko fan. Like, so what is he talking about? What is he talking about?
Feel bad for you guys. Ethan Klein, bro, you're ugly as fuck, bro.
That's so dishonest, bro. That's so dishonest.
Coward Americans in the South trying to act like they're so tough. Oh, I'm American. Oh, you don't even run your own country. You don't run your own country, bro. You don't run your own country. A foreign country named Israel runs your country. Oh my God, bro, I love you, Hasan. Can I give you a hug, bro?
I'm so sweaty, bro.
I love you, bro.
I'm so sweaty.
I love you, bro. I have to interview you. You're my hero, bro. I love you.
Okay, that's crazy. I watched this stream. This is the weirdo guy. This is the weirdo guy. Like, Hasan didn't like this guy. Like, it's not like, oh, bro, trying to be like, oh, this is a Hasan stamped approved guy is crazy.
Bro, you're the coolest guy in the world, bro. Hold on, I think I look gay now. Hold on.
Okay, 3, 2, 1.
Hold on, I think I look gay now. Hold on.
Okay.
It's a funny
Like,
thing
that's
about me.
so
I don't like
so
terrorism,
crazy.
and I don't like terrorism.
He refused the interview?
Yes. If they're Jews, Christians, Muslims, they're all bad. What is terrorism? It's intentionally targeting civilian population for political goals. I don't like it. None of it.
Yeah, so you just described the state of Israel. So I'm sure the rest of this video is going to be about criticizing the state of Israel, who objectively killed more people, right? More like civilians for political goals than Hamas did. I'm sure that's what he's going to talk about.
And over time, I started to learn that my co-host, he really likes terrorists.
They do musicals. They're very musical people.
Are you being serious?
Dog, what do you look? You think I made this?
Isn't music. I know they're singing, but I'm saying
Is
this
Mano
guns
showing
and
him in
shit. This
game
isn't a
because he's
music
showing that he's watching Hasan.
video, Hasan.
Taking over these ships, they started targeting the ships.
People on this helicopter right now?
Yes.
They're streaming this?
Yeah, they're flexing.
What? And they're coming in hot with guns.
Yeah, but you have to understand, this is a deterrence. We think the Houthis, Ansar Allah, is doing what Luffy would do. You should tell him that.
Hezbollah is a paramilitary organization.
Do we like them or no?
I don't have an issue with them, let's just say. But they are a terrorist organization. Like, they're designated. They are designated by the American state as a terrorist organization.
I do not like them then.
Well,
he is regarded as a pretty brilliant person in terms of like everything that he's done.
Then I saw clips like this where Hasan is explaining how he's hiding his power level to funnel in normies into radicalization.
I think that in the short term, in order to combat against that, you have to.
Didn't this happen like before all the clips that Ethan just showed? Like, this is also, I was gonna say, this is also deceptive from Ethan as well, from being like, oh, then Hasan later on talks about how he hides his power level to bring in normies and then radicalize them or whatever. He's also a terrorist. Like, I also want to point out nothing new so far. We're only 20 minutes in though, so you have an hour and 20 minutes to get to like the new stuff.
Or a much lighter form of propaganda. You want America.
Oh wait, he's going to talk about second thought.
If you want America to get out of the way for places with more revolutionary potential to do what they would normally do, I think that one thing you have to do is advocate for a lighter form while simultaneously still doing.
I know, but it wasn't new stuff. Okay, it being Hasan's fault, I guess it's like new information, but like it wasn't like new.
Agitated propaganda that goes beyond,
right,
social democratic ideas.
I just wanted to like put emphasis on
The exact point of the so-called radicalization funnel, where, for example, Hasan and JT catch them while they're young, as they say, and then they start looking into this new idea, etc., and then move forwards through the funnel, get more and more informed, get more and more radicalized. You do your part in the funnel for the cause, or whatever the fuck you want to call it. You're doing, in my modest opinion, a great thing for the cause.
Now listen to Hasan during our very first conversation lie to me about how he's a social democrat to hide his power level.
We should move towards a Sweden-style economy or a
What?
Norway-style economy, which would be a social democracy.
You have to.
What? He's not saying he's a social democrat. He's saying we should move towards there to then move towards like socialism. Like, what are we talking about here? He said we should move towards that. Like, that would be a step better than being in a capitalist organization of the economy. Like, what is, like, you're just stupid. Like, I'm sorry. I'm not sorry because you're a moron. You're just stupid. You're just dumb. You're dumb. You're dumb if you thought that he was like, oh, this means that he is a social democrat and he wants it to stop there. When he says we need to move towards a, like, to a Sweden a Sweden model. Or a Nordic model.
For a much lighter form of propaganda.
With robust social safety nets.
Cold radicalization funnel, catch them while they're young, as they say.
And protections for workers, like higher unionization rates.
A lighter form, while simultaneously still doing agitated propaganda that goes beyond social democratic ideas.
Hell, he's proclaimed
like,
it.
Does he think that, like, he's bringing, like, Hasan has talked about this before, like being like a propagandist and being part of the funnel. Like, you could show numerous instances of that, not with that. Does he think that, like, talking about social democracy is like bringing people into the funnel? It's not. Him like being a gym bro and going and like, you know, lifting weights and like talking to like Bradley Martin or whatever. That's the funnel. That's the entry level of the funnel. That's bringing people in who don't really know, and you get them introduced to ideas, and then you bring them in. That's what it is. It's not for people like Ethan who misunderstand what being a social democrat is. The funnel is like him playing video games. Him playing Marvel Rivals behind you is the funnel. How did you miss it? You're literally watching him. That's the funnel. Him playing games with his friends so people understand, hey, you know, this is a cool guy who plays games. Let me see what else he's talking about. Right? Let me see what else he's talking about. That's the funnel, not pretending to be a social democrat or whatever.
It loudly that he is a self-described propagandist.
I'm a propagandist.
Well, no,
for the record.
No, I'm not calling you that. I'm just saying.
You're having fun with, in
I'm
Japan with friends, being a normie? Exactly. Yeah.
I am.
Okay, well then, I'm
saying I am.
I just
before
want
you
to
even play it.
A propagandist is much more than someone with a bias. It's someone who knowingly lies to further their political agenda.
And then
that's not necessarily what propaganda is. Propaganda is just about furthering a political agenda in general. Think about lying, right? Propaganda can have myth truths. Propaganda can have lies, indeed, right? But it's only about a message that is made to further a political agenda. Like, like lying is not innate to propaganda.
I had a terrifying vision. Had I been duped? Was Hasan presenting a Trojan horse to my community, where he was just a left-leaning Democrat like myself, and as he said in the previous video, was funneling them into radicalization and turning them against me?
Liberals are some of the easiest to manipulate people on the fucking planet, dude.
I learned how much he hates liberals.
Dude, I hate liberals, dude.
Yeah, okay, but if he's a propagandist trying to like win over you as a liberal, why would he talk about how much he hates liberals so much? Do you understand and you realize how, like, how much this doesn't make any sense? Like, it doesn't make any sense. He simultaneously is trying to capture people like Ethan who are liberals, who are social democrats, but also talks so much about how he hates liberals. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't compute. Oh, you're right. These are secret clips. You're right. These are secret clips.
I do. I hate them. I hate them so viciously.
Did he
He's not even mad about making his audience more socialist. He's mad about telling his audience to get to him. True.
Despise me this whole time?
I'm sorry, dude. I hate liberals so much.
Did this man sit next to me for 2 years and pretend to be my friend?
Dude, liberals are a burden on this planet, dude. Liberals are the most, like, scummy, vile, fucking idiots. Liberals are incredibly stupid. I hate these petulant liberals. Dumb fucking
It's also
liberals.
funny because he says the same thing about leftists. Bro, like there are innumerable clips about Hasan saying he hates like communists and feminists and women and black people. Like he says he hates a lot of people, to be entirely fair. So I wouldn't take it personally, Ethan. I wouldn't take it personally. He has said worse about anarchists. He has said a lot worse about anarchists.
What else is someone this sociopathic capable of?
Liberals are some of the easiest to manipulate people on the fucking
Mr.
planet.
Cho, thank you for the tier 1. Interesting name. Much appreciated.
Was I being manipulated this whole time?
Okay,
That was my.
I will take pause. We got through like most of the clips here. You know what I mean? I don't know if there's much else he can say, and there's an hour left. How much further does he go? We gotta hit all the highlights. You feel me? Hasan loves terrorists. He hates Jewish people. Denies rape. Is a propagandist. Like, what else is there to say? Sean mentioned. I don't think I get mentioned in this. I legitimately, and here we do a prediction. I don't think I get mentioned. Do I get a mention? Yes, no. I'm gonna go for 10 minutes. It's funny to complain about propaganda and make your own piece of propaganda to prove how bad he is. True. Chubby Shortcake, thank you for the prime. Much appreciated. How much closer is H3 to going to Epstein and having footage on his show than to lose his audience to him? I think after this, from what I've seen, he's gonna call it. It's gonna stop. I know Frogan gets mentioned. It's a spoiler. I don't think I get mentioned though. That's my take. But it's open for 10 minutes, so I guess we'll see. A tweet or a chat of Sean should count. Yes, that will count. If there's a tweet, if it's a chat, if it's a passing reference of me, even if it doesn't use my name, that will also count. Grams definitely gets mentioned, right? Maybe.
I fear anyway. Regardless of his true beliefs, that broke my trust in him, and I pretty much ended the show immediately. And I felt guilty for my participation in mainstreaming Hasan. And for that, I apologize. I should have done more research, and I should have looked more deeply into who I was getting in bed with before they gave me chlamydia. Sorry, Hila. Over the past year since the show ended,
I mentioned definitely because racism. True. Take 2, Toggle. Thank you for the prime. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Also, Katie, thank you for the gifted sub, but it's just Scalise. I don't know how that feels. Also, what's up, YouTube chat? How are you guys doing? I promise you, I am watching you too.
I continue to watch Hasan platform, promote, and propagandize terrorist organizations. And every time it happened on Twitch, I would say, man, this time surely he went too far, and someone's got to do something.
It's flopping? No, it's not flopping. You have to refresh. It has 18,000 views, chat. It's going to at least have 1 million views.
Trust in him, and I...
Oh no, it's still frozen. I was watching on YouTube. You're a mod here, Luna. Why are you on YouTube? You don't even get any what's it called? Any ads because you're subscribed. Crazy.
But as the time went on, nothing happened, and his views got more and more radical and more disturbing. I feel it's my obligation after mainstreaming someone like Hasan to take
this idea that he mainstreamed Hasan, even though Hasan is like objectively more mainstream than he is so funny. Like, that's so funny. And honestly, I respect it. Give me the delusions of a white man. Give me the delusions of a white man. I will thrive. I need delusions like that.
And so it was war. Nuclear war.
I stand before you following the footsteps of intellectual giants.
This JD Vance? Sorry.
One thing we've been hearing for weeks. But a simple man.
Now,
a simple man who understands right from wrong.
Yeah. You're an important, influential voice for a lot of people.
I'm an idiot, I'm a dumb bimbo, I don't know what I'm talking about. I've gotten numb to this, it's not. As a matter of fact, I seek it out because I make content out of it. I think it's funny and fun.
And there are baby settlements as well.
Oh, is this the intro? Was it a 30-minute intro? Oh, he hasn't talked about bro tips yet. Okay. Wait, what was the? Oh, it was a sign in the cloud. Wait, didn't he already do a title card?
Thank you to ExpressVPN for sponsoring this video. I use I'll at Twitch HQ. Now back to our program. Meanwhile, at Twitch HQ, the marketing team is strategizing on a new advertising vertical. My friend.
Oh, you had to get it approved by sponsors. Hey, Frogan got mentioned. I told you. I told you Frogan would get mentioned. Also, where's my hidden gem mention? Why is Frogan known as the rising streamer, even though it's rising star? And I was the hidden gem nominee. I may not have won it, but gosh darn it, I was nominated. I was there. Where's my strays?
At Twitch headquarters, the exact.
Yeah, this is probably like Frogan has more viewers than I do right now, because I'm washed. Nobody cares about me. It's all about Frogan.
The influencers. Hasan, nice to see you, Frogan.
Should I say the Shahada?
Bro, I
Your
am
hidden
here
gem,
to
thank you.
present to you an extraordinarily exciting opportunity. We have not tapped this market yet. Now, don't panic, okay? Because you're going to want to panic when I tell you, but listen and learn. Who's billions of dollars, eager to spend it? And what, people are too cowardly to reach out and take the money? Not us. Terrorism. Terrorism. Twitch is perfect. You could broadcast it straight into the veins of 18 to 35-year-old men. So here's what I'm suggesting. Hasan Piker. Yeah, we'll get drinks after the show. No, you. He's such a great guy. No, you. Give it up for Hasan Piker, everybody. Happy birthday, buddy. This dude can package anti-Semitism and anti-Americanism like nobody else. In fact, you guys...
Bro, okay, come on. Okay. Is it not a little bit diminishing of anti-Semitism by putting it alongside anti-Americanism? What are we talking about here? What are we doing here? Anti-Semitism is a very real bigotry that I do agree with Ethan on, has been on the rise since October 7th. It doesn't help that Israel is trying to marry it with anti-Zionism, but it has been on the rise since October 7th. But why are you combining it with anti-Americanism, bro? It's my God-given right to be anti-American, bro. I can say fuck America and I can be arrested for it. First Amendment, freedom of speech, baby. First Amendment, freedom of speech. This is my God-given American right. I was born on this soil and I'm going to be as anti-American as I want to be, right? I'm actually so pro-American that I care about American free speech that I'm anti-American. That's right. I'm anti-American.
Page.
You know what? Who has Obama's pastor's clip? Jeremiah Wright. He said it.
No, not God bless America, God damn America, that's in the Bible for killing innocent people.
Tell him.
Damn America.
All right, that was only a part of it. Where's the full thing at?
Where governments bigger prisons, passes a 3-strike law,
that is in the
and
Bible.
Then wants us to sing God bless America. No, not God bless America, God damn America, that's in the Bible for killing innocent people. God damn America for treating us citizens as less than human. God damn America as long as she tries to act like she is God and she is supreme.
Is Obama's reverend? Yeah. Obama apologized for this clip, by the way, which is kind of funny. Why is Dax here? Okay, I'm not clicking it. I'm not clicking it. I'm not going to be distracted. Damn it, Kenny, thank you for the 4-month resubscription. I'm not going to be distracted. Also, Lula Beekeeper, thank you for the 16 months. Is crazy. Click it. No, we're not watching Dax. Not right now. Not right now. I can't, bro. It's calling to me like the Green Goblin mask. No. I won't click it. We're going to continue.
Doing terrorism for free. Basically, gentlemen and gentle ladies, Frogan, you look good today, girl.
Babe?
Girl, you look good. Great job on that Arab tier list. That was good. How much we get for that? Yo, you got 10 million from Qatar for that? That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about. Twitch.
Bro, okay, the insinuation that Frogan got $10 million from Qatar. She's funded by the Qataris is crazy.
Here's the thing, with help from people like Hasan, that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about.
I was wondering who this was.
Here's the thing, with help from people like Hasan, terrorism is like in the eyes of the beholder, right? They're not terror.
I mean, okay, if you think about it, just take a second back. Take 1 second back. Just take a second back. You know what? Whatever, it's fine.
They're, go ahead. Go ahead. He knows. Freedom fighters, guys. We are fighting for freedom. What about the rapes and the murders? Don't mention that. What's wrong with you? And another one.
Okay. Are we just going to skip over the fact that there has been documented evidence of Israel committing innumerable murders, more murders than Hamas and Hezbollah, but also, like, sexual violence against Palestinian people? Like, we're just going to skip over that. You know what I mean? Just, you know what I mean? This is career ending, Holy. You're right. This is career ending, but not in the way you think, chatter. Not in the way you think. The real crime of these terrible jokes? True. The pisser summoned me? What does that even mean? What does that even mean? Who is the pisser? All right, chat. Which one of you was it? Which one of you was it?
Resistance isn't perfect. Right? You gotta crack some eggs, man. Hasan, you know socialism didn't buy you that car.
You didn't? Oh.
If I knew
okay.
that this is what communism would be in 2024.
You dislike the video? I can't dislike the video. What if I like the video? You know what I mean? What if I enjoy this video? What if the video is like, turns out to be super good?
With this shit, really. If I knew,
you know socialism didn't buy you that car.
If I knew that this is what communism would be in 2024, I wouldn't have bothered with this shit, really. Abort is the symbol of the capitalist excess. What the fuck is he thinking? You guys actually believe this idiot is a socialist? Forget the religion. Hasan is the opiate of the masses. Straight to the gulag for anyone sobbed to this idiot.
Or that designer dog.
Sending Hasan to the gulag? All right.
Stunning fluffy coat comes with a
Okay. I have determined we have lost the plot. Right? The first 20 minutes, I'm like, okay, decent takedown. You know what I mean? Nothing new no new information, but like repackaged. All right. And then we've after the sponsor, we've lost the plot. I don't even know what we're doing here anymore. Wait, is he just gonna regurgitate the same exact thing? No, he's okay, bro. Okay, maybe I'm spoiling it. I was just scrolling through the video, and it's just Hasan loves terrorists. Hasan keeps showing Nick terrorist propaganda. Why did it take so long to edit? Hasan showed the Yemeni kid. Hasan showed the Hassan Nasrallah clip. Like I skipped 30 minutes into the video and it's showing the same exact clips that we just saw. The prologue was a preview. It was 30 minutes long.
price. Chow Chows shed all
your... Very cute, by the way, but those are expensive. The point is, we have the biggest political streamer on our platform that is influencing media and influencing young kids everywhere. If we can normalize terrorism.
Also, if we could... Incorrect. He's wrong. He's wrong. It's actually Asmongold. So... Our platform? Oh, he's talking from the perspective of Dan Clancy. He's saying this is what Twitch is saying. This is why this is Twitch's offices. For some reason, Frogan is on the wall for Twitch's offices, even though she won the Rising Star for the Streamer Award, which is not affiliated with Twitch, but whatever.
Could rebrand
turn it up a little bit. The video? I can, I guess, if you want to hear this.
Fuck the US Navy. You know how much those guys don't pay shit. You see the Army ads on Twitch? The Army is fucking broke, dude. I'll tell you who loves America.
What? But they're paying for ads on Twitch. What are you talking about?
More than the Army. Qatar. Well, I don't know if love's the right word, but they're paying more. Good CPMs coming out of Qatar. But you kids love anime, right? Yeah. Can't get enough of it. I mean, look at what we've already done with Hasan. You're the fucking man, dude. Happy birthday again, man. No, we got a big party for you after. No, don't do it. Let's wait, because we got a big party and a cake and everything for you after in the back.
Honestly, Dan Clancy making a communist cake or communism cake for Hasan would be so funny.
Prostitutes, too. Don't tell anyone. That's part of the past. Look what we've done already. This Houthi pirate. I mean, who are you kidding? This guy's a fucking terrorist. He literally tweeting out he wants to kill Jews and put their heads on pikes. And
that's not what that says. But maybe Ethan can't read, so it's fine.
Somehow.
He's sitting out for the brothel? No, I think he just mentioned the brothel in passing.
Not somehow, because of his genius. We have rebranded the Houthi fucking pirates, the Houthi terrorist organization. Yeah, the Islamic fundamentalists. Death to America, curse upon the Jews. That's right. That's the Jolly Roger of this man here.
none other than Monkey D. Luffy. So let's get out there, guys, and let's make 2025 our biggest year, guys. Come on, guys. The resistance isn't perfect. The resistance isn't perfect. Yeah, let's.
Honestly, I think this would have a bad bit. I think this would actually have a better opportunity to like take down Hasan if it was more serious. Like legitimately, this is exactly what this is. You know, I'm glad that we talked about the dog pack video. This is exactly like the dog pack video, and how I said earlier in the stream that the dog pack video was a bad takedown, but this Destiny takedown from Ryan Beer was a better takedown because it was serious, and it treated the allegations with the seriousness that it required. Ethan kind of like doing this doesn't really treat it with any seriousness, which means I don't think it's going to be taken seriously. Like, I think it's going to get a lot of views, and then people are going to stop caring. You know what I mean? Because even that's like in 2016, just like dog pack, true.
Get him! If you want to know where on the political spectrum Hasan
was the best one, yeah.
Take a look at a recent media analysis by Ad Fonte, which rated Hasan as the most extreme left-wing, untrustworthy media source on the internet. And to give you an idea,
actually, he's not the most extreme left-wing. There's actually two more left than him, and somebody more misinformation than him.
He is opposite of InfoWars. Now, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that Hasan loves all terrorists, but what I will say is that there isn't many he don't like. Let's start with our good friend Luffy here and his organization.
Like the state of Israel? Got him. I wonder if he's ever going to bring that up. Also, why this is kind of like moved on past like Israel. He hasn't talked about Israel much in this video.
The Houthis. And yes, this is what it looks like. They are hiling Hitler. The Houthis are an Islamic military group. They're known for their cruel measures, forcibly recruiting.
Wait, okay, hold on. Wait, okay. Wait, okay. Run that by me one more time. Run that by me one more time.
Mike, let's start with our good friend Luffy here and his organization, the Houthis. And yes, this is what it looks like. They are hiling Hitler.
I love that Ethan just does not think. Because why would he do this like the day before he dropped this video? Why would he do this literally the day before he dropped this video? This is yesterday. This is yesterday. Why? Is he defending Elon? No, this is his criticism of Elon. He's criticizing Elon. He's like, why did he do it like this? And then he should have just did it. He's like, this is very clearly a Nazi salute he's doing. Look at me doing it. That was his take on Elon. He was like, man, Elon's very clearly doing a Nazi salute. Now I'm going to also do the Nazi salute. Like, yeah, he's spreading awareness. That's what it is. He's spreading awareness. My point is like, why? Yeah, and the crew was deathly silent after he did it as well. My point is like, if you're gonna like do the argument of like, oh, this looks like the Nazi salute, therefore they're hailing Hitler. You did the same thing. It's starting to get boring. How does it have an hour left? Because he just goes through the same thing. He keeps showing the same clips over and over again.
The Houthis are an Islamic military group. They're known for their cruel measures, forcibly recruiting child soldiers, shelling civilian areas, and blocking food from entering already famine-ruined parts of Yemen. They've also set up landmines in agricultural spots, making the fields virtually worthless. Women have virtually no rights, and homosexuality, of course, is punishable by death. That lines up with leftist values. Now, just how little rights do women in the Houthis' Yemen have? Well, according to this, there's been 1,181 violations committed by Houthi rebels against women, including torture, rape, and murder. So, not great. The Houthis have.
I'm wondering if he's going to talk about Israel. This took him months.
Very wholesome flag, as you can see here. It says
lying. Even if he's not lying, you know what I mean? Fair is fair. If I'm like, okay, whatever. If he does the same to Israel, if he talks about Israel's, flagrant disregards of, human casualties, right? The rapes, the murders, the holding of Palestinian prisoners, I'd be like, okay, at least he's fair. I'm sure he's going to get to that eventually, though.
Translated, Allah Akbar, death to America, death to Israel, and a curse upon the Jews. And that's all of them, not just the ones in Israel. And of course, victory to Islam. I get amused when these terrorists are like, we hate Jews. We want to kill Jews. And then people like Hasan are like, you're fucking racist for saying that they just want to kill Jews and that they're terrorists, man.
What you meant to say is Hezbollah is Muslim.
You're not thinking deep enough about this.
Okay, what does that clip even mean? Like, it's very hard to get a sense of what Hasan is saying here without, more than 1 second of a clip. But that's just me.
Topic.
My criticisms of the Houthis' slogan do not factor into what they are doing. Of course, it is anti-Semitic, but contextualizing it matters. Yeah, it's really interesting because, like, that is such.
He just said it was anti-Semitic, right? Joe, relax. He's playing out of context clips, but even in this clip, he was like, "Yeah, it is anti-Semitic, right? Yeah, it is anti-Semitic."
Western focused propaganda.
That was me.
Like, for a Palestinian to arrive at anti-Semitic opinions, okay, they don't need to read Mein Kampf.
Well, first of all, I would love to see what the rest of Hasan's take is. The second thing is, like, he's not incorrect. Yeah, he's not wrong. He's not wrong. He's right. Yes, right. For Palestinians to like arrive at anti-Semitic positions, right? It doesn't take them like literally like reading Hitler or believing what Nazis believed. All it takes is for somebody to kill their family and say, we're doing this for the sake of Judaism, for them to be anti-Semitic. Yes, that is a bad thing. Yes, that is gross and that should not happen, right? He's not saying that anti-Semitism is good. He's saying that arriving at that position, right, it's not like, it doesn't take like being like a Nazi to do that. You feel me? It's hating your oppressors? Yeah. And obviously, it's not a good thing. Hasan's not saying anti-Semitism is a good thing. What he's saying is especially if you murder people in the name of anti-Semitism, right? They're going to arrive at anti-Semitic positions. That is bad, but stop murdering people in the name of Judaism. Don't do that. Do that less. Also, how dare you cover up Obama? It's almost kind of racist. Bro, why is
I almost forgot the most fun one. They brought back slavery.
We think the Houthis, Ansar Allah, is doing what Luffy would do.
That lines up with leftist values. All right, so these guys are clearly the bad guys. So my question is, how does Hasan cover such a...
What does he mean by the bad guys? Right? What does he mean by the bad guys? Like, because the bad guys implies that, like, Israel is the good guys, right? If you say that they are bad guys, okay. You know what I mean? I don't even care about the content at this point. The video is just poorly made and boring. It's kind of crazy. He used to make really interesting and entertaining videos back in the day. He wants to paint a right and wrong. Yeah, but if he's painting a right and wrong, if you're saying that they're the bad guys, you're implying that who they are against are the good guys, right? So, like, he won't say, like, oh, I'm defending Israel, but, like, that's kind of what he's doing. Let me make sure I don't forget the subs. Verdello, thank you for the 12-month resubscription. Happy birthday. Nielsen TC7, thank you for the tier 1. Drum Roms, thank you for the tier 1 as well. Much appreciated.
Suicidal, violent.
Can he make a good hate video? He can make a good hate video that's, like, entertaining. He could have, but he just didn't.
Homophobic, terroristic organization.
Oh, you want to see a Houthi musical?
Sure. Real birthday today?
These were the people that the Saudis were killing, by the way.
Bro, we already seen this. Okay, cool. Yes. Hasan, how dare he show this to Nick? Terrorist propaganda. Okay. I got it the third time we've seen this clip. Please, just call Hasan like a fake socialist. Laugh at the Gucci shirt. Please give me something else, bro. I beg of you. Give me something. Yeah, this was the 30-minute intro. This was already in the intro.
No, these fucking musically gifted individuals.
Yeah. Okay, I'm sorry. I need the money, guys.
I'm gonna grab my food.
I'm so confused. What is this?
And I will say, I will never discount the comedic value of Hasan doing this unintentionally. You will never get me to discount the comedic value of just of doing this. It's so funny. It's so funny.
اسأل أصحاب الفخامة والمعالي واسألوا عن الحشود العسكري يوم سيطرنا على الخوبة بآلي.
I watched Dennis cover this big old nothing burger. I'm happy everybody's watching you guys instead of giving Ethan the views. Yeah.
That's right, my friend. Hasan just played straight up terrorist propaganda without even being there to analyze it. Surely this must be against terms of service. Twitch does not allow content.
Bro, he went to go get his food. Let the boy eat his chicken tendies.
Depicts, glorifies, encourages, or supports terrorism or violent extremist actors. For example, displaying or linking terrorist or extremist propaganda even for the purpose of denouncing such content. Denouncing? Okay, but what's the rule for endorsing it? Is that okay? The answer is yes, as Hasan was never punished for this blatant violation of Twitch community guidelines. Got it. So denouncing terrorism is bad. Don't do that. Endorsing terrorism is good. Okay, got it, Twitch.
But also, this is kind of separate. Hasan did get a warning. Yes, Hasan said he got a warning for playing the video. He was warned for it. Yes. So it is against their guidelines. Like, and they said, don't do this again. Which is a privilege that like most other streamers get as well. Like, especially if you're a large streamer. Was added to TOS after he played it. I also think that was added to the no, it actually might have been in there. I don't know. I don't have an answer to you. You have to ask the Wayback Machine. All I know is that Hasan was warned about it. Using a black man instead of piece of argument is very racist in my opinion. Honestly, I don't even necessarily agree with you, but if it's calling Ethan racist, I'm down with it.
You said music video. I'm expecting like bad example, Chris Brown dancing. You know?
No. They do like they do musicals. They're very musical people.
Are you being serious?
Dog, what do you look? You think I made this?
Isn't I know they're singing, but I'm seeing this guns and shit. This isn't a music video, Hasan.
No, it is. They do musicals about like their fucking like their actions all the time.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. I've got this. Instead of terrorist propaganda, let's call it musicals.
They do musicals.
Instead of violent jihadists, let's call them musically.
What would you calling somebody who is complicit in the genocide of tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people? Saying that those people are human animals and defending that person and saying that they're a good guy. What would you call that? A very good guy. You know? I would say that person is doing terrorist propaganda as well. But that's just me. That's just me. Right? I would say talking about how you went on a raid to a terrorist city, and you know, talking about how you were you were just so excited to go on that raid. Talking about that in a positive light would also, of course, be a part of a terrorist propaganda as well. But what do I know?
Talented people.
They're very musical people.
Are you being serious?
Guys, let's just use our brains. Fiddler on the Roof, Wicked, Alexander Hamilton, man. There's no reason we can't put these Houthis on Broadway.
Well, they go, listen, you want to fucking bring a ship through here? We're going to take it. So that's exactly what the Houthis start doing. They start fucking sending in helicopters onto fucking ships. Bro, they fucking, look at this. They got the Palestinian flag that they painted under the helicopter with the Yemen flag. They fucking overtake.
You know, I was watching Hamilton with my girlfriend yesterday. She's a very big Hamilton fan. I don't get it. I don't get the hype, but she was singing all the songs and stuff, and I was just like, you know, go girl, go off, queen. Do you? All I can think about is like the 2024 election song. I could not think about anything else except for that song.
They start overtaking the ships, and they're like, guess what, dog? No more trade to Israel. If you are sending ships into Israel, if you are owned by an Israeli subsidiary, if you're owned by an Israeli corporation, we're going to take over your ship.
That's so crazy.
You cannot fucking use this trade route anymore. Guess what, bitch? It's our fucking territorial boundary, and we're going to enforce this until you stop doing genocide in Gaza.
So let's review his claims. His first claim is that the boat is headed for Israel. It's not. It's going from Turkey to India. Next claim
I
is
don't
that
think he's talking about this boat. I think he's saying generally. Did I misunderstand Hasan? He's saying that this is what they do, like just generally. But
flag that they paint under the helicopter with the Yemen flag, they fucking overtake. They start overtaking the ships. And they're like, guess what, dog? No more trade to Israel. If you are sending ships into Israel, if you are owned by an Israeli subsidiary, if you're owned by an Israeli corporation, we're going to take over your ship. You cannot.
You know, Hasan's mods are losing it right now. The chat is demanding he react to the video. Thank you for covering it. It just, I don't even think he's worthwhile. Honestly, as somebody who's watching the video right now, it's a nothing burger. He's just showing the same clips and saying, that's bad. And then showing another clip and being like, that's bad. And then showing another clip and being like, that's bad. He hasn't done anything new or interesting. You feel me? Like, even like an hour later, or not, 30 minutes later, he's talking about the same clip. Look, it's like the same clip on the freaking timeline. 37 minutes, an hour and 2 minutes, 30 minutes later, he's talking about the same exact stream. He spent months on this. Months. He spent every waking moment during freaking holiday season on this. Like, he wasn't taking care of his kids because of this. And it's just the same stream cut up being like, Hasan said this thing and wasn't punished for it, even if he was punished for it. Like,
not fucking use this trade route anymore. Guess what, bitch? It's our fucking territorial.
I don't even feel the need to like defend Hasan here, because like Hasan has said his piece on this. So, you know what I mean? Like like this is like, I want to see. Oh, what was that chatter that said this is a career ender? Like I want to know like he's talking about like for like Hasan. Like, what does he mean? Like I don't know like what this, like I don't know what this means. Like how does this like I don't see this ending. I meant for Ethan. Okay, that's what I was wondering. But we did have an Ethan stand in here. Like how does this? Like how does this end Hasan's career? How does Ethan think this ends Hasan's career? You know what I mean?
And
we're gonna for context, chat. And the reason why I'm talking about this still is this is the first H3 video in 4 years. This is his first H3 video in 4 years. He made sure to post this on his most followed channel, right? With like the biggest preamble, the biggest like, you know, lead up, just to get this as the result. Mind you, Gen Pop is concerned about Chop right now. 5K Andy, it's just not updated. I think it'll hit 1 million views. Like this, like yeah, of course it's gonna hit 1 million views, right? But like, this needs to hit like 10 million to be worthwhile the amount of time he put into it. He wants to switch to ban Hasan, yeah, but they're not going to. You feel me? Like maybe if he came with something stronger, he would. But they're not going to. Not all of this. There's no new information here. You feel me? There's not.
Enforce this until you stop doing genocide in Gaza.
So let's review his claims. His first claim is that the boat is headed for Israel.
It's already probably has more views, honestly.
Turkey to India. Next claim is that it's owned by an Israeli company.
You're gonna say 5K right now? Yeah, because it hasn't updated. There's more, this has more than 5K views, chat. It says 23,000 likes. It says more than 5K views. 100%. Just want to do anything. Nothing in the video is new. The same thing rambling on for about for the last year. Yeah, maybe if he came with something new, it would be different. But I saw my chat on screen. No, it's not your fault, chatter. I thought you were talking about Ethan as well. What do you think Ethan would do after this blows over? Just random jab on podcasts? Probably, but like nothing crazy. I mean, that hit a million. Probably be surprised if it passed 20K. No, I think it'll hit 1 million. I think it'll hit 1 million for sure. I think it'll hit 1 million for sure. But like past that, I don't know.
chartered by a Japanese company, and the boat's owners are registered in the Isle of Man. I'd like to remind everybody that the crew that's kidnapped in this video has been missing for over a year now with zero updates on their health, whereabouts, or anything. That lines up with leftist values. Hasan's third claim is that this attack happened in their territorial waters, which is also a lie.
God, nobody cares. I'm just kidding. I care so much about the well-being of the crew, and I hope they get home safely to their families.
It happened in international waters.
I want to hear something new, please. Give me something that makes me hate Hasan, right? I am a Hasan fan. I'm a VIP in this community. Give me something that makes me hate Hasan, please. I'm begging you. Give me something that makes me hate Hasan. Give me something that makes me hate Hasan. If you give me something, I'll be with you. I'll unfollow him immediately. If you give me something new, give me something strong.
Hasan is lying for the Houthis like he's being paid. And honestly, at this point, is he?
I'm a propagandist. Well, no, the record. No, I'm okay.
This is like a hostile. They're streaming this? Yeah. Yeah. They're flexing. What? And they're coming to hot with guns. Yeah, but you have to understand, this is a deterrent. Israeli society is going to start getting upset. They're going to be like, I can't get my treats. I can't get my Amazon Prime deliveries. What the fuck is going on? I hate this. Israel sucks. I'm leaving Israel. That's the goal.
I find it disturbing that Hasan thinks that a slowdown of imports is going to cause Jews.
Were released earlier this week. This week or earlier the week that this was out?
To flee Israel. 80% of Israelis were born there and do not have citizenship anywhere else. So where do you want them to go, Hasan? Back to Poland or back to the Arab country?
What?
Israel. 80% of Israel.
I'm leaving Israel. That's the goal.
I find it disturbing that Hasan thinks that a slowdown of imports is going to cause Jews to flee Israel. 80% of Israelis were born there and do not have citizenship anywhere else. So where do you want them to go, Hasan? Back to Poland or back to the Arab countries they were forced out of?
Israel sucks. I'm leaving Israel. That's the goal.
By telling the Jews of Israel to go back where they came from, Hasan attempts to deny Jewish heritage in the Middle East.
What? Okay, but he's not saying. Okay. One, Hasan is not saying, right, Jews, you need to leave Israel. He's explaining from the Houthis' perspective what their goal is for blocking ships, generally, right? Number one. Number two, I don't remember the other claim that he was making.
Israel sucks. I'm leaving Israel. That's the goal.
By telling the Jews of Israel to go back where they came from, Hasan attempts to deny Jewish heritage in the Middle East. It characterizes them not as indigenous, but as white colonizers. This is despite the fact that 60% of Jews in Israel are actually native to the Middle East.
This is wild. So these guys did all of this, right? They did all of this.
Okay, the question then therein lies. The other 40%. But even past that, both can be true again. No? Yes. But again, even then, right? Also, you are correct. They said the Middle East. But even then, it doesn't even matter because, again, Hasan is just characterizing exactly what these people believe in the first place. You know what I mean?
Is that their helicopter? Yeah.
Hasan has never denied Jewish heritage in the Middle East and actually has the opposite. Yeah.
That looks like a legit helicopter. It is a legit helicopter. This is wild. So they take it over, and they tell the people in the ship, usually like mostly Filipino people, Filipino crews, and they're like, all right, we got no problems with you, but you're coming with us, we're taking over the ship.
What an incredible way to characterize having a gun in your face. Hasan is asking us not to believe our own eyes as we watch terrorists hostily kidnap the crew.
We got no problems with you, but you're coming with us, we're taking over the ship.
And once again, the crew is still MIA for over a
year. Got released this week. I'll give it to Ethan. When he was editing the video, the crew wasn't released. Should he may have edited a correction in? Sure. Does he edit a correction in? We'll see in a second. Fully released Galaxy, a leader crew. Trump designates group as a foreign terrorist organization.
For a year, prisoners to a terrorist organization. But don't worry, guys. Hasan says they have no problem with them.
They're like, all right, we got no problems with you.
I personally think that is a correction is needed there. But regardless, if that was this week. Right, the 22nd. It's the 31st. It was last week. He had time to edit a correction in. But what have you? Hasan Arbors crashing out. Ethan's pointed out that all of Hasan's work women not finishing Spider-Man 2, not finishing Disco Elysium, not finishing Stalker 2 on the stream. Ethan has made a case for Hasan to abandon real gamers. I can't watch him anymore. For real, I agree with you. I was on the anti-Hasan train when he stopped playing Valorant. Right? When Myung was asking him, Hasan, please come back to Valorant, and he didn't, he said no. He said, I'm not going back to Valorant. I'm like, how dare you? How dare you? Please, Hasan, just play Valorant with Myung one time. You know how much I would pay? How many subs? Okay? How many subs? How many gifted subs do you need? Right? Just Valorant. One more game of Valorant with Myung. Sad. Anyway,
back to you're coming with us. I got no problem with you, but you're coming with us. This is a 3-minute video of when you do a music video. When you do a music video, I'm just like
Hasan is radio on offline.
I've seen this done. This isn't a music video. Hasan.
Bro, this bit goes on for too long. Please. Please, I'm on 1.75 times speed.
I bet Hasan's friend really appreciated being fed terrorist propaganda on camera. Let's see what he had to say.
Because hell, even a couple days ago, I was hanging out with my buddy Hasan, and this guy unironically put a terrorist propaganda music video on and then left the room.
Left the room?
Yeah, and I was just like, and the thing is, like, in hindsight, it's hilarious, you know? But at the same time, I'm like, what is going on here? This is wild to me. Yeah. But like, I just, like, he was like, yo, they're such great dancers.
Oh my God.
I was like, okay. Wait, is that how it works? If you watch like a politics TikTok, you get recommended Hasan right after? Is that how it works? Bro, he's all over this page. What? That's crazy. Click it. Dude, Hasan be saying some wild stuff, man. So I don't know if we can.
Here's another incident of Hasan enjoying some...
Bro, like, if you're gonna, like, use Nick as, like, a, man, Nick hates Hasan. Nick has defended Hasan consistently from attacks just like this. Even in that same VOD, the road trip VOD, like, I'm sure Nick was like, I still love Hasan, though. Like, come on, bro. Because Nick has addressed this specifically.
Houthi propaganda.
How can they not agree with the Houthis when this is the kind of music video that they're coming out with? They got a beautiful voice too.
Bro, he's memeing. Like, do you have the same smoke when he plays the Israeli propaganda videos? Singing Bring Them Home too? Like, what are we talking about here? Like, what are we talking about? he's memeing. He's not being serious. Yeah, no jokes allowed.
I've been real quiet since this dropped, dude. The fucking mixtape.
Oh, Hasan, my sweet, naive friend. You say that Jews don't sing and dance like that?
Or I will vote for Donald Trump. Like, that's, I mean, I guess you say, like, you know, they aren't terrorists or whatever. But, like,
call this. That's right, bitch. What the fuck you stepping on our shit?
I'm sorry, he's going so fast. I don't even know what his point here is. What is his point here?
Yeah, Israel been real quiet since this dropped, dude. The fucking mixtape. Got a beautiful voice too. Israel been real quiet since this dropped, dude. Israel been real quiet since this dropped, dude.
Ladies and gentlemen, actually goated though. Honestly, it's probably goated without Ethan's editing. The kids were killing it though. I'll give it to them. The kids were killing it. Kids were popping off. Yes, 1.75 times speed and the bit is still too long.
Been real quiet since this dropped, dude.
This took him months to edit, by the way.
Now we come to our sweet, beautiful, cute little TikTok twink. This hairless young man is the fantasy of every tween and twix and all the boys and girls on TikTok. He's cute. He's got a mustache. He's a freedom fighter. Beautiful eyes. They call him Tim Houthi Chalamet because he's a Houthi.
Bro, are we about to have a Houthi rebel on stream? Yes, brother. What do you mean? Excuse me. Of course I'm about to have a... I'm a journalist, okay? This is journalism.
It was Ethan himself. Also, happy birthday, anti-story.
So weird. It's so weird. Motherfuckers want journalism, and when I'm trying to do journalism, they go, why are you doing that? Bro, you are going to get banned. I think it would be ridiculous to do that.
Hasan now has the opportunity to express his journalistic chops, to get his boots on the ground and show us just how good of a reporter he can be.
I'm doing journalism, chat. Does he know what One Piece is?
He's been watching it since he was a kid.
No way!
Yeah.
That's sick. Yes.
Okay, even if I were to take this at face value, right? Even though the fact that, like, he's just showing what he already showed literally earlier on. Like, he keeps showing the same things. Why? First of all, why was there a 30-minute intro? That's too long. But second of all, show something new, please. Also, show us someone with better facial hair, please. Anyway, right? Even if I were to take this at face value, excuse me. Even if we're to take this at face value, right? Journalists also ask non-serious questions. You know what I mean? Like, they do. When you talk to a journalist, if you have a conversation with a journalist, anybody who's ever talked with a journalist before, right? You'll be having a full conversation, and then at the end, they'll be like, all right, what's your favorite TV show or whatever? Yeah, like, this is the thing. This is the thing they do. Like, they'll ask you, like, a kind of unrelated, random question, either at the beginning to soften you up or at the end to, like, you know, soften you up. I don't freaking know. To build rapport, yeah. Like just it's what journalists do to like connect with the people that they're journalizing. Interviewing is the word. Interviewing. Yeah, like they do it for like Kamala Harris. You know what I mean? On nightly news, they're like, "Oh, you're a black woman. You're a freaking AKA. How does it feel to be an AKA?" Like, there's nothing to do with her like being the president or being the vice president or whatever. But like, you know, it's to have a conversation. This is like normal journalistic things. But also, okay, I would like to know if you like One Piece. You feel me? I would also like to know if Benjamin Netanyahu likes One Piece, and I think he's a terrorist. So like, is that so wrong? Is that so wrong? I would like to know if Yoav Gallant wants One Piece. I don't think he's a very good guy, if you know what I mean.
We love you too, man. Big time. Yeah.
I love you. I love you so much.
We're big fans of the Yemeni music videos. You tell them that. I want to ask about the knife. The knives are sick. What's up with the knives? You know, the curved knives.
If one of those knives comes out in front of you, it's not going back until it has blood on it.
Oh, okay. My bad. Well, I mean, I think it's cool though. That's so crazy. So they're just chilling with the captains? Like, I don't understand.
The crews on these ships, and they like win them over with their charm, and they make them hate America.
No, he's not. BB does not like Power Rangers. What is his favorite? Probably Samurai, isn't it? Disgusting Samurai likers. Samurai is a terrible Power Ranger series. Gross.
And the US government.
That's so funny. I'm a journalist, okay? This is journalism. It's so weird. It's so weird. Motherfuckers want journalism, and when I'm trying to do journalism, they go, "Why are you doing that?" What do you mean? I'm just chilling. We're just having we're just vibing. Yeah, we're just vibing. We're vibing big time.
Hasan uncritically interviewed this kid for about an hour. It was the most brazen display of disgusting terrorist propaganda that I have maybe ever seen in Western media.
What has happened to, does he know what has happened to any of the crews? Like, I heard they...
Hasan almost asked a good question, but it's actually leading to the most obscene part of this interview.
He's saying he hasn't spent much time with Chinese people, but one of the captain was Chinese, and he did talk with them, and he danced to music with them, and he was vibing, so he likes him, yeah.
So, I mean, what? That's so crazy. So they're just chilling with the captains? Like, I don't understand.
Ask yourself, why is he able to hang out with the captain and the crew of this pirated ship? Why would he even have access to that? Hasan knows why. Of course, he is a Houthi terrorist. Instead of challenging him and demanding more details about these kidnapped and missing people, he just runs defense for this guy, acting like he doesn't know why that would even happen.
He's saying that they win over the crews on these ships, and they like win them over with their charm, and they make them.
Yeah, didn't you see how grand this content is?
America and the US government.
That's so funny.
It is super funny, the idea of kidnapped crew members who are being forced probably.
No, you know what? I'll say it. I'll throw Ethan a bone here. Should Hasan have asked about the crew members? Whatever, sure. You know, I think that would be good information about, like, do you know where the crew members are? Why'd you kidnap them? You know? Are they okay or whatever? Like, sure. All right. So, but you can't simultaneously have the position that, like, he should not have interviewed the kids, or on top of simultaneously having the position that, like, oh, well, like, you should not have interviewed them, but if you're going to interview them, you got to be like, you got to be antagonistic and you got to yell at them or whatever. You know what I mean?
At gunpoint to do some death to Americas and maybe some curse upon the Jews. And frankly, the callous disregard for the well-being of the literal hostages is shocking, even for somebody that loves terrorists.
Yeah, you could have done that, but it was this was after the kid said he wasn't a Houthi. Can't interview the kid, but you have to be very ruthless while you can't interview him. Yeah.
So funny. Is there a KFC there? They're everywhere. I don't think there's a KFC in Yemen, dog.
He says they have to.
Oh, they do have KFC in Yemen? That's crazy. Okay, that's sick.
Is there a KFC in Yemen? No way, dude! Holy fuck! There's a KFC in Yemen! He's just like...
Okay, this is not like... You gotta be real. That's kind of cool, though. The fact they have KFCs in Yemen, like, that's pretty sick. I'll say it's sick, all right? If Ethan won't say it's sick, I'll say it's sick. It's pretty cool. This man is on a lot of meth. I just want to contextualize this fact. Just imagine him not in Twitch's studio with Happy Birthday Hasan, but in front of a green screen. Well, his kids are upstairs being taken care of by their nanny. Ethan's like, "No, honey, I can't take care of the kids. I must go down and finish my nuke. I must finish my nuke." And now he just his kids hear him to be like, "Is Daddy coming up right now?" He's like, "No, Daddy's working," and he's doing this.
No way, dude! Holy fuck! There's a KFC in Yemen! He's just like...
That's so funny. That's so funny. Johnny's better that the kids are with the nanny instead of him. Okay, that's fair. HGHG Productions channel already lost 10K subs when this video dropped. Wait, really? No shot. Oh, you're right. This one has like 5.76 million. So that's 5.75 million. Congrats on 5.75 million, Ethan, by the way. Anyway, let's continue.
Does he know what One Piece is?
What if he's been watching it since he was a kid?
No way!
Yeah.
That's sick. Yes, that's fire.
I will
That's
say,
fire. Oh my.
I will say he kind of nailed that Hasan's no way. Same cadence as well.
God, we think the Houthis, Ansar Allah, is doing what Luffy would do. You should tell him that.
You guys all remember Luffy's flag, right? Now I'm only halfway through that show, so maybe I just haven't come to it yet. But I do not remember Luffy's flag looking like this. Predictably, there was some blowback after this interview, and Hasan went immediately into damage control to rewrite history.
He said that he was just simply a Yemeni person and not a Houthi. Yeah, I mean, we don't even know.
Well, he did say that. But like, he did say that. He did say that, actually. Hasan asked him, he was like, are you a Houthi? And he just says, no, I'm a kid from Yemen. Like, that's what he said. Yeah, he said he's a person from Yemen. Yeah, like that's what he said in the interview.
He's a Houthi or not, he's a teenager in Yemen. The dude is neither a Houthi, nor a terrorist, nor a pirate, is not a Houthi rebel. They didn't fucking call him a Houthi either. You wanna know why? Because he's not one. He's not a Houthi himself. He's not a pirate, but, you know, I don't think he's not a pirate. He has reiterated the position that he is not a Houthi. Trust me, bro, I'm not Houthi. Be for real. You sucked him off the entire stream. Not even a Houthi militant or anything like that. When I interviewed the dude, who they still to this day call a Houthi terrorist, Tim Houthi's not even a fucking Houthi. I thought he wasn't a Houthi because he's not. No, he was just some fucking Yemeni TikToker. Random fucking Yemeni teenager. Didn't you brand it as him being a Houthi interview, though? Bro, are we about to have a Houthi rebel on stream? Yes, brother. What do you mean?
Yes, this is before the stream happened. Like, come on, bro. You got to do a little bit better. You got to do a little bit better than that. Yeah, before he knew, he called him a Houthi teenager, right? Houthi rebel. And then after he found out, he started calling him a Houthi. Because he makes me sad. This is such a bad video. Bro, me too. I wanted to hate Hasan so badly. And now I feel like I have to love Hasan now. You know what I mean? I gotta give Hasan some subs just for this video just existing.
All right, let's just take Hasan's word for it and assume, okay, this kid is not a Houthi rebel. He's just some ordinary Yemen teenager. Let's go ahead and take a look at his social media and see if that lines up. All right, let's see here. Tel Aviv will burn in the coming hours, ready for sacrifice and eager for martyrdom. Maybe he's talking about football? Here he is singing a song with the words, do you threaten us with what we are waiting for, son of a Jew? Meaning of Houthi is a title, and it's not something to fear, but for the Jews. They are very afraid of this title. The execution we will carry out on all Zionists, with the lovely depiction of a man impaled through his asshole and out of his mouth with a pike, or how Hasan likes to say it, a pike for a cup. Okay, why would he retweet this article called Houthis use social media to boost global prominence and support? Israel falls. Wait for the new operation.
Okay, just imagine for a second if an American citizen retweets an article saying the American military uses surveillance drones. Does that make that person a member of the military? Like, not really. No. Like, not really, no. He says Zionist, not Jew. Yeah, but like Ethan, usually Ethan says they're the same, right? Ethan usually does the song and dance of them being like the same. He didn't do it this time. Is it actually? Yes, it does. Oh, you're right. You're right. If I retweet the American military right now, I have now joined the military. I have joined the military. I mean, that stream really broke his brain. Frogan just showed you, and you were saying something based on now I'm here. Oh, what did I say? What did Frogan say? Oh, I have Frogan open. Wait, did Frogan finish the video already? Jeez, freaking Louise, bro.
Operation in Tel Aviv, the Jaffa drone, which no Israeli defense
Hello,
can stop.
welcome in, Moxie Furiosa. No, let's just pause. Oh, okay. It spoils.
The ships we bombed and sank. I know the red arrow is supposed to be a cool military Hamas thing. This is a butt plug. Just saying. To every Zionist, I will put this into your...
Okay, can you not get a little freaky? Let the man get a little freaky. All right? Let his freak flag fly.
Stomach. And let me state the obvious. Jew and Zionist is clearly interchangeable to this guy. Okay, but hating Jews doesn't make
Wait, you have to expand on that. You can't just say that and let it rock. You gotta like prove that that's the case.
To your stomach. And let me state the obvious. Jew and Zionist is clearly interchangeable to this guy. Okay, but hating Jews doesn't make you a Houthi. Are you a soldier? Yes. That seems pretty definitive. You know what makes you a Houthi? Being a Houthi. At least one of the two of them is being honest about it.
No way! Yeah. That's sick. Yes. That's fire. And that's so fire. Oh my god. We think the Houthis is doing...
I wonder if he's gonna show the time where somebody called him. It wasn't Hasan, it was somebody else. Who called the kid and was like, hey, do you hate Jews? And he was just like, no, I don't. Like any Jew that's staying with Palestine is with us. I remember that directly, where he says, specifically he said he doesn't hate Jews, only people who support Israel, and loves any Jew that supports Palestine. Okay, we were on the same wavelength, chatter. On the same wavelength. Yeah, that's literally what he said.
What Luffy would do. They're tweeting an image of a Jewish person on a pike. I don't understand why this problem can't be approached with nuance because he is a teenager in Yemen.
Was that Hasan? It wasn't in that same call though. It was after that. No, it was on it was in the Twitter Spaces. Is Keemstar says come. I mean, this is what Keemstar's gonna do. Keemstar's gonna do what Keemstar's gonna do.
Dude.
Also, we'll get that later.
Bigotry, low expectations. He's a kid in Yemen, dude. What do you expect? Of course he's going to want to put a pike through a Jew's asshole and through his mouth. That's just what kids in Yemen are like, man.
And also, what do you mean? It's just a person on a pike. There's no Jewish person on a pike on that photo.
Knew about any anti-Zionist Jewish people leading protests on campus. Okay, it was a song, but it was another time. It happened twice then. With the D fans on Hasan's stream, he said he's not a Houthi. Okay, so we know what we're talking about. That's what we established.
Unless I saw something different.
Hasan claims this isn't even a Jewish person on the pike. How exactly is a naked piked person supposed to look like a Jew for you, Hasan? You know what? You're right.
Come on, bro. Come on, bro. You can't say, yo, this person on the pike is definitely Jewish, and then like Hasan's like, there's no evidence this person is Jewish. He's like, oh, so you're saying that this person doesn't look like a Jew enough to you? Like, come on, bro. Come on, dog. That's so dishonest. That's so dishonest.
Get a little clearer for you. First, he needs a bigger nose, right, Hasan? Of course, he needs a yarmulke, the curly things. Oh, look, Hasan, he dropped his dreidel.
So
he must be Jewish for sure.
dishonest.
Or, you know, you could just read what he wrote, you dumbass liar.
Like, this is like straight up anti-Semitism, right? Like I feel like I am comfortable making that distinction. Like, that's disgusting. That's crazy.
They're terrorist-loving propagandist piece of shit.
This is why this entire conversation is fucking idiotic. It's not a Jewish person.
I think it's both.
Why am I held accountable for some random fucking 19-year-old in Yemen's tweets? What is happening? How many steps removed are we from this situation?
0. I mean, you platformed him. Do you not remember? Did the check not clear or something? When faced with fair criticism.
Okay, does CNN platform like a neo-Nazi when they interview a neo-Nazi at a neo-Nazi rally? You know what I mean? Like, obviously not saying that this kid is equivalent to a neo-Nazi, but like, when you do an interview with somebody, that's not platforming. You feel me? Okay, did BBC, after talking to the kid after Hasan did, platform him as well? Are they held to the same standard that Hasan is being held to? Like, what are we talking about? Does it imply Hasan platformed the kid in the same, but he implies he paid him off?
For his coverage of the Houthi Luffy. He has a total meltdown.
I fucking despise all of you, dude. I do. I really do. I hate all of you. You successfully got me to talk about this, and my patience is...
the pervert? I mean, Ethan, like, platformed Destiny as well, and Destiny's exposed for sex crimes. I wonder if he's going to answer for that. I'm sure you know, because you have to cut out all the mentions of Destiny in this entire video.
Like, my patience is running thin on this
last year, Ethan should bring back the Nick Pollum clip. True. No, just start from the beginning. Go ahead. Let's start from the beginning.
The endless selfishness, the untapped well of American selfishness and American individualism is in full display. How is this the conversation that you want to have right now?
One of the most cynical methods Hasan deploys to sidestep any criticism is to deflect to the ongoing genocide in Gaza. I've seen him do this so many times. He frames it like you are selfish for trying to criticize him, no matter what the reason is, because there's a genocide happening, man. How can you criticize me at a time like this?
Claiming that I am, you know, too pro-Houthi. When someone is like focusing on that while there's an active fucking ethnic cleansing campaign happening. He also apparently thinks Twitch is liable for me interviewing a Yemeni teenager who's only known genocide his entire life. In the middle of fucking talking about fucking genocide in Gaza and this dumb fuck.
Okay, but that's not even, okay. Even if I were to give you the first one, this one is not even an instance of that. You know what I mean? He's saying that you're talking about me interviewing a Houthi when he's only known like genocide. That he's not even talking about like the Gazan genocide, the genocide of Palestinians. He's talking about like the genocide in Yemen. Like he's talking about a different genocide. Like, does Ethan know this? Does Ethan know that they're not the same thing? They're different. Like, yeah, there's just clips of Hasan just saying genocide, and this is a different genocide.
Is like focusing on that while there's an active fucking
tweet going after Ethan. Okay, we'll get that as well. No spoilers.
Cleansing campaign happening. He also apparently thinks Twitch is liable for me interviewing a Yemeni teenager who's only known genocide his entire life. In the middle of fucking talking about fucking genocide in Gaza and this dumb fuck. Blow your nose, brother. Love you. Not trying to be mean. Just keep some tissue nearby and clear it out occasionally when needed. Much love. Fuck you, dude. My argument sucks. You think it justifies genocide? What are you, stupid?
Okay, and I think there's a little bit of a difference. If he's talking about genocide, like he's covering a genocide, and somebody comes in with a different take. You feel me? It's a little bit different. And saying like, hey, we're covering something important right now. Let's focus on that. Then like the way that Ethan is describing it here. But that's just me. Also, less pausing. We're gonna let Ethan rock. I'm sure he has some good takes. We're only halfway through. How much else does he have to say, bro? How much else does he have to say? Okay, whatever.
Everything that can be tangentially turned into like Jewish people are under attack is a decent way to just like drive discourse away from open genocide in Gaza. If your sole focus, when Israel is doing a complete genocide in Gaza, if your sole focus revolves around that people are saying you're a Zionist, yeah, go fucking yell at streamers for not covering sufficient.
Let him finish the clip. Finish the clip. Or just over at dinner, she's only 20 minutes in, don't worry.
The ongoing active genocide in Gaza is that coming in here and fucking chirping at me.
It's quite charged to say I'm a stenographer of the Israeli government or I'm a propagandist. I don't think there's any evidence I'm either of those things. I'm curious who you think I'm.
While we're having this conversation, 3,000 Piers, while we're having this back and forth, 3,840 Palestinians have been ruthlessly slaughtered in the last incursion into Gaza. I feel like this is an incredibly selfish, self-centered conversation to have.
This technique is so powerful because
also, I just want to say it's kind of gross to just whisper the number of people who've been killed in Gaza at this time. By the way, number has grown exponentially since as a Dunker own.
The last incursion into Gaza. I feel like this is an incredibly selfish, self-centered conversation to have.
This technique is so powerful because everyone.
I know, right? How selfish of her. She can't even spare like 1K for me. She wants to take all 40,000. I just kind of selfish. I love that. This is great.
Is afraid of being labeled as a genocide denier. Piers Morgan, with decades of experience, immediately surrenders when the genocide card is pulled.
When you're just a fucking stenographer, you're not a truth teller.
He has every right to defend himself and grow a pair, Piers. Stand up for yourself, man. It's time to stop being intimidated.
Bro, defending Piers Morgan is crazy. Where's the solidarity? I'm saying exactly. Where is the solidarity, bro? Where is the solidarity? 40K is crazy numbers. I can't even imagine 40,000 viewers. Films doesn't even do autotune. That's what I'm saying.
Online overnight activists who couldn't even point to Gaza on a map before October 7th, like Hasan, for example.
Doesn't know where Yemen is. Okay, I'm gonna click close. I'm close.
This is like 3 years ago, by the way. 3 or 4 years ago.
Closing it. I'm closing it. I think. Nope. Got it.
How can you claim to actually?
Also, that's not Gaza, by the way. That's Yemen.
Like Hasan, for example.
Doesn't know where Yemen.
For yourself, man. It's time to stop being intimidated by these online overnight activists who couldn't even point to Gaza on a map before October 7th, like Hasan, for example.
Doesn't know where Yemen is. Okay,
that's Yemen. Yemen is not Gaza.
Click close. I'm closing it. I'm closing it. I think. Nope. Got it.
How can you claim to actually care about this genocide when you're willing to so cynically exploit it to sidestep any criticism? What a bigot. Before we move on, Hasan has
also the implication that Hasan doesn't care about the genocide. I love it. Disneyland during a genocide. It's so funny.
One final taste of idiocy for us all to enjoy.
Yeah. This kid is like, I think he was like 19 at the time when I talked to him. Which means that for most of his
activist dog is just temporally incorrect. Hasan has been doing this forever. Yeah. There's a video from like 28. Isn't that a video from 2018? It's from like not 2018, not that long, but like before 2020 at least. It's at least 5 years old. You know what I mean? Yeah, Hasan raised millions for Palestinians, not just 6K.
His life, he has withstood genocide, right? Like he is a person whose only experience is like, it's literally like talking to fucking Anne Frank, basically, okay? Being able to talk to Anne Frank in real time.
To quote Anne Frank, I keep my ideals because in spite of everything, I still believe that people are really good at heart. Anne Frank continues to inspire generations of people because in the face of a genocide that eventually took her and her entire family's life, except for her dad, she refused to give in to hate, malice, and violence.
The implication that like Anne Frank would be less of a victim if she did turn to violence is crazy, by the way. I just want to put that out there, right? This is the concept of like the perfect victim being extrapolated as far as it could possibly go, right? As far as it could possibly go. She'd be like, oh well, like, you know, Anne Frank is only relevant because she was like non-violent. She didn't let hate get to her. But like, you know,
it's like
if you are a victim of a genocide, you're actually not a victim of a genocide. If you're not like, you know, a non-violent
Anne Frank, basically, okay? Being able to talk to Anne Frank in real time.
To quote Anne Frank, I keep my ideals because in spite of everything, I still believe that people are really good at heart. Anne Frank continues to inspire generations of people because in the face of a genocide that eventually
is literally implying that if Anne Frank was not as like up to Ethan's own standards, she would not be a victim of genocide. That's what the implication here is. The implication is Ethan's standards of Anne Frank meets it because, you know, she's Anne Frank, but if it's any less than what Ethan's standard of what a genocide, a victim of a genocide is, then like you're not, you know, you're not valid in Ethan's mind, which is kind of insane.
her and her entire family's life, except for her dad. She refused to give in to hate, malice, and violence. And then there's this guy, who would have killed Anne Frank if he ever met her. You might think this is a sweet, innocent girl. Well, I'm happy to tell you guys we are working on a new edition just for you, Hasan. You should hear about the time she went roaming.
Uprising was unjustifiable is crazy. I mean, that's Ethan.
Streets of Berlin.
Wait, did he buy the Diary of Anne Frank to use a prop in this video? No shot did bro Amazon a copy of the Diary of Anne Frank to use as a prop against Hasan. That is crazy. You know he didn't already have it. It's pristine. I had a copy of this in freaking high school. It was in the back bookshelf. It was not pristine. I promise you it was not pristine. The spine was not intact. Like,
with a knife, slitting the throats of families, including children, babies, and the elderly. She's killed children, you guys. She even rapes people. She's just like Luffy. There is no other way to describe this than terrorist propaganda. Not only is he platforming terrorist propaganda, right, uncritically, he's participating in it. He's enhancing it. He is not just...
It's funny, I want to point out that Ethan never, like, refutes Hasan's claims. Doesn't refute Hasan's claims that kids in Yemen survived the genocide, right? Or I've only known genocide their entire lives. Never refutes Hasan's claims about what he says about the Houthis in general. He just points to the Houthis saying terrorist, and that's it. And he leaves the audience to like make their own interpretation of like what they think like terrorist is, or like what the Houthis have done. He does not refute. He does not push back. He just points at Hasan, looks at a clip, and he says, "Look how bad Hasan is," and that's it, right? At least Destiny has like points that he brings up. You know what I mean? But there's no points here. There's no arguments here. It's just pointing at thing and just implying that thing is bad. Do you think Jews didn't resist extermination? It doesn't matter in his mind. You know what I mean? It doesn't fit into his very, very like, you know, specific gripe against Hasan, so he doesn't bring it up. Right?
Do it. He is an active participant who's disseminating it to more and more people in a way more consumable form. This is extremely fucked up. But why should he care? Their flag doesn't say death to fucking Turks. It says curse upon the Jews. Hasan likes to obfuscate on this and says nobody cares when Sean Penn interviewed El Chapo.
Sean Penn literally interviewed El Chapo. Exactly, dude.
Nobody is saying you can't have difficult conversations with controversial people. You just have to ask them hard questions, guys. We know this.
Wait, no, you are saying that. You are saying that. You were saying simultaneously that it's a problem that he had the kid on stream, but also it's a problem because he didn't have asked him hard enough questions. Like those are both takes that Ethan has had.
On to everybody's favorite terrorist organization, our friends in the north. It's Hezbollah. Where do I even begin? Thousands of civilians have been killed globally from their terrorist acts, car bombs, and suicide attacks. They even assassinated the Lebanese prime minister. They've hijacked civilian airplanes. They've shot 15,000 rockets into civilian centers. And if you can imagine, that's not even the worst things they've done. They participated in the slaughter of over 500,000 Syrian civilians to help a dictator, Bashar Assad, stay in power. They indiscriminately bombed over civilian centers, and they killed hundreds of thousands of civilians in what can only be described as a genocide. They are a designated terrorist group by the US, by the EU,
and he's not going to talk about the pagers.
Arab League, which gave them that status after their participation in the Syrian genocide. In short, nobody likes them. Well, there is one person.
Hezbollah is a paramilitary organization.
Do you like them or no?
They are a terrorist organization. Like they're designated. They are designated by the American state as a terrorist organization.
I do not like them. Then.
I cannot watch a 10-hour bad up bad response because actually it won't be 10 hours long because he's not making like that many points. He already showed this. He did already show this like in full.
What you like?
I don't have an issue with them, let's just say.
This is Hezbollah's leader, Hasan Nasrallah. According to Hasan Piker, this man is a brilliant freedom fighter. But before we get into that, let's see how he feels about Jewish people. Here are some choice quotes from Hezbollah's leader, Hasan Nasrallah. According to Shaul Shai, Hasan Nasrallah said in a speech delivered in Beirut, what do the Jews want? They want security and money. Throughout history, the Jews have been Allah's most cowardly and avaricious creatures. If you look all over the world, you will find no one more miserly or greedy than they are.
I don't have an
And I just want to point out, we are an hour into this video. You know what's weirdly missing from this entire conversation? Like, what's weirdly absent, which you would think is kind of important. You know what I mean? Source? Anything new? Any mention of Israel literally at all. At all. Like literally at all. Anything. Anything at all. Just doesn't exist. We are an hour into this video and he has not mentioned Israel like a single time. Like separate from just like sources, separate from new arguments, you would think that it would be kind of important, even if you like hate Hezbollah, you hate Hamas, right? and you hate the Houthis or whatever, this is important to at least talk about who they're attacking. Maybe. I think that would be at least relevant somewhat. Like, somewhat. Like, I feel like that's an important conversation. He said he has Israeli citizenship and his wife is in Israel and his kids are half Israeli, and he lived in Israel. Like, you know what I mean, though. You know what I mean? Like, he hasn't talked about Israel as a state, like, pretty much at all. You know what I mean? That's it, though, right? Yeah, basically, that's it, right? Because I mean, sarcastic. Yeah, I know. I'm just saying, like, for people who might like think you're being, like, you know, sincere. Like, I feel like that's important when talking about the existence of, like, the Houthis and Hezbollah and Hamas, specifically Hamas. Like, I feel like that is useful context. So I think it's pretty interesting that he chooses to completely leave out, like, one of the major players when it comes to this entire conversation. You know what I mean? Like, even when talking about, like, even when he utters the word genocide, cynically, he says, like, the genocide in Gaza to, like, you know, dunk on Hasan, but not like who's doing the genocide. Did he mention Saudi Arabia or the genocide in Yemen? Probably because I don't think he knows it exists. But yes, he didn't mention Saudi Arabia either, right? Because it doesn't serve his points, right? He doesn't believe there's a genocide. He does not believe there's a genocide, and so he'll only say genocide to cynically dunk on Hasan, saying that it's a genocide, which I said that he does like freaking a month ago. I just want to point that out. That I think that's at least relevant to, like, you know, when you're talking about Hezbollah specifically.
If we searched the entire world for a person more cowardly, despicable, weak, and feeble in psyche, mind, ideology, and religion, we would not find anyone like the Jew. Notice, I do not say Israeli.
I don't have an issue with them.
If Jews all gathered in Israel, it will save us the trouble of going after them worldwide. The history of Jews has proven that, regardless of the Zionist proposal, they are a people who are evil in their ideas. The state of the grandsons of apes and pigs, the Zionist Jew, the murderers of the prophet. The Jews invented the legend of the Nazi atrocities.
I don't have an issue with them.
I can't believe I'm calling Nasrallah based.
Like, okay. I just want to point out, there's another plane crash in Philadelphia? What? It's DEI? Must be. So how's the way that there's small plane crashes near Philadelphia? That is insane. Also, I hate news aggregator accounts. I don't like it. I'm not a fan. He meant in turns in freedom fighters' only line of defense is not the ideological beliefs that Hasan shares with them. I mean, obviously, right? Right? But even, like, past that, if you think or believe that Hasan has the answer for everything that Hassan Nasrallah says, because he says that he doesn't have a problem with the Houthi organization in their resistance against Israel, does Ethan not share responsibility for, like, things like Yoav Gallant says that he says he and his wife says are good guys, right? And that has not said very nice things about Palestinians. I'm just saying. And then it's supposed to do some actual damage. I mean, listen. Reiterating what you know, there's nothing new here. Those are people to him. You're right.
You have to remember something, okay? A lot of these dudes, you see them in their
fucking
fucking
face. Israel was a 30-second compilation in the intro of him violently criticizing Israel's year. That's it. Yeah. And I feel like a video about, like, Hasan, right? And you're claiming that he does, like, terrorist propaganda. I feel like it's pretty, you know, necessary to talk about Israel at least a little bit.
And you hear about, like, some of their attitudes about, like, gay people, for example, and you immediately fucking resort to Orientalist perspectives, not realizing that these motherfuckers are better read than you by a million. Okay? Like, it's not a broken clock situation. No, dude. Half of these dudes literally get educated in America and in the UK. What the fuck are you guys talking about?
The more you learn.
This is why it's Orientalist. To literally look at these dudes and go, oh no, they're fucking barbaric baboons, and, like, sometimes they get this shit right. No, dude, he knows. It's crazy. He's read more books than you could ever imagine. And also, ultimately, he is regarded as a pretty brilliant person in terms of like everything that he's done. You might not agree with his methods. You might not agree with his attitude overall in terms of like, his opinions on civil liberties and shit like that. But ultimately, this motherfucker has read a shit ton of books.
Knowledge. I feel I've shown you guys enough evidence that Hezbollah is an evil terrorist organization, but have you considered this?
What you meant to say is Hezbollah is Muslim. Okay, that's what you meant to say. What you meant to say is they're Muslim. So of course, as they're Muslim, it's different.
If you're wondering,
also like I love that he's implying that he's talking about Ethan, but Hasan is very clearly responding to a chatter. You know what I mean? During a very specific conversation about a terrorist attack that happens in Lebanon. Literally, that happened in Lebanon, where Israel committed a terrorist attack against the Lebanese population. That is on the screen currently right now. I'm sure Ethan's going to get to that in a second. By the way, I'm sure Ethan's going to. He's ramping up. He's going from small to big. He's talking about, you know, the people who cause the least amount of harm as terrorist organizations, the people who cause the most amount of harm as terrorist organizations. He's gonna get to Israel committing a terrorist act against Lebanon in a second. I'm sure. Surely, yeah, for sure.
Enough evidence that Hezbollah is an evil terrorist organization, but have you considered this?
What you meant to say is Hezbollah is Muslim. Okay, that's what you meant to say. What you meant to say is they're Muslim. So of course, as they're Muslim, it's different.
If you're wondering why Hasan's audience is so radicalized, it's because of stuff like this.
Israel, America's greatest ally, the most important
So
country in the world,
thank you
most
for
moral
the
nation, most moral democracy.
3-month subscription. Not so big boss. Thank you for the tier 1. And May Puntang, thank you for the gifted sub as well. Sorry, I have my alert turned off because it's free. Also, Constant Raider, thank you for the 6-month in advance subscription. And Dolph, thank you for the gifted sub as well. I have the alerts turned off because they were broken.
On the planet is ruthlessly and mercilessly bombing southern Lebanon, including southern Beirut. What Lebanon? Moral nation, the most moral democracy on the planet, is ruthlessly and mercilessly bombing southern Lebanon, including southern Beirut.
What did Lebanon do?
They just kind of were there. They happen to be Israel's neighbor.
You're kidding.
Yeah.
Even as someone who's critical of Israel, this retelling is fucking insane.
They just kind of were there.
Hezbollah started launching rockets into Israel hours after the October 7th raid.
Yeah, but like Israel indiscriminately bombing Lebanon means that they were kind of just there. You know what I mean? Like they were. You feel me? Wait a second.
Began. They launched 12,000 is fucking insane.
They just kind of were there.
Hezbollah started launching rockets into Israel hours after the October 7th raid began. They launched 12,000 rockets, killed nearly 100 people, including 12 children, and displaced 250.
Yes, history does begin on October 7th. Don't you know, Chet? Right? And considering you implying that history began before October 7th, what do you mean? It starts on October 7th. That like, you see this? When it says during 2023 Israel-Hamas war, I'm sure there's nothing that comes above this, by the way. There's nothing above this in the timeline. It does not exist. This is where history starts. It's October 7th and then following everything else after it. Except for all the deaths that Israel's caused, because that's justifiable.
Hours after the October 7th raid began, they launched 12,000 rockets.
Yeah, can't scroll up. I mean, scroll up doesn't exist.
100 people, including 12 children, and displaced 250,000 Israelis from northern Israel. That's what caused them to respond.
What did Lebanon do?
Shit. Why did he ask that? What do I say? Do I tell him the real reason?
Bro made an AI of Hasan's voice and expects us to take this video seriously? Are you serious? Bro made an AI of Hasan's voice. It was like, please take this video seriously. Please take this video seriously. It's a real nuke. It's a real takedown of Hasan. It's real. It's a takedown. This is a tailor-made freestyle of videos. It is, honestly.
No, my audience will kill me for being a Zionist. Okay, let's try this. They just kind of were there. Hell yeah, another slick political saved by boots on the ground, Hasan Piker. Damn, I'm good.
Even as a pro-Palestine activist, how does lying about this serve your agenda? All it does is further radicalize people. It removes any
Ethan,
nuance.
what happened before October 7th? Just wondering. Just curious. If anything at all, you know. If nothing happened, you just fine. You can just tell me. You just check. Like if you dedicate likes, it's crazy. It's just not
and it
updating.
avoids any
It's not updating.
criticism for his team, and this is what continues to drive this conflict on forever. Hasan is dedicated to pleasing his radical audience, even at the price of knowingly lying to them for TikTok and Twitter likes.
So I'm a propagandist.
Or he's being paid, which, you know, we can't rule out. What a pathetic propagandist piece of shit.
Okay, this is a new one from Ethan. Ethan never implied that Hasan was getting paid before, but he said it like 4 times so far. Which, in my opinion, is grounds for suit. I'm just saying, not saying Hasan is going to sue Ethan, but implying that Ethan is a paid propagandist from a foreign state with no evidence is ground for a lawsuit. Hasan's not going to sue him, but it is grounds for a lawsuit. You can sue for defamation.
Liar he is. And now let's move to Hamas, the catalyst for this entire thing. They're the ones that committed this
Really? Hamas is the catalyst for this entire thing. Wow. Man. I'm glad my brain can only hold up to so much information that like history just does not exist before October 7th. You know what I mean? Not getting into the fact that 2023 was the deadliest years for Palestinians ever. For Palestinian children. Before October 7th. Man. If only things happened before that. It didn't, but if only they did.
Act of terrorism, one of the worst the world has ever seen, on October 7th. They are without a doubt the most extreme of all of these terrorist organizations. They are Islamic jihadists that want to convert all of Israel into an Islamic state under Sharia law. That's their stated goal. Hamas has been on the designated terrorist group pretty much as long as there's been a group. These guys have been suicide bombing civilians before ISIS leaders were even born. They fired 50,000 rockets into civilian populations and performed over 100 suicide bombings, killing thousands of civilians. Women are restricted from participating in the workplace and public life. Homosexuality is outlawed, and in some cases, of course, punishable by death. They steal foreign aid from the people of Gaza and repurpose it for military use, or they just sell it back to them. For example, why are all the Hamas leaders billionaires? And let's be real, these guys clearly are not skipping any meals. Well, the
What
people of
leaders? Ethan? Does Ethan know like that 50% of Hamas are like children? Not Hamas. Palestinian children. Babies. Youngins.
Gaza languish in poverty. These fine gentlemen are living in multi-million-dollar penthouses in Qatar. That lines up with leftist values, or, well, they were billionaires. They're all dead. They're all dead. Hamas is a bunch of psychopathic terrorists of the worst order.
Oh yeah, along with like, you know, at least 40,000, upwards of 186,000 people as well. I wonder if Ethan's going to talk about that at all. In the tens upon tens upon tens upon tens upon tens of thousands of deaths directly from Israeli strikes, and like the collateral deaths from like Israel cutting off water and fuel and food and trucks and stuff. I'm sure he's gonna get to that in a second. By the way, I'm sure he's gonna circle back around to that.
And nobody would be crazy enough to defend them.
Oh, that's insane, but whatever.
Is this Hassan again? Hassan defended Hamas? Seriously? Okay. We had to make last-minute changes to this part to prevent it from being age-restricted on YouTube. I cut out the footage from Hamas, and I will attempt to narrate it for you as best I can. In this scene, an older woman is walking hand in hand with a girl who looks about 12, and as they're getting in the back of the van, one of the terrorists gives them a wave goodbye and says goodbye to them in English. And the two of them smiling wave back.
That's crazy, dog. Dude. Okay, that's crazy. That's crazy. That actually, okay, that's too much. That's more than I expect. Bro, every time they're releasing hostages, the next way they're gonna be like, actually, I'm good. Like, I'm staying.
These hostages are being released at gunpoint by the people who likely murdered their family.
Does Ethan know that hostages are saying this now that have been released via the ceasefire, right? They were talking about how well they were treated, about getting goodie bags from Hamas. Like, does he knows this, right? Like, this is not new information. Literally, hostages released yesterday said the same thing. Yeah, it's literally not new information. I wonder why he censored this part of the video. Well, you know, he said he's avoid getting age restricted. You know, is admitting the video is a cash grab. That's why the video needs to be age restriction. Also, it has a sponsor on it, which is kind of interesting. Brent JK, thank you for the prime. The way that the video is age restricted. Well, he had to blur it out because it's Hamas, and then the video is age restricted. You know, yeah.
Family in front of them.
Use my prime. Hello, welcome in. Thank you for using your prime here. Much appreciated. Kurtz's point is that the released hostages were drugged to feel good about Hamas. I saw that as well. Robert, also thank you for using your prime here as well. Much appreciated. I'm sorry we couldn't meet under better terms. Now we're watching this.
Before kidnapping them. Hasan peddling this narrative that they're sad to leave their captors is beyond disgusting.
The next way they're gonna be like, actually, I'm good.
It's plainly obvious these are traumatized victims who are scared for their life and doing what the terrorists are telling them to do.
I wonder if Ethan's going to touch on the hundreds upon hundreds of Palestinian hostages that were released, that were being held by Israel for no reason as well via the ceasefire deal. I'm sure because Ethan cares about Palestinians as much as he cares about Israelis. I'm sure he's going to talk about that as well. I'm sure that's what he's going to touch on. Yeah, sorry, the prisoners, not hostages. Excuse me, I misspoke. Please They're the prisoners, the Palestinian prisoners, the scary Palestinians, who were charged for like, not charged with anything, but like, you know, suspected of like throwing a rock at an IDF soldier once. You know, yelled obscenities one time during the video later on. Spoilers! What did I do? Why am I in it?
Avoid any conflict on the way out. Oh, look at the sweet masked terrorist with his.
Wait, how do you guys know? Oh, you guys are watching freaking Frogan? Yeah, that's why. You're watching Frogan. You come here to spoil it.
Forethought sent one of his.
He's so nice. Did you guys see how he waves goodbye?
Okay, I'm gonna be honest. This is some crazy PR. They look traumatized as fuck. Wait, what? Bro, they look like they're chilling.
This girl who had her foot blasted off on October 7th and then operated on without anesthesia or painkillers is so sorry to say goodbye to her captors. She's gonna miss their hospitality, like being raped and being watched showering and changing.
The next way they're like, actually, I'm good. Like I'm saying.
It's so obvious the terrorists are telling them what to do. Ethan, how can you say that? They look so happy. Keep waving. These morons forgot to cut out this part. Yes, that's a terrorist giving them an order to keep waving. And she does. See how fast she reacts? Totally not a fearful victim of terroristic kidnapping.
Actually, no, I can't see anything. So. Anyway. Like, I also want to point out the fact that I wonder when Ethan will talk about the fact that that Israel, like IDF in Israel, said that Palestinians who are being released as prisoners, returning to their families, cannot show expressions of joy, and that the IDF has broken into people's houses to ensure that they're not expressing joy at the release of their prisoners, not hostages, prisoners. I want to talk about that. I wonder when he gets there.
Anyone peddling this nonsense should be embarrassed and ashamed. How pathetic can you get?
The next way they're gonna be like, actually, I'm good. Bro, they look like they're chilling.
All right, the Houthis is one thing, but he's not gonna turn on Hamas propaganda videos and watch it on stream. There's no way. Okay, it's getting hard to defend him. Freedom fighters, musical shit.
Here's a video that came out of how Hamas produces their own motherfucking sniper rifles.
He can hardly contain his admiration for them.
Produces their own motherfucking sniper rifles.
Let's see how long he can go without offering any commentary.
What about footage of like U.S. officials, like freaking, what's her name? Nikki Haley, like signing weapons going to Israel to kill Palestinians. You know what I mean? Is that not propaganda videos? Does he not consider that propaganda videos? That's okay, right? That's fine. Yeah, that's different. That's not the same. America's the good guys. That's different. You know what I mean? Different. For sure. You and Dennis are like at the exact same spot. Dennis want to be me so bad, bro. And won't even share any viewers.
Or analysis on this Hamas hype video.
I'll take making guns and I have nothing that's cool. I'm anti-gun and it's so interesting to see.
Is that COD?
One minute, 36 seconds. Nice. He's taking.
I love the fact that Ethan, took months away from taking care of his kids just to edit Hasan eating. Respect.
It's time to analyze and think. I expect nothing less from a journalist such as Hasan. Quiet, everybody. He's about to speak. He's going to talk.
That's crazy.
He's done it again. Love you.
Mike. I know, right? It's kind of sad.
Soldiers by our locally manufactured snipers. Wow, there's a little message for the Americans out there as well. They're saying like artisanal snipers. So why am I showing you this?
Good question. Why are you showing us 2 minutes of uninterrupted Hamas propaganda? I'm sure he has a good answer.
The reason I'm showing you this is because one thing that the Israeli maintenance of the apartheid has shown us is that there are no half measures on genocide. You either got to hit the full gen, okay? You can't do half genocide, a little bit of displacement, and then continue maintaining an apartheid state and maintaining an occupation, okay? Which is basically what America did back in the day when, we were building America, Manifest Destiny, right?
Hold on. You showed this to us because of Manifest Destiny?
Wait, he's still talking. Ethan, why'd you cut him off? He's still talking. I want to see what else he's saying. I'm sure it's nothing important, but like at least let him finish. I'm sure his point is not literally what you're talking over. And I'm sure he doesn't get somewhere with talking about all of this stuff where he's literally talking over the clip that you are playing right now that you are muted. Right? Like my context. Okay, whatever. I'm sure this was not context that was needed or whatever. And I'm sure nothing interesting was being said here. You know what I mean?
Well, this is just word salad. I mean, he's really saying nothing here. So he has no good reason.
I guess we'll never know. Look, I guess we'll never know. Yeah, I guess we'll never know. Yeah, he is literally saying nothing. Thanks a lot, Ethan. I guess we'll never know what he said.
Got it. Okay, fine. He likes Hamas. He watches their propaganda, but he's not going to deny the violent rapes that took place. That is way beyond the pale.
There is one instance in captivity that we have actually gotten verifiable evidence on. Beyond that, the systematized mass rapes that Hamas dealt on October 7, not a single bit of that has been verified. And people still run with it over and over and over again.
Many young people who were simply attending a music festival. Women were horribly raped. As I said then, I say today, Israel has a right to defend itself.
What rapes did Hezbollah do? Bro, what rapes did Hamas do? What are you talking about? The Stop Anti-Semitism account that considered me to be anti-Semite of the week has also been hallucinating rapes once again, doing rape fantasies once again because they're fucking mentally ill.
Hamas has committed horrific acts of sexual violence and took
women and girls, men and boys. Also, MoFi on YouTube chat, that is a picture that Ethan himself has posted. It was his Twitter post or Twitter picture. I did not edit the picture. Ethan himself posted it. I don't know who edited it, but Ethan himself posted it. That's what I'll say. King Henry, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Much appreciated. Much appreciated.
Slaughtered after enduring sexual violence. The deadliest day for the Jewish people.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th.
Ethan mentions the pro-rape January 6th that the Israelis did. Come on. He doesn't even mention Israel since the first 5 minutes. You know what I mean? That's not going to happen.
Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much. So that's the other part of this problem that many people can't contend with. Like,
I can't believe how quickly leftists go from believing.
Wait. Is he going to refute the points? Is he going to, like, show evidence of, like, mass systemic rape from Hamas on October 7th? Is he going to... He must, right? He must show this.
All women, 2 Pixar didn't happen. The vast majority of people, if not all, who were raped were murdered on the spot, obviously.
Dam Goldstein Almog was kidnapped from her home on October 7th by Hamas terrorists and was held captive for 51 days. Though only 17 years old, she witnessed the murder of her father and sister on that day and is now speaking out about what she witnessed in Gaza as well in a new documentary by Sheryl Sandberg, Screams Before Silence. In new footage, Agam reveals that sexual assault and rape was a regular component of the life as a hostage in Gaza.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th.
Hasan, maybe you would like to call her a liar. Please, go right ahead.
Okay, you need, like, verifiable, like, reports. Where are the reports? You have to provide things where even if a hostage has said it, cool, that needs to then be verified by, like, you know, independent investigators. If only Israel would let independent investigators in. It's not even October 7th. He never said she's lying, though. He didn't. He did say that there were instances where rape occurred, right? And there's one verifiable instance where rape occurred, right? I don't know if he's talking about this instance or a different instance. You feel me? But the full clip where he was arguing that Chatter denied any rape happened. Exactly. It was not October 7th. She said as a hostage. I think he said as a hostage, but also here, I was right back.
By Sheryl Sandberg, Screams Before and sister on that day, and is now speaking out about what she witnessed in Gaza as well in a new documentary by Sheryl Sandberg, Screams Before Silence. In new footage, Agam reveals that sexual assault and rape was a regular component of the life as a hostage in Gaza.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes.
You're right. This is life as a hostage, not on October 7th. This is true. You are correct, Chatter. Can I explain how the video has 27,000 views with 32,000 likes? It's just not, they're not caught up. When Ethan linked the nuke and then went offline, all of his live viewers went here, liked it up, but haven't finished watching it yet. The video had like 12,000 likes when it was out for 10 minutes. You know what I mean? The likes are just behind the views. I feel like he's fully using the doesn't matter if it happened clip when Hasan explains like 50 times it's out of context. Yeah.
Happened on October 7th.
Hassan, maybe you would like to call her a liar. Please, go right ahead.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th.
There are dozens of testimonies.
No, he's okay. He's saying okay. Yeah, he has a little cute little soundbite, but like the point that Hasan was making is that the amount of sexual violence that occurred on October 7th doesn't change the fact that Israel oppressing people for as long as they have, the last 76 years of oppression and occupation, right, led to October 7th happening in the first place, and still doesn't justify the tens of thousands of deaths after October 7th, right? The murders from Israel. Like that's what it is. You know what I mean? That's the point. It's a very open and shut case. Very clear. He's not saying it didn't happen. He's saying that the fact that it does happen does not change the underlying point that it does not justify genocide. You know what I mean?
witnesses, most of who were in hiding and heard or saw it happen. And each week there's more stories coming out. There's a UN report that concludes it happened.
Doesn't matter.
But Hasan needs a rape and heard or saw it happen. And each week there's more stories coming out. There's a UN report that
overall, the totality of information gathered on multiple and independent sources of different locations, there is reasonable grounds to believe that conflict-related sexual violence occurred at several locations in Gaza's periphery, including in the form of rape and gang rape during the 7th October 2023 attack. Credible circumstantial information, which may have indicated some form of sexual violence, including genital mutilation, sexual torture, and cruel or inhuman denigrated treatment, was also gathered. This is what Hasan was talking about when he was talking about this, because I remember Hasan talking specifically about the UN report as well. This report, not an investigation, by the way. Israel did not let them do the investigation. And this is the problem, right? Hasan talked to Ethan about this report. I am like 99% sure. Hasan talked to Ethan specifically about this report. Yeah. Was it in the Comrade Casey video? I think it was after the breakup. I remember seeing it recently. I just don't remember where I saw it at.
Last week on NSR's coverage of
I'm just okay. I'll let chat go out and do the work to find it. I'm pretty sure that Hasan has spoken about the UN report already at length.
Concludes it happened. Doesn't matter. But Hasan needs a rape kit from a mutilated body. It's so vile to deny the suffering and trauma of the victims just because you need your
The report came out until March 2024.
At Hamas to be perfect. This conflict will never end until people realize that Palestinian liberation and Israeli security are not mutually exclusive. You need both, and it can be done, but not while people like Hasan lie, propagandize, and incite hate. It's people like him, ironically, that prolong the conflict indefinitely. There's no space for conversation. There's no space for rational thought. There's no space for nuance. My position on Palestine is like
we talked about it to Ethan. I'm pretty sure. Maybe not the report. I know he's talked about the systemic rape argument with Ethan before.
5 degrees off from where Hasan is. And to him and his conversation, there's no space for rational thought. There's no space for nuance. My position on Palestine is like 5 degrees off from where Hasan is.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Let's be real. Ethan's fine with the genocide. He is. Ethan does genocide apologia. Hasan is anti-genocide. That, in my opinion, is a very strong 5 degrees. I don't know. Like what Ethan thinks 5 degrees is, but it's a lot longer or stronger than what he's portraying here. If it's 5% off, why make this video? Because Hasan is scary.
In his community, I'm the devil. I'm a Nazi. It's delusional thinking, and it's destructive to their own cause.
Well, people say you support genocide, but, teach their own.
That doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much. God forbid you throw up the fucking green Hamas banner.
And now, let's move on to our next terrorist organization, Twitch TV. Sinwar. Nasrallah. Dan Clancy. Of course, I'm being a little silly when I call Twitch a terrorist organization. It's only a megaphone for terrorist propaganda. Dan Clancy has been the CEO for a few years, and under his leadership, there's been a few notable instances, one being reducing the premium subscription split from 70-30 to 50-50, which he reversed after backlash. He also attempted to ban the size of sponsored...
Actually, he's incorrect. Man, this took him like months to research, but he still got that wrong. Incorrect. He actually did not reverse it after backlash. He reintroduced it with the Partner Plus program, so that you could only get 70-30 split if you have 300 individual subscriptions. Ethan wrong, confirmed.
Logos on stream to 3% of the size of the screen was also reversed after backlash. So he's essentially achieved nothing. Well, there's one thing. He actually laid off 900 employees. That one he did not take back. But here's where the trouble begins.
That's the whole reason he's doing this?
He likes Hasan. He really likes Hasan. Let me read you an excerpt from a recent interview Dan did. Not a gamer himself, Clancy mostly watches musicians or talk shows on Twitch. He particularly enjoys a leftist political commentator, Hasan Piker. I like
his worst take, honestly. I would call it. Dan Clancy, that's his worst take. He should watch this leftist political commentator, Shonda Black, instead. Confirmed. That's it. That's his worst take. He should watch me instead. So you have 70-30. Hey, hop out my pockets. All right. You should have collabed with you. True. Confirmed.
frankness and the bluntness.
Stop
He's
saying
comfortable
that. I can't. It's so fun. It's so fun.
whatever he believes. Don't you think that might be part of the problem there, Danny boy?
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th.
By speaking what he believes, he should be on Rumble with the other fringe or radical political streamers. But no, not under Dan Clancy's watch. Dan has elevated him to the status of Twitch Golden Boy. And if you still have doubts, let this settle the matter. Just for clarity, Dan Clancy is the one filming and singing in this video.
Happy birthday to you.
Wait, this just showed me doing mine. Mine was pretty funny. It was probably maybe even the funniest. Confirmed.
The fuck?
Happy birthday to you.
Bro, we're never beating the Hasan Runs Twitch allegations after this. This is crazy. Oh my god.
Happy birthday, dear Hasan.
This is crazy.
Honestly, I guarantee he mentions Destiny in this part. You have to catch out. I'm just saying. I guarantee he mentioned Destiny in this part and you have to cut it out. Confirmed. Like the first goes hard. Thank you. I'm sure Dan has never done this for other large faces of the org.
Birthday to you.
He probably has not. Confirmed.
Happy birthday from Twitch, Hasan. Happy birthday from Twitch.
I've been looking around and I genuinely have never seen another video like this anywhere, where Dan Clancy or any top executive force all these poor sons of bitches during their lunch break to gather around in the crew room.
Chat, has he done it before? No, this is me genuinely asking. I want to know if you know if he's done this before. Also, has anybody else asked him before? Have we thought about that? He did it for me. Did he do it for Pokey? I don't know. Maybe. Confirmed.
Sing happy birthday for Hasan Piker. How humiliating is that? There's also a small issue of Dan being a total creep.
Want to explore clips? That's very nice. And now you have a clip feed.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Dan is just a purveyor of interesting Twitch streamers, okay? There's nothing wrong with that. He's just a fan of interesting and unique Twitch streamers. Anybody have that clip of Ethan talking about the Boston bomber victim survivor? Thank you.
Hey guys, thanks for joining me on edgy material warning number 3.
I've never seen this.
We've got some edgy
I
material.
mentioned it by name. You think I've never seen this?
And watch your hands, because you're gonna get cut up on this one here, guys. You can scar me, but you can't stop me. Now that is interesting and very deep and poetic. But what's even more interesting is if we just go a couple pixels down. Boom. That's the girl. Yeah. Let me get down with that shit, boy. Could smell it from here. Shit. Pretty burly little scars. Nothing that a heavy night of fucking won't incur. You know what I mean? Yeah. Anyway, ignoring the camel fucking that fat, juicy, juvenile vagina. Nigga wants to fuck that shit, boy. Yeah.
Okay, that's where I'm gonna leave it. So yeah, what is this person? What does that guy have to say about Dan Clancy being a creep? I'm sure he'll have something. I'm sure he'll have something interesting to say about it.
Being a total creep.
Want to explore clips?
Bot Ann, thank you for the Prime subscription, by the way. Much appreciated.
That's very nice. And now you have a clip feed. Okay? Mm-hmm. Suppose you want to check out the stories to see what you missed yesterday. You click there, and now you're in your stories feed. Okay?
Okay. That's very nice. That's also...
That's so funny. Oh, bro, that's so funny. That's so funny. I love that clip, bro. Yeah, I'm a gooder too. What of it? Glued too close to the sun.
Up the stories to see what you missed yesterday. You click there.
I will also say, if you want to get Hasan banned, I said this when he was going after Dan Clancy last time. If you want him to ban Hasan, why are you coming after him, right? That's what doesn't make sense to me. If you want Dan Clancy to ban Hasan, wouldn't calling Dan Clancy a Nazi and like a creep kind of go counter to like him doing what you want? Right? He's gonna look at you, call him a creep, be like, okay, I'm not gonna listen to anything he's saying. You know what I mean? He wants to ruin both Hasan and Dan Clancy? Yeah, but like Ethan doesn't have the motion. Like legitimately, Ethan does not have the motion. Ethan does not have the motion to make Twitch get rid of its CEO. Who does Ethan think he is? You know what I mean? Like he doesn't. I'm trying to defend Clancy. Even think Hasan even found that the vid cringe, the birthday video. Yeah, Hasan didn't like make them sing happy birthday to him, right? They probably got reached out to, maybe by Hasan's head moderator or whatever, and was like, yo, we'll do the video, why not? It's one of our biggest streamers.
And now you're in your stories. Okay?
Okay. That's very nice. That's also okay.
What was that first streamer, by the way, Chad? Just wondering.
Okay.
You know, Dan, I would have let this creep narrative go. If it didn't happen twice, roll it.
You want to see clips? Swipe this way, and now you're seeing clips. The clips, and that's not necessarily the algorithm.
First of all, it's gross enough you're a creep, but what an incompetent idiot you are. You're the CEO of Twitch, and you get caught with the fucking, you get caught with the girlies on your homepage twice.
What do you mean? He's a supporter of all streamers. He is a supporter of all streamers. All right, there's nothing wrong with liking women streamers and supporting a marginalized group on Twitch. He is a male feminist, exactly. Ethan doesn't get it. Ethan hates women. Ethan doesn't get it.
Bro, come on, dude. You got wife, man. Got daughters. We don't even know about this. Don't want that in my head, bro. It's also a little bit disturbing considering, you know, he's these people's bosses. Okay. All right, so he's incompetent.
He's talking about Gary Klein, bro. What is happening with Ethan's dad? I know nothing about Ethan's family life. What is Ethan's dad a creep? What's happening there? Who's Gary Klein? What did he do?
Terrorist propagandist. So what's up? So what's the big deal with Dan Clancy?
What are you talking about? His dad is much worse. What do we even mean? Creep is an understatement. What are we talking about? Gary Klein, husband of Donna Klein and father of Ethan, Sean. He has a brother named Sean. That's my name. Gary is known on the show as funny and somewhat perverted man with inappropriate images and videos showing up on his Twitter likes frequently and being stumbled upon by fans. He's the famous within the show or for traumatizing Ethan by popping beach balls that would have been passed around in Dodgers game for fun. Ethan has spoken about how Gary owned and operated a bicycle shop as his occupation. Okay. Please look up his actions in Snark. We'll do it later. How about that? We'll do it later. Open the Twitter. You can't see people's likes anymore on Twitter. Maybe his retweets are crazy. Let me see. I'll open it on this side. Oh, he's a lib. He's bigoted against little people? Really? Okay, we'll get it later if we have time. How about that?
Well, what happened next is what really made me realize how corrupted and rotten Twitch is to the very core of the organization. First, let me introduce you to Frogan.
Why do you go take a Home Depot and buy some rope?
She's one of Hasan's main moderators. She's leading great discourse.
Also, she's not, by the way.
Like Ethan's Islamophobic for saying, don't kill civilians.
That's not what you said, Ethan. I'm just going to say that right now. I wonder where you will play the clips of things you said.
She has zero talent. She has 100 concurrent viewers, but somehow she's always on the homepage. She's winning awards.
Bro, Ethan's so stupid.
don't kill civilians. She has zero talent. She has 100 concurrent viewers, but somehow she's always on the...
Like, I think it's just things you like to see. You know what I mean? Maybe you're destined to see Frogan. Also, like, I love that Hasan rating room's also here. And he's like, why do they keep showing me people around Hasan? When, like, he's literally only watching Hasan. Maybe if you stop watching Hasan so much, you will get less people around Hasan in your recommendeds. You have 3 people who are like around Hasan. You have Hasan rating room, Caroline Kwan, and Frogan. Maybe stop watching Hasan streams. Maybe, potentially.
On the homepage. She's winning awards. Nobody's watching her. Nobody cares. Why is she relevant? We don't know. It's important for me to show you guys what an actual horrible person Frogan is so that you can see who Twitch is elevating. So let's start with this clip. Ludwig, a large streamer on Twitch, donated $10,000 to the Palestinian Children's Relief Fund. That's a wonderful thing to do, right? No, not good enough for Frogan.
I find ultimately, like, if I were to do a charity thing where the charity thing relies on your donations, it should be something where, like, 95% of people feel good and are down for it. And, like, ultimately, regardless of what you think,
my goat,
that is not the situation here. So I personally donated 10K.
She's irrelevant, so she gets her own section in your video. Yeah,
because I think.
Like, why are people talking about her? Anyway, let's talk about Frogan. Doesn't Ethan hate Ludwig? Well, he hates Frogan more. So.
And if you guys got some extra bread, I would recommend you donate. But I won't throw it on you. You know what I mean? No thanks. And some people are gonna say that. You know what I mean? That's why it's the difference.
This is a cracker take.
Between, like, hey, I can put my money where my mouth is, but I don't need to put your money there. I don't need to enter a fucking debate about whether that's worthwhile.
Take. I know Arabs are dying, but, you know, I'm not gonna tell you to donate. Do whatever you want. Me, I donated $10,000, but I'm not going to promote it. Just don't say you donated $10,000 then. Like, if you're not actively believing, if you don't believe in the cause, and if you're not against genocide at this point, like, keep your fucking money. Keep your $10,000.
It's so funny because, like, he actually put in, like, more context than you usually see. Like, she's not, like, incorrect for this. Also, yeah, Ludwig donated more than Ethan. So, maybe Ethan feels some type of way because he's like, well, if donating $10,000 means you don't care about Palestinians, what does my $6,000 mean? You know what I mean? Like, you can, like, Ludwig can still say it's a privilege. Like, yeah.
$1,000. Keep your little chump change. Like, what do you want to say? Like, congratulations.
I don't think this is an unfair take. I don't think this is an unfair take. You feel me? Donnie doesn't make you infallible. Yeah. Ludwig's response, however, was pretty good and normal. Yeah, because Ludwig talked to Capri's son Poppy, who's Palestinian. They talked. Capri came out, and when Capri was like, it was a misunderstanding. And so I'd say Capri's word on it. If Capri is Palestinian, like, forgives Ludwig and said it was a misunderstanding. Yeah. I'm like, cool, chill. Right? Like, this is like the consent meme. I consent, and Ethan's like, I don't consent. I don't accept that apology. We're gonna finish the video already, so she's winning.
Frogan, a leftist living in LA in comfort, begging for her rent money on stream, and telling displaced and famished Palestinian children, no kids, you need to give that 10,000 back. Ludwig didn't pass my purity test.
Keep your fucking money.
But like, you don't care about Palestinians. You feel me? She's Lebanese. Her people are also being bombed by Israel. What is she talking about? She probably what she said about the money.
But wait, there's more.
I have no pity at all for any fucking soldiers.
Okay, you can't sit here. You can't do this one. You can't do this one. The first one, I'm like, okay, right? Maybe, sure, right? You could not like the way she said the thing that she said against Ludwig, right? Shouldn't have called him the C word or whatever. Cool, whatever. You can't do this one, bro. You can't do this one. As Ethan Klein, you can't do this one. You can't come at Frogan for her takes on veterans as Ethan Klein. Do you know what Ethan Klein has said about veterans? I'm not even gonna get into it.
I will never have any fucking pity for any fucking soldiers. The U.S. military? Who fucking who? I hope you get PTSD. Oh my god, I want my fucking Camaro, no student loans. Fuck you. I hope you get PTSD. And I hope you get no health insurance when you get back into fucking America.
This clip obviously made the rounds on social media and
10 million for Qatar.
Rightfully outraged a lot of people. Here's how she responded the next day.
I hope you get PTSD. And I hope you get no health insurance when you get back into fucking America. And they posted it in my head, I'm like, based? Based? Like, am I supposed to be like I'm not walking back on it. I still fucking agree with it. Oh, base.
The smug defiance Rogan is showing is only because she knows that Twitch will do nothing to moderate her, despite veterans being classified as a protected group in Twitch's own community guidelines. But wait, there's more.
Okay, 6250, 9/11 baking stream with Raph and Capri. If we get to this goal by 9/11, Capri, Raph, and I will make the Twin Towers out of a stacked cake, and we'll make an airplane, and we'll recreate 9/11.
This tweet was the final straw for me.
Okay, if Twitch didn't ban Hasan for saying America deserved 9/11, they're not banning. Bro, people make 9/11 jokes all the time, bro. There are like 9/11 joke compilations on Twitch. Look, I'm sure I saw a streamer like last month who made a joke about 9/11. You know what I mean? What are we talking about here? Isn't everyone joking in the community? It's literally the lowest hanging fruit. Yeah, but were they Muslim? Honestly, maybe one of them were. You know what I mean? Ethan just doesn't know.
You'll notice the date is October 7th, 2023, the morning of the massacre, at 5:30 a.m. Pacific time. At this moment, Hamas militants had infiltrated a music festival and several kibbutzim, where they began their wanton slaying of civilians. Here's what she tweeted. Leftists preach and foam at the mouth at the thought of a revolution happening in America. But as soon as it happens in the Middle East, what they're doing is wrong. It's not what she said, it's when she said it. While she's on Twitter celebrating, I was listening to the local news in Israel. Families were calling into news stations begging for help. Let me show you what I mean.
Yeah, so like, you could say that maybe it was bad form to say something at a time where there was mass slaughter going on. You feel me? Almost like the exact same thing that he's criticizing like Hasan for saying the exact same thing. Like he literally got mad at Hasan 20 minutes ago for saying, "Yo, there's people dying right now. Why do you want me to talk about this?" Isn't someone being murdered on tape to prove your little Java video? Yes. See the wall coming down, not October 7th. There also part of Ethan saying anything over the last year and a half. True. Anytime Ethan talked about anything, don't you know that Palestinians were being slaughtered? Yeah, literally. When he's become a Frogan Nuke, Frogan is Hasan's top moderator. Don't you know? His top moderator.
The morning of October 7th, Israelis were listening to calls like this all morning long, dozens of them. Imagine reading this tweet after listening to this. This woman should have moved on years ago to another profession, but for some reason Twitch is obsessed with keeping her.
Okay, now imagine you see, you know, I'm not even going to get into it. Not even going to get into it. Not even worth 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 it. Let's just continue.
Life support, and instead of moderating her, they actually gave her an award. Together for
imagine being in Gaza at any point, literally any point.
She would get front page placement all year long. This is actually my favorite detail about Frogan. She won Rising.
I know. Don't tell him about me, chat. Don't tell him about me. Don't tell him about me. I got front year placement all year long for being black, for being a black streamer. Don't tell him about me. I'm currently on the front page.
Star Award at the Streamer Award, an award she'll put on by her friends, and then the next year, guys, she gets nominated for Rising Star again. Are they fucking with her? You can't be Rising.
That's not true.
And then the next year, guys, she gets nominated.
Whoa, this is edited, bro. Park and Harbor erasure. Why did they take Parky out of this? This is from this year. And it was Arky, Mr. Arthur, Young Dabo, and Park and Harbor. That's what that were the 4 nominations. Fake post. Rip Arky was robbed. I mean, Arky was never gonna win with Mr. Arthur running. I'm gonna be real. Like, okay. Like, come on. You can literally Google this. You can look this up. Why didn't he just use? Yeah, like literally here. Mr. Arthur, Park and Harbor, Young Dabo, and Arky. Why didn't he just go back to he knows he can go back to a previous year, right? 2023. Right? Oh, she wasn't even here either. 2022, sorry. Right? Frogan was here. And she did not run again after she won. The first year it happened, she was up for Rising Star, and she lost to Stans. Shout out Stans, by the way. I like Stans. Stans is cool. So that way defendant loved it because Frogan called him the C word and not accused Cinderella as Frogan's best friend because it makes the award look like a sham. Very cool and honest. But I can guess where he got that screenshot. It's so dishonest that he didn't even do that basic research. Yeah, probably from r/Destiny for being real.
For Rising Star again. Are they fucking with her? You can't be Rising Star twice. It's up or it's down, man. In fact, you were never up. That was the problem. They tried to pretend like you were up, but you were always down. Rising
She
Star
won she lost the first time and she was nominated again the second time. You can have a problem with that if you want to, but like to pretend like, oh, she won and then she was nominated again. And then she won again. It's not true.
twice. What's this fucking Mario Kart? You hit a boost up there or some shit?
Also, like implying that like wait, James, what did you get modded for? What was that link? Oh, r/Destiny. Oh, that makes sense. Oh, interesting. Interesting where he got that screenshot from. Interesting. Interesting. Huh. Huh. Now that's interesting. He missed one. He missed one. $12.27 versus $12.29. Where do you see that at? Where's the date at? I'm confused. At the top here? This is 3 months ago. I'm missing it somewhere. Oh, this is November 11th. Top of the image. Oh. Oh. Here, 12:27, and then like here, 12:29. Interesting. Interesting. And if I go back here, interesting. Interesting. I don't get it. This screenshot is from r/Destiny. Confirmed. Interesting. Interesting. Oh, he thought he got it all out. He thought he got it all out. Oh, he almost did. He was so close. He thought he cut out all the DGG stuff. He was so close. He was so close. Almost. Almost. Man, oh man. So why is Mr. Ethan Klein? Why is Mr. Ethan Klein leaving in very clearly doctored screenshots from r/Destiny shitposts? Mr. Sexpest himself. What is his Twitter account, chat? Does it have one? I'm pretty sure this one's still him though. So the original too? The original's in here. I have all three. Also, it shows that I voted for Mr. Arthur in this screenshot. I have all three here. I have the Destiny one, I have the video one, and then I have this one here. W vote. I was screenshot the original Frogan year. I need 4. Ah. I don't think I need this one. It's just a different picture as well. Yeah, 4. I think 4 is too many. I think 3 is fine. That was coming for you now? Chill. Chill. Sticking a selfie there too. Honestly, I should. That'd be funny. Oh, yeah, I already have this tweet open. It's right here. Not his Twitter account. This is a different Twitter account. But like, look at him. It looks exactly like him. I have too many tabs open. People are mad at me for being nominated again, as if I'm the only repeat nominee for the same category when I grew more in 2022. Make you think why people are mad at only why people are only mad about me. You doing Nuke against Ethan now? I am not gonna waste my time with that. No, I'm pretty sure this is him. 2.1 million followers. This is definitely him. Is it use another depost? Oh, we haven't gotten that far yet. Okay, we're gonna hold this. Hold this for later. No spoilers. That's the parody account with 2.1 million followers. This is a 2.1 million follower parody account. That's insane. Swap the nomination with Arthur with the original nomination. No, I have to show that this is the actual one. This is the one in the video, right? Like the first one is the one on r/Destiny. This is the one in the video, and then this is the one that currently exists on the platform, on the website. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's all I need. The parody is production, not production. Yeah, this is the correct one. H3 Productions. This is the parody. This is the real one. I'm correct, chat. Gosh darn it. Say that in the tweet. How many characters do you think I have? I feel like it's pretty self-explanatory. I'm pretty sure this is self-explanatory. About with the context of the screenshots. How much more do you need? This one is from r/Destiny. This one is from the video, and this is the one from the actual website. It makes sense to me. Why is H3 Productions using clearly doctored screenshots from his sex pest community in his Nuke? Seems like he frequents the sub. It makes sense to me. It makes sense to me. Bro tried to scrub Destiny, but he couldn't do it. Should have added Michelle Obama. True. We tried to scrub the Destiny mentions and he couldn't do it. He couldn't do it. Couldn't do it. Couldn't get past me. Couldn't get past me. And I know he couldn't get past me because I applied for Rising Star this year. I applied for Rising Star this year. I watched this award like a hawk. In the Insta stories delusional right now. He said he sent people Hasan sent people to brigade his video. What? Okay. Yeah, go off. Yeah, he didn't scrub all the evidence. Because you are Mr. Arthur Stan? I am a Mr. Arthur Stan, you're right. You see the song I made for Nick? Maybe I'll show Nick Terrace probably in the next. Let me stop, okay. Let's continue.
She gets nominated for Rising Star again. Are they fucking with her? You can't be Rising Star twice. It's up or it's down, man. In fact, you were never up. That was the problem. They tried to pretend like you were up, but you were always down. Rising Star twice. Was this fucking Mario Kart? You hit a boost up there or some shit? Because Frogan is the two-time Rising Star champ, and because of her massive viewership of 100...
Oh, I should have said confirmed. Oh, man, that's a missed opportunity. Missed opportunity. I should have said confirmed, bro. I should have said confirmed. I should have said Ethan frequents the sub. Confirmed. Dang it.
100 concurrent viewers. It only makes sense that Twitch would give her one of the main stages at TwitchCon to do a 45-minute long segment. Her idea that was
also, you know that you could apply for these panels. Ethan, if you wanted to do a panel at TwitchCon, you can do a panel at TwitchCon. You can apply for the panel. The premiums you could edit? Never. You can make a YouTube short and ship it with a video as fresh. I mean, one of you guys could edit if you want to. You know, you guys are my editing slaves. Trying to get the Hasanabi allegation started early, right? I bruised my editors. Get on the editors.
Twitch approved. Arab to Jew racial tier list. So the premise is who can say Habibi, an Arabic word of affection like baby or sweetheart. And this tier list determines who can say it. Top and most desirable tier is Arab. And at the bottom, the worst one is, quote, loves Sabra. Now, why does loves Sabra equate to Jews? Sabra is a well-known Israeli company that makes hummus. They've been on the divestment...
It doesn't, is the point.
...list for many, many years, so the activists are well aware of their status. Oh yeah, and Sabra literally means a Jew that was born in Israel. It also plays up an anti-Semitic trope that denies Jewish identity in the Middle East. There's this idea that Israelis are all white colonizers who are stealing the culture and identity.
Bro, it's just not good hummus. Bro, I had some good hummus, like for the first time a few months ago, and man, the hummus is delicious, dog. It wasn't Sabra hummus, but man, it was freaking delicious.
Of Arabs to make it seem like they belong there. Watch Frogan and her co-host accuse Israelis of culturally appropriating Arab culture.
Well, the one thing that's like funny is that there's two types of like genocide, right? There's like genocide of real people, and then there's like cultural genocide, right? Like this is fucking funny. Like, those motherfuckers trying to take hummus and say it's Israeli is the most insane thing to me.
Dude, the fact that they have the audacity to create Sabra and make that like the staple hummus of America, insane.
It's super offensive to us. And like that's actual like cultural appropriation. Like people get mad when someone has like dreadlocks and they call that culture. I mean, come on, it's just like a hairdo. Like it's okay. People like white people are allowed to have dreadlocks if they want dreadlocks, but like actually trying to claim our food, our desserts.
Whoa. Hold on, chill. Chill on white people with dreadlocks. Chill on white people with dreadlocks, okay? White people are very much not allowed to have dreadlocks either, okay? Chill. Why? Yeah, don't worry, podcast. Better start worrying because I'm about to get crazy up in here. White people cannot have dreadlocks. That's not cool. That's not chill. Chillax. Chillax. Hold on, now there's something to worry about.
Just one question for you guys. Who the fuck do you think is making the hummus in Israel? Martha Stewart? No, it's the same fucking Arabic-speaking Jews that you kicked out in the 1950s. Yes, they also
what do you mean you? Hold on. You can't come for Capri by saying they when referring to Israelis, but then you say to you, we're talking about kicking out like Jews in Arab countries. These are like children, dog. They're like 20-somethings. And they live in America. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? He's no political literacy or understanding how Israel created. He doesn't even care. That's straight up anti-Arab. It's insane. But what do you mean you? Who are you talking about when you mean you? What are you talking about? Yeah, I can't believe Capri did that. How dare he? How dare Capri alone himself kick out Jewish people from freaking Lebanon? How dare?
They like all the same shit you do because they are you. They're from your country. You kicked them all out, and now you're accusing them of stealing your culture.
What do you mean you? Who is you? Also, even if I was to like, you know, skip past that part, which you should not skip past that part. That's crazy. Even if you were to skip past that part, right? You would understand that if the idea of that like Jews were kicked out of Arab nations, created Israel, and then created the same food that they enjoyed in those nations in Israel, and then tried to claim they were Israeli, That's still the same thing they're talking about. You know what I mean? That's the same thing they're talking about. It's not Israeli food. It would still be food from those nations. Like that's the thing. That's what they're talking about currently. He's just describing what they are talking about. He's saying it's a good thing, actually.
Want to talk about cultural genocide? Well, here it is. You racist piece of shit. Those motherfuckers trying to take hummus and say it's Israeli is the most insane thing to me.
Hey, scumbag, here's a hummus place we used to eat at. The chef is from Yemen. Here's another dude from Syria. Does this dude look like a white colonizer to you? Would you like to tell him he's stealing your culture? Well, this is what most Israelis look like.
Dude, the fact that they have the audacity.
Okay, but the idea, like, again, people in Israel, like Israelis eating hummus, right, is different from saying that hummus is Israeli. It is Israeli. It is culturally from Israel. That is not the same thing. You could just say, hey, look, this dude from Yemen who has a hummus place. Therefore, you're racist, I guess. Why is using other countries to prove it's Israeli? I don't know, bro. I don't know.
This is casual bigotry being passed around like a leftist talking point. It's exactly why people are saying that anti-Semitism is coming mostly from the left. And yes, I know this dipshit is also Jewish. Incredible. He picked up so many tokens, he actually became one. And by the way, everybody on this panel is...
What? 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 What are you talking about? What are you talking about? That is the most insane thing in the entire video. Are you kidding me? Are you insane? Are you insane?
Bigotry being passed around like a leftist talking.
Are you insane?
What did he say?
It's from Katie.
Point. It's exactly why people are saying that anti-Semitism is coming mostly from the left. And yes, I know this dipshit is also Jewish. Incredible. He picked up so many tokens, he actually became one. And by the way, everybody on this panel is looking pretty fucking white themselves. So bearing all this in mind, it's really not a stretch to say that
What? What is he talking about? What is he talking about? What is he talking about? I'm not even going to get into the fact that he's calling an Arab Jew less of a Jew than he is. I'm not even going to touch that. That's not even for me to touch. But I do think that's wild. I do think that's insane. That is absolutely insane. I'm not touching that. But I'm just going to let you know that that's what he said. That is what he said. That is what he said. And that is insane that he just came out and said it. That's wild that he put that in his own video. I'll run it back one more time.
Semitism is coming mostly from the left. And yes, I know this dipshit is
I
also...
skipped past the whole anti-Semitism is coming mostly from the left thing, which insane, unless you believe anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism, which he probably does believe. Run that back one more time.
Around like a leftist talking point. It's exactly why people are saying that anti-Semitism is coming mostly from the left. And yes, I know this dipshit is also Jewish. Incredible. He picked up so many tokens, he actually became one. And by the way, everybody on this panel is looking pretty fucking white themselves. So bearing all this in mind, it's really not a stretch to say that the Love Sabra bracket is a dog whistle for Israelis or Jews.
The next person is one of my favorite people, Ethan Klein.
I told you guys to clap.
This is a good reaction.
Also, what do you mean by Israelis or Jews? Explain. Explain. Because the way that he uses that, it's almost like he thinks that's synonymous. It's almost like he thinks that you can't be Israeli if you're not Jewish, and that you must be Israeli if you are Jewish. He doesn't like, I'm not making any claims. I'm just saying what Ethan is saying. Yeah, much to consider. And if you're Jewish, you must be a Zionist, or you are a token, and you are less of a Jew in Ethan's mind. So, Ethan just posted a story. Wait, what did he say? I have too many tabs open. He's botting views. Launched. Remember, this is the old channel, H3H3 Productions. The song called me stupid and said my video is bad.
And while obviously many of you are wondering, Hasan, are you going to be watching Ethan's content, Nuke? The answer is, of course not. But many people have texted me so far being like, dude, this is the dumbest fucking thing.
Oh, I should text Hasan right now.
Why did he...
I should text Hasan exactly the same thing. Just, bro, this is the dumbest thing. Do you know what a token character or a token person means? Yes, chatter, I do know what a token is. I'm not gonna bother. It's fine. Confirmed.
Spend months of his entire life making this video.
You didn't give the correct explanation. What are you talking about? And saying somebody is a token is implying that they are less of that identity. That's the implication. Or he's a sellout of that identity.
What I understand, the reviews are not great. Turns out when
that's not at all what a token means, actually. Oh, all of one race. That's also not what a token means. That's what tokenism is bad. It's like having a black friend does not make you not racist. Exactly. It means a sellout. Yes. It does not mean that you just represent the entire race. It means that you are utilized as a representation for the race, as a sellout of your community for a specific purpose. It implies that somebody who is not a token is better than somebody who is a token. I think it was collecting tokens to the point that he became what implies that he's not actually Jewish and he stumbled upon the identity. Exactly. Exactly. He implies that he's not as Jewish as Ethan is. You know what I mean? That's what the implication is. Google is free. Okay, well then go there. And you said about JVP, yes, he's saying that JVP are tokens, right? What Ethan means is, by this combo is he has gotten in trouble for this before. He's replaced it with anti-Semitism. Text Hasan and say, I said hi, I got you. Gold Ruby Productions. Funny to claim that Jews come from the Middle East and call the Arab Jew a token. Yeah. Calling somebody a token creates an in-group for whatever the reason is the sole arbiter of. But even past that, him saying that that Capri collected so many tokens that he became one, right? Which I don't necessarily know exactly what he means by that. The implication is that either he wasn't Jewish before and became Jewish, implication is that he is less of a Jew than like Ethan is or whatever. Honestly, you know what? Maybe I was too mean to that chatter. It's not my fault that I can't understand Ethan. It's, you know, or it's not Ethan's fault that I can't understand what he's saying. So I was referring to anti-Semitic trope around being greedy. I don't think Ethan would necessarily do that, right? He wouldn't do it. Ethan always speaks for like 90% of Jews and then dismisses the many Jewish people that disagree with him this way. Yeah. You Google token character, this AI summary is what that chatter said. Wait, really? Yeah, we shouldn't be responsible for the words we use.
And you're not particularly smart
trying to evaluate
or particularly knowledgeable about politics,
yes.
And you try to do a political takedown, people are going to look at it and say, yeah, you're kind of stupid.
Bro, you can't just say like, oh, everybody's loving it because you sent your audience to go like the video. And then like, for the most part, people just genuinely aren't watching the video on the main video feed. You know what I mean? The only people watching the video on the video feed are the people who like the video. Everybody else has decided to not give it views and watch it everywhere else. You know what I mean? Especially the amount of people you sent to mass thumbs down. This is all you can do. Like, this is kind of funny. And most important, never watch the video. Why would he watch the video? You know what I mean? If Ethan wanted Hasan to like see his talking points, he could have called Hasan at any point. Actually reported it for harassment. My legs. My legs. I thought it was something more than this, honestly. Anyway, we have to finish this off, though. We're continuing.
That was a good one. That's good. All right, turn that up. Turn
We all know where this is going.
You guys are missing a category for Zionist. That was a joke. That was just a joke in my...
Stand up. Well, obviously it's Love Sabra, right?
Yeah,
that's easy. That's definitely Love Sabra.
She apparently consulted with the head of the KKK, and he told her, more subtle. So if it wasn't obvious enough, they pulled me, one of the best-known Jewish creators, and immediately put me in Sabra. Hasan, by the way, who's Turkish, not Arab, is Arab. That's the good one. The Arab ethnicity is S tier. Then Dems jokes that we don't have a category low enough for Zionists. Once again, calling out my Jewish identity.
Dude, where's the... You guys are missing a category for Zionist.
And if it isn't about being Jewish, why would they
Also, she didn't even say the category low enough, but that's separate.
Ben Shapiro in the thumbnail, one of the other most prominent Jews on YouTube, in the category next to me, when he's not even featured in the game? Who's next?
Because he's Islamophobic, Ethan. That's kind of the point, no? It's not the fact that you're Jewish, it's the fact that you're Islamophobic. Also, it doesn't even mean anything. Denims was also in Love Sabra, right? You guys are buddies down there. You guys are pals. Like, you guys are pals.
Next down there, Anne Frank, Einstein, Seth Rogen, Schindler. Well, he wasn't Jewish, but they would put him down there, let's be real. It also doesn't help their case that both my wife and Ben Shapiro's wife were born in Israel, which would make them...
What? Oh, come on, bro. Come on, dude. What about Denims? Was Denim's wife also born in Israel? Do I not know that about Denims? Like, the more you know, I guess.
Them Sabras. So Love Sabra, literally in this case, means Jew lover. That sounds pretty racist. And what about the title? How Arab are these Twitch streamers? Hold on a minute. I thought this was about hummus. You know, I'm tired of these people gaslighting me. Haven't the Jews been gassed enough?
But no, it was never about
hummus.
hummus. It was about who can say Habibi.
Microaggression is, but you can't understand why a Jewish man might be uncomfortable with this. I feel like this is indefensible, blatant, obvious anti-Semitism, and this was greenlit by Twitch to appear on their main stage. How is that even possible?
No, it wasn't. This also wasn't on the main stage. This was like the secondary or tertiary stage, actually. This was not the main stage. This was like, okay, chat. Do you know how long I had to walk to find this theater, bro? I had to walk a lot. You feel me? The room's not very big. I had to like walk through the entire auditorium like twice trying to find which theater this was in. This is not the main stage. It's not. Yeah, Hasan was on the main. No, Hasan wasn't even on the main stage. The main stage was like the Glitch Pop Arena. It was an arena. It was huge. It was giant. You know what I mean? Hasan was on a different theater, not this theater, but a smaller theater than the Glitch Pop Arena, but it was bigger than this. This is like the third stage. You know what I mean? There was another main stage. Yes, there was 2 stages larger than this one.
Aggression.
And then you have the Twitch Rivals Arena. So technically there's 3 stages larger than this one.
But you can't miss. You know, I'm tired of these people gaslighting me. Haven't the Jews been gassed enough? So you're telling me you understand what I mean?
What? That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. That is an insane joke to make, as you claim to care about the seriousness of anti-Semitism. That's wild. That's wild. If he was taking it seriously, he would make that joke. That's my point. It's crazy.
Microaggression is, but you can't understand why a Jewish man might be uncomfortable with this. I feel like this is indefensible, blatant, obvious anti-Semitism, and this was greenlit by Twitch to appear on their main stage. How is that even possible? Right in front of their sponsors too, Chevron, Capcom, and Samsung. This racial tier list was brought to you by our sponsors, Chevron, Capcom, and Samsung. This is an example of Twitch management elevating a racist nobody like Frogan at the detriment of their own company's well-being. Why? After the predictable controversy this caused, Dan Clancy, the CEO, went live for the first time after 2 weeks and did an FAQ.
It's exciting to be here. Mary, thanks for having me. It's always a joy to do this with you. And we have a lot to talk about. And looking forward to questions.
Let's take a look at some of the questions they got. This person asked, do you plan on addressing the anti-Semitism problem?
Bro. Wait, hold on. Run this back again. Where did this from, chat? Just, I'm wondering.
Anti-Semitism problem?
Why is it not letting me go back?
And looking forward to questions.
Let's take a look at some of the questions they got. This person.
I feel like I've seen this before. I feel like I've seen this before. Just, it just looks familiar. Also, it's weirdly cut, but I'm pretty sure I've seen this before. Pretty sure I've seen this before. I mean, I can look and see if I can find it. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Am I 2 for 2? Am I 2 for 2 right now? What is that? On Dan Saltman's YouTube channel? Is that, what does it say? Broccoli poi? Broccoli poi? It's confirmed. Confirmed. It looks pretty similar, no? I think it looks pretty similar.
I got banned from Twitch.
I want to see if he features it in this. This is just freaking Dan yapping, but it's in the freaking thumbnail. I could probably find the exact screenshot. If I can Google Lens this backwards. Screenshots. Scroll. Cool. Images. Google. I can't find the full screenshot. I found this video again. That's the first thing that pops up. Real quit simping? Just retweets Destiny a bunch. Well, to be fair to him, though, it's not exactly the same. So, hello? Oh, there it is. When was Hasan last mentioned in his video? Too long ago.
Asked, do you plan on addressing the anti-Semitism problem? Dan's response, permanent ban. Why do you not ban streamers that show terrorist propaganda on your website? Good question. Permanent ban. Do you care to comment about the 80?
Oh, that's the green message I was looking for. That's the green message I was looking for. Right here. It's right there. Exclamation point, ask, why do you not ban streamers that show terrorist propaganda on your website? It was Dan Saltman's freaks who got the Twitch staff's internal docs and docs Twitch staff, so they absolutely from him. Even though show could be either posted on Discord or something, it's wild. Where on earth could be just be pulled from? Yeah, it definitely can't be pulled from a singular place where it comes from, which is like just Dan Saltman.
DL and anti-Semitism on Twitch. Ban. Why the fuck is the CEO banning people for asking reasonable questions?
Those aren't reasonable questions. They're obviously loaded questions. Like you can't sit there and be like reasonable questions like, why are you a terrorist? You must answer my criticism. You must respond.
Relevant controversy they've been in. What the fuck is this?
This doesn't even load. What is this even from?
Not even written like in a mean way. You are banned, just like the entire country of Israel. It had just been discovered around the same time as this Arab terrorism.
Come on,
that
bro.
Twitch had secretly, without announcing it anywhere, banned the entire country of Israel from creating new accounts.
And
this was enacted right after.
Oh, because he doesn't think Palestine is an actual legitimate country. So which is why he never brings it up. Interesting that he never brings it up. He's never talked the fact that signups from Palestine were also banned.
For 7.
Even the I think it's only phone or email. One of the two.
It continued on for a year. And if you're wondering
like
how you didn't hear
accounts were not banned for phone and email verification, one of them were banned for some period of time.
Before, it's not because the Israelis weren't talking. Here's the top Israeli streamer's video about it, which is entitled "Twitch does not want Jews on their platform." He explains that they slowly started to realize no accounts could be made, and him and his fellow Israeli streamers were causing a lot of noise to get noticed. But Twitch completely ignored them for 5 months. When no accounts could be made, and him and his fellow Israeli streamers were causing a lot of noise to get noticed. But Twitch completely ignored them for 5 months. When he created a support ticket,
it was phone. Phone was not banned. One of the two. One either. It was on email. Thank you. It was email.
Twitch, it was straight up deleted with zero explanation. Around the end of the year, when people started talking about anti-Semitism on Twitch, Dan Saltman discovered the Israel ban when he was sent the code proving the block happened, presumably from someone who works at Twitch, and it could no longer be ignored. Israeli and American media started to pick up the story, which finally forced Twitch to respond. He also explains the block started on October.
I wonder why he's not
13th, which happens to be Global Jihad Day, when Islamic terrorists call on others globally.
Bro, wait, how would you know that? How would you know if the block started on October 13th instead of October 7th? How would you know that? Wait, did you try to make an account on October 8th and it worked? And then you tried again on October 14th and it didn't work?
To act, which he thinks is an odd coincidence. They were never notified in any way, and it greatly affected their business. He says he doesn't feel safe with Dan Clancy in power, as he feels he can no longer trust him. When Israelis try to sign up, it gives you a generic error message. It doesn't say anything to suggest that you're ineligible because you're in Israel. So when one of these guys wrote to Twitch customer service,
I wonder why he's not talking about Palestinians.
This is what they said. I am really sorry that you are having issues creating an account. We have reviewed your case thoroughly and can confirm that, unfortunately, you are not eligible to create a Twitch account. As a result, we will be closing your case at this time.
Under the new increased scrutiny, Dan Clancy panicked and posted 2 terrible explanations on Twitter that were immediately community noted.
How can Twitch say on one hand that they've reviewed the case thoroughly, and then on the other hand say it was an accident and they didn't know? This is all very fishy. A big media company like Twitch doesn't realize that their new account signups from Israel has completely flatlined.
And Palestine. Unless he doesn't think Palestine is a, valid entity. It's kind of interesting that he doesn't bring that up. I'm from Morocco and I still can't verify my account.
You're telling me that you guys didn't notice that. That's
I'm glad you're in here, Chatter, because I think I thought I had verification turned on.
Then, at the same time, it was announced that Sneeko, Fresh and Fit, and the little Houthi twink terrorists were all...
Fresh and Fit are still on YouTube. What is he talking about? He had them on his stream. What is he talking about? And yeah, they're banned on Twitch. All 3 of the people he mentioned are banned on Twitch currently, but guess where they're not banned on? The platform where he's uploading this video.
All unbanned, and they could stream again on Twitch. This is like the holy trinity of anti-Semitism.
So guys, yeah, we're back on Twitch. Welcome. I know we had gotten banned.
Bro, you can even see in the chat, the chats are coming in from YouTube as well. They were multi-streaming. They're streaming on both. and Rumble.
Or whatever, or we got suspended, but I went ahead and appealed it, and we're back in the house, man. So for all the haters out there that were like, you know,
like, look,
or whatever, or we got suspended, but
Twitch and YouTube, and guess where they're still banned at now? They're banned on Twitch, and guess where they streamed at yesterday? They streamed on YouTube. Confirmed. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? Just so dishonest. So dishonest, bro. Just insanely dishonest.
I went ahead and appealed it, and we're back in the house, man. So for all the haters out there that were like, you know, oh yeah, they go ban on Twitch. Hey, be mad, guys, because we are back in the house. They can't stop us.
They did stop them an hour later. All 3 of the accounts were eventually rebanned, but the decision to unban
Okay, what about YouTube? 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 So they were banned an hour later. What about YouTube? I'm sure they're banned on YouTube right now. Currently, right now, I'm sure they're banned on YouTube right now. If he's talking all this shit, he's yapping, he's chatting. I'm sure that right now, if I were to type in "fresh and fit" currently into my YouTube bar, I will see them not at all. I will only see response videos to them because they're banned, right, Ethan? Right? I'm sure if I type it into the chat right now, into YouTube, if I type in "fresh and fit," oh, it looks like the first result is them, and they posted 23 hours ago. 1.56 million views and subscribers currently on the platform that Ethan Klein streams on. Huh. Interesting. And Twitch banned them within an hour, but YouTube never banned them. Right? They stream 3 nights a week. Right? Money Monday, RP Wednesday, Fitness Call on Friday. It seems like that's something that Ethan would want to talk about if he truly cared about combating anti-Semitism, or maybe he just has a vendetta against Twitch specifically. I don't know, maybe.
Those 3 creators at that exact time, and being 3 of the best known anti-Semites on the internet, seems to clearly be trying to send a message. And then it was discovered that Twitch's head of policy and community guidelines was previously fired from her job publicly by the British government. Why? She does not like the Jews. That's right. Their head of trust and safety was previously suspended from her job at Ofcom.
Wait. Run that back. Run that back.
Does not like the Jews. That's right. Their
UK TV regulator Ofcom suspends director for liking Instagram posts accusing Israel of ethnic cleansing. What does that have to do with the Jews, Ethan? What does that have to do with the Jews? What does it have to do with the Jews? It's in you posted this. This is in your YouTube video. Oh, you're right. 5 degrees of separation. I guess the 5 degrees of separation is he doesn't think it's a genocide. That's where the separation between him and Hasan is.
head of trust and safety was previously suspended from her job at
anti-Israeli posts after posts about Israel
for being too anti-Zionist. And guess where her very next job was at? That's right, Twitch.
Okay, anti-Zionist. I thought you were talking about anti-Semitism. Unless you think that anti-Semitism is anti-Zionism. Ethan, unless you believe that, that's not what you believe. If you believe that anti-Semitism is anti-Zionism, right? Otherwise, I don't see an issue. Unless you believe that it should be illegal for people to criticize Israel, the state of Israel, that anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. If you believe that, you should say it. You should come out very clear and say that's what you believe. This was the post As if it wasn't bad enough already, the UK is already set to participate in the ethnic cleansing and genocide of Palestinians. Shame on this vile colonial alliance. I can't read. Vile colonial alliance. So interesting. Interesting. I don't know what he means by this section. So she was just correct? I don't know what he means by this section. I don't know.
TV. Apparently she was posting pro-Hamas tweets only mere days after October 7th happened. That's so interesting. It sounds just like someone else we know. It's almost like
where are these tweets at then? Why didn't he show those headlines? Why did he add that as a footnote, right? And only show articles talking about the anti-Israel posts? Why didn't he show the pro-Hamas posts? Why didn't he show the pro-Hamas tweets? I'm just saying. I think that's quite interesting. I'm just saying.
Supporting terrorists is institutional. Hell, it might even be a prerequisite. Take a look at this tweet from Twitch's senior manager of inclusive marketing, Bridget Chermating, on October 12th. People are posting screenshots of them donating to Israel relief funds. Shake my head, y'all are truly rooting for the oppressor. Read a damn book. This tweet was made only 5 days after the October 7th massacre. The donations she's criticizing would go to families like this, if they were still alive. This entire family was murdered in cold blood by Hamas terrorists on October 7th. Bridget, who did these little girls oppress? How can you act so high and mighty for your cause and be so callous and inhuman for the innocents on the other side?
Wasn't it supposed to be a Hasan Nuke? Now it's like dunking on Twitch, apparently.
Was made by the senior manager for inclusive marketing. Is that some kind of joke? Is this what inclusion looks like at Twitch?
Is it really crazy at this point?
You know, he's not talked about Palestinians a single time in this hour-and-a-half long video. I just want to point that out there, right? The supporter of Palestinians, he cares so much about Palestinians. He talked about how he donated a single time, $6,000, Broke Boy Energy. And that's about it. Has he said the word apartheid? You know you didn't.
After all this, to say that Twitch has an anti-Semitism problem, I think it would be harder at this point to argue the opposite.
Oh, Bridget, one more thing. Sorry, I forgot. Can you tell me the answer to this riddle? What's the difference between a Boy Scout and a Jewish kid? I'm standing by. Let us know. And yes, it's true. I should point out this tweet is from 2011. This one, however, is from 22. Sarah Silverman tweeted out, Kanye threatened the Jews yesterday on Twitter and it's not even trending. Why do mostly only Jews speak up against Jewish hate? The silence is so loud. Bridget said, this was the energy I was around when I worked with 2 Jewish women in social impact, who are both senior to me. She's trying to make Sarah Silverman seem like some kind of Jewish Karen for caring about anti-Semitism. I wouldn't really care about any of this if she wasn't the head of fucking diversity at Twitch. What the fuck is happening here? This is insane.
So with people like her deciding what is and isn't okay on Twitch, there's no surprise that you end up with these.
This is a different person, by the way. Is that what she was saying? I mean, he has to project onto it. But like, this is a different person. This is a different person. This is not the same person. Is he getting like, is he confusing the 2 black women?
Extraordinarily uneven enforcements of the rules.
Take, for example, this clip of the streamer Destiny. He was permanently banned for what he said here.
That community is never worth engagement. There's no point in doing it. Like, it's too, the risk of me like ending up getting like permabanned and my life destroyed because of these like inbred fucking disgusting losers is like, it's just not worth it. It's just totally not worth it.
And okay, you know, fair enough. If you're going to be consistent.
That's not what got him banned, but you know.
With the enforcement, then, you know, let's have a friendly place, a safe environment. It's calling a minority group inbred, which results in a permanent ban. Okay, has anyone else done that?
The Jewish KKK brigades out there, just a bunch of fucking inbred hicks. Imagine the most inbred white supremacist guy you can imagine, okay?
That's not what got him banned, though. Did he Sean Street longest stream by far? No, I went 12 hours once.
There was another fucking psychopathic settler, inbred fucking douchebag. Oh, these inbred fucking douchebags in the background, dude. A nation entirely comprised of messianic, inbred, ultra-orthodox psychopaths that these inbred don't understand. Educated, inbred, fundamentalist hicks.
Calling us in the middle of campus, calling us inbred, that we have no culture. One of them grabbed my friend's Israeli flag in the middle of campus, carried it to a mob by the gate that were communicating with the angry mobs outside of campus.
Untrained, inbred asses shipped into southern Lebanon, telling us that we are all inbred and that we have no culture.
You want to see clips?
Yeah, you probably could.
Inbred.
He said worse, but
inbred.
So Destiny didn't get banned for saying that somebody was inbred. Where did he get this information from? Destiny himself doesn't say he was banned for saying that somebody was inbred. You know what I mean? That's not what he got banned for. Dan Saltman? Oh. Okay, that makes sense then. He got banned for transphobia? Yes. He got banned for transphobia. That's what he got banned for.
Hasan, a non-Jewish person, is referring to Jews as inbred consistently.
Well, if we were to be entirely accurate, you could say he was talking about Israelis, which you know, it's synonymous to Ethan, which I don't understand. That's the case, because I don't think it is synonymous. But
about his career.
Inbred, ultra-orthodox psychopaths.
Zero punishment. Hasan interviewing a Houthi pirate.
The Houthis, Ansar Allah, is doing what Luffy would do. You should tell him that.
Zero punishment. Hasan watching terrorist propaganda with zero critical commentary.
They do musicals. They're very musical people. Are you being serious?
Zero punishment. Hasan threatening a sitting congressperson. This one actually blew my mind. When I saw he tweeted that, I said, he's done after this for sure. For sure he is.
For those that may not recognize this weapon, I'll explain.
Wait, you had a podcast with him at the time, right? Am I confused? Wasn't leftovers happening at this time?
Shinzo Abe is a former Japanese prime minister. He served from 2012 to 2020. He was
Also,
assassinated.
didn't Ethan say something about the NRA? I just want to point that out there.
In July of 22, in a stunning fashion that left the Japanese public horrified. He was killed with a makeshift weapon that the shooter had built himself at home. So when Hasan saw this tweet that he didn't like, he posted the schematics in what can only be presumed as an invitation to someone in his fan base to build this weapon and then assassinate this sitting congressperson.
What? That's what can be assumed? I think he was just admiring the architecture.
I genuinely do not know how he didn't land himself in prison for making terroristic threats.
Zero punishment.
Let the streets soak in their fucking red capitalist bloods.
And this isn't just a Hasan problem. It underscores a disturbing trend among leftists on Twitch. The problem is, if you can believe it, these people are frequently making death threats and facing zero consequence. I know it sounds far-fetched, but I assure you it's very real.
Listen, I'll up the numbers, okay? 30K to anyone who'll make this dipshit disappear.
Bro, that Destiny guy needs to get
Hey, who is this guy? Who's that guy? I don't even recognize that guy. I actually don't. I have no idea who this is. The Legends player? Okay, that actually makes sense.
Not gonna fucking lie.
It would just be so easy. It would solve all of our problems. Like, we would have socialism now at this point, right? We would have socialism at this point. If someone just went out of their way and it would be so easy.
Whoa. What was that? What are these? What are these? I said no such thing. Who is that guy? Mods, take him out back and Old Yeller him. Actually, mods, what? Mods, get him out of here. Mods, make it. And he's inbred. Thank you, mods. First of all, I just want to point out, I rebuke these captions. I would never say such things. I would never say such things. And you have no proof. You have no proof. No proof. No proof. Confirmed. Confirmed. NP Sharky, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Also, Katie, thank you for the gifted sub. Freaking 30 minutes ago that I missed. Also, P name drop. Thank you for the prime. Digzy, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Chat, you can't gift me subs. It's almost like you agree with what this is on the screen right here. And I would never. Also, like, I'm talking about a video game, obviously. Run it back.
Not gonna fucking lie.
Also, I wish you would show my full clip. My full clip is so good. It's so funny.
It would solve all of our problems. Like, we would have socialism now at this point, right? We would have socialism at this point. If someone just went out of their way and it would be so easy.
Thing that happens, I mean, like, holy shit, guys. If you live in Florida, I have an opportunity for you. If you want to earn $100,000, let me know.
Actually, Mike from PA, the dude that's stuck in the before image of a transformation story, did receive a 3-day ban.
This man put a bounty on a fellow streamer's head. This man should not be getting a
Which I disavow, chat. I disavow. You should not do such things. I am against that. Mike, what a bad boy. What a naughty man. What a naughty man for such things. And I don't think you should do that. And I am glad that Twitch took a stand. I am glad that Twitch took a stand and punished him for saying such things. Good on Twitch for really doing what needs to be done. Confirmed.
Suspension. He should be getting a knock on his door from the FBI.
I made this video for 2 reasons. First, to stop Hasan infiltrating mainstream media. Hasan has been welcomed by many mainstream outlets. They view him as a friendly social democrat.
Gosh darn it, though. Wait, did Moz already pay out? Yeah. I did get a mention. Slight mention. Staffy, thank you for the 100 bits. KiwiCo, thank you for the 3-month resubscription. Staffy, thank you for the 100 bits again. And we hit 21,000 subscribers. Chat, you can't say that. It almost appears like you agree with the things that are said. And we obviously disavow, chat. We obviously disavow. I say those things are bad. I say those things are horrific, except for what I said. I stand by that 100%. For the stuff you can prove. You think he can stop Hasan? Yeah, I mean, good luck. Good luck.
To stop Hasan infiltrating mainstream media. Hasan has been welcomed by many mainstream outlets. They view him as a
Staffy,
friend.
thank you for the 100 bits again, bro. Staffy dropping bits like crazy. Thank you, much appreciated. Thank you all for watching and for being here for that. I wish you played my full clip. It was so good. My full clip is funny. Neb, thank you for the 50 bits. What's the goal to keep Hasan out of mainstream media? Then what were the last 4 months of unhinged IG stories and multi-based videos about? The same thing. Show the clip. We'll show the clip. I requested a freestyle. We're busy right now. We're talking about serious stuff like keeping Hasan out of mainstream media.
Social democrat, as someone who's just trying to spread progressive politics online to an important demographic. But we know that's not true. He is not their friend or their ally. If you ever see Hasan rubbing shoulders,
I think Hasan is my friend. I thought we were best friends. The bestest of friends.
With anyone from mainstream media, let them know politely, with all the civility in the world, what kind of person he is when he thinks mainstream media isn't watching. Help them understand that his name should be associated with people like Nick Fuentes and Alex Jones, other fringe rappers.
Bro, what? He said Hasan is like Nick Fuentes? That's crazy. That's wild. I wish this video dropped before the Destiny stuff dropped, because I guarantee you would have seen so much more Destiny propaganda. So much more Destiny propaganda that he cut out. Not all of it, though. I went to the Call of Nick Fuentes? Really? I'm so sorry, Cheddar. Did he also like chicken and waffles then, too?
Radical political commentators. Number 2, Twitch must be held accountable. Twitch has proven that it will not change by choice, and so it is our moral imperative to enact that change through any reasonable means that we can. Samsung, Chevron, and Capcom. Twitch has given them a lasting association with a racial tier list with Arabs at the top and Jews at the bottom. These brands have every right to know, and they should. We all recall YouTube's adpocalypse. It happened when ads were running over ISIS recruitment videos, and it caused a brand exodus. The same thing is
also, he was like against that. Are we gonna sit here and act like Ethan was like not like against the adpocalypse? Like, he advocated against the apocalypse, and he's like, yeah, let's do it again.
Happening now on Twitch. But instead of ISIS, it's the Houthis, Hamas, and Hezbollah. Dan Clancy's refusal to moderate extremists is the only reason for any of this. He is the sole person to blame. He had so many opportunities to stop
take the Air Force out of this, honestly. If you can get the Air Force to stop supporting Twitch or whatever, like, you know, maybe that'd be for the best.
Ultimately, after dedicating months of my life...
How many of these brands are on the BS list? A lot of them.
...to creating this video, I am left with one overwhelming conclusion. Fuck this dude.
Wow. Video was kind of trash, honestly. I expected better. I expected better, chat. I'm gonna be real. I'm disappointed.
Fucking lie.
It would just be so easy. It would solve all of our problems. Like, we would have socialism now at this point, right? We would have socialism at this point if someone just went out of their way and. It would be so easy.
Whoa! What was that? What are these? What are these? I said no such thing. Who is that guy? Mods, take him out back and Old Yeller him. Actually, mods, just mods, what? Mods, get him out of here. Mods, make it. And he's inbred. But I missed it. Mods, make it. And he's inbred. True. Confirmed. Lower sound. Jumped in my 5.0. Thank you for the 20 bits and for the 40 bits. Wait. Did I miss that? I missed that one. I have so many tabs open, bro. I'm struggling. Oh, here we go. But yeah, honestly, kind of disappointing. I expected better. I expected better. But you think Crash is gonna make it harder to make a part 2? Honestly, I don't think he can make a part 2. There's nothing really else to say. Thank you for streaming this, of course. Yeah, we got through it. It took forever. We're like at 10 hours now. I also want to point out my where's my too zoomed in. Yeah, there it is. My tweet here. Make sure you like it. My phone control, laughably unconvincing trash slop by Ethan. Yeah, I don't know what he thinks is gonna happen from this. Like, I don't think it's gonna hit the way he thinks it's gonna hit, honestly. Like, I don't. He repeated himself for 2 hours saying the same thing over using different words, moreover like 75% of it is in front of a green screen, poorly acting. Yeah. I really honestly thought that the people were gonna have one more hidden piece of info that we're gonna drop in this. Yeah, but no, it was just Hasan, the terrorist supporting fake socialist or whatever, and that's kind of it. That's where it landed. And I'm like, I expected better. But now we can kind of put Ethan Klein to rest. And if this summary was good, I gotta lie. Honestly, the best thing we can do following this, here, I'll let Denim speak first, and I'll have the last word.
I've been duped. Was Hasan...
Me, a 40-year-old child, was duped by Hamas Piker. That's Hasan groomed me, and I was a neurodivergent minor at the ripe age of 40.
True. Confirmed. Confirmed. That's funny. He's funny. Denims is awesome. Shout out Denims. Honestly, I had fun. It was a fun journey. It was not worth me staying on stream for, honestly. I could have just not done this personally, but you know, the more you know. But we did it. We got through it. Should through all that vitriol. I mean, you too, Nina is here. People don't talk about the unsung heroes in chat. The chatters who got clipped and had their messages changed, like Nina was here. Or Nina is here. I remember your sacrifice. True. That you're happy not to give him any views. Of course. I probably will not be talking about Ethan again after this saga is over. So he's gonna cry and get all of his takes out about how either people are paying attention to him or people are not paying attention to him. How many people like this videos? How many people hate this video or whatever? He's gonna talk about it for the next 3 streams, but this is where we put Ethan to rest. He didn't have anything new. I thought he might, and so I don't know how much I'm gonna talk about him in the future. Hey, look, this is my stream. Nuke watch. Nuke was so lame and did nothing. Yeah, remember that I stayed to watch you? Thank you, chatter. It turned out to be a bottle rocket, if that. But who knows? Maybe we'll all get clapped by Twitch and it'll be over for us or whatever. And Twitch will take a stand and fire Dan Clancy. Do you think we're going to see Olivia again? I feel bad for Olivia. I like Olivia. She seems very nice and very chill and very cool. And she got, you know, undeservedly yelled at by Ethan today. And I wish her the best. And I hope that her streaming career takes off so that she can leave and have an independent source of income and leave the H3H3 production show. That's what I'll say. That's what I'll drop my conclusion. Right. It's like Drake dropping the Heart Part 6. True. True. She easily find another job, to be honest. I'm sure he pays very well though. After they leave, you have to get the fuck out, man. Yeah, if y'all saw what he did today, it was just unnecessary. He had an employee, not like he screamed at her, but like he was very, very contentious when she was just trying to lightly suggest that he used they them pronouns for somebody who is non-binary. Olivia AB, I saw she cried. I didn't see that, so I won't speak on that specifically. And then they buttoned something. I don't know what they buttoned, but like it was unnecessary. It was extremely unnecessary. It was very mean. It was very mean, right? They didn't show her again and ended the show super abruptly. I think they were always planning on ending the show after they dropped the nuke. But they didn't show her again. And chat was very even the members only chat was very concerned about Olivia. You know what I mean? Like the members only chat was super concerned. Like, where is she? Where is she? Like, where is she? You know what I mean? All the comments on today's pod are hating on Ethan. And I think the nuke will get a lot of positive comments, but like I need the clip. Let me see if I can find it. It wasn't nice. It wasn't very nice. I will be very clear about that.
The day.
They button again?
Guys, 1 minute. Person in, and I get him.
Where's the timestamp? Was 10 minutes before the drop?
And his coming to terms with.
Okay, yeah, so it's around here.
Well, it's
respect.
No, it doesn't.
Call me he. Like literally.
So the problem is Bo Blacks, I believe it's Bo Blacks, came out as non-binary, and the crew was talking about like what pronouns to use. And Olivia, and I think AB, and I think Dan also jumped in too. Were saying to use they them pronouns, and he was like, "I'm just gonna use he him," and then they were just like, "Just use they them. It's not, you feel me? Like it's not crazy." Even chat's like, "Even how hard is it to use they them pronouns?" These all pronouns, but Olivia was trying to explain that if you're not sure, they them is respectful until you know. Yeah, Olivia is correct, right? If you don't know somebody's pronouns, if you are hesitant, right, defaulting to they them is the most respectful option, so you're not like accidentally misgendering somebody until you find out. And then once you find out, then using those pronouns, right? And they didn't know, and then Ethan was like, "I'm going to use he him regardless," right? That's the context of this.
He's referring to himself as a man here because it seems like a giant piece of shit to trans people. To
built a career around that hell site. It's them.
If Bobby wants to take care of their mental health, first step, get off of X Twitter.
I mean, that is good advice. You're not wrong.
But you were also a giant shitbag, so I feel like you need to make some amends too. Like you can't just be
I feel like I'm part of it. Again, I have no love for Bo Blacks, right? They did suck 100%, right? I feel like a part of it is because Ethan doesn't like this person. He doesn't feel the need to like correctly gender them because he doesn't respect them as a person. You know what I mean? And I'm a big proponent of I don't care how shitty you are as a person. I'm not gonna like misgender you, right? Because you were a bad person. Like there's no reason to do that. I'm not gonna dehumanize somebody because that's morally against what I am about, right? But Ethan was totally fine with doing that. I think that's kind of like the hang up that where the misstep was.
Oh, I'm trans now. Everyone be nice to me. It's like you were a fucking giant piece of shit to trans people, to gay people, to everybody on the internet.
I made a video about the attempted Twitch adpocalypse that goes crazy into the shit Dan Solomon did. which is kind of hilarious, timely about how Ethan using him as a primary source. But we're not going to watch this today, obviously. Maybe tomorrow, because it's not necessarily directly Ethan related.
$dollars a day.
Yeah. Tell me your pronouns so I don't mention you as I'm bullying you.
They were just a total fucking dickhead his whole life. So like, bro needs to come to God a little more. You know what I mean? Like he's got some amends to make. You know, it's not like all of a sudden he's a great. Or sorry, where did Bobby say the pronouns is they? Because it seems like they's referring to themselves as
like this is like, and everybody's like laughing at like Ethan just misgendering this person because it's like, haha, weird, trans, weird, right? Non-binary, weird. What did he, she, they, them, it say? Like, come on, bro. It's so low hanging, right? And hacky as like just as a joke. You feel me? It's like, come on.
As a man here.
Usually neutral pronouns they them when someone
If somebody's
non-binary,
that's it's fair to assume. But I guess we're not.
I mean, he's
They.
I'm gonna say that. I'm gonna say he. He's referring to himself as a man in this tweet. And
It might be that they go by everything.
I mean,
It's
if he's
possible.
not specifically said like my pronouns are they them, I don't think it's that big of a deal, is it? To be like I have to call them they them.
No, it's
like it's come on, bro. It's about respect. It's genuinely about respect as another human being. You know what I mean? Respect as another human being. You don't know somebody's pronouns. Generally, it's best to default to using gender neutral pronouns so you don't misgender somebody. Right? Because you don't lose anything by using they them pronouns for somebody. Right? You don't lose anything. Right? But like you could potentially harm this trans person by using the wrong pronouns. Right? So just defaulting to gender neutral pronouns, they them pronouns, defaulting there, and then once you learn their pronouns, going from there is the most respectful thing you can do. Right? And as the chatter is also pointing out, it was a very considerate call out from Olivia. Right? She's not wrong. She's 100% correct. 100% correct. Right? I'm not going to let anybody gaslight Olivia to think that she's wrong here. Right? Dan's also correct because Dan's also jumping in here. AB also jumps in as well. Like the crew is correct. Olivia and Hila are not Olivia, sorry. Ethan and Hila are incorrect. They're wrong. Right? I think personally it's disrespectful to be like he, she, they, it, you know what I mean? Or whatever they're doing here. And then like everybody laughing and making jokes about it. I feel like that's a bit disrespectful, but like all you have to do is just say they. Even the chat saying, just say they. 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 And then once Ethan gets reinforcement, right? After Dan finds out and say that Blowback uses all pronouns, he's like, haha, see, I was correct for saying he and pronouns. You guys were yelling at me or whatever. Like, that's a little bit of spoilers, but here, I'll just play it.
Possible that it's not a big deal.
It's the safest and probably the most.
I feel totally comfortable calling him until he says otherwise.
Okay.
I feel that's
but even Olivia's just like,
and
okay, whatever.
I'm treating him like a human being, and he says he wants to eventually be feminine with body and facial hair is the end goal. I know I look 100% male right now. I don't know what's the pronouns, but until he's specified, then I don't see the need to.
Yeah, you can hear it. Someone said this as well when we were watching it live. You can hear it. You hear Olivia being like, "What?" in the background.
He's specified, then I don't see the need to.
What?
This is why I'm watching.
But anyway, I was saying.
The chat's like, Olivia's right. That's not respectful. Just try, Ethan. Listen to Olivia. Olivia, I'm on your side. As long as Ethan is comfortable. Okay. All right. Sure. Okay. All right. Yeah, sure. As long as the cis person is comfortable. Whatever makes the cis person comfortable. Oh, that's sarcasm. Maybe I'm just not reading it, but like that would be pretty funny, honestly, if it's sarcasm. I think it is. I honestly, you know what? I don't want to do the leftist thing where I like take somebody in face value and they're being sarcastic, and I'm like, I don't understand jokes, so I'll take your word for it, chat, that it's sarcasm. But man, it's funny. But also, this person saying chat is so soft, that's not sarcasm. You know what I mean? That's 100% genuine. Even this is not the hill you want to die on. Is it not just fruity, but too lazy to get rid of your body hair? Ayo? What?
What was I saying? Yeah, he was a giant piece of shit for a long time. So like,
agree, Ethan. Listen to Olivia. They, them, Ethan. They is always the safe way. It's so easy to say they.
Just because you're trans now
just
doesn't
say them. I'll take. Ethan, it's not about your comfort levels. Listen to Olivia. Ethan, stop. Ethan, no. Google non-binary. No, they, them for sure. It's like the A3 fan base doesn't deserve the benefit of the doubt at this point. I mean, I will always be fair. I will always be fair.
I mean, you're a good person all of a sudden.
Dude, I am 100%. And with mental illness, and I have mental illness, the worst is like, oh, I was just diagnosed like as severely depressed. But what about the Nazi rally you were at last week? Are we like cool with that now? Because you're depressed? Or like,
yeah.
you just get a pass?
But that being said, I have an open heart and an open mind. I'm way open to the Bobby redemption arc. You know what I mean? I'm just saying that I'm open to it. That's it. Yeah.
Again, as long as the sound bites keep coming in, God bless.
That's all we care about.
Yeah.
That's what we're here for.
You guys are so dumb and pathetic in the chat. Literally wait till he comes out and says, like, you can call me he. Like, literally wait till he says my pronoun's he. You
Like,
stupid.
that's not even the point, though. The point is that while you don't know, it's respectful to just use they, them. You don't lose anything by using they, them. Like, you don't. You don't know. Okay, so imagine a world that exists where they come out and say, don't call me they, them pronouns. I don't like that. You know what I mean? Imagine that world. Now you've just been disrespectful for no reason. Like, come on. Was the guy sitting next to him saying trans being mental illness? No. He's not saying trans is mental illness. He's talking about, in Bullbox's tweet, talking about their mental health issues. He's not saying that being trans is mental illness.
It fucking woke.
If he said that, I would have called it out.
Fucks. I'm being respectful.
No, it doesn't need to be more than it is.
Why are you
like,
assuming his pronouns?
Well, it's not when
You're
you
assuming his pronouns. He hasn't clarified.
Oh yeah, he's definitely screaming at her. He is screaming at her.
Well, it's not when
You're
you
assuming his
when you
pronouns.
use neutral
He
pronoun-
hasn't clarified.
No, when you use neutral. Sorry,
Calm
when
down.
you use
No,
neutral
it's annoying
pronouns,
because
it's
people come.
the most
By the way, you people in the chat who are like, "Oh, Ethan fucking is L being like transphobic." It's like you are presuming his pronouns. And by the way,
that's not true. Like, using they, them pronouns is not presuming somebody's pronouns. You're doing the opposite. You're not presuming any pronouns, right? You're using gender neutral language so that you're not gendering this person, right, in a way that they don't like. That's the entire point. Like, that's the entire point. It literally is the entire point. Use the one conservative joke. Did you just assume my pronouns?
Why are you being so militant about it? How does that help anybody?
Also, like the chat wasn't even being militant. They were just saying, "Hey, Ethan, they, them pronouns are fine. They're like, you're incorrect on this. You're wrong on this, right? And you are potentially, the chat doesn't know this at this point. You are potentially causing harm, right? You're potentially causing harm to somebody who is non-binary for no reason, right? Now, you know, it all worked out. Blowbacks came out and was like, any pronouns is fine, right? Cool, sick, awesome, amazing. They weren't actually harmed by the usage of he and pronouns. Perfect. But if they were, you're being a dick for no reason, right? But if they were harmed by he and pronouns, you're harming a trans person for no reason. It doesn't even make any sense. But also, true, now Olivia's harmed because you just screamed at her for no reason. We have knowing if blowbacks prefers she, they too. Yeah, he doesn't know. He doesn't know. He does not know. Does not know, like, he doesn't know anything, actually, at this point. At this point, he knows nothing. And so it's best to operate from the perspective of, like, okay, as gender neutral as possible, so I don't accidentally misgender this person, right? Because you're trying to be respectful. There's literally nothing to lose by using they them pronouns, just being unnecessarily mean. Exactly. Not even just being unnecessarily mean. He's being unnecessarily, like, reactionary. Like, it's almost like he doesn't, like, believe in they them pronouns. He doesn't believe that, like, they them pronouns are gender neutral. He doesn't understand what gender neutral means. Like, there's some disconnect in Ethan's mind about, like, this concept. You know what I mean? There's something that is not computing in his mind here for some reason. And he refused to actually engage with any pushback at all. You know what I mean? It's like, maybe people are just thinking or believing that, like, I don't know. He might genuinely be one of the most mean-spirited and dumb people on YouTube outside of the demons like Charlie Kirk. The correct response is just to just doing it instead of harping on it and yelling. Yeah. That's why this moron worked with Hasan for like 2 years and still not learned a single thing. It just doesn't make sense.
I'm obviously being respectful and I'm waiting for him to clarify. Like, you guys are fucking wrong. And if you ever want other people outside of your bubble to ever be respectful and take, like, trans people and non-binary people seriously, you have to fucking stop being so pathetically ridiculous when people...
Didn't he, like, come at Hasan for doing this, like, yelling at Catboy Collector that one time? This is, like, that I think this is, like, kind of, honestly worse. But, like, it's basically that same concept, right? Like, it's literally the most benign thing. The most benign thing. Imagine someone in the room was closeted as non-binary. And his first time either.
You have to fucking stop being so pathetically ridiculous when people are trying in good faith to make an effort and be respectful. Like, you guys are fucking wrong.
If I can chime in also with trans people that I personally know, this is not what they want. They just want to be treated respectfully. And as long, like...
They don't want people to use their pronouns? What? Like, actually, no, I know trans people and they are totally fine with being misgendered. They're totally fine with being misgendered, so long as you misgender them respectfully. Like, that's funny. Respect.
What Ethan was saying was totally respectful, so it really doesn't matter. We don't need to make such a big deal about...
But, like, okay, just taking a step back, because Ethan eventually goes on to say, like, none of us in this room are trans. So if that's the case, how can you and your wife also say what's respectful for trans people? Because you're not trans either. So you're saying that Olivia must not know because she's not trans, but you are also not trans. And there's a higher likelihood that, like, people in your audience are trans and that they would know. But you being like, I'm being respectful. You can't tell me I'm not being respectful. And hey, you want trans people to be taken seriously? You have to just do what I say or whatever.
He or they, until it's like he's saying, and we don't even...
I was like, Ethan, you're right. Ethan is spitting facts, though.
No, he might be totally fine with it. The point is that the conversation we're having is totally...
They them pronouns isn't presuming, though. It's ambiguous and applies to everyone. they is neutral. There's never anything wrong with using it. To be fair, if I'll go a little bit more woke than this chatter is, I feel like if you know somebody's pronouns or they prefer like she her pronouns and you like are maliciously using they them pronouns, that could also be that's also a form of misgendering, and that does happen a lot on the left. A lot of like malicious pronoun use, because like you're like I'm not gonna refer to you as she her pronouns. I don't view you as a trans woman, as a woman. I'm gonna view you as something other than a woman. Like that does exist. That does happen. So it's not always useful in a neutral connotation. This is something that happens, right? And this is something that I have to check with my own transphobia, right? I think like, am I just using they them pronouns for like trans women because like for whatever reason I don't think trans women are women? And so that's something that I've worked to unlearn as well, because that's something that I know that exists, right? But being open to like understanding like, hey, maybe I can do better as a cis person with respecting trans people is something that you can try to attempt to do, but you have to be open to receiving criticism. Also, Lance, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. You've missed the nuke section of the stream, and now we're talking about trans people. Still talking about Ethan, but now we're talking about trans people. Thank God. No more nuke, please. We're done with the nuke. We're done with the nuke now. 3311. Yeah, we've been going on for a while. You want to play some Valorant, Path? I should probably get off. But we can play Valorant. Nah, I'm good. But we can't. No. Okay, stop. Didn't they have an incident where they were banning gay chatters because Ethan said something offensive a while back? They always seem to have trouble navigating situations, and the community corrects them on topics regarding marginalized people. I'm not entirely sure. It's so obvious trans awareness is such a burden for the client to handle. You just have to be open. You have to be open for change and learning when you're doing something wrong. And Ethan being so staunchly in his own beliefs is kind of what everybody's problem with Ethan is in the first place, right? So I'm actually glad that I'm seeing this and I'm watching this, because it kind of gives me exactly what I realize my problem with Ethan is why I should stop talking about him, right? Is because he's just so staunchly in his belief, whatever those beliefs are, right? Whether it's just being like pro-genocide, whether it's being, you know, just transphobic, you know, in like a liberal transphobic way. He's not being like, oh, you're not valid as a trans person, but like just in like a kind of a flagrant disregard way. Yeah, he's stubborn and dogmatic is probably the best way to describe it. Just like kind of why like I don't necessarily think there's much to glean from like talking to Ethan, because he doesn't feel like he will change with actual pushback. I read like he flipped out on Olivia because he felt overwhelmed by chat. I think that's part of it. Like he's directing his anger at chat to like on Olivia. I think his anger at chat specifically comes from him just not necessarily wanting or receiving pushback. Like chat is only there, and it's only on members only to give him money, right? Chat is only open for people to give him money and people to monetarily support him and not to actually have a pushback, right? I'm not saying that makes it okay. I agree with you. I'm not saying like, I don't know if you're talking to chat. Don't listen to chat. Chat's wrong, right? But I do agree with you, Pat. They used to pull some apology podium whenever he says officers. That's why they got the button. His nerves are probably fried over the drop. Because he's not fit to house such a big community. He's intellectually incurious, realizing that Hasan is far more progressive than him. Made him realize that people might expect him to change, and that would require reconsidering a position. True. Yeah. He's the type of person who thinks that meeting people halfway when he hasn't even left the driveway yet. That's why he's mad when he's not praised. Yeah. And let's continue with this.
Respectful and promoting like accepting everything. So I don't understand why even go there.
That's like it reminds me of this conversation. Like
honestly, like this chat is like honestly kind of like it's kind of funny. This chat is more contentious than like Hasan's chat is at some points, but it's kind of similar to Hasan's chat where like the main streamer will say something and then the entirety of the chat will just be like, yeah, he's right. Listen to the big streamer or whatever. Like, but like even here, the chat's pretty contentious. Like, apologize to Olivia, listen to Olivia. I think part of this is because chat is parasocial with the crew as well. Like, people could watch this for Ethan. A lot of people do watch this for Ethan, but a lot of people watch it for the crew. And you're going to see a lot of contention when it comes to the crew versus, you know, in Hasan's chat, where like Hasan is the only voice of on the stream. Okay, but also it's warranted. That's also true. There are so many people who watch for Olivia specifically. I can see this being a turning point for the issue audience. How much can a viewer take? People were saying yesterday that he canceled the episode, that they were preferred a cruise only episode.
When Kendrick Lamar had on the Big Steppers, he had this track about how his aunt was trans and his coming to terms with this over the years. And he used derogatory language in that song as part of the story to show his transformation.
This was a weird part, because I don't understand what he means here. Like, does he think that he can use derogatory language just because he is not transphobic? He's saying he can get away with some level of acceptable transphobia because he's not specifically transphobic? Like, I don't understand what the point he's making here. Bro, he's like, I'm Kendrick Lamar. I'm like Kendrick. Hasan's like Drake. Confirmed. Confirmed.
And like, people were like, oh, he's being homophobic, he's being transphobic because he said these words. It's like, can we please think a little fucking deeper than that? Can we please grow up? Like, he said the words and the context of—
Also, like, even if he believes this, which I do believe as well, like, I think that that's, you know, it's important to contextualize the art as it exists. He doesn't get to make that call. You're not trans. Leave it to trans people to have this take. And there are trans people who do have this take. There are trans people who say what Ethan is saying here now, but you don't get to make that call. You don't. You don't get to make that call. I don't get to make that call. We're not trans. Like, I will leave it to Mexicana Luna specifically. Mexican Luna can tell me if it's transphobic. Shout out Luna. And if Luna tells me it's transphobic, it's transphobic. I guess we'll never know. Luna didn't say anything. Forgot Sarah. Luna was the first person I saw. Sarah's not here right now. I don't even know where Sarah is, but Sarah's not here right now. If I saw Sarah first, I would have said Sarah. Yes, Ethan's being transphobic. Oh, we're talking about Kendrick. Thanks, you, Luna. I'm here. Oh, okay. Also, Sarah. Trans representation. I'm playing Genshin. That actually makes sense. Kendrick uses language to point out his ignorance at the time. As questioning the decision is not the same as thinking you have a generous take on trans people from time to time gives you a pass. Yeah. Is this literally for today? Yes, it's literally out for today. I'd admire her for playing Genshin. That's crazy.
Of a super fucking progressive song of inner exploration that was like, he was being so vulnerable and being like, I accept that I love that my
Ethan is right 1,000%, but no need to yell at Olivia. Yell while Olivia is speaking. Even people in chat who think he's right, he's like, let's not yell at Olivia, bro. Is that why he buttons? Is that what Ethan is doing though? No, Ethan is just being Ethan.
My aunt is now my uncle, and I've loved
like,
him.
Ethan, you're not Kendrick.
And the problem is that he said some derogatory words. Like, it's time to fucking get your shit together, okay?
The problem,
please,
and I think it should be obvious to all of us, the problem is, like, let's say Eva, we already know
why is she dressed like this? I'm sorry. I know it's not relevant to the point, but why is she dressed like this? That's not broke me, though. I love Kendrick. Are you gonna watch the halftime performance, Beth? It's Fast and Shiny. You wouldn't get it. You're right. She thinks she's Aaliyah. Don't even put them in the same sentence. How dare you? How dare you? How dare you?
To all of us, the problem is, like, let's say Eva. We already know she's a she and she goes by Eva. If you're on
he's the only, the only one I'm rooting for this Super Bowl Sunday. I'm rooting for the Eagles. I don't even know who else is playing. Sorry, no, Chatter, I'm joking. That was a joke. That was a joke. I'm joking. I didn't mean to yell at you. I'm sorry. Gosh, now I'm Ethan for my chatters. I am my chatters, Ethan. Panthers are playing. Stop. Why would you do this to me? Why would you do this to me? You know I'm from North Carolina. Why would you say this? You know the Panthers aren't playing. The Panthers haven't went to the Super Bowl since 2015. It's been 10 years.
not calling her she now. No, she's a she. The problem is, like, let's say Eva. We already know she's a she and she goes by Eva. If you're on purpose not calling her she now, which is what she wants, then yeah, you're being transphobic, you know, because you're like not respecting her wishes now.
The second that Bobby is like,
yeah, that's also transphobia. Panthers are so bad now. Don't remind me. Oh, sorry.
I'm go by she or they, then obviously I'm going to do my best to respect the pronouns, you know. But it's not obvious to me that that's the situation. I didn't mean to apologize. People are saying I yelled at you, Olivia. I didn't mean to yell at you.
Okay.
I get so annoyed.
Thanks. You just said, okay. Even in his apology, he said, but. Your apology should never have but. Your apology should end the statement and you should move on.
People are saying I yelled at you, Olivia. I didn't mean to yell at you.
Okay.
I get so annoyed when I'm like, I'm here doing the right thing. I feel like I'm doing my best here. And then the chat is like losing their fucking mind over something that is so ridiculous. Like, you are missing the forest for the trees. And also, I don't know that they're fucking even right. Like, I'm not going to assume his pronouns.
I have clarification on it.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Apparently, Bobby has said repeatedly they use all pronouns. They don't care.
That's it. So what? So like, there's not a trans person in this room. Bobby doesn't care about what pronouns you use for him. And you guys are in the chat shouting at how I'm wrong. Like, how pathetic are you? You know what I mean?
Well,
I'm not assuming his pronouns. And fuck all these people.
Okay.
Go ahead.
No,
and I'm not yelling at you. I'm just...
And then he buttons. I don't even know what was said here. I don't even know what was buttoned. But it does look a little suspicious. What's Olivia's Twitch, chat? If you know it. What's her Twitch? Because I am a big proponent of Olivia the streamer. If you want the crew to leave, you gotta support the crew and what they're doing. Olivia's on Twitch now. I think you should follow her on Twitch. I don't think she's streamed yet, but support Olivia getting out of this. Oh yeah, we could probably do a shout out, right? I don't know how to freaking mod. Mods can do a shout out. She said she's starting soon. Just support her in her situation, cause this is I think it's unacceptable, personally. It's very mean. And she was correct. I don't go AB's Striker. Yeah, AB's already streaming. He'll watch like Palestinian short films, cover Palestinian news. AB's also great. Is she actually leaving the show? I don't know if she's leaving the show. There's no evidence that she's leaving the show. But if you can support the people on the show's personal projects, they're more likely to leave the show in the first place if they have a base of support outside of the H3 show. So I'm not gonna speculate about whether or not she wants to leave. I'll just say that I personally think this is unacceptable. Right, and I will support her future endeavors or her personal projects. With everything that's happened, you really think anyone's going to leave? Well, maybe. I'm not sitting here to be like, oh, you know, they're going to stay 100%. They're going to tie themselves to Ethan's hit. right? But if they can, if they can potentially leave, or if they are waiting on something to leave, then you feel me? That's what my take is. Right, 12 hours? Yeah, 15 minutes. We're gonna sit here for 15 minutes, bro. Yeah, I started at 6 a.m. Yeah, probably no stream tomorrow now that I think about it. What is it, Saturday? And people can change, and that's what we should support. Yeah, but I do get it if people are like, I'm not gonna, support the crew after what they've done or whatever. I'm not gonna say you have to support the crew. I'm just saying that, like, yeah, that's my suggestion. Run some Valo. I haven't played Valo in freaking months. It's been so long since I played Valorant. Biggest stream should sour me for sure. I didn't watch the Mika stream. Is there Ethan will fire the crew before get a chance to jump off the burning ship? They gotta be thinking is lose-lose staying, in my opinion. One game? Maybe. Where even is Valorant? I probably has to update. I haven't opened it. Well, I have no idea where I put Valorant on my computer. Riot Games, Valorant. What? Riot Client. The update broke my OBS. Maybe don't do it right now. Are you joking? It's not even working. I think so I moved it to a different drive because my main drive took up. I have like 70 gigabytes left in my main drive. I need a bigger drive for sure. Maybe I play League of Legends. Huh? Oh, that worked. Also, shout out YouTube chat. Look how you're dressed, though. What do you mean? I think I'm dressed pretty fine. That's because my size of my do-rag are coming up. Listen, I think I'm dressed fine. You don't like my hustle shirt? You don't like my hustle shirt? I like my hustle shirt. My girlfriend liked this shirt. This fits fire. Thank you. Jeez Louise. He said my fit's bad. Why would you say that? It says hustle on it. It's okay. Y'all are haters. Wait, when will my streamer awards fit? Chat, who's my streamer awards fit? They think I can't dress, chat. I need my streamer awards fit. I need my streamer awards fit. I need it. Should I buy the new bundle, chat? What's this? You guys can't hear it, can you? Freaking loud in my ears, though. How often do you play? I've not played in like 2 months. So, consider that. Why does this feel small? feels stretched. Yeah, that's better. Wait, okay, now I can't see chat. It's small on stream. It should be fixed now. I would hop on, but I'm in bed. Sad. Next time. Pat and I have to play a game soon. You don't need us? I can see you now. Alright. I haven't played this in a while, chat. So if I suck, don't blame me. Alright, I have to focus. Have to focus, chat. Ugh. A Valo become a problem. I blame Sean for it. You know what? I'll take the blame. Valo's a sick game. It's awesome. I blame Tarek. Let's hop into a team deathmatch. Warm up. Shoot him in the head. You right. You're right. Tell me why I got a copyright strike on my YouTube for my VOD covering DJ Academics, bro. DJ Academics' stream was so bad, and what he said was so bad that YouTube struck me. Looks like it's not centered. Oh, really? It does look like it's not centered. Why is it not centered? Oh, I'll fix it. Don't worry. Tejo. I haven't played this character yet. I'll fix it in a second. Once I open up the settings. I don't know. It should work, but like. Hello? Video. Window full screen.
Reloading. Reloading.
Okay, now it's like still too small. How do I do this? Phil. No. Full screen. Do this. Is that better? I mean, it's still in a small box, but I can see it fully.
Come on, get out there.
Alright. What do I do? How do I play this character?
All missiles away.
Oh, okay. All right. I'll fix the screen in a second, chat. Oh, this thing's fast.
Two suppressed.
Got one. Got one.
Grenade is live.
Hey, you flashed me. Okay. I haven't played in a while. I'm still rusty.
Reloading.
I'm still rusty.
Reloading.
New stage in 10.
Reloading.
Okay. My mouse moves kind of weirdly. Got him.
All missiles away. Drone going out. One suppressed.
Got him.
Magnition.
Got him.
That's 3.
Got him.
That's 4.
Ah. Okay. Left his audio. Wait, is the problem with the audio? What's wrong with the audio? Okay, I wasn't prepared. What's wrong with the audio, chat? You got a question? Okay.
Locating targets. Drone is down. On cooldown. On cooldown.
Okay. I don't. I actually opened it up. It's fine. Oh. Don't joke like that.
Bueno. Ultimate orb spawning. All missiles away.
Okay. Sure.
Grenade out. Grenade is live.
It's kind of hard. It's kind of easier to see people like this. Okay, that's okay. I lied. I'm a dirty liar.
Locating targets.
Maybe kind of wrote them with that. Okay.
All missiles away. Light munition.
You will not kill my Hasan.
LOL.
Drone going out. Drone is down.
LOL. Okay, fair. Yo, you flashed me. Okay, if you didn't flash me, I would have got the kill.
Joke's over. You're dead. All missiles away.
Ah!
Locating targets. That's 3.
Ah! Honestly, chat, I'm kind of cooking.
Grenade.
Okay, never mind. But who am I playing against? Fucking 10s? I should not have hit that shot. Who am I playing against? Fucking 10s? They should not be hitting these shots. Bro, these people are insane. Why are they shooting like this? What are they doing? They're playing insane. Okay, stop. Stop throwing. Bro, my gun wouldn't pull out.
Get out of my way.
Drone going out. Grenade is live.
No! We almost had it, chat. We almost had it. 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 Honestly, we played relatively well, all things considered. Okay, why is this off? Why is it off center? It should not be off center. Okay, what if I do, instead of this, we do game capture? Game. Capture a specific window. Valorant. Okay. It's still off center. No. Valorant, okay. It's not capturing. The game capture is what broke it for me. Oh, well then how do I do this? It won't even let me capture it. Do I use window capture? Full screen capture, but that's what I'm doing, and it's off center for some reason. Or maybe if I do this, what if I do this? I do this. I do this. This is also off center. What if I do this? Nope, it's still off center. I don't know. It's not working. The problem is my webcam and my monitor is too large. It's not a traditional monitor size. So I can do that maybe. For now. And maybe this will work. For now. I have to remember to put it back. That's good to me. Okay, I'll take it. Where am I at? I do 5 placement games. I'm glad I ended gold 1 last rank. I played no games. I played 4 games. 4 wins. Act 9. I used to play so much. Like here. Like Act 8, I had 30 wins. I hit gold 2. I don't play enough anymore. Time to grind. Okay, 1 swift play. Road to plat. I am supposed to hit plat in every game that I play. And this is a game I play technically.
Match found.
Oh, I hate Icebox.
Hey girls, and hey girls in here.
Immediate mute. Oh, I have to pick a character. Who should I play? Who should I play? Probably need an initiator. Or a sentinel. Who should I play, chat? Who should I play? Who should I play? Get good at tail.
New weapons.
That's all I needed. That's all I needed.
It doesn't matter what this place used to be. It's just another graveyard.
Super OP. How do I play him? How do I play him? What should I buy? Should I buy special delivery and a ghost? Should I buy drone and a ghost? What do we buy, chat? No? Okay.
All missiles away.
Enemy A.
Locating targets. One suppressed.
Go, go, go. Go, go, go.
Oh.
Spike down A.
Ah.
Reloading.
Almost got it.
One enemy remaining.
I'm out of here. Gotta go. I'm out of here.
LOL.
Right here.
30 seconds left.
Why is the Phoenix moving? Okay.
You tried.
Like just chilling. He'll just he has to go out somewhere. Good play.
They're still fighting after seeing what we can do. Not wise.
It's a small world after all. Alright, chat. What do I buy? What do I play? What do I play? What do you play on Icebox with Tejo? They won't go A again. They won't. But they might. But they won't. But they might. But they won't. But they might. I'm gonna go B. I'm gonna go B with Phoenix. Right, Docket is good. Well, I'm not reacting to anything. It's freaking 12 hours. After this, I'm going to sleep.
Going up.
Locating targets.
Careful now.
4 suppressed. All missiles away.
That's done.
Live munition.
Out.
That's a kill.
One enemy remaining.
Long. Charge and shoot. Easy enough.
Make sure I mean. Not fun or sponsored. What is it?
Go, go, go.
Ooh, I like this. Not Vandal. What is this called? This Phantom.
Swift play, it is swift play. This game is fun. I miss this game, chat. When you've been playing a lot of Marvel Rivals, this game feels a lot easier. Which is kind of weird as well.
My territory!
All missiles away.
I have them now!
Drone going out. One suppressed.
Spike planted.
Light munition.
Ah, he peeked. I knew he would peek. I knew he would peek. I knew he would peek. I knew he would peek.
One enemy remaining.
I pinged it. You losers! I pinged it. I totally pinged it.
Oh good. Oh good.
Are you kidding me? Did I not ping that, chat? Did I not ping that?
Last round in the half.
Did I not ping that? Did I not very clearly ping he was Snowman? I literally spam pinged it. They're trolling? I'm my freaking goodness, bro. You're good at the game, Sean. They're bad. Thank you. I agree. They are bad.
The hunt begins.
Locating targets. All missiles away.
One enemy remaining.
My ultimate is ready.
Last player standing.
Got him.
Switching sides.
LOL. LOL.
Look your enemy in the eye. It helps with accuracy.
LOL. I'm kind of goated, chat. Good shots, thank you. I'm kind of goated.
Reload him. Reload him.
Weapon here. There.
Your mind's over.
Dropping a smoke. Reloading. Go, go, go. Reloading.
Drone going out.
Watch your eyes.
Someone. All missiles away.
Just leave. Just leave. Just leave. Leave before here. Before here. No? Wanna stay? You're staying? We're gonna fight this? Okay, sure.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Grenade is live.
Got him.
Match point.
I feel bad for them. I really do. Just not enough to stop winning.
Just not enough to start winning. That's what she thought. That's what they sounded to me. I'm terrible at accents. I do a killer black accent though. My black accent go crazy. My black accent go crazy. That was pretty bad. Listen, I don't need this for me.
Por Dios, someone get the spike.
Oh, I got the spike. Don't worry, guys.
Dropping smokes.
I got the spike. All missiles away.
Reloading. Reloading.
Locating target.
Spike down A. Last player standing. Flawless.
Yo, we got wrecked of the vocal stems in this game.
Motions, Neon. Just as we trained.
They kind of cook. Oops, I didn't mean to drop my cool Palestinian gun. Don't let Ethan see this one. Ethan sees this, he go crazy.
Reloading.
Weapons up. Comes open.
Watch your eyes.
Gotta go.
It's you and me.
One enemy remaining.
Spike planted.
Right here. Right here.
Last player standing.
Back like I never left.
Attackers win.
Okay, no down. Oh, let's get something to eat. Grenade is live.
W. Not bad. Not bad first the whole game ever. Not bad, not bad, not bad. Oh, jeez. Alright. Goodbye, Chachki. And goodbye, chat. That's right. Only one game of quick play. I'm so tired. Thanks for watching. We'll play more gaming soon. 100%. For sure. On God No Cap. On God No Cap. We'll have to use the bathroom too. Bro, I'm struggling. Thanks for watching, chat. Also at the end YouTube stream so I can play some music. Alright, bye YouTube.